Unexpectedly, after graduating from a teacher training college, I did not become a teacher. Instead, I found myself traversing dimensions to become one, Mu Yue lamented. Internally, after gathering his thoughts, that he felt an undeniable and intricate connection to the title of teacher. In high school, he was among the top students in the arts class, leading many classmates to seek his guidance, which earned him the nickname Teacher Yue. During university admissions, he inadvertently slid into a teacher training university and, under the advice of his family, chose a robust education major. There, he tutored his roommates and was again affectionately dubbed Teacher Yue. To everyone's astonishment, upon graduation, Mu Yue rebelliously decided to pursue a career as a civil servant instead of stepping into the classroom. Little did he expect that on his first day of work, as he entered the office, he would find himself suddenly transported to another world, becoming a new teacher at a ninja academy. In this new life, his name was Mu Yue, retaining the same given name. Though his surname had changed, this is certainly not a safe world. There are far too many lunatics and paranoid maniacs here, and they are quite powerful. Mu Yue sighed inwardly. He casually surveyed the office, which bore a striking resemblance to those of his previous life, yet the sharp kunai carelessly strewn across the desk reminded him that this was no longer the peaceful realm he once knew. What frustrated Mu Yue even more was that his identity was not limited to that of a teacher. He was also a root ninja. The original Mu Yue was an orphan raised by Root from a young age, and his role as a teacher at the ninja school was a direct order from Danzō to observe and document the students, particularly to identify any prodigious talents. Working under Danzō is hardly a favorable position that Mu Yue contemplated how to navigate this perilous world. An emotionless mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind, and a transparent blue panel materialized before him. Teacher system activated. Congratulations! You have successfully become a teacher. Teaching students will yield rewards. The more exceptional the student, the greater the reward. You may take exceptional students as apprentices for unknown instruction. As the disciples' strength increases, so will your rewards. Note: apprenticeship requires mutual consent. Unilateral acceptance is not permitted. Mu Yue examined the blue panel, which displayed only two options, one for personal information and the other for apprentices. He clicked on the personal panel. Name: Mu Yue. Age: 18. Chakra: 4,300. Skills: body replacement technique, fire release. Great fireball technique, fire release. Phoenix fire technique, body. Flicker technique, Konoha fluid technique. Evaluation: an elite among Chūnin, somewhat significant as cannon fodder in warfare. After reading the rather disheartening evaluation, Mu Yue quietly closed the personal panel and selected the apprentice option, which was blank, likely due to the absence of any disciples. As the school bell rang, Mu Yue recalled that he had his first class to teach and began to gather his belongings as he made his way to the classroom. Although he was a new teacher, the shortage of instructors at the Ninja Academy led to him being appointed as the homeroom teacher for the freshman class. Glancing at the class roster, he recognized several familiar names. There are two future guardians of the Hidden Leaf Village, Mitarashi Anko and the formidable Tsukuya Miyazumi. Upon seeing the name Uchiha Shisui, Mu Yue's eyes sparkled. He was indeed an extraordinary genius. Since a teacher can receive rewards based on the talents of their students, the more gifted the pupil, the better. Before entering the classroom, Mu Yue adjusted his expression, donning a smile as warm and radiant as the sun. The design of the ninja school's classroom is somewhat unique, possibly to ensure that students seated in the back could see clearly. The height of the seats increases progressively with each row. The arrival of Mu Yue plunged the previously noisy classroom into silence. After all, they were merely 5 or 6-year-old children attending school for the first time, and most were both curious and awed by the presence of a ninja teacher. Of course, there were exceptions. For instance, a purple-haired girl with a single ponytail, seated in the front row, boldly exclaimed upon Mu Yue's entrance, "Big brother, you are very handsome. Are you our teacher?" Mu Yue smiled and nodded, responding, "Indeed, dear student, I am your homeroom teacher from now on." The compliment made the purple-haired girl feel that this golden-haired male teacher was a kind person. Seeing the interaction between the two eased the tension among the other students. Although it was their first day, They had heard relatives lament about strict teachers. Mu Yue quickly approached the podium and wrote his full name in chalk, then turned to formally introduce himself. My name is Yuhara Mu Yue, and starting today, I shall be your teacher. I look forward to your guidance in the future. Yay! Teacher, my name is Mitarashi Anko. The purple-haired girl was the first to respond. With Anko leading the way, the other students followed suit, including Shisui. Mu Yue felt a twinge of disappointment as he sensed the stillness within the system. He had hoped that by this means, he could recruit Shisui as a disciple, as that would signify an acknowledgement of his role as a teacher. But alas, the system encountered a bug and failed. Concealing his inner thoughts, Mu Yue gestured for the class to settle down once everyone had introduced themselves. Before we begin the lesson, I would like to pose a question. Do you know how the hidden Leaf Village came to be? The classroom fell silent once more, with students exchanging glances, unsure of how to respond. Shisui, having received some education from his clan, was aware of a few details, but, being modest, would not speak up unless called upon. It was built by people. Anko finally ventured after a moment of thought. Indeed, it was built by people. However, what you need to understand is who exactly constructed the hidden leaf and why it was established. Mu Yue acknowledged Anko's response, elaborating further. Before the era of the ninja villages, there was a time of incessant warfare during the Warring States period. In those days, even children as young as you might have had to take up weapons and fight the horrors of war could erupt at any moment. As he delved into this grim history, Mu Yue's voice grew somber, laying bare the harsh realities of the Warring States period before his young students. Perhaps the children of the ninja world tend to mature at an earlier age, or it may be due to the weight of the atmosphere in Konoha that many youngsters have begun to feel the gravity of their circumstances. At this moment, two clans stepped forward, the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan. Mu Yue's tone shifted from a somber note to one of fervor. I know. The first Hokage, Hashirama-sama, belongs to the Senju clan, Mu Yue remarked. The students below him felt a surge of engagement. Though they were unfamiliar with the Warring States period, they certainly recognized the name Senju. Shisui noted that everyone was focused on the Senju, with little attention given to the Uchiha, leaving him somewhat disheartened. He could not comprehend why, when both clans were founders of Konoha, to safeguard the future generations, so that our children need not wield weapons against one another, the two clans united to establish Konoha, attracting numerous other ninja clans to join, ultimately bringing an end to the Warring States era. Thus, we have the Konoha we know today. Wherever the leaves of Konoha flutter, the fire continues to burn bright. The flames shall illuminate our village and nurture the new leaves as they sprout. It is through the sacrifices of our ancestors that we exist today, that our ninja academy thrives. This spirit of selfless dedication embodies the will of fire that defines Konoha. Upon concluding his statement, Mu Yue's expression turned serious, as if he were in solemn remembrance of his predecessors. He thought that Shisui would surely find interest in a teacher familiar with history and the will of fire. So this is how Konoha came to be? I must pay my respects when I next pass by the Hokage Rock, that I aspire to become a ninja of the will of fire and protect Konoha. The students' minds began to conjure images of their ancestors valiantly fighting to establish this land, their spirits ignited with fervor, all expressing their desire to learn from those who came before. Shisui's eyes sparkled with intrigue. This teacher seemed particularly special, and his interest in the forthcoming days at the Ninja Academy began to blossom. Previously, he had heard from his elders that the lessons taught at the academy were already known within his clan. He had even planned to graduate early to assist at the police department. However, it now appeared that things were not entirely as he had assumed. Now, does anyone know how many types of chakra natures exist? There are 5: water, earth, wind, lightning, and fire, answered a student from a ninja family promptly. Not entirely correct. There are 7 chakra natures. In addition to the 5 basic transformations: water, earth, wind, lightning, and fire, there are also 2 special transformations, yin and yang. Mu Yue corrected with a smile. This method of questioning followed by correction would leave a more lasting impression on the students. He then proceeded to impart fundamental knowledge about chakra, interspersing his lecture with light-hearted jokes to elicit laughter from the students. Time flew by swiftly, and before they knew it, 4 classes had passed. When the bell signaling the end of class rang, Mu Yue paused and said with a smile, "School is out tomorrow. We will discuss chakra refinement." Mu Yue straightforwardly announced the conclusion of the class, also providing a preview of the next lesson. Upon hearing him declare the end of school, the students momentarily froze, thinking it was too soon to have finished, only to realize, upon reflection, that they had indeed gone through 4 sessions already. It was solely due to Mu Yue's guidance that they attended class with both diligence and ease, oblivious to the passage of time. "I can hardly contain my excitement about refining chakra," Hong Do remarked, eagerly wishing to fast forward to the following day. Coming from a family devoid of ninja heritage, she had never encountered such knowledge before. "Isn't class rather enjoyable? My cousin even deceived me into thinking that school is a torment. I shall return home and inform my aunt of his thievery to procure snacks," Gang Zitai exclaimed, a look of indignation etched upon his face as he recalled nearly being duped. "Wouldn't it be wiser to leverage this against your cousin to obtain the snacks directly?" suggested Kamizuki Izumi, sharing her perspective. In an instant, Gang Zitai's expression transformed to one of enlightenment as he clapped Kamizuki Izumi on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Brother, what a splendid idea! Should it succeed, I shall share half of the snacks with you." Shisui observed Mu Yue, who was on the verge of exiting the classroom, and after a moment's reflection, he decided to follow her. Lecture completed, proceeding to settlement. Evaluation A. Utilizing the tales of predecessors to inspire students' sense of responsibility and enthusiasm. The lecture content was coherent and highly interactive, resulting in elevated student satisfaction. Reward settlement. Upon receiving 3 rewards simultaneously, perception ninjutsu, the first completion of teaching, and mastery of the fire chakra nature transformation, Mu Yue felt a delightful surprise. It was as if a plethora of memories surged within his mind, the most vivid being those related to the training of fire chakra nature transformation. These memories felt astonishingly real, evoking a sensation within Mu Yue that he was an old ninja who had dedicated his life to the art of fire ninjutsu. "Teacher Yuhong, may I pose a question?" Shisui inquired respectfully. Hearing Shishui's words, Mu Yue, who was preparing to re-examine the evaluation panel, paused and led Shisui to the secluded area behind the teaching building. After employing perception ninjutsu to sense his surroundings, he detected no particularly powerful chakra signatures, which reassured him. With a smile, Mu Yue asked, "Is it the lesson content you found difficult to understand? Please, speak your mind." Shisui shook his head. "It is not the lecture itself, but rather a puzzlement I have. Teacher, as you know, the Senju and Uchiha clans jointly founded Konoha. So why is it that only the Senju clan is remembered while the contributions of the Uchiha are seldom acknowledged?" Though still a child, Shisui possessed remarkable maturity and sensitivity. He had noticed the peculiar glances from passers-by directed at the clan emblem on their backs when he was out with his elders. Why, he pondered, were the Uchihas, who were equally instrumental in the village's founding, not only overlooked but seemingly disliked by the villagers. Observing Shishui's perplexed expression, Mu Yue mentally scoffed at the disparity in reputations between Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara and Konoha. "You must have only read the clan's internal history, correct?" Mu Yue queried. Shisui nodded, acknowledging that the history he had access to was solely what the Uchiha clan had provided. The reasons for the current state of affairs are complex and cannot be easily explained in a short time, Mu Yue replied, a hint of difficulty crossing his features. Sensing Mu Yue's struggle, Shisui felt a pang of guilt. The question seemed to be more intricate than he had anticipated. Initially thinking to dismiss the matter, he was taken aback when Mu Yue continued, "Never mind. If you find time after school, come seek me out, and I shall share the history behind it." With a sigh, Mu Yue added, "After all, I owe a debt of gratitude to your Uchiha clan. Consider this a way to repay that debt." Shisui, puzzled, asked directly how Mu Yue could possibly owe them a debt. "My parents were once encircled by enemies during a war and were rescued by a ninja named Uchiha Kagami. Although they ultimately perished in the subsequent conflict, I have always remembered this act of salvation." Mu Yue spoke with heartfelt gratitude. At that moment, he felt fortunate that his original self had already become an orphan. Otherwise, his capacity for action would have been significantly limited. It was undeniable that, at times, the deceased could prove more valuable than the living. Jishui's eyes widened, an expression of incredulity spreading across his face. Uchiha Kagami was indeed his grandfather, and he was astounded to discover this profound connection with Mu Yue, evoking a peculiar sensation within him. However, Shisui was not one to exploit favors. So he kept this revelation to himself and simply expressed his gratitude to Mu Yue. Before Shisui departed, Mu Yue cast an appraisal on him. Name, Uchiha Shisui. Chakra, 500. Potential, SS- evaluation. Possesses the bloodline of the Sage of Six Paths, highly suited for fire release and genjutsu. Immense potential, recommended for mentorship. As Mu Yue walked toward the office, he marveled at the sheer brilliance of a man capable of activating Susanoo with a single eye. The two gleaming S ranks were dazzling. Even the system recommended taking him as a disciple. Casually, Mu Yue opened his own status panel to check if his evaluation had changed. Name, Uzumaki Mu Yue. Age, 18. Chakra, 4,300. Evaluation, mastery of fire nature chakra transformation. The sole limitation to your strength is your insufficient chakra reserves. Should this weakness be remedied, you would undoubtedly rank among the elite of the Chūnin. It seemed the mastery of fire release was far more formidable than he had anticipated. He had initially assumed it merely granted him knowledge equivalent to that of an average Chūnin, but now, in terms of fire nature chakra manipulation alone, he might already rival the third Hokage's level. After all, aside from two fire release techniques, he only knew the body flicker technique, the three basic academy jutsu, and some rudimentary taijutsu. Yet with these modest skills, coupled with his recent rewards and an increase in chakra, he could ascend to the level of an elite Chūnin. An elite Chūnin, someone like Kakashi or Asuma at the start of the series, though his newfound strength brought him joy. The thought of his affiliation with Root quickly soured his mood. First, the curse seal embedded by Root left him uneasy. Second, Danzō, that wretched old schemer, had a habit of sending his subordinates to their deaths, another source of unease. He needed to take on disciples swiftly to bolster his strength as quickly as possible. Even if he couldn't reach the level of effortlessly eliminating Danzō and walking away, he at least needed the power to protect himself. With that, Mu Yue set a short-term goal for himself. Upon entering the office, he noticed 3 other teachers, 2 men and a woman, engaged in light-hearted complaints about their students. He recognized them all, as the faculty had arrived earlier, and his predecessor had previously acquainted himself with the staff. Casually, Mu Yue appraised each of them. Name, Ikuchi Isamu, Chakra, 2000, Potential, C, Evaluation, a mediocre Chūnin, cannon fodder. The other 2 teachers yielded similar results, all deemed expendable by the system. Sigh. What rotten luck. Why did class 2 to 4 have to land in my lap? I'm already handling class 1 to 3. How am I supposed to teach them? Class 2 to 4 has both Guy and Uchiha Obito, 2 of the biggest dead-last students. Ikuchi Isamu threw up his hands in resignation. My family even set up an arranged meeting for tomorrow afternoon, right when I have class 2 to 4. Find a substitute, or just take the day off. The meeting is more important. Ueda Aya suggested. Just then, she noticed Mu Yue's arrival and greeted him with a smile. Waiki-sensei, how was your first class? Did the little trick I taught you come in handy? Mu Yue reminisced about the time when his enthusiastic female teacher expressed concern that he, as a new instructor, might feel nervous during his first lecture. She advised him to mentally recite radishes and cabbages to ease his tension. Mu Yue politely replied, "Thank you. That little trick is quite useful. However, after class, the students urge me not to be picky with food." Haha, Teacher Yushing, you were truly amusing. Ueda Aya chuckled, thinking that Mu Yue's ability to joke indicated he had comfortably navigated his inaugural experience. Teacher Chikaya, I have no classes tomorrow afternoon. If needed, I can help you out. Mu Yue offered, placing his lesson plan on the desk and adopting a congenial demeanor. Unlike other teachers, Mu Yue yearned for a full schedule. Moreover, he was eager to see Takashi and Guy in class too. Chikaya's face lit up with delight, and he expressed his gratitude, promising to treat Mu Yue to a meal when the opportunity arose. In the Hokage office, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, observed Mu Yue through a crystal ball, who was solemnly imparting the will of fire. Stroking his goatee, he felt that this young man from Root was quite impressive and truly understood the essence of the will of fire. Danzō believed he was concealing his maneuvers effectively. However, a portion of the ninjas cultivated by Root, though not on the official list, had already caught the third's attention. The third considered that Danzō, to some extent, was fostering strength for Konoha, so as long as it did not go too far, it was acceptable. Nonetheless, the third Hokage placed considerable importance on the Ninja Academy. Hence he personally scrutinized it. To his surprise, The very first lesson conducted by this root ninja was on the will of fire, instilling a sense of responsibility in the students, which pleased the third immensely. He resolved to observe Mu Yue's further performance, should he prove to be a talent. He would facilitate his departure from root. However, Mu Yue's current performance did not suffice for the third to request personnel from Danzō. Although, in essence, Danzō's ninjas were considered his, he still had to be mindful of his old classmates' sentiments. With this thought, the third ceased his use of the telescope technique and began attending to documents, preparing to inspect Konoha later in the evening. After finishing his meal, Shisui set out to find Mu Yue's residence, guided by the location Mu Yue had provided. Nestled in the southeastern part of Konoha, an area relatively sparse in buildings, Mu Yue's dwelling was somewhat remote from the main urban center. Fortunately, due to the scarcity of structures, Shisui quickly located Mu Yue's home, a modest single-story wooden house set in a simple courtyard. Upon entering the yard, Shisui was taken aback by a scene that left him utterly astonished. After returning home, Mu Yue went to the bathroom and stuck out his tongue at the mirror. As Mu Yue had anticipated, his tongue bore a black curse mark, a necessary emblem for every member of Root. If Mu Yue recalled correctly, the effect of this curse mark was that uttering words related to specific matters would render him completely paralyzed and unable to move. Naturally, Danzō's curse mark was tied to information concerning him and Root, ensuring that even if an organization member were captured or betrayed, they would be unable to divulge secrets. If that were all, it would be acceptable. He had no intention of divulging the information regarding the Roots to anyone. However, Mu Yue was apprehensive that this cursed mark could be manipulated by Danzō, which would equate to a fatal weakness being exploited. Mu Yue pondered carefully, attempting to discern a method to nullify the curse of the tongue from the original text. It seemed that aside from Danzō's demise, there were no other viable solutions. Yet, after much contemplation, Mu Yue realized that no one in the original narrative had managed to break this curse. Those who sought to leave the Roots might be ordered to have it lifted by the third Hokage. Ultimately, the only resolution lay in Danzō's death, which would cause the curse to automatically become ineffective. However, Danzō was not akin to a fragile character in a MOBA game who would perish without concern during a skirmish. This cunning old man was quite protective of his life, often secluding himself within the base of the Roots, possibly even possessing a resurrection coin, rendering him a formidable challenge. Reflecting on her current capabilities, Mu Yue temporarily abandoned the idea of eliminating Danzō. She could only seek out Orochimaru or delve into her own research. At this moment, she discerned she had but two choices, which could essentially be reduced to one, as the path to Orochimaru was currently unattainable. Mu Yue glanced at the time, sensing it was nearly the right moment. Thus, she activated her sensory ninjutsu, detecting the approaching presence of Shisui. Stepping outside into the courtyard, she mused that Danzō seemed to have considerable trust in the original owner of her body. She had utilized her sensory ninjutsu numerous times without sensing any root ninjas surveilling her. As she anticipated Shisui's entrance, Mu Yue swiftly formed hand seals, channeling her chakra to its fullest potential, and instantly conjured an enormous fireball towering 8 meters high, reducing the training wooden figures in the courtyard to ashes and scorching the ground beneath. Just as Shisui entered the courtyard, he witnessed this astonishing spectacle, taken aback by Mu Yue's mastery of fire techniques. Although the Great Fireball technique was merely a C-rank ninjutsu, its rank was determined solely by the difficulty of its mastery. Many of the Uchiha elite were fond of employing the Great Fireball. Nonetheless, Shisui was certain that even the upper echelons of his clan would not wield it with such ferocity, as they could not convert such a vast amount of chakra into flames in such a brief time frame. Teacher Yu Sheng, I apologize for interrupting your training. Shisui quickly offered his apologies. Not at all. I have just concluded my session, Mu Yue replied, exhaling deeply and inviting Shisui into the room with a smile. In truth, the current state of the Uchiha clan is significantly tied to your former clan leader, Uchiha Madara, Mu Yue remarked, pouring 2 cups of water, one for Shisui and keeping one for herself, as she began recounting the tale of the Uchiha. You are aware that Uchiha Madara betrayed us, correct? Shisui nodded, acknowledging the clan's history, which stated that the leader had departed from Konoha. If it were merely a departure, things would not have unfolded as they did. Mu Yue explained, revealing that had it not been for Hashirama's strength, Konoha might have been obliterated by Uchiha Madara. Shisui fell into a contemplative silence. Yet, Mu Yue assured him that the saga was far from over. This incident caused the already distrustful second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, to harbor even greater apprehension towards the Uchiha clan. Consequently, after assuming the position of Hokage, he enacted numerous policies specifically aimed at governing the Uchiha. These measures, in turn, sparked discontent among the hawkish faction of the Uchiha, leading them to contemplate a coup d'etat, which ultimately resulted in their discovery by the Umbu and subsequent imprisonment. This series of events gradually tarnished the once esteemed reputation of the Uchiha, rendering them unpopular among the villagers. Was it truly the case that so much had transpired? Shisui realized he had been too simplistic in his understanding of the situation. In truth, there were Uchiha who earnestly sought to alter this predicament, with Uchiha Kagami standing out as one of the most successful examples. Mu Yue shifted the discussion towards Uchiha Kagami. So, Teacher Yuhang, what kind of person do you believe Uchiha Kagami to be? Shisui suddenly felt curious about how his grandfather was perceived by Mu Yue. He had never met his grandfather in person, yet he had heard numerous accounts from other clan members, all speaking of his formidable strength and genius as a ninja. A Uchiha embodying the will of fire, he acted as a bridge, connecting the Uchiha and Konoha, easing the tensions between the two sides. Mu Yue contemplated before responding. Although Mu Yue's words lacked extravagant praise, Shisui deemed them the most fitting and commendable assessment he had encountered thus far. I, too, aspire to become an Uchiha like my grandfather, Shisui declared with unwavering determination, inadvertently referring to his grandfather directly. Grandfather? Mu Yue glanced at Shisui with a hint of confusion. It was only then that Shisui realized his slip of the tongue. He had no intention of being ungrateful, nor did he feel guilty about it. So he straightforwardly acknowledged it. Teacher Yuhang, you need not be overly concerned with the notion of gratitude. I believe visiting my grandfather's grave for a memorial would surely bring him joy, Shisui stated. Can one not repay the kindness of saving one's parents? How about this? Shisui, would you be willing to become my disciple? Mu Yue inquired. Shisui grasped Mu Yue's intent, feeling that it would be unfair to Mu Yue. However, he did not wish to see such a kind person as Mu Yue in a predicament. And he also recognized the value of becoming a disciple of a teacher as knowledgeable and powerful as Mu Yue. Ultimately, Shisui nodded and proclaimed, Teacher Mu Yue. Establishing a master-disciple relationship with Uchiha Shisui, a system prompt immediately appeared, and Mu Yue unhesitatingly selected yes, as he had painstakingly acquired such a talented disciple. Relationship established successfully. Current trust level. 2. Unlocking disciple training feedback. Mu Yue glanced at the description, filled with immense joy. The disciple training feedback meant that as his disciple grew stronger, he too would become stronger. The higher the trust level, the greater the benefits. With a trust level of 2, it was a double return. If Shisui increased 1 point of chakra, Mu Yue would gain 2. The disciple rewards meant that when he gifted Shisui items, the system would randomly return a reward to him, with better rewards associated with higher trust levels, limited to once per day. Mu Yue contemplated for a moment before producing a small booklet and offering it to Shisui. Within was the afternoon's manuscript on the transformation of fire attribute chakra, originally intended as a thoughtful gift for Shisui to enhance their rapport. However, now he yearned to experiment with the disciple return feature. This is my own compilation of the fire attribute chakra transformation manual. Take it and study it diligently. I shall periodically assess your progress. Mu Yue stated with a notable seriousness. As your instructor, I maintain high standards and will not ease my expectations simply due to past kindness. Recognizing that Shisui's growth could potentially yield double the strength, Mu Yue felt an obligation to diligently oversee Shisui's training. Thank you, Teacher Mu Yue. I shall devote myself to my practice, Shisui replied earnestly as he accepted the booklet. He found no issue with Mu Yue's rigorous standards. Rather, they confirmed that Mu Yue truly regarded him as a disciple, not merely as a means to repay his grandfather's favor. You have gifted the disciple a transformation training manual. Due to the disciple's profound gratitude, a critical reward has been granted. Ninjutsu, fire release, great dragon fire technique, proficient level. In that moment of reward collection, Mu Yue was inundated with memories of mastering the great dragon fire technique, as if he had trained in this ninjutsu countless times. The great dragon fire technique is a B-rank fire release ninjutsu that prioritizes flexibility over area, enabling the user to control fire dragons to assault adversaries. Once mastered, the hand seals can be simplified to 1, allowing the simultaneous release of multiple fire dragons. Given that the system provided it at proficient level, Mu Yue could now unleash 3 fire dragons with a single hand seal. Looking at Shisui, Mu Yue's gaze transformed into one of unrestrained potential. He saw an inexhaustible gold mine, capable of yielding treasures daily. Observing that dusk was steadily approaching, he remarked, It is getting late. Allow me to escort you home, lest your family worry. Thank you, teacher, but I can make my way back slowly. I am alone at home. Shisui waved his hand, feeling he had already imposed enough on Mu Yue and unwilling to squander more of his time. Upon hearing Shisui's words, Mu Yue recalled that Shisui's parents had seemingly never been present, likely having passed shortly after his birth. It struck him that the two of them could not even muster a complete set of parents, an extraordinary circumstance indeed. However, my uncle often comes to look after me, Shisui added, sensing Mu Yue's concern and offering clarification. Mu Yue nodded, refraining from insisting on accompanying him. After all, today marked merely the first meeting, with ample opportunities to foster their bond in the future. On his way home, Shisui perused the training manual Mu Yue had provided and reflected on the fire-release ninjutsu he had witnessed upon entering the courtyard, cultivating an even deeper curiosity about Mu Yue. As a renowned prodigy within his clan, bolstered by his grandfather Uchiha Kageme's legacy, Shisui had encountered numerous formidable Uchiha, granting him a perspective far beyond that of his peers. He pondered how someone with Mu Yue's prowess could be merely a Chūnin, teaching at the Ninja Academy, which did not necessitate such formidable instructors, as the curriculum typically covered basic techniques. As Mu Yue watched Shisui gradually recede into the distance, his anticipation for tomorrow grew ever more fervent. Tomorrow, he has classes both in the morning and afternoon, and he is uncertain about what rewards he may attain. Furthermore, the afternoon class is taught by Guy, alongside his peers, which raises questions about the potential they possess. Brother, what is the current situation? It is dire. My insufferable cousin has threatened me, declaring that if I reveal his secrets, he will disclose my embarrassing childhood incident of bedwetting to our neighbor, Mei Hui. Steel Iron seethed with indignation at his cousin's vile behavior. How could their affairs involve the innocent Mei Hui, tarnishing his illustrious reputation? I have a cunning plan. Leveraging our youth, I shall use play as an excuse to wreak havoc in your cousin's room. Although I will be the one to cause the disorder, if it remains unaddressed, the ultimate misfortune will befall your cousin. If I repeat this a few times, how could he dare to be so arrogant? Shingetsu Izumi contemplated for a moment before conjuring another brilliant scheme. Steel Iron's eyes sparkled with excitement, believing that with Izumi's strategic mind, he could achieve invincibility akin to the first Hokage's wisdom. If successful, he would certainly treat him to snacks. As Mu Yue entered the classroom, she overheard the exchange between these two young strategists, prompting a smile to grace her lips. Class commenced. Mu Yue approached the podium and began her lecture. Chakra is the foundation for our ninja techniques, generated from the fusion of physical energy and mental prowess. The students below listened attentively, for this is of utmost importance. As Mu Yue elaborated, she occasionally manifested chakra for the students to experience, interspersing anecdotes to keep the class engaging, supplemented by questions to deepen their understanding. Soon, her periods had nearly concluded. Approaching the end of the class, Mu Yue noticed the cheerful and inquisitive Akane and decided to conduct an evaluation for her. Name, Yadatsui Akane, potential, A. After some contemplation, Mu Yue performed evaluations for all the students in the classroom. Name, Steel Iron, potential, B-. Name, Shingetsu Izumi, potential, B-. Mu Yue was astonished to discover that, apart from Shisui, only 4 students in the entire class achieved a potential of B or above. Besides Akane and the 2 aforementioned, there was only 1 student, whom she did not recall, also rated at B-, while the rest were predominantly C, with a few C and even D ratings. This perspective illuminated Shisui's exceptional talent, overshadowing his peers entirely. Akane's potential was somewhat surprising to Mu Yue. She recalled that in the original narrative, Akane wasn't particularly formidable, yet her assessed potential exceeded that of the 2 guardians by several levels. Nonetheless, Mu Yue had no immediate intention of taking Akane as a disciple. He could not accept an unlimited number of students, currently holding only 4 slots, one of which was occupied by Shisui, leaving him with 3 remaining. Although the adorable Akane was charming, Mu Yue mused that his own handsome appearance had its merits as well. Would Danzō release him because of this? Clearly not. Class concluded. Settling accounts. Evaluation. A. Rewards obtained. Shadow clone technique. This jutsu is indeed impressive, yet regrettably, it holds little relevance for me at present, Mu Yue contemplated inwardly. As the protagonist Naruto consistently employs the shadow clone technique throughout the narrative, it undeniably proves to be an exceptionally practical ninjutsu. If one possesses an ample supply of chakra, it is invaluable for both combat and training. Unfortunately, Mu Yue currently finds himself lacking in chakra, leaving him with no alternatives. After finishing his meal, He entered the office where several teachers were strategizing for the impending blind date of Chi Guiyong. A tall, slender male teacher cautioned, "Before your meeting, make sure to tidy yourself up and dress formally. We wouldn't want others to perceive you as disheveled." "You underestimate me, Shanren. Although I have never been in a relationship, this is common knowledge," Chi Guiyong replied with confidence. "I believe your greatest concern should be avoiding grandiose claims during conversation." Aki Ueda remarked, as if foreseeing a dismal outcome, shaking her head. "Ueda, just wait and see," Chi Guiyong retorted, undeterred by Aki's skepticism. "Yes, I shall wait." Aki Ueda responded perfunctorily, then turned her attention to Mu Yue upon his arrival. "Teacher Johanna, you are quite impressive. I passed by your class today and noticed the wonderful atmosphere. It's hard to believe this is your first time teaching." Mu Yue shook his head modestly, replying, "Not at all. It is your experience that proves effective, coupled with obedient students." Although aware this was a display of humility, who does not relish a compliment? Aki Ueda smiled and offered a portion of her snacks to Mu Yue. Chi Guiyong, witnessing this exchange, immediately felt the sting of preferential treatment. Having been colleagues with Aki for 2 years, he had rarely indulged in her snacks. Internally criticizing Aki Ueda, he quickly greeted Mu Yue, reminding himself that if this endeavor were successful, he would forever be indebted to Mu Yue for his assistance in teaching. Mu Yue cheerfully responded to everyone, engaging in light conversation before picking up the prepared brush and ink to practice calligraphy. Utilizing spare time for calligraphy was a rare good habit he cultivated in his previous life, developed during university calligraphy classes. Given the brief lunch break at the Ninja Academy, there was little opportunity for training. Sensing it was nearly time for class, Mu Yue tidied up and proceeded to the classroom to prepare for his lesson. Just as the bell rang, he entered class 2 of year 4. "Wait, isn't today's afternoon class supposed to be taught by Teacher Chigua?" a student queried upon seeing Mu Yue enter instead. "Teacher Chigua has other commitments this afternoon. I will be taking over the class," Mu Yue explained as he stepped up to the podium. No sooner had Mu Yue finished speaking than a hurried figure burst into the classroom. "Apologies, teacher. I encountered an elderly lady on my way and assisted her, which is why I am late," Obito gasped, placing his hands on his knees and panting heavily. "Please take your seat and listen to the class." Mu Yue nodded in acknowledgement, then surveyed the students, ensuring all were present and accounted for. Name: Noerarin, Chakra, 300, Potential, Name, Might Guy Chakra, 600, Potential, Evaluation, Suitable for martial arts training. Recommended to take on disciples. Name: Uchiha Obito Chakra, 650, Potential, Evaluation. Possesses the bloodline of the Sage of Six Paths, occasionally exhibits spatial talents. Recommended to take on disciples. The second-year class was akin to the first-year class, with the exception of these 3 familiar faces. Only Uchiha Tetsuhan boasted A-grade potential, while the rest were mostly C and D grades. After reviewing their talents, Mu Yue inquired about their class progress before commencing the lesson. The students, accustomed to the monotonous recitation of traditional teaching methods, were pleasantly surprised by Mu Yue's engaging style. Obito exclaimed, "Teacher Mu Yue, your teaching is exceptional, far superior to that of the other instructors. If you continue to teach us, I am certain I will pass. I shall inform Teacher Chikawa, along with your tardiness." Mu Yue replied with a cheerful smile, distinguishing himself from the other instructors at the Ninja Academy as he had undergone systematic training in pedagogy. Obito's face fell at this remark, and he quickly pleaded for mercy, knowing that Chikawa was their homeroom teacher. This exchange brought a light-hearted atmosphere to the classroom. During the extended break, Mu Yue activated his sensory ninjutsu, confirming that all was well, and subsequently summoned Might Guy and Obito. "Teacher Yuharu, please, I beg you, do not reveal this to Teacher Chikawa." Obito persisted in his plea. "That will depend on your performance," Mu Yue said, smiling, yet offering no definitive reply. "Teacher, is there something you need?" Might Guy scratched his head, puzzled as to why he had been called out, having committed no errors. Mu Yue regarded Might Guy, the man once nearly kicked into a disastrous fate, now still quite youthful. Although he donned the iconic green jumpsuit, his belief and strength were still lacking. At this moment, Might Guy, while confident in his daily training to become a formidable martial artist, had yet to fully grasp his father's teachings on youth and self-discipline. He required further growth, and Mu Yue was more than willing to lend a hand during this period. "Your theoretical grades have been a source of great concern for Teacher Chikawa," Mu Yue began. Upon hearing this, even Obito, normally carefree, lowered his head in embarrassment. "It's not that I don't want to learn. It's just that the questions are exceedingly difficult to comprehend. Why must we calculate how many animals are in a pen together?" Obito attempted to justify himself. Observing Obito's demeanor, Mu Yue reminisced about his own high school struggles with mathematics, grateful that his field of study did not involve advanced calculus. However, Mu Yue recognized that the issue lay with Obito himself, as the mathematics taught at the Ninja Academy was the most elementary, with fewer lessons than history. But your deficiencies extend beyond mathematics. You are lacking in history and ninjutsu theory as well, Mu Yue remarked, shaking his head. What use is knowing about history? It's all in the past. Obito believed that the subject of history ought to be abolished. After all, mathematics might prove useful when shopping, but what purpose does history serve? I share his sentiment. Guy nodded in agreement, as he truly struggled to memorize those historical facts. You should take this up with the third Hokage. He is the principal of the Ninja Academy, Mujutsu suggested, indicating that Guy's opinion might not hold much weight in this matter. However, Mujutsu added, continuing down this path is not beneficial for either Teacher Chikage or yourselves. Do you possess any secrets for acing exams, Teacher Yahara? Obito inquired, his face alight with anticipation. Guy too looked at Mujutsu with eager eyes. If one truly could not grasp the material, who would wish to remain at the bottom of the class? Indeed. The secret to success in examinations is to practice extensively, review while solving problems. Mujutsu disclosed his method. Given the rigorous nature of the Academy's assessments, he merely needed to apply his prior examination experience to easily pass, as a score of half the class average sufficed for passing. Practice problems? Both boys appeared perplexed, struggling to comprehend. Consider this your special training to prepare for the examination. Moreover, should you pass, I shall have a reward for you, Mujutsu said with a smile. What reward? A rice dumpling? Obito asked with curiosity. I could teach you ninjutsu or taijutsu. Essentially, I can guide you in your training, Mujutsu replied. Really? The two stared wide-eyed, incredulous that such fortune had befallen them. Provided you pass the examination in a month's time, Mujutsu reminded them. Is this what you feels like? I am invigorated. Guy exclaimed with excitement. This time, I am certain we will succeed, Obito vowed. Observing the enthusiasm of the two, Mujutsu silently nodded. Seasoned hunters often appear in the guise of their prey. They felt they had struck gold, receiving not only the key to passing but also the promise of guidance in their training. Meanwhile, Mujutsu only needed to seamlessly assume the role of their mentor during this special training to reap the rewards. Even if they ultimately failed, he could easily express that their earnest efforts warranted a reward, potentially enhancing their rapport. Unlike with Shisui, he could not simply deceive them into becoming his disciples. The context was unsuitable for invoking any sense of gratitude. Moreover, Mujutsu was only available for a single session and could not maintain prolonged contact. If he were the homeroom teacher, it would be much simpler. After finalizing the details of their training, Mujutsu led them back to their classroom. Obito, what did Teacher Yahara call you out for? It wasn't a punishment, was it? Lin asked with concern. How could it be a punishment? Teacher Yaharu is wonderful. He taught me the secrets to exams. Obito quickly defended Mujutsu. As long as Mujutsu could help him rid himself of the title of the class slacker, Obito could become the top student of the Ninja Academy. Lin, you should pay close attention in class as well, lest I surpass you in the next exam, Obito chuckled. If you truly manage to surpass me, I would be delighted, Lin replied, gazing at the boastful Obito with a resigned smile. Although she may not secure first place, she consistently ranked among the top students. When the class bell rang, Obito exhibited an unprecedented level of seriousness. This time, he was determined to pass. He had already begun to explore which ninjutsu to study. Lin, witnessing this scene, was somewhat astonished, pondering whether Obito was genuinely earnest this time. 3 minutes later, glancing at Obito, who was slumped over his desk, Lin could only conclude that he was still the Obito she knew so well. At that moment, a piece of chalk traced a graceful parabola and struck Obito on the head. Dazed, Obito looked around and saw the faces of Mujutsu, Lin, and the industrious Guy, which reminded him of his words from 3 minutes earlier, causing his cheeks to flush as he shook off his drowsiness. After this brief interlude of Obito's slumber, the remaining class proceeded smoothly. Lecture complete. Evaluation. A. Reward obtained. Konoha Whirlwind. This reward was not ninjutsu but rather taijutsu, specifically a technique developed by Guy in the future. Although this taijutsu appeared simple, merely a kick, Mujutsu, who had begun to grasp it, discovered it was not as effortless as anticipated. The posture of the kick, muscle explosiveness, and chakra release all required finesse. Mujutsu, concerned about having nothing to teach Guy later, felt quite satisfied with this reward. After school, Mujutsu wandered in the forest south of Konoha, searching for a suitable place to train. He still held an identity within the root organization, and Danzō undoubtedly knew the location of his home. Given Danzō's profound disdain for the Uchiha clan, if he were to learn that Mujutsu had taught Shisui ninjutsu without reporting it, he might suspect Mujutsu of treachery. Although there existed sensory ninjutsu, it could not be activated continuously as chakra was a finite resource. Thus, Mujutsu planned to train with Shisui outside in the future. Ultimately, Mujutsu discovered a secluded spot by a small river, ideal for training. He noted the location before returning home. It soon proved that Mujutsu's caution was not in vain. Upon entering his courtyard, he found a ninja adorned with an animal mask standing within. "Knight, this is Lord Danzō's latest directive," said the root ninja, handing Mujutsu a scroll. Mujutsu nodded, accepting the scroll. Knight was his code name within root. The two exchanged no further words, and after delivering the scroll, the root ninja swiftly departed. Mujutsu served as a hidden piece within root. Excessive interaction could draw the attention of the Umbu, which would be detrimental. Before the root ninja vanished, Mujutsu conducted an assessment. Name: Hirajui Sui. Potential: B chakra, 7,000. Evaluation: a competent jounin. Gazing at the impressive chakra level of 7,000, Mujutsu couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. He lacked even 5,000, falling short by 5 or 6 years compared to Shisui. Once he could no longer sense the root ninja, Mujutsu stepped into his room and opened the scroll to examine Danzō's latest orders. Monitor the actions of Uchiha Shisui, a prodigy of the Uchiha clan. Assess his character and conduct an evaluation. After reading this, Mujutsu felt a sense of reflection. Danzō's paranoia towards the Uchiha was indeed bordering on pathological. This year, Shisui is merely 6 years old and has just embarked on his journey at the Ninja Academy. Such a young child, only because of a slight reputation as a prodigy within his clan, has caught the attention of Danzō, who intends to evaluate him closely. Of course, it cannot be dismissed that Danzō harbors ulterior motives, seeking to draw Shisui into the roots of the organization. However, Mu Yue believes that Danzō's aspirations are unlikely to materialize. The third Hokage will surely remind Danzō of who truly holds the title of Hokage. While the third can tolerate the existence of the root organization, he will not permit the emergence of an excessively powerful faction within it. A prodigious Uchiha possesses an exceedingly high potential. Who knows how far he could ascend? Thus, a genius from the Uchiha clan must either remain within his clan or join the Umbu. After perusing the documents, Mu Yue incinerated the scroll with fire release. This new directive still falls within Mu Yue's acceptable parameters. In truth, even if Danzō had not dispatched someone specifically, Mu Yue would have reported Shisui's talents during his briefings. Mu Yue perceives that, given Danzō's keen interest in the Uchiha, concealing such information would be futile and would only draw attention to himself. Mu Yue then created a shadow clone to practice ninjutsu, while his original self commenced training to enhance his chakra. At present, chakra represents his most significant shortcoming. No matter how many ninjutsu techniques he masters, without sufficient chakra, their efficacy remains limited. A ninja with scant chakra, regardless of strength, will find their capabilities curtailed, whereas a ninja with abundant chakra, even if weaker, will not falter significantly. It can be asserted that chakra determines the upper and lower limits of a ninja's potential. The following day, as there were no classes scheduled for him that morning, Mu Yue seized the opportunity to visit the resource room at the Ninja Academy. He aimed to organize the examination papers from the past few years of the 4th grade. The process proceeded smoothly, and he fortuitously unearthed papers from the 1st grade as well. His primary objective was to recruit disciples. Yet enhancing the theoretical performance of the two was not a mere pretense. Upon examination, Mu Yue discovered that the examination questions remained relatively consistent year to year, with each question representing a specific type, merely rephrased or altered in data. Some papers even contained identical questions. Nodding in approval, he felt confident in their ability to pass. He believed that additional practice was unnecessary. Simply allowing the two to attempt the previous year's papers should suffice for them to achieve passing marks. After collecting several papers, Mu Yue departed the resource room and proceeded to the office. Upon entering, he noticed Ayaka Yutani confronting Yuki Chikugai. Mu Yue glanced over at Sujuru Kimura, who was spectating the unfolding drama. Wasn't Yuki supposed to be on a blind date yesterday? He was recounting his experience and soliciting our advice on how to pursue the girl, but Yutani believed his date showed no interest and urged him to seek another. Sujuru briefly summarized the events leading up to this moment. Habu-sensei, you've arrived just in time. Do you possess any special techniques for courting young ladies? Upon the arrival of Mu Yue, Guiyong hastily set aside his debate with Aya and inquired eagerly. He perceived that Mu Yue possessed the appearance typical of someone with numerous romantic entanglements. I believe that as long as one can convey genuine feelings, there should be no need for particular techniques, Mu Yue reflected before speaking. The existence of such techniques was a matter apart, and Mu Yue would certainly refrain from disclosing them to Guiyong, as they did not align with the persona he wished to project. Genuine feelings. Guiyong expressed a look of perplexity, pondering how one might allow another to truly sense such sincerity. Give it up, Chigua. Have you even considered what Teacher Johanna looks like? His effective techniques may not necessarily apply to you, Aya remarked wistfully. How could that be? I admit Teacher Johanna is indeed somewhat more handsome than I, but not by such a significant margin, Guiyong retorted defiantly. You truly are stubborn. Refusing to see reason, Aya sighed, observing the tenacity in Guiyong's expression. Being a woman herself, she felt she understood their kind well enough. Upon hearing Guiyong's words, she realized this blind date was an exercise in futility, yet he remained unconvinced. Hang in there, Mu Yue encouraged with a smile. Pondering what more he could say, especially since even Aya could not sway him. Moreover, Mu Yue genuinely hoped Guiyong would keep himself occupied, which would afford him the opportunity to substitute teach in Class 2 for another year. Teacher Mu Yue certainly has discerning taste. Just wait and see, Aya. Guiyong felt emboldened by Mu Yue's support. During the afternoon class, Mu Yue made a small experiment, intentionally lowering the quality of his lesson. Based on his previous systematic evaluations, he surmised that the grading was divided into two principal components, the quality of the content and student satisfaction. He aimed for AB rating, recalling that receiving an A for the first time had come with an additional reward. Thus, it followed that achieving AB rating would also yield a supplementary reward. Class completed, calculating results, rating. B. Reward, Chakra 20, first completion of a B-rated lesson. Reward received, mastery of chakra form transformation. A plethora of memories regarding his training in chakra form transformation flooded Mu Yue's mind. He felt a surge of excitement. Within the chakra system, form transformation held equal significance to nature transformation, both of which could effectively enhance ninjutsu. Although his mastery of form transformation was proficient rather than expert, it was not constrained by chakra attributes. Speaking of form transformation, one could not overlook Naruto's signature technique, the Rasengan, which exemplifies form transformation by delivering immense power without the need for nature transformation. Mu Yue resolved to embark on the development of the Rasengan. With the original work providing a detailed training regimen and his understanding of form transformation, he anticipated the process would not be overly arduous. The chakra awarded for the B rating also prompted Mu Yue to consider a more strategic approach to his future classes, contemplating the occasional pursuit of B ratings. Though the rewards were modest, they could accumulate over time. Incorporating the development of the Rasengan into his agenda, Mu Yue found his life to be remarkably fulfilling at present. During the day, classes occupy his time, while in the evening, he engages in meditation, and at night, he dedicates himself to the cultivation of ninjutsu. On weekends, he conducts special training sessions with Guy and Obito, leaving his schedule brimming with activities. Mu Yue yearns to sustain this tranquil existence, hoping to mature steadily over the years. Unfortunately, he has not traversed to a fortuitous time, and thus, the prospect of enjoying peaceful days seems elusive. On the fourth day of his arrival in the ninja realm, unsettling news arrived from the front lines back to Konoha. Tensions had escalated into conflict as the Hidden Cloud Village deployed a ninja force into the Land of Hot Water, bordering the Fire Country, with rumors suggesting the presence of the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. Upon hearing this news, Mu Yue realized that the Third Great Ninja War was imminent, if not already underway, albeit not yet in full bloom. As a former root ninja, the original host's knowledge afforded him insights beyond those of a typical ninja. Ever since the tragic suicide of White Fang the previous year, the ninja world had been rife with undercurrents. The Hidden Cloud, Rock, and Sand villages were all stirring restlessly. While watching the anime, Mu Yue had perceived White Fang as merely another renowned figure among the powerful. Yet, upon absorbing the original host's memories, he came to grasp the true significance of White Fang's title. Others achieved fame by either drawing or defeating notable adversaries. While White Fang's renown stemmed from his unparalleled lethality, his efficiency in slaying foes was extraordinary. Armed with a chakra short blade, he transformed into a relentless harbinger of death on the battlefield, dispatching opponents, be they Genin or Jonin, with a mere flash of white light. It was not that White Fang's might surpassed all others. Rather, his combat style was particularly adept at annihilating weaker foes, making it easy for him to eliminate those beneath him in strength. With such a fierce warrior lost to Konoha, it was only natural for rival villages to covet their advantage, especially the Hidden Cloud and Rock villages, both of which had sustained minimal losses during the Second Great Ninja War and now felt emboldened to challenge for supremacy. Must those insufferable Cloud ninjas not find some semblance of restraint? It seems war is on the horizon again, sighed Utani Aya. If only Lord White Fang were still here. They would surely not dare to be so arrogant, grumbled Chigayeyu. Fear not, for we still have the third Hokage and Lord Orochimaru. We shall triumph as we did before, chimed in Kimura Saito, attempting to uplift the mood. If war breaks out, will our teachers also receive combat assignments? Mu Yue inquired, voicing his greatest concern. He was reluctant to leave the ninja academy, while he could certainly grow stronger through practice. It paled in comparison to the thrill of possessing an extraordinary advantage. Given the intensity of the impending conflict, should it prove too severe, it is possible that some teachers will be assigned to various units based on their specialties, Utani Aya responded. Upon hearing her words, Mu Yue could only offer a silent prayer to the divine, hoping to be spared from deployment or, better yet, to be overlooked entirely. The Third Great Ninja War would see Konoha entangled in a fierce struggle against the other four great ninja villages, and it was clear that the academy's instructors would not be spared from this call to arms. While Mu Yue was not afraid of the battlefield, he dreaded the thought of being thrust into combat before he had fully developed his abilities. The Third Great Ninja War is indeed exceptionally perilous. Firstly, the five great ninja villages are embroiled in a reckless conflict, and in the shadows, Uchiha Madara and Kagaya are scheming. You need not worry about Teacher Yuhuin, after all. We are the foremost ninja village, and it is improbable that the situation would necessitate our teacher's presence on the battlefield, remarked Kimura Saito, expressing his confidence in Konohagakure. I am not particularly anxious about the prospect of battle. I merely wish to inquire whether we are adequately prepared for combat. Miyu smiled as she spoke. Although she harbored reservations about joining the fray, such sentiments were best left unvoiced. Mu Yue ceased her conversation and began practicing calligraphy, only making her way to class 1 when the bell rang. As she stood at the threshold, she gazed into the classroom. The ominous clouds of war had failed to dampen the children's joyous spirits, and the atmosphere within was vibrant with mirth. Brother, how effective was my brilliant scheme? Has it subdued your cousin? Inquired Shinyu Shiryun, curious about Gongzi Tai's progress. Don't even mention it. Your strategy was sound, but my cousin is exceedingly cunning. After I executed your plan, he mirrored my every move. Gongzi Tai replied, his expression one of frustration. Initially, the plan yielded positive results, resulting in his cousin receiving a stern reprimand from their aunt. However, to his astonishment, before he could enact the next phase of his scheme, his cousin retaliated with a counter-strategy of equal cunning. Being merely children, with his cousin only a year older, they engaged in a tit-for-tat exchange of scoldings and blows, ultimately declaring the nefarious scheme a forbidden technique. Such treachery is unfathomable, mused Shinyu Shiryun, reflecting on the cunning of his cousin. Your cousin is indeed crafty. I cannot conjure a counter-strategy at the moment, he admitted, a look of regret upon his face. Not to worry, brother Shiryun. You have offered me several excellent ideas. Do share your troubles, and I shall help lighten your burden, Gongzi Tai offered in gratitude. I have taken a liking to a neighbor girl, but I am uncertain how to draw closer to her, Shinyu Shiryun confessed after a moment's hesitation. That is quite simple, just present her with something she adores, Gongzi Tai suggested. After contemplating this, Shinyu Shiryun found it to be sensible. I have noticed her glancing at my family's flower bed as she passes by. She must have a fondness for flowers, and it appears she does not cultivate any herself. Then flowers it shall be. She will undoubtedly appreciate your gesture, Gongzi Tai affirmed confidently. Ahem, class is commencing, Miyu interjected with a gentle cough, signaling the students that instruction was about to begin. The previously boisterous classroom fell silent. All eyes on Mu Yue as she began her lecture. Though they had only shared 4 days together, the students had swiftly grown fond of Mu Yue, their engaging and amiable teacher, and they listened attentively. Lecture complete. Evaluation. A. Reward. Water release. Water barrier. Upon seeing the name of this jutsu, Mu Yue recalled information regarding the water barrier. This is a B-rank water release technique, effective in conjuring a wall of water to serve as a barrier. It is worth mentioning that the water barrier of Mu Yue differs from others. His water barrier is a complete 360-degree circular protection. As he accessed the newly acquired knowledge in his mind, Mu Yue discovered he had mastered the nature transformation of water chakra, a skill he had previously lacked. It dawned on him that without imparting some knowledge of nature transformation, he would have been unable to utilize the water release technique. Mu Yue silently commended the attentive system for its assistance. After school, Mu Yue took Shizuki to a suitable training location beside a small river in the southern forest. You have made commendable progress with the fireball technique. Today, I will teach you a new fire release ninjutsu. Mu Yue outlined the day's training plan. With that, Mu Yue clapped his hands together and instantly unleashed 3 enormous fire dragons from his mouth. Under his control, the dragons circled in the sky before plunging into the water, causing a significant amount of river water to evaporate and generating swirling white steam on the surface. Fire release, Great Dragon Fire Technique. Shizuki recognized the jutsu immediately, recalling having witnessed it performed by Uchiha Chūnin. The recognition deepened his astonishment. As Mu Yue had managed to produce 3 fire dragons in one breath while only forming a single hand seal, Shizuki's curiosity about Mu Yue's abilities grew stronger. Watch closely. I will demonstrate it again. Mu Yue observed Shizuki's expression, realizing he had achieved the desired effect. The challenge of this jutsu lay in the ability to compress a substantial amount of chakra into the shape of a dragon instantly, as Mu Yue demonstrated. He shared insights on the technique's release with Shizuki. Recently, Mu Yue had gained proficiency in chakra transformation and took the opportunity to explain various operational aspects to Shizuki. I see. I think I understand a bit now, Shizuki nodded, preparing to give it a try. With swift movements, he completed the hand seals, causing his chakra to erupt within him, compressing and shaping it. Fire release, Great Dragon Fire Technique. Shizuki expelled a 1-meter-high fire dragon that soared into the sky, spinning before diving into the water. Applause erupted from Mu Yue, who smiled and said, I initially thought it might take you several attempts to succeed. It seems I have underestimated your talent. Mu Yue was genuinely surprised. Mastering a B-rank ninjutsu so swiftly without the aid of the Sharingan was impressive. Was this the true merit of a double S-rank talent? It is thanks to your excellent teaching. Teacher Mu Yue, Shizuki humbly replied. He acknowledged that he indeed learned faster than the average person, yet he genuinely appreciated Mu Yue's earnest and effective instruction. While Mu Yue had performed the technique with a single hand seal during the first demonstration, he executed the subsequent demonstrations with complete hand seals and at a slower pace with thorough explanations. However, it was premature to claim mastery. He had merely begun to utilize it. Reflecting on Mu Yue's great dragon fire, Shizuki felt he still had a considerable distance to cover, both in the size and number of dragons he could produce. Then let me demonstrate the great dragon fire technique a few more times for you, Mu Yue said with a smile. He was quite pleased with Shizuki's humility and diligence, observing the ever-increasing chakra levels on the panel. He knew Shizuki had not been idle upon returning. Time seemed to fly when one was earnest, and as Shizuki immersed himself in Mu Yue's teachings, the sky gradually darkened. When Shizuki unleashed the Great Fire Dragon technique, he noticed the flames were particularly bright, prompting him to realize that night was fast approaching. A curious thought arose within him. Could it be that Mu Yue's gentle voice was a form of ninjutsu, capable of making one forget the passage of time? Teacher, I must return. Shizuki bid farewell to Mu Yue, preparing to head home. I've recently summarized my experiences regarding the transformation of chakra. Do take a look when you return. Mu Yue handed Shizuki a small booklet. Shizuki paused for a moment, then accepted the booklet with a bow of gratitude, although he did not express many flowery words. His respect for Mu Yue deepened within his heart. He felt that Mu Yue was an exceptionally admirable teacher, despite only knowing each other for 4 days. Mu Yue never held back any knowledge, always imparting the most crucial lessons first without reservation. As he watched Shizuki depart, a smile crept onto Mu Yue's face. For he regarded him as his most promising pupil, who had once again revealed something extraordinary. You have gifted your disciple a manual on chakra transformation. Due to the disciple's immense gratitude, a critical reward has been granted. Wind release, pressure damage, proficient level. A plethora of techniques for utilizing wind release, pressure damage surged into Mu Yue's mind, along with knowledge of wind attribute chakra transformation. He was thoroughly satisfied with this reward. The wind release, pressure damage technique was formidable, ranking among the elite in wind ninjutsu, boasting a vast range and powerful lethality, capable of synergizing with his fire ninjutsu. Moreover, the wind attribute transformation provided by the system would facilitate his development of the Rasengan's elemental transformation. Initially, he intended to cultivate the fire attribute transformation for the Rasengan himself, but now, with the wind attribute available, he would prioritize its development for the Rasen Shuriken. After several days of exploration, Mu Yue had gleaned the mechanism of reward distribution for his disciples. Rewards were influenced by two factors: the quality of the gifts he presented and the level of gratitude expressed by the disciple, with the latter bearing slightly more weight. The following day, he offered Shizuki a selection of snacks, and the system rewarded him with 10 shurikens. On the third day, he gifted Shizuki a homemade dish, resulting in a reward of 50 chakra points. Both gifts were culinary in nature, and the reward on the third day was noticeably better, clearly due to the greater thoughtfulness behind it, which Shizuki appreciated more. Having clarified the mechanism, Mu Yue began to strategize for a significant reward for Shizuki. He planned to check Shizuki's records at school the next day to ascertain his birthday. On the 5th day of traversing the Naruto world, Mu Yue originally had only one class scheduled. However, a third-grade teacher approached him in the office, seeking someone to cover their class. Naturally, Mu Yue seized this opportunity to lend a helping hand. He taught 2 classes, earning 20 chakra points in one and acquiring the Great Fireball technique in the other. This marks the first occasion on which Mu Yue has acquired a ninjutsu technique. Yet he is pleasantly surprised to discover that the repetitive ninjutsu system directly enhances the experience gained in practicing that technique. If it were a game, his would surely be the one-hit fireball or perhaps a strengthened variant of it. Teacher Yuhang, you are exceedingly accommodating. Such remarks will surely attract other instructors seeking your assistance. Aika Ueda expressed with a hint of concern. Mu Yue mused to himself that this was indeed a fortuitous development, one that he greatly welcomed. We are all colleagues. It's no trouble at all. Moreover, I genuinely enjoy teaching my students, Mu Yue replied with a warm smile. Ueda found herself momentarily at a loss for words. As she perceived the sincerity in Mu Yue's expression, it felt almost surreal to her. Could such kind-hearted individuals truly exist in this world? Teaching without additional compensation seemed akin to working for nothing at all. The weekends soon arrived. The Ninja Academy operated similarly to his previous life, with classes held from Monday to Friday and weekends free. Following prior arrangements, Mu Yue rose early at 8 o'clock to bring Obito and Might Guy to the training grounds where he and Shisui would be practicing. Why must we rise so early on our day off? Obito lamented, sprawled across the desk that Mu Yue had prepared in advance. Is it too early? I think it's rather reasonable, Might Guy responded, scratching his head, unable to empathize with Obito's plight. Mu Yue distributed the examination papers he had meticulously prepared, tailored to their current study pace. Considering they had only attended 5 days of classes, it would be impractical to present them with last year's midterm exam. Furthermore, given their circumstances, Mu Yue did not intend to overwhelm them with challenging questions. Securing easy points would suffice for passing. Teacher Mu Yue, this is. Before long, Shisui arrived, and upon witnessing Obito and Guy's expressions of distress while tackling the papers, he appeared quite perplexed. They are 4th-grade students, and I am providing them with supplementary lessons. You may continue with your training. It won't interfere, Mu Yue clarified. Shisui's presence was not coincidental. Mu Yue had summoned him the night before. He believed it would be amusing for older students to observe their junior peers struggling with tedious exercises while attempting to master ninjutsu techniques. As Obito overheard their conversation, he lifted his head in astonishment, recognizing Shisui. The Uchiha clan resided together within the designated area of Konoha, and thus, members of the same generation were somewhat familiar with one another. After all, they were part of the same family. Even if they had never met, they had certainly heard of one another, especially a prodigy like Shisui, whose name often surfaced in discussions among the elders. Obito felt a flicker of confusion. Why was Shisui here, and why did it seem they shared a close rapport? Could it be that Teacher Yuhang was a distant relative of Shisui? The thought crossed Obito's mind, though he deemed it rather far-fetched. Teacher, I have completed my work. Just as Obito was lost in thought, Might Guy suddenly exclaimed with vigor. Completed it so soon? Obito was taken aback. He remembered not pausing for long, yet here was Guy declaring his completion. Curious. Obito leaned in for a closer look and discovered that Might Guy had only attempted the first 3 multiple-choice questions, leaving the rest blank. For a moment, Obito was at a loss for words, as the entire exam comprised merely 10 questions, 4 multiple choice and 6 open-ended. Although he himself was not particularly adept at many of the questions, he believed in at least filling out the paper to present a more polished appearance. Upon hearing Might Guy's words, Mu Yue approached to assist in checking the answers, revealing 2 mistakes, with only the first question answered correctly. I'm sorry, teacher, Might Guy gazed at the meager 3 questions he had attempted, feeling somewhat speechless at having erred on 2 of them. There's no need to fret. It is entirely normal not to know. If you did, I wouldn't be here to teach you, Mu Yue reassured him with a smile. Do not let a low score discourage you. Consider it from a different perspective. Your potential for improvement is vast. After all, progressing from 5 points to 25 is certainly far easier than advancing from 80 to 100. Upon hearing Mu Yue's words, Guy felt a surge of encouragement, having never received such support from anyone other than his father. You are right, teacher. I do have significant room for improvement. His spirit soared in that moment. As Mu Yue continued her explanations, Guy listened intently, striving to understand even the more challenging concepts. Next was Obito, who had completed 6 questions but only managed to answer 2 correctly. Mu Yue treated him with the same kindness, offering comfort before proceeding to explain the questions. Afterward, she presented them with 2 additional papers of similar nature, prompting an exclamation from Obito. More to do? He remarked, his gaze transfixed on Shisui, who had begun practicing the fire release technique. Fire release, great fireball technique. Shisui swiftly performed the hand signs, unleashing a towering fireball, 2 meters in height, that soared towards the river. As he beheld the colossal orb of flame, Obito felt a deep admiration, acknowledging Shisui as a renowned prodigy of their clan. As a Uchiha himself, he too could perform the great fireball technique, yet his version paled in comparison, both in size and impact, to Shisui's. Is he another genius like Kakashi? Guy, though unfamiliar with Shisui, was astonished to see someone so young, appearing no older than 6 or 7, wielding such formidable jutsu. It reminded him of his self-proclaimed rival, Kakashi. The Ninja Academy operated on a 3-semester system. The first semester ran from April to July, followed by summer break. The second semester spanned from September to December, succeeded by winter break, and the third semester commenced thereafter. Kakashi had not only completed the second semester, but had also applied for early graduation, a testament to his remarkable talent. At that moment, Shisui evoked the same impression in Guy as Kakashi did, both being peers of exceptional caliber. Soon after, Shisui began practicing the fire dragon technique. Witnessing Shisui's proficiency in additional fire release techniques left Guy even more astounded, especially since he had struggled to master the 3-body technique over 3 arduous years. As he observed Shisui skillfully commanding the fire dragon to dance through the sky, Obito felt a wave of envy wash over him. If only he could master such a technique, Lin would surely regard him with newfound respect. It is evident that significant progress has been made in terms of morphological transformation since the initial attempt. The speed of the fire dragon has notably increased. You must have practiced diligently after returning yesterday, Mu Yue remarked with praise. It is primarily due to your cultivation manual, teacher Mu Yue, that I have benefited greatly. Shisui responded with a smile upon hearing the compliment. Let me demonstrate it once more for you. Mu Yue stepped in front of Shisui, clapped her hands together, and swiftly gathered and compressed her chakra within, then immediately unleashed 3 colossal fire dragons from her mouth. As he beheld the fierce, blazing spectacle of the 3 enormous fire dragons, Obito was momentarily taken aback. Just a moment prior, he had found Shishui's great dragon fire impressive. But Mu Yue's display altered his perception entirely. The 2 were not merely performing the same ninjutsu. The fire dragons Shisui conjured were as different from Mu Yue's as a snake is from an eel, and the speed was astonishingly rapid, seemingly without the need for hand seals. The 3 gigantic fire dragons soared through the sky, leaving trails of flames in their wake, ultimately forming several large characters in the air. Stop staring. Hurry up and solve the problems, Obito called out, reading the characters displayed in the sky, only to find Mu Yue gazing at him with a mischievous grin. Startled, Obito quickly explained, I was just tired and took a moment to look at the sky. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Guy, who had also been gazing at the sky, had already picked up his pen and was rapidly solving problems. Have you seen enough now? Mu Yue inquired. Yes, I have, Obito hurriedly replied, picking up his pen to begin working on the problems. After a while, he could not resist pausing to ask, Teacher Yuhong, what is your relationship with Shisui? A teacher-student relationship, what do you think it is? Mu Yue glanced at Guy's paper before responding. I also feel it resembles a master-apprentice bond. Obito refrained from voicing his earlier, far-fetched speculation. Teacher Yuhong, if I pass the exam, will you teach me the ninjutsu you just used? Obito continued, already envisioning how he would boast to Rin about his newfound technique, preparing to pop the champagne in celebration. Of course, Mu Yue nodded affirmatively. Really? Obito's face lit up with delight. Indeed, Mu Yue confirmed. What physical techniques have you mastered? Guy inquired, his gaze filled with anticipation for Mu Yue's response, while he too found Mu Yue's great dragon fire impressive. Might Guy's focus was singular. He was solely dedicated to mastering physical techniques. Without uttering a word, Mu Yue approached a large tree, concentrated her chakra in her feet, tensed her muscles, and then executed a whirlwind kick at an astonishing speed. With a resounding crash, the tree toppled, stirring up a cloud of dust. "Do you like this physical technique?" Mu Yue asked, brushing off the dust from her foot and smiling at Might Guy, witnessing Mu Yue's swift and clean whirlwind kick. Might Guy's eyes sparkled with excitement, feeling as though he had encountered the epitome of physical techniques, fulfilling all his fantasies. Simple, rapid, powerful, and undeniably stylish. "I love it. Please be sure to teach me this when the time comes." Might Guy exuberantly expressed his satisfaction with the leaf hurricane. "As long as you enjoy it," Mu Yue replied with a smile. Guy's reaction was anticipated. After all, this taijutsu was developed by him, resulting in an entire series of techniques, including the Great Whirlwind and various forms of the leaf hurricane. It would be odd if he did not take a liking to it. With Mu Yue's assurance, both Obito and Guy felt elated, even finding the once-dreaded test papers somewhat more palatable. "Watch me unleash my full power. This time, it must be 4 or more," Obito exclaimed, eagerly rubbing his hands together, giving the impression that he was preparing for a fight. "It must be at least 3, otherwise, I'll run 500 laps around Konoha tonight." Guy, determined to master the dream technique, also became resolute, imposing self-discipline upon himself. He planned to challenge Kakashi to a match once he had acquired this taijutsu, eager to assess how much he had improved. However, this sudden fervor faded quickly. After tackling a few questions, Obito realized an undeniable truth. While he might be able to unleash a larger fireball technique when pushed to his limits or accurately throw 5 shurikens at the target, when it came to the questions, he found himself utterly helpless. Resting his head on one hand, he fiddled with his pen in various positions with the other, feeling increasingly agitated. Even the gently swaying green leaves outside seemed to mock him for his inability to solve the problems. Obito could not help but glance at Guy beside him. Although they had been classmates for over 3 years and shared Kakashi as a mutual friend, they had never truly hung out together. Their relationship was quite ordinary. They were not strangers, yet neither could they be called friends, merely friends of friends, coincidentally in the same class. When he thought of Guy, his first impression was of the bottom of the class. While Obito himself was also labeled as such, he believed it was merely due to his uneven academic strengths. He excelled in ninjutsu and shuriken throwing, but struggled with theory. Other Uchiha were remarkably talented, achieving excellence in all subjects, which made him, an imperfect Uchiha, appear as the bottom dweller. In contrast, Guy was different. He struggled with both theory and ninjutsu, consistently ranking near the bottom in most subjects, making him the acknowledged underachiever. Yet at that moment, Guy exhibited more patience than Obito, diligently tackling the challenging problems despite his evident frustration. Obito recalled a time when Guy, ridiculed by others, boldly declared, "I believe that if I keep working hard, I will surely become the strongest taijutsu ninja." Although Obito was not among those who mocked him, he had dismissed Guy's ambition at the time, doubting that he could truly become the so-called strongest in taijutsu. However, his perspective began to shift. While it remained uncertain whether Guy could become the strongest, he was likely to surpass those who had mocked him. Perhaps it wouldn't be so bad to befriend him, Obito mused, considering that together they could confront the troublesome Kakashi. Observing Guy diligently working through the problems, Obito also began to write fervently, racking his brain for answers. Observing this scene, Mu Yue displayed a contemplative expression. He had not anticipated that these two individuals could generate such a remarkable chemistry together. The previously restless Obito was now calmed, able to focus on his exercises. This method could indeed be employed to stimulate Obito's training in the future. Once the two finished, Mu Yue assisted them in correcting their work. Obito answered 3 questions correctly, while Might Guy managed 2. Alas, they fell short of the 4 required. They had indeed exerted themselves. Obito lay sprawled on the desk, appearing utterly exhausted. That evening, he would have to run an additional 500 laps. Might Guy incorporated the punishment for failure into his training regimen. Observing this, Mu Yue consoled them, saying, "You are merely 5 questions away from passing, and you have already improved by 1 question in just an hour. Doesn't that make the situation feel much better?" After reflecting on Mu Yue's words, Obito and Might Guy realized the truth in them. Passing and mastering ninjutsu were indeed within their reach. After uplifting their spirits, Mu Yue cheerfully presented them with 2 new papers. Upon seeing the pristine test sheets on the table and recalling that there were still 3 weekends before the exam, Obito felt a wave of despair wash over him. However, he had no choice but to pick up the pen and persevere, for to abandon now would render his previous efforts futile. Meanwhile, after replenishing his chakra, Shisui resumed his fire release practice, with fire dragons soaring in the sky, capturing Obito's attention. Teacher Yuhuan, does learning your ninjutsu mean we become your disciples like Shisui? Obito pondered and inquired. If that is your desire, then so it is, Mu Yue replied vaguely. Since we are destined to be your disciples, why not teach us now? Obito revealed his ulterior motive. Mu Yue cast a skeptical glance, noting that while this was indeed the result of his careful planning, Obito's ambition seemed rather premature. Obito patted his chest and assured, Teacher Mu Yue, it's not that I am reluctant to learn. I believe we can pursue both simultaneously. After making his case, he nudged Might Guy, adding, right Kai? I agree, teacher. It would be great to learn the Leaf Whirlwind and challenge Kakashi, Might Guy eagerly chimed in. What if you both fail? Mu Yue retorted without haste. Whatever you say, teacher, I will follow your lead, Obito replied, confidence in their success gleaming in his eyes. I share the same sentiment, Might Guy nodded in agreement. Well, Mu Yue exhibited a conflicted expression, seemingly still in contemplation. Trust me, teacher. I will study diligently and not bring you shame, Obito pressed on, sensing a glimmer of hope. Me too, Might Guy added, raising his fist in determination. Very well. I believe you both can deliver on your promises. Once you complete this paper, I shall teach you the Great Fire Dragon technique and the Leaf Whirlwind, Mu Yue conceded, appearing swayed by their fervor. Wonderful. I knew you were the best, Teacher Mu Yue. I will certainly not disappoint your trust, Obito exclaimed with excitement. Today, he felt an overwhelming sense of fortune. Not only had he improved his theoretical grades, but he had also gained a remarkable mentor. Teacher Mu Yue, I shall strive to master your physical techniques, Might Guy declared earnestly. He too sensed the serendipity of the day, having encountered someone willing to teach him the art of combat. As the two pop-up notifications appeared regarding the establishment of a master-disciple relationship with Uchiha Obito and Might Guy, Mu Yue revealed a satisfied smile, affirming, indeed, you have struck gold. As the trust level remained at 2, Mu Yue secretly nodded in satisfaction, feeling that his elaborate ruse of disguising himself as prey to lure others had not been in vain. He perceived that elevating the trust level was a rather arduous endeavor, necessitating the passage of time. Had it been at level 1, the initial benefits would have been significantly diminished. With 2 disciples possessing potential rated S or higher, he had acquired the skill teaching. This skill, simple yet potent, enhances the absorption of knowledge transmitted during lessons. Mu Yue experimented with it and discovered it to be a passive ability that could be toggled on and off. Naturally, he opted to keep it activated, unless one day, if Danzō noticed his proficiency in teaching and summoned him to instruct at the roots, he would consider deactivating it. The only disappointment for Mu Yue was that the number of opportunities for returning teaching rewards had not increased with the addition of disciples. He still had only 1 chance per day. He had hoped to prepare some food for Shisui, but it cost him 50 chakra. Cooking daily for 3 disciples would guarantee an increase of at least 150 chakra per day, a much swifter method than attending classes. Yet it seemed he had overestimated the situation. Nevertheless, having 3 disciples, even with only a single opportunity each, was preferable to having just 1. As human emotions have a threshold that gradually rises with sustained stimulation, making it increasingly challenging to evoke significant responses. With 3 individuals, he could alternate to accumulate coins, thus not only increasing the frequency of rewards, but also mitigating the rapid growth of emotional thresholds. Moreover, the current growth rate was satisfactory. Mu Yue glanced at his status panel. Name, Yuxing Mu Yue, age, 18, chakra, 4,405 skills, fire release, great dragon fire technique, water release, water barrier, wind release, pressure damage, teaching. In comparison to when he first traversed into this realm, Mu Yue had enhanced his chakra by 105 points, of which 90 points were derived from teaching and returning rewards, while the remaining 15 points resulted from his personal training and the return of disciples. This was merely the outcome of 5 days, as most of Mu Yue's rewards were various ninjutsu techniques, were he to focus solely on accumulating chakra. Attending classes alone could yield a guaranteed increase of 100 chakra weekly, not accounting for any teaching returns. Yet, Mu Yue believed it prudent at this stage to prioritize acquiring A-level rewards or a balanced mix of A and B rewards. The system's teaching rewards granted ninjutsu that was learned directly and not merely at a rudimentary level, but rather fully mastered and ready for combat. If he were to draw a ninjutsu that he had not yet mastered, which also possessed inherent nature transformations, any duplicates would merely enhance his experience, a thoughtful design. Should he need to invest time mastering those techniques, it would consume considerable effort, and devising training methodologies posed its own challenges. However, once he had a broader array of techniques at his disposal, Mu Yue felt it essential to focus on increasing his chakra. For chakra is the very foundation of a ninja. "Teacher, I'm done," exclaimed Obito, displaying utmost diligence as he completed his test. "I've finished too," reported Guy, eager not to be left behind. Two individuals. Mu Yue felt fortunate that this was the world of shinobi, where the shadow clone technique was commonplace. He created a shadow clone and instructed it. "You shall explain the principles of the leaf hurricane to Kai and demonstrate it several times." Given that one was studying physical techniques while the other delved into ninjutsu, Mu Yue found it impossible to teach them simultaneously. Thus, he resorted to employing a shadow clone. He intended to first instruct Obito in ninjutsu while the clone elucidated the concepts to Guy. After half an hour, they would switch roles, with the original teaching Guy and the clone guiding Obito. Mu Yue aspired not to be merely a solitary mentor but to extend his warmth to each disciple. Much like his meticulous instruction of Shisui, Mu Yue engaged in detailed and systematic teaching, akin to a hands-on approach. "You have imparted the fire release, great fireball technique to your disciple. Due to their immense gratitude, a critical hit was rewarded. Granting the ninjutsu water release, water dragon bullet technique, proficient level." Mu Yue fell into contemplation, recalling that he had also taught Shisui the great fireball technique. Yet, he wondered why it hadn't counted for the disciple return reward at that time. He pondered a possible reason. His great fireball had erupted from Shisui, suggesting that rewards originating from the same disciple might not be eligible for further disciple return rewards. He silently noted this hidden rule. He found himself reminiscing about the cumbersome water dragon bullet with its 44 hand seals. The thought of Kakashi and Zabuza's water dragon techniques prompted him to inwardly scoff. While it might appear impressive to perform seals while watching an anime, in reality, executing a jutsu requiring such numerous seals was exceedingly difficult without someone to provide distraction. The system's proficient level did not disappoint Mu Yue. He required only 6 seals, and with continued practice, the number would further diminish with enhanced proficiency. After instructing Obito for half an hour, Mu Yue proceeded to guide Guy, allowing his clone to continue teaching Obito. Once both were taught, he would rotate back to assist Shisui, perpetually circulating among the three. When midday arrived, Mu Yue personally ventured into the river, catching 4 fish, which he then roasted over a fire, one for each person, serving as their lunch. "This is delicious. If you opened a barbecue restaurant, I am certain it would thrive," Obito praised while savoring his meal. Shisui and Guy nodded in agreement. "Be cautious. Do not swallow any fish bones," Mu Yue chuckled, shaking his head. "Is it truly delightful?" Mu Yue mused, thinking it must be rather ordinary, as he had little grilling expertise and rarely engaged in barbecuing. The perception of tastiness stemmed from the pleasant atmosphere and sensory enhancement. Shisui, accustomed to solitary meals at home, likely had not often dined with such a crowd, especially outdoors. Obito typically shared meals with his grandmother, while Guy dined with his father. Coupled with the novelty of grilled fish, the simplicity of the meal transformed into something exquisite. After a brief hour of rest post-lunch, Mu Yue gathered the three and resumed their training. "This ninjutsu is not particularly difficult," Obito remarked, gazing at the plump fire dragon he had summoned, filled with a sense of accomplishment. This was significantly smoother than his previous attempts at mastering the Great Fireball technique. Coincidentally, Shisui was also practicing the Great Fireball technique, successfully producing a fire dragon of his own. As he gazed upon the fearsome visage of the fire dragon, with its menacing fangs bared, Obito silently guided his adorable little dragon to take refuge behind him. Just as Guy, drenched in sweat from countless spinning kicks, was about to take a breather, he chanced upon this scene. Perhaps influenced by their shared struggles earlier in the day, Guy approached to offer words of comfort. "It's all right. The little fire dragon is quite charming. It will inevitably grow strong like Teacher Moon." Though meant to console, an inexplicable sense of frustration welled up within Obito, leaving him deeply unsettled. This feeling of vexation invigorated him, prompting him to resume his rigorous training in the Grand Fire technique. Observing Obito's newfound determination, Guy, unwilling to be left behind, soon rejoined the training as well. The two seemed remarkably in sync. Meanwhile, Mu Yue, who had been watching from the sidelines, could hardly contain himself. He realized that the dynamic between Obito and Guy was quite intriguing. After a day of training that stretched into dinner time, Mu Yue instructed them to return home, reminding them that they would continue their efforts the following day. On Sunday, another day of training ensued. resulting in a remarkable 50 points of chakra being returned to the disciples. The dawn of a new week arrived swiftly. In the morning, Gongzi, upon rising, promptly completed his morning rituals and devoured his breakfast before hastening to school. "Why the rush today? You woke up quite early," his mother inquired, puzzled. "Of course. I want to get to school to study," Gongzi replied without turning back. This was merely a perfunctory lie to placate his mother. While Gongzi did not harbor disdain for school, he did not possess an ardent love for it either, for not all teachers were as engaging as Mu Yue. The true reason for his eagerness lay in his fervent desire to learn whether his close friend, Shinwei, had taken the first step in matters of the heart. He had given Shinwei advice on Thursday, but by Friday, Shinwei confessed he had yet to muster the courage and needed time to contemplate. Gongzi pondered whether the weekend had provided sufficient opportunity for contemplation. Upon arriving at the classroom, he found it sparsely populated, with Shinwei yet to arrive. However, it was not long before Shinwei ambled in, looking rather listless. "Did you not sleep well last night?" Gongzi inquired, concern lacing his voice. Shinwei shook his head in response. "Did you manage to deliver the flowers over the weekend?" Gongzi asked enthusiastically. "Oh, don't even mention it," Shinwei replied, his expression darkening further. "She doesn't admire our garden for the flowers, but rather fears her pollen allergy might be aggravated." Upon hearing this, Gongzi fell silent for a moment before asking, "So, did you send the flowers or not?" Shinyue's lack of response, coupled with his sullen demeanor, was a wordless answer to Gongzi's question. Gongzi placed a reassuring hand on Shinyue's shoulder, saying, "It's all right. I know a girl who plays with Mei Hui and is quite charming. How about we all hang out together sometime?" "That sounds wonderful, Taiguo," Shinyue exclaimed, his gloomy demeanor lifting as a bright smile illuminated his face. "Over the weekend, I conceived another brilliant strategy to assist you in dealing with your cousin." "That's wonderful. Please share the details of this ingenious plan." "Class begins." The voice of Tsukuyami reached their ears, snapping them out of their conversation. Engrossed in their discussion, they had failed to notice the school bell. Hastily, they straightened their postures and focused on the lesson. After missing Tsukuyami's class for 2 days, they found themselves oddly longing for it. True to form, Tsukuyami did not disappoint. The lecture flowed effortlessly, and before they knew it, their minds were enriched with newfound knowledge. Lecture completed. Evaluation. A. Reward acquired. Water release. Water severing wave. Upon seeing the reward, Tsukuyami's eyes gleamed with delight. This was no ordinary technique. It was a water-style jutsu developed by the second Hokage, capable of unleashing an ultra-high-pressure jet of water with devastating force, powerful enough to sever even the roots of the divine tree. Elated by this stroke of fortune, another pleasant surprise soon followed. "Professor Tsukuyami, if I recall correctly, you have no classes this afternoon. Would you mind substituting for me? I have a ninjutsu session with Class 2, Year 4. Ikitani, you approached Tsukuyami in the staff room, hoping for his assistance once more. "Substituting is no trouble at all. Are you feeling unwell, Ikitani-sensei?" Though inwardly thrilled at the prospect of additional rewards, Tsukuyami maintained his composed demeanor, his voice laced with concern. "My health is fine. Thank you for your kindness, Professor Hanayuki," Ikitani replied gratefully before explaining. "It's just that my matchmaking partner has requested to meet this afternoon. Why not choose a day with fewer classes?" Ueda Aya interjected with a sigh. "I would have preferred that, but she insisted today was her only available time," Ikitani admitted. Given the choice, he would have avoided inconveniencing Tsukuyami, whose generosity made him feel almost guilty. Ueda Aya refrained from further comment, convinced that this arrangement would yield no favorable outcome. If the woman truly harbored genuine interest, she would have considered Ikitani's circumstances rather than forcing him to impose on a colleague. "Best of luck, Ikitani-sensei," Tsukuyami offered with a serene smile. "The busier, the better, more opportunities to reap rewards." "Thank you so much, Professor Hanayuki. If this works out, I'll treat you to the finest restaurant in Konoha." With hurried gratitude, Ikitani dashed out of the office to freshen up and change at home. "Just as I predicted, Professor Hanayuki. Once people realize your willingness, they'll keep turning to you whenever they're in a bind," Ueda lamented. "Helping others brings joy, and colleagues should support one another," Tsukuyami replied earnestly. "You're far too kind. Such generosity often leads to being taken advantage of," Ueda remarked with a sigh. Tsukuyami merely smiled in response, turning his attention to calligraphy practice. Observing his focused demeanor, Ueda couldn't help but reflect on the vast disparity between individuals. If Ikitani possessed even a fraction of Tsukuyami's excellence, he wouldn't still be navigating the trials of first love. When the time felt appropriate, Tsukuyami set aside his brush, tidied his desk, and made his way to Class 2, Year 4. As he reached the classroom door, the bell chimed precisely on cue. Teacher Mu Yue has matters to attend to. So I will take over this afternoon's ninjutsu class, Mu Yue explained as he stepped forward. He glanced around the classroom. Apart from Obito, everyone else was present. Approximately 3 minutes into the class, Obito hurriedly dashed into the room. Upon seeing Mu Yue at the podium, he was momentarily taken aback. He had not expected to find Teacher Mu Yue in his classroom, leading him to briefly doubt whether he had entered the correct room. However, the familiar faces of his classmates confirmed that he was indeed in the right place. Without pausing to catch his breath, Obito quickly began to explain, Teacher Mu Yue, I didn't mean to be late. I encountered an elderly lady on my way and, before he could finish his sentence, a classmate chimed in, causing a ripple of laughter. I'm telling the truth. If I had known it was Teacher Mu Yue taking the class this afternoon, I would have arrived half an hour early. Obito continued, worried that Mu Yue might think he had not been diligent in his studies and would cease to instruct him. Please return to your seat. Mu Yue nodded in acknowledgement of Obito's explanation, then added, but one must not be late for Teacher Chigu's class either. Ninjutsu classes at the ninja school begin in the 1st grade, though only 3 techniques are taught, the transformation technique, the shadow clone technique, and the substitution technique. While it may seem a bit wasteful to spend years learning just a few fundamental ninjutsu techniques, it is quite reasonable, as prodigies like Shisui are indeed rare. For those ninjas whose goal is merely to become Chūnin, mastering these 3 techniques is no easy feat, especially with the additional subjects they must study. Despite having attended countless classes on the shadow clone technique, Mu Yue's ninjutsu lessons still managed to captivate them. So that's how it works. No wonder the clones in the original seemed different before. Some students experienced immediate improvement. I really hope Teacher Chigu has more matters to attend to in the future so that we can have more classes with Teacher Mu Yue, one student jested, voicing what many felt. The surrounding students nodded in agreement. Mu Yue chose not to comment on this. He merely reflected inwardly on how effective the system skills were. Class completed. Evaluation. A. Reward. Lightning release. Lightning clone. In an instant. Mu Yue's mind was flooded with techniques related to lightning chakra nature transformation and various experiences concerning lightning release, shadow clone. While it was an exceptionally powerful ninjutsu, Mu Yue felt pleased to have unlocked another chakra attribute, especially after having already made significant progress that morning. For the next half-month, Mu Yue maintained this rhythm. When no one sought him for a substitute class, he would study ninjutsu theories in his office. When someone did come to substitute, he welcomed them, teaching Shisui, Obito, and others at home, and then practicing his chakra. Perhaps due to the high quality of his substitute teaching, students eagerly sought to attend his classes again. Coupled with his good rapport with other teachers, Mu Yue quickly became a well-known instructor at the ninja school. Students regarded Mu Yue as the perfect teacher, engaging in lessons, kind in demeanor, and handsome in appearance. Meanwhile, his colleagues perceived him as a sincere and amiable coworker. As the focal point of the discussion, Mu Yue found himself devoid of substantial thoughts. He merely maintained the persona he wished to embody. Now, he pondered the purpose of the masked ninja standing in his courtyard. Knight, you have executed your task admirably. This is a message from Lord Danzō, Ping Shui-sei said, presenting 2 scrolls into Mu Yue's hands. Accepting the scrolls with a nod, Mu Yue remained silent, as there was little need for extensive communication among ninjas. Ping Shui-sei, having delivered the scrolls, swiftly departed to safeguard Mu Yue's identity from exposure. Once he sensed Ping Shui-sei's presence fading, Mu Yue retreated to his room to unfurl the scrolls. One scroll contained a fire-style jutsu, the Great Dragon Fire technique. The other scroll was an affirmation of Mu Yue's efforts from Danzō, accompanied by new directives. Danzō commended Mu Yue for his successful completion of tasks, acknowledging his proactive integration into the Ninja Academy's decision-making processes and rewarding him with the powerful fire technique. Subsequently, Danzō urged Mu Yue to remain humble, to continue progressing within the academy while closely monitoring Uchiha Shisui and being vigilant towards other Uchiha students. Finally, Danzō painted an enticing prospect. Should Mu Yue maintain such performance, he would facilitate his promotion to Special Jonin, granting him a significant position within the academy. After reading, Mu Yue ignited flames in his hands, reducing the scrolls to ashes. Special Jonin, a significant position. How amusing, he thought with a smirk. Had he been the original owner of this identity, Danzō's praise and promises might have invigorated him. Yet, for Mu Yue, the reward of the Great Dragon Fire technique was redundant, as he had already mastered it, and he harbored no desire for the title of Special Jonin. Thus, he felt no stirrings within. He simply chuckled. As Mu Yue prepared for physical training while his shadow clone perused books, he suddenly realized he had exhausted all the tomes on ninjutsu in his home. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to visit the Konoha library to borrow a few volumes. Konoha boasted a grand library, replete with various texts and resources, including ninjutsu, established since the era of the second Hokage. Naturally, the collection primarily contained D and C rank jutsu, with forbidden or high-level techniques absent. Additionally, the borrowing fees for ninjutsu were rather steep. However, this was of little concern to Mu Yue, as he sought not to borrow ninjutsu, but to find materials related to ninjutsu and sealing techniques, specifically, those concerning binding curse seals. Acquiring techniques through lectures proved far more efficient than self-practice. He aimed to explore whether he could dispel the cursed seal of tongue of misfortune that afflicted him. Although the seal lacked the grotesqueness of the caged bird seal, it still felt uncomfortable to carry a mark imposed by another. As he walked through the bustling streets of Konoha, observing the throngs of passers-by, Mu Yue felt a sense of disorientation. Having traversed into the world of Naruto for over half a month, this marked his first venture outside in his true form. Usually, he sent shadow clones for trivial errands like grocery shopping. Due to the uniqueness of his identity and the inherent dangers of this world, Mu Yue perpetually felt a lack of security. For over half a month, Mu Yue had indulged in the art of ninjutsu, acquiring a modicum of skill and a slight increase in chakra, which bolstered his confidence enough to believe he would not succumb to an unknown area of effect attack. Upon arriving at the library, Mu Yue presented his ninja notebook to the on-duty ninja, which contained his basic information, including his name and ninja identification number. This library was exclusively accessible to ninjas. The on-duty ninja examined the notebook, found no discrepancies, and nodded, granting Mu Yue entry. Just as Mu Yue was about to seek out information, he encountered a familiar figure approaching, a man with golden hair and a gentle smile. Sensing Mu Yue's gaze, Minato Namikaze returned the look, and they exchanged subtle nods before Mu Yue entered and Minato exited. Name, Minato Namikaze, Chakra, 40. 000, Potential, S. Evaluation, capable of slaying elite ninjas with ease. Merely gazing upon him could be explosive. Mu Yue maintained a composed demeanor, but internally, he was utterly astonished. It was the first time he had witnessed chakra exceeding 10,000, and here was Minato with a staggering 40,000, equivalent to 86-year-old Shisui. The evaluation was equally formidable, suggesting a casual proficiency in eliminating elite ninjas. At that moment, Minato did not possess the title of the Yellow Flash to the public. He was merely regarded as a formidable elite ninja, while his master, Jiraiya, was more renowned and considered a prominent candidate for Hokage. However, Mu Yue contemplated that Minato's evaluation was indeed justified. Mastering the Flying Thunder God technique, it was certainly not a challenge for him to dispatch ordinary elite ninjas. A ninja with such rapidity could effortlessly dominate lesser foes. Mu Yue lamented internally, wishing that Minato had a son enrolled in the elite ninja academy, as it would provide him an opportunity to forge a closer bond with him. In truth, he wished to befriend Minato due to his considerable expertise in sealing techniques, which Mu Yue found quite alluring. The curse mark was fundamentally a branch of sealing techniques, and having an expert like Minato as a consultant would greatly facilitate his efforts to unravel the tongue affliction seal. As for Kushina, her status as a Jinchuriki was too sensitive, and Mu Yue preferred to avoid unnecessary complications. After acquiring 2 books on sealing techniques and 3 inconsequential ones, Mu Yue completed the registration and payment before departing the library. In the southern mirror forest of Konoha, Mu Yue was conducting pre-examination training with his disciples. You two haven't forgotten your previous words, have you? You must pass tomorrow's theoretical examination, Mu Yue reminded Obito and Guy. Of course, if we fail, we shall accept whatever punishment you deem fit, Teacher Mu Yue, Obito replied, brimming with confidence. Although they predominantly practiced ninjutsu, occasionally engaging in theoretical exercises, they had just completed past examination papers, with Obito scoring 30 points. Based on his previous experiences, this score exceeded the passing mark by several points. The passing line for the Ninja Academy was set at half of the average score, which typically hovered just above 50, so we felt quite secure. Indeed, if we fail, we shall run 800 laps around Konoha, Guy declared emphatically, having also scored 30 points. Not only must we pass the theory, but I am determined to secure first place in practical combat. After receiving more than half a month of guidance from Mu Yue, Dato felt that he had significantly surpassed his former self. Firstly, I shall not concede easily, declared Guy, expressing his defiance. Mu Yue smiled knowingly, refraining from comment. Yet he was well aware of the overall strength of the fourth grade. He understood that it was not guaranteed for them to secure first place, as there was a formidable student from the Hyuga clan in Class 1. Although that student's potential was merely rated as A, Dato and Might Guy had yet to realize their own potential. Dato had not activated his Sharingan, and Might Guy had yet to master the 8 gates. However, Mu Yue was reluctant to voice his reservations as the circumstances were still quite preliminary and unpredictable. Casting a glance at Shisui, who was quietly engrossed in his reading, Mu Yue was certain of one thing. Shisui's academic performance would undoubtedly dominate the entire grade, excelling in both theoretical and practical assessments. If cross-grade examinations were permissible, Mu Yue mused that he might even be the top student in the entire school. He wondered if the examination results would prompt the system to reward the teachers. Feeling a tinge of anxiety about the upcoming examination, Mu Yue reflected on the challenges that lay ahead. I hope it's not too difficult. If I fail, I might face repercussions at home. Yet, he reassured himself, it shouldn't be too bad. After all, our teacher Mu Yue did provide us with practice papers, and passing was relatively straightforward. Perhaps due to the novelty of the examination, many students in Class 1 were visibly anxious, fretting over the difficulty of the questions and the potential consequences of poor results. Hey, Akane, are you nervous? Kanata inquired of Shingitsu. What's there to be nervous about? It's just a small exam. I'll handle it with ease. Akane replied cheerfully. Are you not feeling the pressure? This time, the results will be publicly announced, Shingitsu countered. I'm a tad anxious myself. Last time, I only scored 80 on Teacher Yuhara's practice exam. I expect the actual test to be a bit tougher. Perhaps yielding a score in the 60s or 70s, Kanata admitted with a nod. I performed slightly better than you, scoring 87. But I also anticipate a score in the 60s or 70s this time around, Shingitsu lamented. Wait, you both scored that high? Akane exclaimed, bewildered. For she had only managed to score in the 60s on the last practice exam. The scores from the practice exams are merely illusory. They do not reflect reality. Shingitsu sighed. Let us strive for better scores. I've heard that if the average score is too low, they might replace the teacher. And it wouldn't be Mu Yue anymore, Kanata revealed, sharing a rumor he had heard. Replace the teacher? Other teachers might be acceptable, but not Teacher Yuharu. Akane expressed her discontent, wishing for Mu Yue to remain. Although he was the homeroom teacher, Mu Yue only taught a few classes in Class 1, as there were several other instructors as well. Yes, the other teachers are dreadfully boring. Only Teacher Yuharu makes classes engaging and comprehensible, Shingitsu concurred. Why don't we share this news with the entire class to inspire everyone? Shingitsu proposed, recalling how characters in novels often rallied morale before a significant battle. Akane found the idea appealing and promptly stood up to announce the news to her classmates. The words of Hong Do stirred a commotion within the classroom. For Mu Yue was their most beloved and esteemed teacher. Everyone was striving to perform well. The thought of Mu Yue departing only to be replaced by a tedious instructor akin to the physical education teacher was quite dreadful. At that moment, Gang Zitai boldly declared, we must work hard. We shall not allow Mu Yue to be replaced. He continued, I will speak plainly. If anyone fails this time, I shall hold them in disdain, especially since Mu Yue has taught us so well. Shisui remained aloof, indifferent. He was confident he would seize the top spot in the entire grade, and such accomplishments would surely prevent any changes in faculty. Everyone, please quiet down. The examination is imminent. Just do your best, Mu Yue's voice resonated, instantly silencing the room. All eyes turned towards the source of the sound, where Mu Yue, unbeknownst to them, had arrived at the doorway. I believe each of you can achieve commendable results. Mu Yue smiled reassuringly before swiftly proceeding to the class he was to supervise. The enthusiasm of so many students striving to excel and keep him as their teacher brought Mu Yue great joy. However, he could only say their concerns were unfounded. Even if a teacher were to be changed, it would be considered based on the entire semester and year. Moreover, the mock exams he had provided were, in fact, more challenging than the actual ones. Entering class 42, Mu Yue approached the podium and announced, please quiet down. The examination is about to commence. Teacher supervision was assigned randomly, and he happened to be overseeing class 42. Many students greeted Mu Yue, and he responded with a smile and a nod to each. Class 42 not only included Might Guy as his disciple, but was also a class he frequently taught, thus they were relatively familiar with him. Furthermore, in comparison to Chiyu, they naturally favored Mu Yue even more. Mu Yue-sensei is watching. We must pass this time. Might Guy took a deep breath, appearing as though he were preparing for battle. If given a choice between theoretical exams and engaging in actual combat with a ninja, Might Guy would unequivocally opt for the latter. He was due to graduate next year, and perhaps by some stroke of luck, he might prevail against a genuine ninja. However, certain theoretical questions left him utterly vexed. Lin, just wait and see. I shall surely overturn your perception of me this time, Dato whispered confidently. You will pass this time. Right? I believe in you, Dato, Naira Rin encouraged with a smile. Despite having uttered such reassurances countless times before without success, Rin remained steadfast in her belief in Dato, offering her support. Do your best to answer what you know, double-check your work, and save the difficult questions for last, Rin gently reminded Dato. As a true friend, she genuinely wished for Dato to shed the title of the underperformer. Dato nodded in agreement. Shortly thereafter, another invigilator entered the classroom, Mikamura Saito, a colleague of Mu Yue from the same office. Thus, two teachers would oversee the examination together. When the bell rang, Mu Yue and Mikamura Saito simultaneously began distributing the examination papers. Subsequently, the two individuals, one still and one in motion, monitored the examination together, occasionally sharing light conversations while seated at the podium. Teacher Chigu was evidently distressed, as it seemed the bonus for this semester was in jeopardy, burdened by the presence of two underperformers. It's hard to say, perhaps they will exert themselves this semester and manage to pass, Mikamura Shiran mused softly. I doubt it. Miu chuckled, shaking her head. She believed that the performance of Obito and Might Guy would leave many astounded. Having failed to pass a single theoretical exam for the past 3 years, if they were capable of passing now, they would have done so long ago. The courses only grew more challenging as one advanced. Mikamura Shiran felt that Mu Yue was overly optimistic. Fortunately, after this academic year, they would graduate. Otherwise, he shuddered at the thought of such students falling into his hands. After their brief conversation, Mu Yue resumed her rounds. She found herself reminiscing about attending classes, as the exams had led to a 3-day cessation of school activities. The first day was dedicated to various theoretical examinations, followed by practical assessments on the second and third days, culminating in the final rankings for the year. This 3-day hiatus equated to a significant loss of practice for her, resulting in the missed opportunity to refine numerous jutsu and extract dozens of chakra. Thankfully, the return of teaching still proved beneficial. Following the theoretical assessments, Miu gifted Obito some shuriken, which he ignited, resulting in an output of 50 chakra. Just wait and see, Teacher Mu Yue. I will surely defeat them all with the shuriken you provided and secure first place. Obito expressed with gratitude. The practical examinations were on the verge of commencing. At training ground number 16, Mu Yue was conducting attendance prior to the exam. Since the entire school was participating in the examination and the practical assessments necessitated a spacious environment, the schoolyard could not accommodate such a large number of individuals. Thus they proceeded directly to the training ground. Once it was confirmed that all candidates had arrived, Mu Yue and Mikamura Shiran announced the commencement of the draw. The rules for the practical examination were straightforward. Students were called up according to the class roster to draw lots, with the draw number determining their opponents, number 1 against number 2, number 3 against number 4, and so forth. I'm number 1. Lin, what is your number? After drawing his lot, Obito eagerly sought out Noera-rin. I'm number 10, which means you're up first, Obito, Noera-rin replied. It doesn't matter. I will definitely win, Obito asserted with great confidence, believing that everyone would be taken aback by his current prowess. After training with Mu Yue for a month, he felt he had made considerable progress, having surpassed his former self by leaps and bounds. After inquiring about Noera-rin's number, Obito went on to ask Might Guy for his. 40, Might Guy responded. In that case, we will likely only meet in the finals, Obito remarked, surprised by the stark contrast in their numbers. Just don't lose before I do, Obito, Might Guy encouraged him with a thumbs up. That should be my line. I am a Uchiha, Obito retorted, unsure if Might Guy's comment was intentional or unintentional, but it certainly sounded quite provocative. What confidence do you two possess? A classmate interjected. Bemused, how can two underperformers act as if they are destined to meet at the pinnacle? The first battle is about to commence. Candidates Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Tetsuhan are preparing to begin the examination. As the time is noted, Mu Yue announces the official start of the test. Obito refrains from engaging in debate with those who mock him and swiftly moves to the designated square marked by white lines, ready for the trial. Tetsuhan also promptly steps into the examination area, exchanging a brief glance with Obito. Despite being of the same clan, of the same age, and classmates, they have hardly spoken to one another. There is no melodrama here. Both parties simply lack interest in each other. Tetsuhan perceives Obito as somewhat naive, lacking in strength. and often tardy. He has never encountered such an inept Uchiha. Conversely, Obito finds Tetsuhan to be cold and unapproachable. The situation is intriguingly amusing, as onlookers struggle to suppress their laughter. Being from the same clan, the loss of either would be quite awkward. What is the value of this match? It seems apparent that the outcome would favor Uchiha Tetsuhan. Observers believe this battle holds no suspense. It is well known that Tetsuhan, apart from being bested once by Kakashi in their first year, has consistently ranked first in the following years. In contrast, Obito has never achieved passing grades in theory and performs merely adequately in practical scenarios. The notion that he could possibly triumph over Tetsuhan appears far-fetched. Indeed, Tetsuhan exemplifies the quintessential Uchiha ninja, excelling in both theory and practice. Aside from the exceptional Kakashi, no one in their class poses a challenge to him. The prospect of Obito, the bottom of the Uchiha clan, defeating such a formidable Uchiha seems rather unrealistic. Obito, be cautious, expresses Noera Rin with concern. She feels that Obito's luck is rather unfortunate. Given his abilities, he ought to rank higher in his class, but facing the formidable Tetsuhan, Rin can only hope that Obito does not overexert himself to avoid injury. While she mentally supports Obito's victory, the tangible disparity in their strengths is quite apparent. Almost everyone is skeptical of his chances, yet a victory under such circumstances would be exhilarating. Guy stands with his arms crossed, wearing a bright smile. Unlike others, he believes in Obito's potential to prevail. The commotion from Class 4 to 2 has even piqued the curiosity of students from surrounding fourth-grade classes, with many wandering over for a glimpse. The practical examination allows for relative freedom as long as participants remain within the training grounds. However, upon witnessing Obito and Tetsuhan, many spectators lose interest. After years of practical examinations together, everyone is aware of which class excels. The match between Uchiha Tetsuhan and Uchiha Obito seems like a mere one-sided affair. What excitement could it possibly hold? Only a few curious onlookers remain, eager to assess Tetsuhan's prowess. The two stand opposed, forming an opposing seal. A necessary protocol in the ninja school's combat procedures, indicating their intent to engage. Following the battle, they must also form a reconciliation seal, symbolizing their enduring camaraderie. Let the battle begin. As Mu Yue observed that both combatants were prepared, she announced the commencement of the battle. No sooner had her words left her lips than Uchiha Tiewa swiftly retrieved 3 shuriken from his ninja tool pouch and hurled them towards Obito, targeting his head, torso, and feet, followed by a rapid advance toward him. Unfazed, Obito likewise seized 3 shuriken and cast them with speed. The 6th shuriken clashed with a resounding metallic chime, cascading to the ground. The shuriken skills of the Uchiha clan were indeed remarkable. Even Obito, who possessed relatively ordinary talent, demonstrated commendable throwing prowess. Mukamura Shōnin remarked that intercepting shuriken with shuriken required exceptional accuracy. Given the confined space, Uchiha Tiewa soon closed the distance to Obito and unleashed a swift right hook. Obito met the challenge head-on, responding with a clenched fist, and the two engaged in a fierce struggle. The arena was enveloped in dust as they exchanged blows, creating a scene of intense combat. Is this Uchiha Obito truly so adept in taijutsu? Gasped an onlooker, astonished. The individual, often derisively labeled as the weakest link of the Uchiha clan, surprisingly held his own against Uchiha Tiewa. The spectators, particularly those from their class, were taken aback, their expressions reflecting disbelief. Was it not expected that Obito would be effortlessly dispatched by a single kick from Uchiha Tiewa? Obito has genuinely grown stronger, Yawahara Rin murmured, her mouth agape in incredulity. She had always believed that Obito was merely putting on a brave front, but now it seemed he had truly improved. However, Mukamura Shōnin shook his head, noting that Obito still fell short in certain aspects. As a Chūnin, he possessed a greater understanding than the students. Indeed, there was a deficiency in his taijutsu. Mu Yue nodded in agreement. After all, with merely a month of training, it was unrealistic to excel in all areas. During this time, Obito had primarily focused on fire-release ninjutsu, showing significant progress in nature transformation under Mu Yue's guidance. As Mukamura Shōnin had predicted, Obito gradually found himself on the defensive. I told you, how could Uchiha Obito possibly be a match for Uchiha Tiewa? A previously skeptical spectator sighed in relief. If Obito were to triumph, it would surely reflect poorly on their judgment. Nonetheless, they felt it would be prudent to reconsider referring to Obito as the weakest link of the Uchiha, for such performance hardly aligned with the moniker. Seizing an opportunity, Obito leveraged Tiehua's punch to create some distance between them, swiftly commencing hand seals. The extensive training he had undergone in fire release was not intended for mere hand-to-hand combat with Uchiha Tiehua. Fire release, great dragon fire technique. Obito completed the seals with remarkable speed, channeling chakra into his mouth, and unleashed a fiercely blazing fire dragon that surged toward Uchiha Tiehua. Tiehua, having engaged in close combat with Obito, found himself increasingly astonished. He had not anticipated that in just a short holiday, Obito had evolved so significantly, exhibiting far greater advancement than during their third-year training. As Uchiha Itachi formed hand seals to unleash his jutsu, Uchiha Te promptly began to do the same. Preparing to engage in a contest of ninjutsu against Itachi, he doubted that Itachi's taijutsu had improved so significantly without any corresponding advancements in ninjutsu. He was confident that he would not be outmatched in this exchange of techniques. Fire style, great fireball technique. Uchiha Te erupted with chakra, projecting a towering fireball towards Itachi. A fierce dragon of flames clashed with a formidable fireball, the two jutsu poised to collide. Many onlookers, particularly students, felt a twinge of envy. They had already mastered offensive ninjutsu, while some among them had yet to perfect even the basic three-body technique, let alone learn new ninjutsu. Is that what you call being at the bottom of the class? Other students gasped, initially there to assess Uchiha Te's prowess, only to discover that Itachi could execute such impressive fire techniques. Such skill could hardly be deemed inferior. It was more fitting to label him an excellent student. I still believe Uchiha Te holds the edge, someone commented, noting that Te's fireball appeared significantly larger than Itachi's dragon of flames. In a contest of ninjutsu, surely the more substantial fireball would prevail. Truly, the Uchiha clan is remarkable. I never anticipated that this Uchiha Itachi harbored such depth. Even if he falls short of Uchiha Te, his strength could very well secure him the top position in my class, if not for his poor theoretical scores. Kimura Shinjin reflected as he graded the two combatants. The students from prestigious ninja clans were indeed different. He had been pleased simply to master the three-body technique during his own student days. Regardless of the outcome, he would award Itachi a commendable score based on his performance and displayed ninjutsu. Just as the two techniques were about to collide, the fire dragon suddenly ascended, avoiding the fireball and instead lunging towards Uchiha Te. Meanwhile, Itachi swiftly maneuvered, dodging the fireball while controlling the dragon of flames. Uchiha Te was taken aback by Itachi's unexpected tactics, choosing not to continue the ninjutsu duel. However, he found himself powerless to redirect the fireball. As the dragon drew near, Te realized it was too late to evade and braced himself for impact. At that moment, the ever-prepared Mu Yue intervened, utilizing the body flicker technique to arrive beside Uchiha Te, whisking him away from the battlefield and gently placing him down outside the combat area. "Thank you, Sensei." Uchiha Te expressed his gratitude to Mu Yue, acknowledging that without his timely assistance, injury would have been inevitable. Mu Yue nodded in acknowledgement before announcing the outcome of the battle. In the first match, Uchiha Itachi emerges victorious. The observing students were momentarily stunned. The situation had shifted dramatically in an instant. They had anticipated a fiery clash, only for Itachi to conclude the battle with unexpected finesse. Had it not been for the teacher's intervention, Uchiha Te might have sustained injuries. This Uchiha Itachi should not be underestimated, one student remarked warily, casting a cautious glance at Itachi. The colossal fireball conjured by Uchiha Toka certainly appeared formidable, yet it was, under ordinary circumstances, rather challenging to land a hit. In contrast, Obito's great fire dragon technique, though limited in its range, exhibited remarkable agility, making it significantly easier to strike an opponent. "Well done, Obito," exclaimed Noera-rin, her face alight with joy as she congratulated him. Her delight was genuine. Obito had triumphed over Uchiha Toka in the practical examination, ensuring that, regardless of his theoretical shortcomings, the label of underachiever would no longer be affixed to him. Ultimately, a ninja's prowess was measured by their strength. As Obito approached, he overheard Rin's praise, which instantly brought a beaming smile to his face. "Heh, I told you it would be fine," he replied with a sense of pride. In that moment, he felt an immense gratitude towards Mujutsu. He understood that this transformation was a direct result of becoming Mujutsu's pupil, receiving daily guidance and training from him. Had he faced Uchiha Toka in his previous state, he would likely have been overwhelmed, struggling to find his footing in a bout of physical combat. Student Uchiha Obito's trust level has increased. Current trust level is 3. As Mujutsu was reviewing the examination roster, a notification from the system prompted his attention. He glanced at Obito, who was engrossed in conversation with Noara Rin, a broad smile adorning his face. Mujutsu mused that perhaps being infatuated had its advantages. The trust level was notoriously difficult to elevate. Even a single increment represented a substantial enhancement, doubling the benefits and amplifying the effects of teaching returns. The modest chakra returns from his previous disciples were merely a reflection of their current growth stage. However, once they entered a phase of rapid advancement, a mere increase of 10,000 chakra points for Shisui could translate into an additional 10,000 chakra points for Mujutsu. Mujutsu's expectation was to achieve one trust level 3 disciple within a semester, so Obito reaching that level in just a month was an unexpected boon. The subsequent battles lacked the intensity of the first, with no instances necessitating a teacher's intervention. Mujutsu sat comfortably in his chair, grading the students' performances while engaging in casual conversation with Kimura Chūnin. Had it not been for his supervisory duties, he would have been inclined to wander and scout for any overlooked prodigies. With 4 slots available for disciples and only 3 currently occupied, Mujutsu was reluctant to fill the remaining position with anyone below a potential S ranking. The higher the disciple cap, the greater the rewards he could reap in the future. The abundance of talent in Konoha and the vastness of the ninja world meant there was no rush to fill the positions. Acquiring an additional disciple in the short term would not yield immediate benefits. Mujutsu opened his panel to review his attributes. Name: Yuzuki Mitsuki. Age: 18. Chakra: 5,300. Skills: Water Release, Water Severing Wave, Fire Release, Great Dragon Fire Technique, Water Release, Water Barrier, Wind Release, Pressure Damage. Evaluation: You possess a plethora of ninjutsu, including numerous advanced techniques, enabling you to navigate a myriad of scenarios. Ordinary jonin are no match for you. In truth, his ascent in strength has been rather swift, having increased his chakra by 1,000 points within just a month, transforming his knowledge from merely 2 techniques to dozens, including the formidable water-severing wave. Judging by his stats, he could easily overpower his initial self upon arriving in this world. As the morning passed, the first 2 rounds of combat concluded swiftly. However, my Guy was unable to establish his reputation as effectively as Obito, as his opponents were relatively average. Though Guy dispatched them with remarkable efficiency, it did not reach the level of a transformative impression on the onlookers. Nevertheless, Mitsuki knew this was merely a matter of time, as the afternoon would bring the conclusion of the class's internal practical examination, where a class champion would be determined. At noon, in the office, the teachers engaged in discussions regarding their observations during the supervision. Hinata Hayashi from Class 4 was incredibly impressive, as expected of a ninja from the Hyuga clan. Hardly anyone could withstand his prowess for even a minute, remarked Chikawayu. It seemed likely that he would claim the top spot in this practical examination once again. You wished fervently that he were the homeroom teacher of Class 4 instead of Class 2, as that would grant him easy access to the rewards, allowing him to take prospective partners to fine dining establishments. However, such a scenario was impossible, as one could not simply exchange teachers due to exceptional performance. Not necessarily, interjected Kimura Shinran. I believe that Uchiha Obito from your class possesses considerable strength. He might contend for the title. You displayed a look of confusion and inquired, Shinran, did you misstate the name? Surely you mean Uchiha Tetsuhan. His strength is indeed commendable. I could not possibly misname him. It is indeed Uchiha Obito, asserted Kimura, emphasizing his youthfulness and clarity of mind. Uchiha Obito? That cannot be. What strength could he possibly possess? You questioned skeptically, casting a dubious glance at Kimura. Obito is famously known as the Uchiha underachiever. If he truly had strength, how could he bear such a moniker? Am I to deceive you? Uchiha Obito's first opponent was indeed the one you mentioned, Uchiha Tetsuhan, and he triumphed with great ease, Kimura continued, seeing that you remained unconvinced. Kimura directly cited Mitsuki. Teacher Mitsuki supervised alongside me. If you doubt my words, you may inquire with him. You turned to Mitsuki, who nodded affirmatively, stating, indeed. As Kimura has said, Uchiha Obito defeated Uchiha Tetsuhan in the first match. Ah, how peculiar indeed. You scratched his head, feeling quite incredulous. He had faith in Mitsuki's words. After all, he was the newly appointed teacher who had gained unanimous recognition from all faculty members within just a month, truly dependable. Yet, one question lingered in his mind. How had Obito managed to best Uchiha Tetsuhan? Uchiha was at a loss, racking his brains to understand how things had come to this. How could the underdog have outperformed the previous class champion? Surely, it couldn't be the result of a mysterious teacher imparting advanced techniques in secrecy. Witnessing Uchiha's performance, Mu Yue mused to himself that if this was the extent of his bewilderment over a mere display of prowess by Dato, he would surely be flabbergasted if Might Guy were to showcase his abilities. In this instance, Uchiha had indeed secured an effortless victory. Mu Yue estimated that his prize money was likely safe. Upon reflection, Mu Yue acknowledged that Uchiha's success was not entirely undeserved, as he had contributed his fair share. After all, Uchiha frequently sought his assistance in teaching, aiding him in garnering students and rewards, and he had also treated Mu Yue to meals on numerous occasions, demonstrating a certain level of understanding. The class led by teacher Yaharu is impressive, interjected Ueda AI, who had remained silent until now. She was overseeing the examination for Mu Yue's first-year class. The overall level of their three-body technique is nearly on par with what I teach in the second year, she remarked. Ueda AI continued, particularly impressed by a prodigy named Uchiha Shisui, who reminded her of the Kakashi Hitaki from a few years prior. He is undoubtedly the top performer in this year's practical examination. To be compared to Kakashi is quite an exaggeration, Uchiha exclaimed, astonished. While being the top of the class is one thing, standing shoulder to shoulder with Kakashi is truly daunting. After all, Kakashi has been recognized as a super genius in the Ninja Academy over the past few years, and his subsequent achievements have been remarkable. He was promoted to Chūnin just a year after graduation, which is extraordinary, placing him in a league of his own compared to the other first-year students. Ueda AI affirmed with a nod. How fortunate for you, teacher Yaharu. It seems accolades come easily your way, Uchiha said, his expression one of envy. He couldn't help but wish for such luck himself, content merely to retain his prize money. Luck has little to do with it. It's the exceptional quality of teacher Yaharu's instruction, Ueda AI corrected him. She did not believe that the strength of Mu Yue's first-year class stemmed from an abundance of talent, but rather from his outstanding teaching skills. After all, why would students from other classes express a desire for Mu Yue to teach them more frequently? It wasn't just a couple of classes. The feedback from all the classes he taught was overwhelmingly positive. My apologies, I certainly recognize the proficiency of teacher Yaharu. My students would be more than happy if I were busy every day, allowing him to take the classes, Uchiha confessed, a hint of frustration creeping into his tone. He occasionally invited Mu Yue to fill in for him, yet most of the time, he taught himself, but the students seemed to prefer Mu Yue's classes. Well, it's simply a testament to the students' hard work, Mu Yue humbly replied. After engaging in conversation with his colleagues for a while, Mu Yue soon began practicing calligraphy until the afternoon examinations commenced. Once again, they gathered at Training Ground 16, though the crowd was significantly smaller than in the morning. Since participation in the examination was not compulsory for those who had already lost, students were free to decide whether to attend. As time passed, battles unfolded one after another. And Noera Rin, who was not particularly adept at combat, faced elimination in the first round of the afternoon. Regardless of the adversary he faces, Might Guy has finally garnered the attention of everyone for his remarkable ability to resolve conflicts with remarkable efficiency. Is Might Guy truly this formidable in taijutsu? His speed is astonishing, defeating Daijia with a single kick, exclaimed a student in disbelief. What a transformation! I recall back in the 3rd grade, he was merely adequate. Far from this level of strength, pondered another student familiar with Might Guy. Perhaps he has devoted himself to rigorous training during the summer break and the new semester? Was the only speculation he could muster. As the final showdown approached, the announcement rang out. The last battle will be between number 1, Uchiha Obito, and number 40, Might Guy. Contestants, prepare for combat. Moonlight declared the final match of the class's practical examination. Upon hearing this, Might Guy and Obito exchanged a meaningful glance and swiftly made their way to the arena, ready for battle. Guy, I will not relinquish this first place to you, Obito remarked, casting a glance at Rin standing nearby. His competitive spirit ignited. Before Rin, he was determined not to be defeated. Likewise, if I aspire to be the strongest, I must seize every opportunity to claim first place. Might Guy replied, brimming with enthusiasm. It truly came down to the wire for them. Students who had previously mocked the two felt a twinge of embarrassment, astonished by the transformation from being the underdogs in 3rd grade to such formidable competitors in 4th grade. Prior to the examination, who would have dared to predict such an outcome? Most believed that Uchiha Tetsuhan would dominate the class as practical exam. They could hardly fathom the extent of dedication and effort these two had invested during the summer and the new semester. After exchanging some fierce words, Might Guy and Obito fell silent, each adopting their respective stances. Begin. At the moment Moonlight announced the start of the exam, Obito swiftly retreated while forming hand seals to execute his ninjutsu. Aware of Might Guy's prowess in taijutsu, he was determined not to engage in a direct confrontation. Shadow clone technique. With a poof, two identical clones of Obito appeared beside him. The three Obitos began to dash about, attempting to confound Might Guy. Konoha whirlwind. Yet, Might Guy's speed exceeded Obito's expectations as he swiftly closed the gap, delivering a rapid and powerful kick that obliterated the two clones and sent Obito's original form staggering backward by over a meter. What immense strength, Obito thought, feeling his arm tremble uncontrollably after bracing for the kick, a dull ache beginning to throb in his muscles. Unyielding, Might Guy pressed forward, forcing Obito into close-quarters combat. However, in a purely taijutsu confrontation, Obito proved no match for Might Guy and quickly found himself at a disadvantage. Who do you think will emerge victorious? The onlooking students began to speculate on the outcome of the match. Might Guy, it seems Obito will soon be defeated. One student analyzed the unfolding scene. Not necessarily, previously. When Obito faced Uchiha Tetsuhan, he was also at a disadvantage in taijutsu, but ultimately triumphed with his fire techniques, another student countered, suggesting that Obito merely needed to unleash his formidable fire jutsu. After all, Obito truly triumphed over the former esteemed Uchiha Iron Fire, showcasing an impressive record. Teacher Mu Yue, who do you think will emerge victorious? Kimura Sanrin suddenly inquired. Might Guy, Mu Yue pondered momentarily before responding. Indeed, although Uchiha Obito wields formidable fire techniques, this examination venue does not favor his strengths. Kimura Sanrin concurred. Mu Yue nodded. In truth, the two were nearly evenly matched in prowess. However, Obito currently resembled a mage with limited close combat abilities, unable to cast spells without incantations, making it challenging for him to outmaneuver the swift warrior, Might Guy. In such a flat arena, as anticipated, in the next moment, Obito fell prey to a lapse in defense, and with a swift leaf whirlwind, he was sent flying by Might Guy. Might Guy emerges victorious. Mu Yue announced the final results of the examination. A student, who had previously believed in Obito's victory, could not help but cradle his forehead, feeling that Obito had yet again failed to meet expectations. Just when one thought he would lose to Uchiha Iron Fire, he won. And when one presumed he would triumph over Might Guy, he lost. Might Guy, you are incredible. What is your secret to training? A classmate could not resist asking Might Guy for his tips on becoming stronger. What is my training regimen? Might Guy reflected on his daily routine before answering. I typically rise at 5:30 a.m. to run around the village before class, and in the evenings, I practice taijutsu against a wooden post until nightfall. On weekends, upon recalling his schedule, he continued. Farewell. The inquiring student, upon hearing about the 5:30 a.m. wake-up, was left in awe of Might Guy. However, upon learning of the evening training, he lost interest, thinking that certified ninjas surely would not endure such rigorous sessions daily. Obito, are you all right? Rin approached Obito with concern. Dusting off his attire, Obito replied nonchalantly, I'm perfectly fine. It was merely a narrow loss. I shall certainly win next time. In the presence of the girl he admired, he had to feign well-being. However, Rin was not easily deceived. She grasped Obito's arm, rolled up his sleeve, and upon seeing several bruises, glared at him, saying, Do you think pretending to be strong is helpful? Your injuries won't heal simply because you act tough. Hurry to the infirmary for treatment. With that, Rin pulled Obito towards the infirmary. Obito insisted he was fine, yet he offered no resistance and followed her. Though his words were rebellious, his body was undeniably honest. The practical examination concluded the following day after the class rankings were announced. Tomorrow's examination will feature the top 2 from each class competing to determine the top student of the grade. After the examination, Might Guy prepared to thank Mu Yue before heading home, eager to share the good news with his father, Might Guy. He could already envision his father's tearful exclamations of youth. However, Mu Yue did not allow Guy to depart immediately. Instead, she led into a secluded area under the pretense of having something to give him. With a smile, Mu Yue said, Guy, congratulations on securing first place. Having spoken, Mu Yue presented a small booklet to Might Guy. This is a martial arts training manual I recently compiled in my leisure, containing some thoughts on the further development of the Konoha whirlwind. Consider it a gift for your first place in class. Upon seeing the manual, Might Guy's attention was drawn to Mu Yue's hand holding it, though her hand appeared clean at first glance. The keen-eyed Might Guy discerned faint smudges of gray on her palm, reminiscent of ink stains stubbornly washed but not entirely removed. Perusing the contents within, Might Guy quickly grasped the truth. This was not merely a casual endeavor. It was evident that a considerable amount of effort and contemplation had been invested in crafting this for him, even had he not secured the first position. she would have found other reasons to present it. The ideas regarding the further development of the Konoha whirlwind seemed tailor-made for him. And Might Guy found it hard to believe that such time had not been devoted to it. Teacher Mu Yue, I shall not let your efforts go to waste. I will certainly become the strongest martial artist ninja. Overcome with emotion, Might Guy shed tears. Mu Yue gently took out a piece of paper to wipe away his tears. Patting him on the shoulder with a smile, it is wonderful that you feel this way. For a teacher, seeing their disciple grow stronger is the greatest reward. Her expression was imbued with sincerity as she spoke. Indeed, Might Guy nodded emphatically, his resolve to become stronger solidified further. As he watched Might Guy gradually depart, Mu Yue glanced at the system notifications, a smile gracing her features. You have gifted your disciple a martial arts training manual. Due to the immense gratitude expressed by your disciple, a critical reward has been granted. Mastery of Water Chakra Nature Transformation. Disciple Might Guy's trust level has increased. Current trust level is 3. Fortune favors me, Mu Yue mused, feeling a pleasant surge of new memories in her mind. Typically, the rewards returned from teaching are related to the disciple's strengths. For instance, Shisui and Obito often received fire release techniques, while Guy benefited more from martial arts. However, there are surprises and sometimes unrelated rewards emerge. Compared to a mere mastery of martial arts techniques, a mastery of chakra attributes is undoubtedly far superior. Mu Yue felt quite satisfied. If this continued, she might even develop her own bloodline limit. As for the increase in trust level, that was an unexpected delight. Mu Yue realized that for future gifts of quality, it would be wise to plan carefully to maximize emotional resonance, making it easier to elicit valuable rewards. For example, had she given Might Guy a standard gift during an ordinary occasion, the outcome would have likely been negligible, a mere skill level increase in ninjutsu or martial arts. However, presenting it at the moment of his triumph would evoke memories of her guidance, prompting him to ponder whether he could have attained that first place without her support. The stirring initial emotions. When he noticed the ink stains on her hand, he would understand the effort behind the gift, amplifying his feelings, culminating in a moment of inspiration. Tomorrow, after the examination concludes, the results are expected to be released in a couple of days. Mu Yue wonders whether the system will bestow any rewards for the exam. Logically speaking, given the student's commendable performance, the teachers ought to receive recognition. The examination on the third day will be considerably less daunting, as only 2 students are selected from each class, and there are merely 8 classes in the entire grade at the ninja school. Today, like the previous day, non-participants had the option to abstain from attending. However, a considerable number of students came to observe the examinations, eager to discover who would emerge as the top student in the 4th grade. Am I mistaken? Is that not Uchiha Obito standing among the candidates? Someone questioned in surprise. You must have missed the news about Class 2 yesterday, a bystander replied. Indeed, our luck was poor. We faced the strongest in our class during the first round and were eliminated. That makes sense. Uchiha Obito has become remarkably strong and has already defeated Uchiha Tetsuhan from their class. The gathered students engaged in lively discussions about the competitors from various classes, occasionally sparking debates over who possessed greater strength. Even those who had previously ridiculed Obito and Might Guy endeavored to defend them, as they were representatives of their own class. It seems that Shisui is the only one likely to claim the top spot this time. After observing the first round, Mu Yue felt that both Obito and Might Guy were in precarious positions. Hinata Hayashi's gentle fist had been honed remarkably well, and coupled with the advantage of the Byakugan, it would be exceedingly difficult for Might Guy to secure a victory, let alone Obito. But you could only conclude that the ninjas of the Hyuga clan held a significant early advantage. The Byakugan does not require the same arduous awakening process as the Sharingan, and their hereditary gentle fist is a commendable martial art. The time the two had spent training under him was still too short. Their strengths were not sufficiently developed, and their weaknesses remained numerous. As time passed, the final 2 rounds of combat commenced, featuring Obito against Hinata Hayashi and Might Guy against a ninja from Class 3 of the 4th year. As Mu Yue had anticipated, in the presence of Hinata Hayashi, Obito was unable to utilize even a single ninjutsu before being thoroughly overwhelmed by the gentle fist. In the final match, Might Guy performed significantly better than Obito, yet his techniques were completely deciphered by Hinata Hayashi's Byakugan, leading him to a similarly inevitable defeat. Following the loss, Obito felt somewhat disheartened. He had aspired to secure first place, but found himself unable to even reach the top 2. Mu Yue happened to pass by and offered a comforting remark. Do not dwell on your failures. Instead, reflect on how much you have improved since your last attempt. and strive for the next opportunity. Upon hearing this, Obito's spirits lifted considerably, as he recalled that during the last third-year final exams, his class had ranked 20th, whereas this time he had narrowly missed the top 2 spots. By this reckoning, his progress had been substantial, and first place was surely within reach. Subsequently, Mu Yue approached Guy, only to be surprised to find him appearing somewhat dejected as well. Initially, Mu Yue thought that with Guy's indomitable spirit, he would be indifferent to the outcome of a single match. However, upon further reflection, Mu Yue discerned the reason. Perhaps it was due to the training manual for martial arts he had provided yesterday, which made Guy feel burdened by Mu Yue's expectations. Failure is an inevitable aspect of life. Do not allow a single setback to defeat you, Mu Yue consoled. Guy's body trembled. When it comes to failure, he certainly has ample authority to speak. Initially, during the entrance examination, he nearly missed the chance to become a ninja. Following that, he challenged Kakashi and was effortlessly defeated in a single strike, culminating in consistently ranking last in every subject, earning him the derogatory title of the tail end. Although merely 8 years old, Guy has already endured an abundance of failures. It seems he has begun to grasp the sentiment expressed by his father, Dai, regarding the notion that youth never fades. I understand now, Teacher Mujutsu, Guy declared, his gaze growing resolute. His focus should not dwell on the disheartening contemplation of his losses, but rather on diligent training to secure victory in the next battle. Aspiring to become the strongest, Mujutsu nodded approvingly before proceeding to find Shisui. Upon locating him, Shisui was surrounded by a throng of students, inundated with their questions. Spotting Mujutsu, the students eagerly greeted him. Teacher Yaharu, I secured 2nd place in the grade. Is there any reward? Akane chimed in, grinning as she approached Mujutsu. With a smile, Mujutsu gently ruffled Akane's hair and pondered, how about I treat you to some dango? That sounds wonderful. You're the best, Teacher Yaharu. Upon hearing of the dango, Akane transformed into an enthusiastic supporter of Mujutsu. Shisui has even asked for a reward for being first in the grade, and you're already so impatient, Akane. Steel couldn't help but interject. He didn't genuinely believe Akane was too hasty. Rather, he felt a twinge of jealousy towards her. Concerned about his brother's performance, whether it be inadequate or exemplary, Akane currently found herself in the latter predicament. With a cheerful demeanor, Mujutsu dismissed the group of students and led Shisui toward the commercial district. How do you feel? Mujutsu inquired. Shisui pondered for a moment before responding candidly. It was quite ordinary. I didn't encounter anyone who required my full effort. That is quite normal. Given your strength, there is hardly anyone in the 4th grade who could match you, let alone the 1st grade, Mujutsu generously complimented. Then, Teacher Mujutsu, do you think I should graduate early? Shisui asked, gazing into Mujutsu's uniquely colored eyes, reminiscent of the sky's azure hue. Graduate early? Mujutsu echoed, recalling how some exceptionally gifted predecessors had swiftly graduated from the ninja school, claiming they learned little. Mujutsu shook his head, saying, I do not recommend you graduate in the 1st grade. You should at least wait until the 2nd or 3rd grade. While your prowess may be remarkable among your peers, outside of school, your opponents will not be limited to your age group, especially with the looming threat of war. If you find the curriculum of the ninja school lacking in substance, you could utilize the shadow clone technique to attend classes while your main body trains according to my guidance. Although in the original narrative, Shisui managed to survive the 3rd Great Ninja War and earned the moniker Shisui the Instantaneous, the presence of Mujutsu, with its butterfly effect, complicates matters. Mujutsu sincerely hopes that Shisui can endure and develop within the ninja school for a few more years. After all, if he cannot even defeat a Chūnin, what significance does graduation hold? Without at least Jonin-level strength, walking through the streets of Konoha would offer little in the way of security. Upon hearing Mu Yue's suggestion, Shishui's eyes brightened, and he nodded in agreement, finding Mu Yue's idea quite commendable. Subsequently, Mu Yue took Shisui to purchase a plethora of dumplings before returning to school. Before the afternoon classes commenced, every student in Class 1 received a dumpling. Mu Yue certainly did not intend to allow only Hong Do to indulge. Nonetheless, having made a promise, she generously offered an additional dumpling to Hong Do. Teacher Yuxing is the best in the world. Hong Do expressed immense satisfaction, remarking that if a few more dumplings were provided, perhaps Konoha would soon have an additional Yuxing sect. The other students also expressed their gratitude, further enhancing the already high regard they held for Mu Yue. The efficiency of the ninja school was remarkable. Merely 2 days after the examination, the results were meticulously compiled and announced, thereby confirming Mu Yue's speculation. Good morning, Chuan Yu. Steel Iron greeted the chance encounter with Shin Yu Chuanyu on their way to the ninja school. Good morning, Shin Yu Chuanyu replied. Steel Iron placed his arm around Shin Yu Chuanyu's neck playfully, then released him with a smile, asking, "Why do you seem so lacking in spirit?" Shin Yu Chuanyu sighed and responded, "Jitai, have you forgotten? Today is the day results are released." "Ah, indeed. Did you not perform well on the exam?" Chuanyu? Steel Iron recalled Mu Yue mentioning the results would be announced today. "Yes, I fear my score may be quite low," Shin Yu Chuanyu said, gazing sorrowfully at a 45-degree angle towards the sky. "Do not worry, I did not perform well either. I will likely fare similarly to you," Steel Iron comforted him, patting Shin Yu Chuanyu's shoulder. The two then made their way to the ninja school, fortuitously encountering Hong Do as they approached. "Chuanyu, Jitai, good morning." Hong Do greeted them cheerfully. "Good morning, Hong Do," they replied. "Why do you both appear so glum? Did you have a nightmare last night?" Hong Do inquired curiously. "No. It's just that today is the day results are released," Steel Iron sighed. "We both did not perform well, and I fear our scores will be disheartening." "Oh, is that so? I feel I did quite well. Perhaps my score will be commendable," Hong Do exclaimed, a triumphant smile spreading across her face. "Then I can request a reward from teacher Yusheng once again." Although she had yet to see her score, Hong Do felt it was time to celebrate. As Steel Iron and Shin Yu Chuanyu generally achieved commendable theoretical results, if she outperformed them, high marks were assured. "I truly envy you, Hong Do." Second in practicals and excelling in theory as well, Shin Yu Chuanyu expressed her admiration. Upon hearing Shin Yu Chuanyu's praise, Hong Do's confidence swelled, and she strutted with an air of superiority. Soon after, the trio encountered Shisui and other students from their class as they entered the school. "Shisui, how did you fare on the exam?" Hong Do asked with curiosity. "Fairly average," Shisui replied calmly. Hong Do could not help but feel more optimistic about her own score. If Shisui had done only passably, perhaps she would achieve first place. First place still seems unlikely, but surely a spot in the top 5 is attainable? The Red Bean had yet to succumb to irrational exuberance. Her usual exam performance hovered around mediocrity. Upon reaching the announcement board, she found it surrounded by a throng of students, their voices a cacophony of discussions about their scores. The scores for this class seemed exceptionally high, with many in the 70s and 80s. There was even a perfect score, purportedly from the first in practicals, truly terrifying. It was no wonder, as it was a class led by the esteemed teacher Mu Yue. "Excuse me, pardon me," the eager Red Bean exclaimed, her curiosity about her own score overshadowing any interest in others' conversations. With determination, she charged through the crowd, accompanied by Gongzi Tai and Shin Yu Ziyun, until they located the scores of Class 2. 80 points. Hooray! The Red Bean immediately spotted her name followed by the number 80, erupting into joyous celebration. However, she soon noticed an anomaly. The rankings appeared rather off. Ziyun, have you found your scores?" she inquired hastily. "Yes, I found mine, 92 points." Gongzi Tai replied with a nod. "While what?" the Red Bean questioned in disbelief, suspecting she had misheard. 92 points, Gongzi Tai reiterated. "By the leaves of Konoha." The Red Bean smacked Gongzi Tai's shoulder, her large brownish-gray eyes wide with incredulity. "You said you didn't do well, yet you scored 92? How is that not doing well?" "It was just luck. I thought I had performed poorly, but it turned out all right," Gongzi Tai chuckled, brushing it off. "And you, Ziyun? What did you score?" Gongzi Tai then asked. 97, Shin Yu Ziyun replied with a smile. "While what?" Gongzi Tai felt as though he had misheard again. That was nearly a perfect score. 97, Shin Yu Ziyun repeated, the clarity of her words stark. This time, Gongzi Tai clearly understood, and the smile on his face gradually faded, while Shin Yu Ziyun's beamed even brighter. "I woke up early to comfort you, and here you are, scoring so well, almost perfect." With that, Gongzi Tai playfully locked his arm around Shin Yu Ziyun's neck, leading her away. The Red Bean, recognizing this familiar scene, eagerly joined the fray, occasionally sneaking punches at Gongzi Tai. These two were insufferable, achieving such high scores while deceiving her feelings. After a month of diligent study, disciple Uchiha Shisui attained perfect scores in his academic evaluation, receiving a reward, Chakra 300. Proficiency Scroll for Ninjutsu. Ninjutsu Proficiency Scroll elevates any mastered ninjutsu to proficiency level. After a month of diligent study, disciple Uchiha Obito achieved good scores in his academic evaluation, receiving a reward, Chakra 150. After a month of diligent study, disciple Guy achieved good scores in his academic evaluation, receiving a reward, Chakra 150. As Mu Yue had anticipated, the exams indeed offered rewards, and they were far more generous than those for teaching. For he could hardly exhaust his voice over 3 days to yield 600 chakra, a mere B-grade evaluation granted only 20 chakra. This was still due to Obito and Guy's lackluster theoretical performance. Had they excelled in practicals, the rewards would have been even greater. Mu Yue suddenly felt an impulse to advocate for more examinations at the school, whereas the Ninja Academy typically held only 2 assessments per semester. If there were to be 10 tests in a single term, he would surely soar to great heights. This fleeting thought was quickly dismissed, as he recognized that such an endeavor might not yield any rewards. Even during the exams he orchestrated within his class, he had never received any accolades from the system. Furthermore, Mu Yue doubted that the school would entertain his proposal. 10 exams per semester would exhaust not only the students but also the teachers. Contemplating further, Mu Yue decided to utilize a scroll for enhancing his ninjutsu proficiency. With 3 semesters in a year and 2 examinations each, he could potentially acquire 6 proficiency scrolls annually. Since there would be opportunities to obtain more in the future, he resolved to bolster his strength now to avert unforeseen circumstances. He applied the proficiency scroll to the water-severing wave technique, and a plethora of memories and techniques related to its practice flooded his mind. Despite his mastery of numerous ninjutsu, he believed that the water-severing wave was the most powerful. In the office at noon, Mu Yue became the center of discussion. Yahara-sensei, how did you teach them? Their theoretical scores are astonishingly high, averaging several dozen points above other classes, inquired Kimura-shin. Indeed, Mu Yue-sensei, do you possess any special techniques? The 2 in my class barely passed this time, but who knows what will happen next, added Chikawayu. Might Guy and Obito had indeed left him astounded, as they not only excelled in practical combat, but also managed to pass the theoretical assessments. Just as Mu Yue was about to interject, another teacher entered the office and addressed him. Yahara-sensei, the principal requests your presence. Please proceed to the principal's office promptly. The principal? Aika Ueda gasped softly. The Ninja Academy did not boast many exceptional teachers. Most were average Chūnin. However, the principal of the Ninja Academy was another matter entirely. There had only been 2 principals to date, the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, and the current third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Although he held the position of principal, it was quite rare for teachers to see Sarutobi, as he typically only visited at the start of the school year to deliver a brief address, spending most of his time in the Hokage Tower attending to official duties. This rarity was the source of Ueda's astonishment. It was exceedingly unusual for Sarutobi to be in the principal's office, let alone summon a teacher personally. Very well, I shall go at once, Mu Yue nodded. Then turned to the other teachers with an apologetic expression. I apologize, everyone. I need to visit the principal's office, and I will return shortly to continue our discussions on the lessons. There's no need to apologize, Yahara-sensei. Please hurry. Do not keep Lord Third waiting, Chikawayu urged, an expression of uncontrollable envy spreading across his face, his eyes nearly turning lemon-like with jealousy. He had taught for several years without such privileges. He had never even set foot in the principal's office, let alone been summoned personally. However, reflecting on Mu Yue's teaching prowess and the caliber of his students, he soon quelled his envy. In the first grade, the average scores of other classes hovered around the 40s and 50s, while Mu Yue's class soared to over 70, leaving the others far behind. Their practical scores were generally higher as well, securing the top 2 spots in the grade, with Uchiha Shisui being hailed as a true prodigy. Chiguyu pondered deeply, questioning whether he could nurture such a remarkable class. The answer was a resounding no. After Mu Yue finished speaking, she turned and headed towards the principal's office. The principal's office was located on the highest floor of their educational building, the 5th level, while Mu Yue's small office was on the 2nd floor. Glancing at the plaque beside the door of the principal's office, Mu Yue knocked gently. Come in, responded a commanding voice belonging to a middle-aged man. Mu Yue opened the door and stepped into the office. She casually scanned her surroundings. The office was quite austere, with bookshelves and a desk positioned by the window, and a modest set of table and chairs near the door. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not appear as aged as depicted at the beginning of many anime narratives. His hair and beard remained dark, his face bore few wrinkles, and his gaze exuded an imposing authority, evoking a sense of respect without the need for anger, a likely influence of his role as a ninja school head, as he was not adorned with the Hokage hat. Yuhuan, please take a seat, Sarutobi Hiruzen said warmly, stepping over to the table and chairs by the door, gesturing for Mu Yue to sit. Third Hokage, Mu Yue replied with utmost respect, taking a seat without any pretense. In his previous life, the reputation of the third Hokage was far from stellar. For various reasons, many events were perceived as part of his schemes. He was unaware of the true character of the third Hokage before him, yet as a teacher at a ninja school, it was essential for him to master the facade. Offering a smile despite any inner turmoil. Yuhuan, you possess a remarkable talent for teaching, Sarutobi Hiruzen complimented with a smile. I have heard about your class's achievements. Your theoretical scores exceed those of other classes by 20 to 30 points, and you have secured both top spots in practical assessments. The proctoring instructors mentioned that the students' mastery of basic ninjutsu, such as transformation and shadow clone techniques, surpassed that of other classes. It is also due to the students' diligence. I merely strive to teach them to the best of my abilities. The rest relies on their hard work. Mu Yue reflected thoughtfully. He was humble yet not entirely self-effacing, acknowledging the students' efforts while subtly highlighting his own dedication. To teach to the best of one's abilities, well said, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, clearly pleased with Mu Yue's response. If the ninja school had more teachers like you, who wholeheartedly educate their students, we would not need to worry about nurturing future generations. Mu Yue chose not to respond to this statement, maintaining an attentive demeanor. To agree would imply that other teachers lacked competence. To disagree would suggest they were not earnest in their efforts. Given the impressive performance of your class this year, I will personally ensure that you receive the Outstanding Teacher Award for this semester, Sarutobi Hiruzen declared with a smile. Mu Yue feigned surprise, quickly expressing heartfelt gratitude towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, third Hokage, is this truly appropriate? After all, it has only been a month since this endeavor began. And I fear that news of this might tarnish your esteemed reputation, Mu Yue expressed with a worried countenance, concerned that this might impact the illustrious name of the third. An exceptional teacher is one who cultivates outstanding students. Should other instructors manage to nurture a class of similar caliber, I would grant them the same recognition. Sarutobi Hiruzen declared with authority. The third continued to paint an enticing picture, stating, if you, Teacher Yuhua, maintain this level of instructional excellence over the next year, I shall promote you to Special Jonin, simultaneously appointing you as the deputy head of the Ninja Academy's teaching staff. Thank you for your guidance, third Hokage. However, as an educator, my foremost duty is to instruct my students well. I hold this principle close to my heart, Mu Yue replied earnestly. He mused to himself that both Danzō and Sarutobi Hiruzen were indeed products of the same educational lineage, adeptly weaving their ambitions into promises of advancement to Special Jonin. Yet, regrettably, Mu Yue's genuine desire lay not in the title of Special Jonin, but rather in witnessing his students' progress, for such achievements would yield substantial rewards. Observing Mu Yue's sincere passion, the seasoned Sarutobi Hiruzen became increasingly appreciative of him. Teacher Yuhua, I would like to discuss some personal matters with you. Would you be amenable to this? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired unexpectedly. Mu Yue nodded, pondering the ulterior motives behind the third's request. I have a young son named Asuma Sarutobi, who has just graduated as a genin. He is rather inexperienced in various aspects, which has become quite a headache for me. I wish to employ you as his tutor. Sarutobi Hiruzen extended his invitation. Given Mu Yue's current teaching prowess, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt confident that he could effectively guide the newly graduated genin. This was also a test of Mu Yue's capabilities. Should he excel, it would merit Sarutobi Hiruzen's intervention with Danzō to secure further opportunities. Both the titles of Exceptional Teacher and Special Jonin served as means to bolster Mu Yue's favor, laying the groundwork for future endeavors. For Sarutobi Hiruzen, these matters were mere trifles. Thus he willingly made this strategic move. Third Hokage, I must contemplate this matter carefully, Mu Yue replied after a moment of reflection, refraining from an immediate acceptance. This response surprised Sarutobi Hiruzen, as he had not anticipated Mu Yue's refusal. Given that I have classes to conduct, I will undoubtedly lack time from Monday to Friday. Additionally, I must also strategize my teaching approach for the following week during weekends. I can only agree to this if I can ensure the quality of education for both parties. So I ask for your patience while I consider, Mu Yue explained. The third paused momentarily, then chuckled, praising Mu Yue once more as an exceptional teacher, and indicated that there were no further matters to discuss, allowing him to take his leave. Before departing, Mu Yue offered the third a respectful bow. Name: Sarutobi Hiruzen. Chakra: 170,000. Potential: S. Evaluation: exceptional talent in ninjutsu. Proficient in combination techniques. While singular nature techniques may not rival bloodline limits, how would you respond if I were to simultaneously unleash 5 advanced nature transformations? The pinnacle of the third Hokage. Upon witnessing the impressive figure of Chakra, Mu felt both astonished and envious as he exited the office. After all, this amounted to a staggering 17,000 chakra, surpassing the 13,000 more than what he had observed in Minato previously. However, comparing a fully matured middle-aged ninja to an 18-year-old still in his prime lacks substantial merit. As he pondered how to compose his report to Danzō, Mu found himself caught between surprise and contemplation. The pretext of needing time to deliberate was merely an excuse, despite his busy schedule. He could certainly spare a moment to mentor Asuma. Mu sensed that the third Hokage was attempting to cultivate his favor. Otherwise, he would not have mentioned the notion of an exceptional teacher, particularly a Chūnin. Yet, the sincerity of the third's offer felt lacking. Devoid of tangible benefits and merely a tantalizing prospect, had the third directly addressed his roots upon entering the office and proposed an alliance, Mu would have readily forsaken Danzō in favor of following the third. But the third's hesitance was palpable, revealing his indecision, a typical display of reluctance. Were he to agree outright, he would find himself in a precarious position with Danzō. Thus, deferring his response seemed the wiser course, leaving the matter to Danzō's discretion. As for the question of whether the third was unaware of his identity, Mu mused that while such ignorance was not entirely implausible, it was unlikely. The roots were, after all, a clandestine entity. If the third were oblivious to a root ninja's admission into the ninja academy, then his roles as Hokage and principal would be rendered futile. Upon returning to the office, his colleagues were rife with curiosity. "Teacher Yuhuan, what did Lord Third summon you for? Was it a commendation?" Aya Ueda inquired. "Perhaps." Mu replied, considering the excellent results of the recent examination, especially as a new instructor. Teacher Yuhuan was truly remarkable, Yui Kitani remarked with admiration. Acknowledging Muyu's teaching accomplishments. "How I long for the day when I receive recognition from Lord Third." Kamakura Shin felt the stark disparity between himself and others. He recalled Mu Yu's initial awkwardness upon his arrival, astonished at how swiftly he had surpassed him in teaching achievements. "All one needs is to teach students to the best of their ability," Mu stated as he practiced calligraphy. "Teacher Mu, could you possibly cover my class this afternoon? I have a prior engagement," Yui Kitani said, pouring Mu a glass of water. "Of course, I am available this afternoon." Mu nodded in agreement. "Now I understand why all the students adore you, Teacher Yuhuan." Yui Kitani expressed his gratitude. "By the way, Shin, could you lend me some money? I promise to repay you when I receive my salary," Yui Kitani then requested Kamakura. Initially intending to ask Mu but feeling embarrassed after having asked him to cover classes so often. "How much do you need?" Kimura Shinjin inquired. As he and Chitagawa Yuya had known each other for quite some time, borrowing a bit of money was hardly an issue. 80,000 ryo will suffice. Chitagawa Yuya contemplated before responding. 80,000 ryo? What do you intend to borrow that for? Kimura Shinjin's hand, poised to retrieve the money, hesitated. The salary of their ninja school's instructors was merely 100,000 ryo per month, meaning Chitagawa Yuya was asking to borrow a substantial portion. While it was not impossible to lend, it warranted clarification. Mu cast a sidelong glance. According to the Hokage's setting, 1 ryo equated to 10 yen. Thus, Chitagawa Yuya was effectively requesting 800,000 yen. For formidable ninjas, this may seem trivial, yet for a Chūnin instructor, it was a considerable sum. A date. Of course, I can't very well invite someone for ramen, can I? Chitagawa Yuya elucidated. You aren't planning to spend your entire salary on dates, are you? Kimura Shinjin regarded him with a look of utter disbelief. What do you mean by entirely? Is not spending on a date a personal expense? I do eat, you know. Chitagawa Yuya attempted to justify. Oh, spare me. If it were just you alone, would you choose to dine in those upscale restaurants? Yutani Aya interjected. Having cautioned Chitagawa Yuya long before, yet to no avail. She doesn't truly care for you. You're merely a meal ticket. Yutani Aya endeavored to enlighten him. Impossible. Just the other day, she called me Chitagawa Nii. Chitagawa Yuya retorted, his face revealing infatuation. 8,000 ryo once. I can call you bankrupt, believe it or not. Yutani Aya replied flatly. Calling someone Nii 1T cost you anything, she added. You. Never mind. I will lend it to you. But remember to save some for your meals, Kimura Shinjin sighed, ultimately acquiescing to lend Chitagawa Yuya the money. Upon hearing that Kimura Shinjin was willing to lend him the funds, Chitagawa Yuya disregarded Yutani Aya's sardonic remarks, hastily expressing gratitude before departing the office. Mu mused that if the Hokage had a short video platform, chronicling Chitagawa Yuya's daily office antics might garner some attention, thus alleviating financial woes. After this internal monologue, Mu quickly immersed herself in practicing calligraphy, only pausing to make her way to the classroom as class time approached. As soon as Mu Yue entered the classroom, the students burst into excitement. Wonderful! It's Teacher Mu Yue for the ninjutsu class. Ever since the last class with Teacher Mu Yue, my transformation technique has improved significantly. I hope she focuses on the shadow clone technique this time. A glance around confirmed Mu Yue's relief. Obito was absent once more. 5 minutes into the lesson, Obito dashed into the classroom, panting. Stunned to find Mu Yue at the podium, he pondered why he seemed to always arrive late just as she was substituting. Fearing it diminished his image in her eyes. Teacher Mu Yue, Obito attempted to explain. Take a seat. Mu Yue gestured for him to sit. Then commenced teaching the shadow clone technique at the student's behest. Darn that teacher Chitagawa. Why didn't he inform Teacher Mu Yue sooner about his absence? Obito fumed, clenching his fist. During the break, Mu Yue called Obito and Guy outside to inquire about their exam results. We passed. Together, Obito and Guy proudly proclaimed. Mu Yue inquired further and discovered that their scores were indeed precariously close to failing. With an average of 60, they had barely scraped together a 30. Curiously, this time their performance was better than before, as 25 had typically sufficed for passing. Obito scratched his head, acknowledging the extremity of their situation. It might be attributed to Mu Yue's recent teaching, suggested Guy. Even for someone like him, who found it challenging to grasp concepts. The disparity between Mu Yue and the other instructors was evident. Does that mean the next threshold will be even higher? Obito exclaimed, taken aback. Any increase would spell disaster for him. Passing is the minimal expectation I have for you. Should you fail to meet it, you will have to comply with my arrangements. Mu Yue stated with a benevolent smile. If passing becomes unattainable, the rewards will likely diminish further. Obito and Guy, recalling the terror associated with failing, shivered and hastily assured Mu Yue that they would indeed pass next time. Upon returning home, Mu Yue drafted and submitted the report. It wasn't long before a response arrived from the higher-ups. Before Mu Yue lay 3 scrolls, which he opened one by one. The first scroll contained a sum of money, totaling 200,000 ryo. He carefully set the money aside. After all, in any realm, wealth is always welcome. Ninjas are known for their extravagant expenditures, whether on various tools or the essential medicines required for training. Next, he opened the second scroll, which contained a C-rank ninjutsu, fire release, fireball technique. Although this was a jutsu he had yet to acquire, Mu Yue had already mastered numerous fire techniques, both wide-ranging and versatile. So he saw no need to waste time practicing this one. Finally, he opened the last scroll, which contained Danzō's response to the report. Danzō commenced by commending Mu Yue on his successful completion of the task, noting his rapid ascent to becoming an exceptional teacher and receiving accolades from the third Hokage. This pleased him, and he offered rewards while expressing his desire for Mu Yue to skipping over Danzō's manipulative remarks. Mu Yue focused on the requirements. He was to become a tutor for Asuma Sarutobi, earning his trust and becoming a person he respects. This was Danzō's reply to Mu Yue's report. Mu Yue tucked away the ninjutsu scroll and incinerated the other 2. Although he had no intention of practicing them, it felt wasteful to destroy something he had received from Danzō. That old man is quite persistent regarding the Hokage position, Mu Yue mused. It was evident that Danzō harbored intentions regarding the third's youngest son. However, Mu Yue remained indifferent. At worst, he could devote a few hours on weekends, which would not significantly impact him. He pondered whether to sell the property in the main city. The original owner had not always resided in the sparsely populated southern forest. In fact, he owned a house in the heart of Konoha, a legacy from his parents. Yet, to maintain anonymity, he had opted for a residence in the southern forest. Although he seldom stayed there, the original owner had made it a point to return annually to tidy up the main city house. Mu Yue contemplated that since he was not living there anymore, he might as well sell the house. He recalled that the location was quite favorable, and it could fetch a substantial sum, which he could then use to purchase rare elixirs for his cultivation. Although he had the assistance of a system, every little enhancement he could achieve was worthwhile. With this thought in mind, Mu Yue rose and headed towards the main district of Konoha, intending to inspect the property and tidy it up for sale. Following the memories of the original owner, Mu Yue found the house. Just as he prepared to unlock the door, a golden-haired figure emerged from the neighboring residence. "Hello, are you the new resident?" inquired Minato Namikaze, curiosity evident in his greeting. He had purchased this house several months ago, and it was the first time he had seen anyone enter the adjacent home, leading him to believe that new neighbors had moved in. As Mu Yue turned around, Minato noticed the golden hair and blue eyes, instantly recalling their previous encounter at the library. It was that he had an extraordinary memory for faces, but the striking resemblance, both possessing golden hair and blue eyes, coupled with Mu Yue's gentle smile, left Minato with a vivid impression, reminiscent of meeting a different version of himself. No, this is actually my home. However, due to certain circumstances, I moved out and rarely returned, Mu Yue replied with a warm smile. He felt that selling the house was unnecessary. It was quite nice to keep it. Previously, he had been troubled by how to get closer to Minato and glean knowledge about sealing techniques, and now, as neighbors, it seemed fortuitous, especially since Minato was technically the later resident. Minato, I've come to see you, suddenly chimed a vibrant female voice. Hey, Minato. You never mentioned you had a brother who looks quite like you. Kushina Izumaki remarked playfully, eyeing Mu Yue, who shared the same golden hair and blue-eyed gaze, adorned with a gentle smile. While their facial features were not entirely alike, the dazzling golden locks and that particular smile gave Kushina a strong sense of kinship. My apologies. This is my girlfriend. As you can see, she can be a bit too lively. I hope you understand, Minato said apologetically to Mu Yue. This is my neighbor. Minato intended to introduce Mu Yue by name, but realized he did not yet know it. I am Yusheng Mu Yue. Mu Yue introduced himself. Hello, I am Uzumaki Kushina. Your name is quite pleasant, Kushina said, peeking around Minato as she introduced herself. Greetings, I am Namikaze Minato. Minato replied with a bright smile as he gently nudged Kushina aside. Thank you. Your fiery red hair is quite beautiful as well. Mu Yue complimented as he opened the door. Kushina's eyes lit up instantly, and she gave a thumbs up, exclaiming nice. You have a good eye? She felt that Mu Yue had a way with words. As Mu Yue opened the door, a cloud of dust wafted out from the crevice. He glanced inside. It was particularly dirty, just that it had accumulated dust from a long period of vacancy. I apologize, but I fear I cannot entertain you right now. I must tidy up first, Mu Yue turned to say. Then we shall not disturb you, Minato replied, leading Kushina back to their home. As the moonlight bathed the surroundings, Mu Yue observed the departing figure of Kushina, offering an appraisal. Name, Kushina, Chakra, 150,000. Potential, SS, evaluation, proficient in sealing techniques. Possessing an extraordinary amount of special chakra that is unattainable for an average person. The sheer volume of chakra was enough to evoke envy in Mu Yue. While the question mark in the chakra assessment was something he had never encountered before, he speculated that Kushina had indeed become the host of the Nine Tails, and thus the tailed beast within her remained unassessed, resulting in the question mark. The potential of Kushina was indeed daunting. The double S potential he observed was the highest he had encountered thus far. However, considering the original narrative, Mu Yue surmised that at least one S was derived from the Nine Tails within her. Without the beast, her potential would likely diminish to a single S. Otherwise, with such double S potential, there would be no need for the Nine Tails. Kushina could effortlessly dominate, whereas the third Hokage and Minato possessed only a single S. Mu Yue utilized the multiple shadow clone technique to create 10 shadow clones, instructing them to commence tidying the abode. He couldn't help but marvel at Tobarama's genius for developing such a convenient ninjutsu. After the cleaning was completed, Mu Yue procured some daily necessities to stock the house. He refrained from hastily visiting Minato's residence to cultivate their friendship, opting instead to allow their camaraderie to develop naturally over time. Opening the window, he relished the evening breeze while enriching his training regimen for his disciples. Guy and Obito, who did not secure the top rank, required targeted reinforcement training. For Shisui, Mu Yue planned to enhance his chakra control skills, thereby bolstering his current combat capabilities and laying a foundation for future genjutsu learning. The following day, after completing his morning classes, Mu Yue made his way to the Hokage building. Sarutobi Hiruzen, being the third Hokage, could not possibly await his response in the school office daily. Hence, he had instructed Mu Yue to seek him out at the Hokage building should he consider taking on tutoring responsibilities. Upon reaching the designated floor of the Hokage's office, Mu Yue was briefly halted, but he had anticipated this and promptly stated that the third had sent him, thereby gaining entry. Knocking on the wooden door of the Hokage's office, he proclaimed, Lord Third, I have made my decision. Identifying himself and his purpose, he awaited a response. Ah, it's you. Yuhashino. Please, come in, came the voice from within. Upon entering, Mu Yue was taken aback to find not only the third Hokage present but also Minato. Minato, too, was surprised to see his new neighbor from the previous day in the Hokage's office. This is Yuhashino, our esteemed teacher from the Ninja Academy, renowned for his exceptional teaching capabilities. Even I am compelled to invite him to tutor Asuma. The third Hokage introduced with a smile as he set down his pipe. Observing the expressions of the two, he inquired, "Minato, do you two know each other?" Minato nodded, explaining, "We are neighbors. His home is right next to mine." "What a delightful coincidence. Minato, you should engage more with each other. You both excel in your respective fields as ninjas," Sarutobi praised. "Oh, it is merely my endeavor," Mu humbly replied. Minato, after a moment of humility, took his leave. He had a favorable impression of Mu Yue. Yet the Hokage's office was hardly an appropriate venue for casual conversation. Mu Yue shared this sentiment. The setting was unsuitable. Thus he refrained from engaging in extensive dialogue with Minato. "Lord Third, after careful consideration, I believe I can allocate a few hours on the weekend to Minarisuma." Mu articulated his response. "Excellent. With you guiding him, I need not worry about Asuma's development," Sarutobi Hiruzen replied with a smile, his words reflecting profound trust in Mu Yue. "I will strive to meet your expectations, Lord Third, and dedicate myself fully to teaching Asuma." Mu Yue expressed gratitude, affirming his commitment to the tutoring role. Following this, they engaged in the customary discussion regarding remuneration. The third was relatively generous, proposing a fee of 2,000 ryo per hour, totaling 8 hours over the weekend, to be settled weekly. Mu Yue scheduled their sessions to commence at 1 o'clock and conclude at 5. Being Friday, Mu Yue had no classes in the afternoon, so he proceeded directly to the small riverbank where he typically trained. There, Shisui was practicing fire release with Mu Yue's shadow clone. Ever since he effortlessly secured first place in the grade during the recent examination, Shisui had heeded Mu Yue's advice to attend school with a shadow clone, dedicating his school hours to training with Mu Yue. Upon Mu Yue's arrival, he dismissed the shadow clone, and Shisui, noticing his teacher's presence, paused his training and greeted him. "Teacher Mu Yue." Mu nodded, offering Shisui a towel with a smile. "Take a moment to rest and wipe off your sweat." Shisui gratefully accepted the towel, drying his forehead and neck, and then settled beside Mu Yue under the grand tree. Mu Yue assessed Shisui's progress. Name: Uchiha Shisui, Chakra, 580, Potential, SS-. Compared to a month ago, Shisui's chakra had significantly improved, owing to both the increased intensity of his training and his physical development, which would likely accelerate in the future. However, Mu Yue found the assessment panel rather rudimentary, offering only chakra and potential metrics. After a brief respite, Mu Yue spoke. "Shisui, starting today, we will modify the training plan to include body flicker technique and enhance chakra control." Given Shisui's reputation for remarkable agility during the Third Great Ninja War, Mu Yue deemed it prudent to introduce him to body flicker technique. Understood, Shisui nodded, voicing no objections. After a month of learning, he held great confidence in Mu Yue's teaching abilities. The body flicker technique is not merely a singular ninjutsu, but encompasses a category of techniques that achieve instantaneous movement. Techniques that yield such effects can be classified as body flicker. At a higher level, space-time ninjutsu like Flying Thunder God also qualifies as body flicker, as does the lightning release chakra mode, which enhances physical speed. However, Mu Yue himself did not possess knowledge of Flying Thunder God or lightning release chakra mode. The body flicker technique he mastered was the most fundamental form. The technique involves channeling chakra into the legs, resulting in an explosive surge that enhances physical abilities for rapid movement. However, excessive use may lead to muscle fatigue and injury. Although it is merely a basic D-rank body technique, it proves invaluable in combat, whether for ambush or retreat. The gift of Shisui has not disappointed Mu Yue. Despite not having awakened the Sharingan, his formidable talent allowed him to master the body flicker technique after Mu Yue's demonstration and explanation. After school at the Ninja Academy, Guy and Obito soon arrived at the training ground. "Hold on, you two. I have devised a special 2-month training plan for you," Mu Yue called out to the eager duo. Upon hearing Mu Yue's gentle voice, Obito assumed he was about to learn something new and looked at him with anticipation, asking, "Mu Yue-sensei, are you going to teach us a new powerful ninjutsu? You haven't even grasped the Great Fireball technique or the Great Dragon Fire technique. What would be the point of teaching you new ninjutsu?" Mu Yue shook his head. "What does this special training entail?" Obito inquired, somewhat disappointed to learn there would be no new ninjutsu. "It is designed to help you surpass Hyuga Hayashi in the next final exam," Mu Yue replied with a smile. "Obito, your taijutsu is far too mediocre. Not only would you struggle against Hyuga Hayashi, but even with Guy in his current state, he could prevent you from using any ninjutsu. Thus, you must enhance your physical training." Obito contemplated Mu Yue's words, realizing he had no counter-arguments, as he had indeed lost to both Hyuga Hayashi and Guy in battle. While ninja combat sometimes appears akin to mages exchanging fire, Those who rely solely on ninjutsu, without honing their physical skills, are often the first to fall on the battlefield. Generally, strong ninjas possess at least some proficiency in taijutsu. As for Guy, your task is to bolster your strengths. You must become swifter, so fast that even if Hyuga Hayashi's Byakugan perceives your movements, he will be unable to evade in time. The Byakugan's observational prowess is impressive, yet Might Guy does not need to outpace its observation. He merely needs to surpass Hyuga Hayashi's reaction time. From now on, for every hour of training, you will engage in half an hour of practical combat, relying solely on taijutsu, without the use of ninjutsu. Wait, no ninjutsu? Obito was taken aback, given his current inability to win. This directive felt like an invitation to endure punishment. If you wish to avoid being defeated by Hyuga Hayashi again, refrain from using ninjutsu, Mu Yue responded. Reflecting on the bravado he had displayed in front of Rin, Obito could only nod in reluctant acceptance, tears in his eyes as he envisioned the arduous training ahead. Thus, a new round of training commenced. Mu Yue pondered whether this special training would trigger a reward for his disciple's growth and strength. He had yet to experience such a reward and wondered how significant the improvement needed to be. On a Saturday morning, Obito, Shisui, and the others began their training as per Mu Yue's instructions. Obito first practiced the fundamental taijutsu techniques under Mu Yue's guidance. After an hour, Mu Yue allowed Obito to rest, handing him a water bottle and wiping away his sweat. As Obito felt an unsettling sensation wash over him, he acknowledged that while Mu Yue was indeed an excellent teacher, it was unusual for her to be so considerate. Offering water was one thing. Providing a towel to wipe sweat was another. Obito, I believe there is still a vast potential within you yet to be unleashed, Mu Yue remarked cheerfully as she capped the unfinished bottle of water and placed it on the ground. No. I feel that my potential has already been thoroughly awakened by you, teacher, Obito replied. Beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead after just having wiped away the heat-induced perspiration. You underestimate yourself far too much, Mu Yue shook her head in response. How about this? During your battle with Guy, if you get hit just once, you shall complete an additional problem during the break. This should undoubtedly unleash your potential fully. Even if it doesn't, completing more problems will surely enhance your theoretical scores. Teacher, that's not quite right. If I happen to be struck 100 times, I won't mind the problems. I'm more concerned about your well-being, Obito said with a look of genuine concern for Mu Yue. In his moment of desperation, his eloquence had evidently improved. For Obito, tackling endless problems was far less appealing than engaging in an exhilarating bout with Might Guy. It felt like a torment. I'm delighted to see you're concerned for my health, Mu Yue replied, her face radiating warmth. Just as Obito thought he might escape this ordeal, Mu Yue's tone shifted unexpectedly. I anticipated such a good child as you, which is why I have prepared a plethora of problems in advance. You need not worry about a lack of material to work on, she said, smiling as she produced a hefty stack of examination papers, assuring him that there would be no shortage of tasks. Is this enough? If not, I can ask my shadow clone to generate some more, Mu Yue inquired playfully. It's more than enough. Obito frantically shook his head and waved his hands, glancing at the towering stack that seemed almost insurmountable. Despite the bright sun and Mu Yue's warm smile, Obito felt an eerie chill creeping from his feet to the top of his head. With a realization that evading the assignments was futile, Obito resolved to mitigate the burden by attempting to do fewer problems. He quickly exchanged glances with Might Guy, signaling him to hold back a little. Guy, seeing Obito's gesture, flashed a radiant smile and gave him a thumbs up. Obito, should you fail to evade a hit, you will need to tackle 50 problems. If you get hit once, you may reduce the count by one problem, allowing for a maximum reduction of 40, Mu Yue continued. Guy's expression suddenly shifted, his demeanor growing serious as he gave Obito another thumbs up. We must give it our all, he exclaimed, igniting Obito's spirit. Reluctant as Obito was to confront the problems, he felt cornered. During the ensuing battle, Might Guy unleashed a flurry of powerful strikes, pursuing Obito with an astonishing speed of 120%. Despite his aversion to tackling problems, Obito too experienced a surge of potential, his agility markedly improving after being struck several times. Mu Yue observed the significant progress made by both, nodding in satisfaction, recognizing that there indeed remained a wealth of potential yet to be tapped. As the two individuals exhausted themselves, the battle reached its conclusion. Obito had endured over 30 strikes, necessitating the completion of 30 tasks, while Might Guy required only a dozen. Mu Yue perceived the outcome to be quite promising. With such training, perhaps within 2 months, Hinata Hayashi would no longer pose a challenge for them. Regrettably, Rin no era lacked innate talent. Had he taken her as a disciple, it would have been simpler to motivate Obito. Mu Yue contemplated this. To maintain a low profile, he was reluctant to train individuals who were not his disciples. In truth, there was an even better candidate, Kakashi. While Rin could only motivate Obito, Kakashi's presence would invigorate both Obito and Might Guy. Kakashi possessed ample talent, however. It was improbable that he would become Mu Yue's student, as he had already attained the rank of Chūnin 2 years prior. Mu Yue accompanied them in their training until noon, sharing lunch with the trio. Ultimately, he left 2 shadow clones behind and proceeded to the residence of the 3rd Hokage. Ready to commence his tutoring duties. Perhaps due to being at work, Mu Yue did not encounter Hiruzen Sarutobi, but instead met a middle-aged woman with a single ponytail. Who was Hiruzen's wife? Bawako Sarutobi. Lady Bawako, Mu Yue greeted. You must be the teacher, Yushing, that Hiruzen spoke of. Bawako recalled the description given by the 3rd Hokage and inquired. Mu Yue nodded in affirmation. Asuma is waiting for you in the backyard, Bawako directed him and added. Asuma can be a bit rebellious. I kindly ask you to exercise patience with him. Should he prove unmanageable, please inform me. I will. But I possess certain unique techniques for handling rebellious students, Mu Yue replied with a smile, then followed the direction indicated by Bawako. Upon reaching the backyard, Mu Yue indeed found a child of approximately 9 years, lazily reclining against a tree with a blade of grass in his mouth, exuding an air of indifference. Mu Yue assessed the boy. Name, Asuma Sarutobi, Chakra, 1100, potential, A. Noticing Mu Yue's arrival, Asuma spat out the grass without rising and asked. You're the one who was supposed to teach me? Yushing Mu Yue? Before Mu Yue could respond, Asuma quickly continued, listen. If you can't help me surpass my old man, the 3rd Hokage, then you might as well leave. It's pointless. Asuma believed he should assert his dominance over this tutor to gain the upper hand, just as he contemplated how Mu Yue would react. Mu Yue shook his head and replied, that is, of course, impossible. Then you can leave. Asuma waved dismissively and lay back down, convinced that Mu Yue wouldn't actually depart. Very well, I shall take my leave and inform Lady Bawako that you do not require a tutor. Mu Yue turned to exit. Seeing Mu Yue genuinely appear to walk away, Asuma was left perplexed, questioning, what is this? Why isn't he following the script? Shouldn't it be more prudent to advise him against his recklessness rather than leaving so abruptly? Wait a moment. Asuma executed a swift maneuver, rising to his feet to halt Mu Yue. The teacher had barely begun his lesson before being driven away in frustration. Surely, he would face a stern reprimand from his mother later. You are asking me to both leave and stay. This puts me in quite a predicament. Asuma remarked with a half-smile, gazing at Mu Yue. Could we not negotiate? Let us each concede a little. I shall lower my expectations, and during class. You must heed my guidance, Asuma proposed. He was not entirely averse to learning, merely exhibiting a touch of rebellion, unwilling to comply with his father's directives. No. The issue of high expectations lies not with you, but with my own inadequacy to fulfill them. Thus, I shall take my leave. Upon hearing Asuma's suggestion, Mu Yue turned to depart. Very well, you need not heed my words, but do not leave just yet. Asuma, witnessing Mu Yue nearly exiting the courtyard, hastily called out to him once more, feeling somewhat defeated by Mu Yue's demeanor. Shall we commence our lesson? Mu Yue inquired cheerfully. To deal with a rebellious student like Asuma, one must embrace an even greater defiance, employing magic to counter magic. Very well, let us proceed. What do you intend to teach? Asuma found himself momentarily at a loss. In his mind, he had envisioned himself persuading Mu Yue to withdraw, negotiating terms, and thereby retaining control. Although he felt indifferent and even somewhat resentful of his identity, he could not deny the considerable advantages bestowed upon him by being the son of the Hokage. Mu Yue surveyed their surroundings before suggesting, let us train outdoors. This location is rather unsuitable. With a gentle mention of the nearby Peepa Lake, Mu Yue led Asuma outside to a training ground nestled within a grove by a flowing river. First, let us assess your chakra control. Try climbing that tree. Mu Yue instructed, pointing to a stately tree nearby. Climb a tree? That's a simple task. Allow me to demonstrate, Asuma replied, his eyes glinting with mischief as a clever idea sparked in his mind. Approaching the sturdy trunk, he refrained from utilizing chakra, instead scaling the tree with agility akin to that of a nimble monkey. Asuma, beaming with pride, called down, look how swiftly I can climb. He was well aware of the true meaning behind Mu Yue's request, but chose to feign ignorance deliberately. Observing from a crystal ball, Sarutobi Hiruzen fell silent, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. While he had once been nicknamed Monkey, he had never engaged in such antics. What was transpiring here? Quite the rapid ascent. And his physical strength is commendable, Mu Yue noted, not responding to Asuma's expectations of frustration, but instead offering a smile of praise. Then, Mu Yue selected a slender tree, trimmed its branches, and coated the trunk with oil, turning to Asuma with a smile, declaring, "Consider that a warm-up. Let us begin the formal tree-climbing exercise." Asuma gazed at the slender tree, stark and bare like a mere stick, its surface glistening with oil. He couldn't help but grimace. No matter how adept he was at climbing, it was impossible to scale such a tree with bare hands. Yet, acknowledging one's limitations is also a manifestation of courage. Mu Yue remarked thoughtfully, "Who can't climb? Don't underestimate me." Asuma, a fresh 9-year-old graduate, felt a surge of defiance. He infused his feet with chakra and steadily ascended to the treetop, demonstrating commendable control. Mu Yue nodded, unfazed by his achievement. Then, Mu Yue led Asuma to the riverbank. "Since climbing the tree posed no challenge, let us see if you can walk on water," he suggested, continuing to assess Asuma's chakra control. After all, for ordinary individuals, chakra was a limited resource, and enhancing its utility was an effective means of strengthening one's abilities. If you can remain stable on the water's surface for 10 minutes without falling in, you may train in whatever you desire afterwards. Mu Yue presented an enticing incentive. "This is your promise. Do not renege," Asuma replied with a bright expression, already plotting how to deal with this vexatious teacher. Unaware that Mu Yue had inadvertently exposed a weakness. Isn't it just treading water? While it may be challenging for other newly graduated genin, it's a matter of course for me. With confidence, Asuma gathered chakra beneath his feet and stepped onto the river's surface, strolling leisurely across the 20-meter-wide expanse. That irritating old man has an overwhelming desire for control. Even after graduation, he insists on being my tutor, Asuma muttered. He looked forward to returning home to share with the third Hokage the news of his newfound freedom and training. Suddenly, Asuma sensed something amiss. Looking down, he noticed the once calm river now roiling with turbulence. "Water release, water dragon bullet technique," he exclaimed, realizing that Mu Yue had unleashed a water jutsu from the shore, conjuring a dragon of water that twisted and turned within the river, stirring the waters into a frenzy. "What are you doing?" Asuma shouted as a wave nearly sent him tumbling into the depths. "I'm simulating a combat scenario for you. During battle, the river will not remain tranquil." Mu Yue replied with a grin. "Besides, I could use some practice with water release. This setting, with its river and trees, is ideal for honing such skills. Of course, if you find it too difficult, I can cease." After all, recognizing one's shortcomings is also a sign of wisdom, he added, employing his previous tactic once more. Asuma swallowed the words he had intended to voice. He was determined to prove himself capable, independent of a tutor or the third Hokage's arrangements. Admitting defeat was not an option. Thus, Asuma concentrated intently, controlling his chakra to prevent a fall into the water. However, mastering chakra control was not an instantaneous endeavor, and the unexpected waves tested his agility. Asuma struggled to maintain his balance for 5 arduous minutes before inadvertently falling into the water, only to be swiftly rescued by Mu Yue. "It appears your chakra control skills require further refinement. You are not yet ready for unrestrained training," Mu Yue remarked with a hint of regret. "Had it not been for your water technique interfering, I would not have fallen in," Asuma retorted, a touch of defiance in his tone. "Do you expect your adversaries to refrain from employing ninjutsu against you during battle?" Mu Yue replied, her demeanor calm. "No. I must attempt it again." Asuma, increasingly frustrated, resolved to prove himself. It soon became evident that urgency does not guarantee success in solving mathematical problems. Yet it can indeed ignite fervor in combat. This time, Asuma managed to endure for 7 minutes, just 3 minutes shy of achieving the 10-minute milestone. After a brief respite, he eagerly called out to Mu Yue for another attempt, and on his third try, he persevered for 7.5 minutes. Ultimately, as the sun began to set, Asuma triumphantly succeeded in maintaining his stance for a full 10 minutes. "I did it," Asuma exclaimed exuberantly, only to mismanage his chakra and plunge into the water, swallowing a mouthful of river water. As Mu Yue pulled him out, Asuma's face remained alight with excitement. "From now on, I will train as I please," he declared, wiping the water from his face in delight. "Who told you that?" Mu Yue inquired, her expression one of bemused curiosity. Asuma's smile faltered as he questioned. "Did you not say that achieving 10 minutes allows for free training?" "Indeed," Mu Yue nodded, continuing, "but I specified this time, referring to your initial attempt, which you did not succeed in." Upon reflection, Asuma realized she was correct. Why had he exerted himself so diligently? The combined toll of physical fatigue and emotional disillusionment nearly caused him to faint from frustration with the rebellious instructor. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had been observing from a distance, stroked his beard, acknowledging Mu Yue's formidable teaching prowess. Throughout the afternoon's training, Asuma had notably improved his agility and chakra control. I shall retaliate tomorrow, Asuma vowed silently, feeling as though he had been the target of a prolonged ordeal that day. After fulfilling her tutoring duties, Mu Yue opted not to return to the southern forest, but rather to her residence in the main city. After preparing a simple dinner of stir-fried vegetables, she ventured out for a stroll, knowing well that friendships do not blossom in solitude. While walking, she eventually encountered Minato and Kushina in a nearby park, where the two were seated on a bench, enjoying the evening breeze and engaged in light conversation. "Yuhuin," Minato greeted upon spotting Mu Yue. "Are you here for a walk as well?" Mu Yue nodded and settled onto the adjacent bench. "I just finished dinner and thought a walk would aid in digestion." "Yuhuin, I hear you were a teacher at the Ninja Academy?" Kushina inquired, her curiosity piqued. In her circle of friends, none had ever held such a position. "Yes, I just started this year," Mu Yue replied with a smile. "Having just begun, you must be leading an impressive class," Kushina remarked. Surprised, Minato spoke up, while Kushina looked at him with a hint of confusion. Just yesterday in the office, the third Hokage had remarked on the exceptional teaching skills of Hayabusa, expressing his desire to hire Mitsuki as a tutor for his family. Minato explained that receiving such high praise from the third Hokage, especially as a newcomer this year, indicated remarkable teaching achievements. Wow, did the old man really say that? Kushina was equally astonished. Although she held a rather indifferent view of Sarutobi Hiruzen, she acknowledged his discerning eye. "Not at all. It's mainly due to the student's hard work," Mitsuki humbly replied, adding, "However, it is Minato Namikaze who is truly impressive, having attained the rank of Jonin at such a young age and becoming a vital asset to the village." "Indeed, our Minato is the strongest," Kushina exclaimed with fervent agreement. "But I'm a Jonin too." She laughed heartily. Mitsuki displayed a look of surprise before complimenting. "Then the Uzumaki Jonin is quite formidable as well." "Hayabusa, you certainly know how to flatter." Kushina found herself increasingly fond of Mitsuki, and if it weren't for her dear friend Uchiha Makoto already being married, she would have been eager to introduce Mitsuki to her. Just look at him, such a fine man, as handsome as Minato and possessing great abilities, worthy of the third's praise. After a brief chat, Mitsuki took his leave, mindful that lingering too long would be inappropriate for the young couple enjoying their walk together. The following day, Mitsuki continued training Obito and Might Guy until noon, then headed to Sarutobi Hiruzen's home to teach Asuma, taking him to the riverside where they had been the day before. "I'm too tired today. I don't want to train," Asuma declared, reclining against a tree in a posture that suggested he was ready to sleep. He had silently resolved that no matter how Mitsuki tried to motivate him, he would remain unmoved. "Want to sleep?" Mitsuki asked, gazing at Asuma with a gentle, soothing smile, far more comforting than his father's. Yet, Asuma felt an unsettling premonition. "Yes, I didn't sleep well last night. Is that not allowed?" Asuma retorted defiantly. To his surprise, Mitsuki nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, today the sun is pleasantly warm, and the breeze is gentle. It is indeed a perfect day for a nap." Mitsuki then stretched lazily, leaning against the tree in a relaxed manner, stating, "Being a tutor is quite nice. One can lie down and sleep, waking up to earn 100,000 ryo." After saying this, Mitsuki closed his eyes, resting his head against the tree, appearing ready to doze off. "Wait, what did you say about 100,000 ryo?" Asuma exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief as he turned to Mitsuki. "Why are you making such a fuss? Are you going to sleep or not?" Mitsuki replied without opening his eyes, feigning sleepiness. "Don't sleep yet. Quickly tell me about this 100,000 ryo." Asuma insisted, shaking Mitsuki's shoulder. "What else could it be?" "It's of course the payment for your lessons." Mitsuki opened his eyes, beginning to speak earnestly yet absurdly. "Do you think I'm working for free? Even if it's the Hokage hiring a tutor, there must be compensation. My fees are rather steep, 25,000 ryo per hour. If I teach for 4 hours in a day, that amounts to 100,000 ryo." Upon hearing that Mu Yue could earn 25,000 ryo just by spending an hour with him, Asuma was taken aback. To put things into perspective, during his school days, his monthly allowance was a mere 50,000 ryo, and that was on the generous side. In contrast, Mu Yue could earn his entire monthly allowance with just 2 hours of tutoring. "You can inquire at the Ninja Academy about the name Yushin Mu Yue to ascertain whether my rates are justified," Mu Yue stated calmly. "But I've never heard of your name." Asuma felt as though he was being deceived. "That's because I joined after your graduation," Mu Yue replied, closing his eyes once more, as if preparing to sleep. Watching Mu Yue drift off again, Asuma felt a pang of despair. This was a tutor costing 25,000 ryo per hour. Don't sleep. Let's start training. Asuma exclaimed hurriedly, fearing that Mu might fall asleep for good. Weren't you saying yesterday that you hadn't slept well and felt tired? Are you no longer fatigued? Mu opened his eyes and smiled at Asuma. Seeing Mu's expression, Asuma realized he had been tricked. The fellow was not genuinely asleep. Yet, he felt powerless. For allowing Mu to sleep would mean not only would he be unable to rest himself, but he would also be restless at night. I've rested enough. Let us begin our training, Asuma said. His face darkened. He resolved to return home and complain to his mother, questioning the wisdom of hiring such an expensive tutor when there were plenty of Nin instructors available. Very well, today we shall continue with chakra control training. Our goal is to remain afloat on water for 15 minutes, Mu Yue announced with a smile as he rose. The training mirrored that of the previous day, with Asuma striving to stay afloat on the water's surface while Mu Yue utilized water techniques to create disturbances. Today, Asuma was as motivated as he had been yesterday. Though the impetus had shifted, yesterday's drive was to prove himself against his father, whereas today it stemmed from the exorbitant fee Mu Yue had quoted. During dinner that evening, Asuma directly complained to his mother, Pai Pa Hu, about Sarutobi Hiruzen wasting money on a tutor charging 25,000 ryo per hour. Pai Pa Hu was equally astonished by the exorbitant rate for hours for 100,000 ryo. It was worth noting that some B-rank missions offered only 100,000 ryo as compensation, making this fee equivalent to a single B-rank task completed solo in 4 hours. Are you referring to Yushin? That can't be right. His tutoring fee is 2,000 ryo per hour. Sarutobi Hiruzen paused, then chuckled. 2,000 ryo? Asuma looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with skepticism. Of course, it's 2,000 ryo. Where did you hear that it was 25,000? Sarutobi Hiruzen asserted confidently. Gazing at his father's face, Asuma understood he had been deceived by Mu Yue. Ah, that wretched Yushin Mu Yue. Asuma silently fumed, transforming his indignation into appetite as he devoured his meal, vowing to himself that he would not fall for Mu Yue's tricks again next week. Monday arrived at the Ninja Academy in the classroom of the first-year class. At this moment, class had yet to commence, and only half of the students occupied the classroom. Ziddy, when will you introduce me to that lovely girl you mentioned before? Shinwei Chuan could not restrain himself from inquiring of Gang Ziddy. Gang Ziddy tightened his grip around Shinwei Chuyun's neck and retorted fiercely. How dare you ask me to introduce you to a girl after feigning poor performance in the last exam, only to achieve an astonishing score? Playing tricks on your brother is quite amusing, isn't it? Shinwei Chūnin protested vehemently, asserting that it was merely an accident and a stroke of good fortune. In truth, he had only outperformed Gang Ziddy by a mere 5 points. Finally, Gang Ziddy relented, albeit expressing that introducing a girl would be rather challenging. His insufferable cousin had recently divulged some embarrassing secrets to Mi Yue, leaving him too mortified to face anyone. What a treacherous scoundrel! Shinwei Chuyun exclaimed in indignation. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? Hongdo interjected. And why should I need to meet girls? Am I not a girl myself? She queried, perplexed. Both Shinwei Chuyun and Gang Ziddy fell silent, exchanging glances for a moment before Shinwei Chuyun finally spoke. Hongdo, it's quite difficult to explain, but you know we're brothers, right? Girls? At that moment, Shinwei Chuyun genuinely forgot that Hongdo was a girl. However, what kind of girl would stand on a table and address the entire class? Hongdo's demeanor was more masculine than theirs, making it impossible for Shinwei Chuyun to perceive her as a girl. Just then, Mu Yue entered the room. Teacher Yuhong, do you think I resemble a girl? Hongdo boldly asked. Mu Yue smiled and nodded, saying, of course, you are indeed a very adorable girl. Setting aside her actions and words, little Hongdo was still quite charming. Upon hearing Mu Yue's response, Hongdo beamed with delight and made a face at Gang Ziddy and Shinwei Chuyun. Shinwei Chuyun and Gang Ziddy exchanged glances, thinking, what kind of girl would directly pose such a question and then make a face afterward? Soon, the morning's theory class on ninjutsu came to a close. Lecture completed. Evaluation. A. Reward obtained. Enchantment. Tree binding kill. Instantly, Mu Yue acquired knowledge of this B-rank illusion technique along with its application methods. Another illusion technique. Thus there were now 2 illusions to impart to Shizuki, Mu Yue mused inwardly. Besides the recently acquired enchantment, tree binding kill, he had previously obtained the Narakumizu technique through teaching. The tree binding kill creates an illusion in which the opponent perceives themselves ensnared by trees, rendering them immobile yet aware, typically used for interrogation and information gathering. The Narakumizu technique allows the target to witness their deepest fears. Although there were no classes scheduled for the afternoon, The teacher from Class 6 of the 4th year requested him to substitute. In Class 6, Mu Yue discovered two ninjas who would later appear in the story. Name, Shiranui Jinkan, potential, A-, name, Ebisu, potential, B-. This session focused on ninjutsu, and due to the unique circumstances of the time. The 4th grade was already a graduating class, so Mu Yue primarily taught the body double technique, as this was typically the subject of the graduation examination. It turns out what they said was indeed true. Teacher Yuhuin is exceptionally skilled at imparting knowledge. The clones that were dispatched did not seem to be the issue here. Unfortunately, the instructor for today's ninjutsu class fell ill. Otherwise, we would have missed the opportunity to attend Yuhuin's lesson. Is it possible to transfer to Yuhuin's class? If I could be taught by such an instructor every day, I would surely master these 3 fundamental ninjutsu techniques without concern. However, it seems unlikely, as Yuhuin appears to only teach a 1st grade class, having undergone systematic training to become an educator and possessing a wealth of ninja knowledge. Mu Yue's teaching quality is evidently superior when compared to the average Chūnin instructor. The students of Class 6, Year 4, have finally grasped why those who have been taught by Mu Yue hold him in such high esteem. His prowess is indeed remarkable. The plethora of compliments from the students did not lead Mu Yue to develop an inflated sense of self-worth. He understands that there are various factors at play, one of which is the somewhat distorted educational environment of the ninja school. What kind of ninja would choose to become a teacher at a ninja academy? Mu Yue is uncertain about the future or the past, but it is clear that currently, only those ninjas who are aware that their abilities have reached a plateau tend to become instructors. Although the salary for teachers allows for a comfortable life in Konoha, it falls short of adequately supporting the relentless pursuit of strength. This results in a general mediocrity among the instructors, many of whom lack ambition. If they were truly driven, they would be diligently completing missions and training rather than opting for a position at the ninja school. Such teachers, barring those with a strong sense of responsibility, are unlikely to engage earnestly in their teaching, often merely going through the motions. Mu Yue has reason to believe that the upper echelons of Konoha are aware of the situation at the Ninja Academy, perhaps even considering it when the institution was established, which is why there exist lead instructors. After graduation, students undergo further education in smaller classes. However, this matter does not significantly concern Mu Yue, as he is merely a junior instructor, focused solely on ensuring the quality of his own teaching. Lesson completed. Rating. A. Reward. Fire release. Great Fireball Technique. Mu Yue discovered that he had a certain affinity for the Great Fireball Technique, having received it for the 3rd time. As memories of training surged within his mind, he felt that his mastery of the Great Fireball was now at a proficient level according to the system. After school, Mu Yue gathered daily with his disciples at the training ground. Teacher Mu Yue, this is a once-in-a-lifetime request. I implore you to grant it. Before training had even commenced, Obito rushed to Mu Yue, clasping his hands together and bowing in earnest. You haven't even stated your request. How can I possibly agree? Mu Yue replied, uncertain of Obito's intentions. I wish for you to teach me a formidable fire release technique, so I can secure 1st place in the upcoming youth ninjutsu tournament. Obito articulated his request. In truth, he had participated in this competition before, believing that mastering the Great Fireball would ensure an easy victory. To his dismay, however, he encountered Kakashi, a prodigious talent, and ultimately lost the coveted 1st place. Recently, Obito became aware of the ongoing promotion for a competition and decided to invite Kakashi to participate together to determine the victor. However, Obito felt uncertain. Although the Great Fire technique was practical, it lacked sufficient visual impact, and his version of the Great Fireball, humorously referred to as the Little Fireball, was even more inadequate. Nevertheless, he held faith in Mu Yue's capabilities. Disciple Uchiha Obito's training task, achieve 1st place in the youth ninjutsu tournament, reward, dependent on task completion and growth and strength during the task. 3 pop-up notifications appeared on Mu Yue's system panel. Mu Yue, taken aback by the sudden influx of information, fell into contemplation. He had not anticipated that the disciple system possessed such a feature for training tasks. Why hadn't it appeared when he previously devised training plans? Was it solely triggered by the disciple? Even if it were only triggered by the disciple, he should have been able to initiate some tasks beforehand, such as Obito's desire to secure 1st place in actual combat. Mu Yue speculated that such training tasks might have numerous restrictive conditions for activation, possibly linked to trust levels and the like. As this was the first time a task was triggered, he could not ascertain all the conditions. The only confirmed requirement was that the disciple must possess a sufficient desire for the task's objective. Observing Obito's eager and expectant gaze, Mu Yue was certain of this. Mu Yue-sensei, please agree to this once. After securing first place, I will certainly double my efforts to complete the tasks you assign. And I will follow your training plans from now on, Obito implored. He could not forget the crushing defeat he had suffered against Kakashi in front of Rin on the day of the competition. Very well. Mu Yue replied with a resigned nod. Mu Yue-sensei, you truly are the best teacher in the world, Obito exclaimed, exhilarated by Mu Yue's consent. Let us save the flattery for after you win first place, Mu Yue said, playfully tapping Obito on the head with his fingers. Hiki, I'm just speaking the truth. Obito chuckled. After several years of schooling, he was well aware of what constituted a good teacher. Mu Yue was kind, his lessons engaging and easy to comprehend. And he treated his students well. Such qualities defined a good teacher. What ninjutsu are you preparing to teach me, Mu Yue-sensei? Obito inquired with curiosity. The fire release, great fireball technique, Mu Yue responded. But I already know the great fireball. I used it in the last competition and only scored 20 points, Obito lamented, scratching his head in frustration. During the previous competition, he had used the great fireball to temporarily claim first place with 20 points. Only for Kakashi to come forth and perform earth release, ground movement, manipulating the entire arena and achieving a perfect score of 30 points. Did you not wish for a technique with great presence? Among the fire release techniques available for you to learn, the great fireball is indeed the most impactful. Mu Yue explained, then moved to the riverbank to swiftly perform hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. Mu Yue gathered a substantial amount of chakra, transforming it into flames at the moment of expulsion, continuously unleashing a torrent of blazing fire. A colossal inferno, composed of immense flames, formed a gigantic fireball towering 10 meters high. In the presence of such a magnificent spectacle, even the towering figure of Mu Yue, standing at 1 meter 80, appeared diminutive, let alone individuals like Obito and Shisui. The sight was nothing short of astonishing. This display was even more formidable than previous encounters. One could not help but ponder the extent of Mu Yue's prowess. Shisui recalled his first visit to Mu Yue's residence, where he had inadvertently witnessed the practice of ninjutsu, specifically the great fireball technique, which had left him in awe. However, this instance surpassed the last in sheer intensity. In that moment, Shisui felt that Mu Yue's strength was unfathomable, and it was possible that he had not even exerted his full capabilities. Is this truly the great fireball? Obito marveled at the gigantic fireball that dwarfed his own home. In comparison to Shisui's version of the technique, his appeared merely as a diminutive flame, akin to a flickering spark. It was difficult for Obito to fathom that Mu Yue had just executed the same ninjutsu he had used. How remarkable! If faced with such a technique, one must become swifter and more powerful, Guy remarked as he gazed up at the colossal fireball. As the immense fireball plummeted into the river, it evaporated copious amounts of water, resulting in a thick mist that enveloped the surroundings, only to disperse rapidly following Mu Yue's use of wind release. Exhaling lightly, Mu Yue turned to Obito with a smile and inquired, "What do you think? Is the might of the great fireball sufficient?" "Indeed, it is more than adequate. It appears overwhelmingly powerful," Obito nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grain. If only he could wield a great fireball of even a quarter of Mu Yue's magnitude, he believed he could secure victory in the competition. Mu Yue mused to himself how impressive it was. That single strike had been both flamboyant and taxing, consuming 1,000 points of chakra. In regular combat, utilizing such a grand scale of the great fireball was impractical, as it proved challenging to hit a target of comparable rank. Mu Yue recalled that in a previous life, some individuals, out of sheer boredom, had conducted a study and astonishingly discovered that in over 700 episodes, no one had ever struck a humanoid entity with the great fireball technique, regardless of the user. With such an exaggerated record, it was no wonder that it was dubbed the technique that cannot hit a person. "Why don't you give it a try?" Mu Yue suggested to Obito. "All right," Obito agreed. Stepping to the riverbank, he quickly formed the necessary hand seals and forcefully exhaled a stream of flames. However, the awkwardness of the moment was palpable, as Obito's great fireball was merely the size of 2 heads, an utterly stark contrast to the monumental inferno Mu Yue had just conjured. "Don't worry, it's just..." "Kai, please spare me," Obito interrupted his incantation, indicating he did not require Mu Yue's peculiar consolation. "Do you know why your great fireball differs so greatly from mine?" Mu Yue queried. "Is it because I lack proficiency?" Obito replied, uncertain. "There are 3 aspects to consider. Firstly, your chakra control is woefully inadequate, preventing you from effectively utilizing the little chakra you possess. Secondly, your mastery of nature transformation is insufficient, hindering your ability to convert a significant amount of chakra into flames. Lastly, it is simply that you have yet to master the Great Fireball technique, Mu Yue concluded. Soon after, Mu Yue produced a small booklet and handed it to Obito, saying, "This contains some of my insights on the nature transformation of fire attribute chakra. By diligently studying, memorizing, and practicing from this manual, you will be able to address the issues of nature transformation." Compared to Shisui, Obito's foundation was significantly lacking. During the first month, Mu Yue primarily focused on helping Obito rebuild his fundamentals while also teaching him the Great Dragonfire technique, which is why he had not yet given Obito the manual on nature transformation. Had it not been for the sudden emergence of a training task, Mu Yue intended to present it to him next semester. After all, overwhelming Obito with too much information at once would be futile. You have gifted your disciple the manual on fire attribute chakra nature transformation. Due to the disciple's immense gratitude, a critical reward is granted. Fire release first effort, mastery. Mu Yue was pleasantly surprised that Obito was quite capable, as he had instantly unlocked a mastery-level fire release technique. The first effort was not an ordinary fire technique. It was a B-rank fire ninjutsu utilized by Kakuzu's fire attribute mask, possessing remarkable power. It could also be combined with the wind release pressure damage technique he had previously drawn, allowing for the instantaneous creation of a fiery inferno capable of incinerating a forest. A wealth of training memories flooded Mu Yue's mind, and in that fleeting moment, he experienced an illusion as if he had been a nameless ninja, diligently honing the first effort for 30 years, mastering a single technique to the point of perfection. "I will definitely read it every day," Obito exclaimed, cradling the manual as if it were a treasured possession. "Additionally, you must first train your chakra control," Mu Yue added with a smile. Once Obito completed the fundamental tree climbing and water walking exercises, he could put the enhanced water walking training regimen he developed with Asuma to good use. Although Obito was unaware of Mu Yue's thoughts, the painful memories of the weekend made him suspect that it was likely a grueling yet effective training plan. Nevertheless, he steeled himself to face it, as it was a request he had made himself. Mu Yue first instructed Obito to attempt climbing a tree. The eastern forest of Konoha was abundant in trees, with many towering over 10 meters high. Mu Yue casually pointed to a 20-meter-tall tree for Obito to practice concentrating chakra at the soles of his feet to ascend. Obito nodded, took a deep breath, and focused his chakra at his feet to propel himself upward. He managed to reach about 10 meters before mismanaging his chakra on the next step, leaving a footprint in the tree and tumbling down. Mu Yue leaped up to catch Obito, mentally nodding in approval. Although he had not reached Asuma's level, it was nonetheless satisfactory, as he did not fall immediately after a few steps. This kind of training required little explanation. It was merely a matter of persistent practice without any particular techniques involved. After demonstrating a few times, Mu Yue left a shadow clone to observe Obito's practice while he sought out Guy, who was currently engaged in physical training. Among Mu Yue's 3 disciples, Guy's training regimen could be described as the most monotonous, while Obito could switch to various ninjutsu to alleviate the tedium of taijutsu training. Guy's routine consisted solely of practicing the leaf hurricane and enhancing his physical prowess. The cultivation of physical prowess is not an endeavor that can be accomplished in a single day. It is an aspect beyond even the capabilities of Mu Yue's teaching skills. His pedagogical abilities may enable Guy to learn martial arts more swiftly and refine them in a shorter span of time. Yet they cannot hasten the effects of his physical training. The benefit derived from performing a single push-up remains that of a single push-up. When Mu Yue approached Guy, he was engaged in doing push-ups while bearing a stone of similar size on his back. "Guy, how is your leaf whirlwind progressing?" Mu Yue inquired, wishing to probe the conditions for triggering the training task. Guy, with a trust level akin to Obito's, was the ideal candidate for this exploration. Upon hearing Mu Yue's question, Guy paused his movements, maintaining his position as he responded, "It's a bit faster than during the exam, but still not fast enough." After his reply, Guy set the stone aside and sprang up, delivering a swift leaf whirlwind kick toward a nearby wooden post. Mu Yue nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, there had been some improvement compared to before, with his kicks becoming sharper and more decisive. This progress was likely a result of his battle against Hinata's Hayashi. However, physical training does not yield immediate results. Advancements in one's physique typically unfold over the course of months. What do you think is necessary for enhancing one's strength? Mu Yue posed a question that left Guy puzzled. "Certainly, it is through training," he asserted, voicing his thoughts. He found Mu Yue's query somewhat peculiar, as one must persistently train to grow stronger. Mu Yue shook his head and further inquired. While training is indeed a means to progress and a crucial component in enhancing strength, are there no other methods? Guy scratched his head and then recalled his improved leaf whirlwind and the practical combat assessments in the Ninja Academy. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. Combat. Indeed. Combat plays a vital role in strengthening one's abilities, allowing one to better translate training into actual prowess. A smile graced Mu Yue's face. The combat I referred to is not the kind you had with Obito. That was not a true battle. To progress, one must challenge formidable opponents and engage in honorable combat with those they wish to confront. As he listened to Mu Yue, an image of a certain individual began to form in Guy's mind. This individual, with white hair and a mask, was renowned in Konoha as a super genius. There was no other name. It was Kakashi Hitaki, the lifelong rival that Guy had long regarded as such. After his studies with Mu Yue and subsequent strength improvement, Guy harbored thoughts of challenging Kakashi, yet he had restrained himself, desiring to master the leaf whirlwind completely before confronting Kakashi. However, Guy now reconsidered. Would mastering the leaf whirlwind alone guarantee victory over Kakashi? Perhaps not. Would he fear the prospect of failure? No, he would not. So why not engage Kakashi in battle and thus enhance his strength further? Teacher Mu Yue, I understand now, Guy said earnestly, observing the expression on Guy's face. Mu Yue surmised that her guidance had indeed taken effect. Given Guy's initiative, it was likely he would seek out Kakashi before the night concluded. However, Mu Yue felt a twinge of disappointment as no training task titled defeating Kakashi had manifested. What further conditions remained to be met? Mu Yue pondered in confusion. According to the original Naruto narrative, at this juncture, Guy harbored a profound desire to triumph over Kakashi. The title of super genius, coupled with their rivalry, provided Guy with ample motivation to vanquish Kakashi. Reflecting on the details that had led Obito to trigger a training task, Mu Yue identified a crucial distinction. Obito had approached with a tone of earnest supplication, articulating a necessity for Mu Yue's assistance, emphasizing that only through her instruction in formidable fire release techniques could he achieve his goal. Did the attainment of results necessitate an essential requirement from one's mentor? Mu Yue speculated. If so, it would elucidate why Guy had failed to activate a training task moments ago. At most, he had merely ignited a fervor to challenge Kakashi, likely without contemplating the absence of Mu Yue's support. Having formed a tentative hypothesis, Mu Yue refrained from further probing. She intended to act only after witnessing Guy's failure against Kakashi. At that juncture, she would offer the warmth of a teacher to the defeated disciple. After concluding her instructional duties, Mu Yue returned to her residence in the main city. Following dinner, she ventured to the park where she had previously encountered Minato and Kushina. Fortuitously, she stumbled upon them once more. Perhaps the locals favored this spot, as neither seemed surprised to see her. By the way, you left in such haste last time that I forgot to inquire about something, Kushina suddenly recalled. Did the third Hokage assign you as a tutor, and did you accept? Mu Yue nodded in affirmation. Kushina continued. I hear that child can be quite rebellious. He disregards the third's words. Will he heed your guidance? Mu Yue chuckled and recounted her experiences training Asuma. Though Kushina was oblivious to Asuma's feelings during the lessons, she found the account quite entertaining. Particularly amusing was the tale of Asuma's futile attempts to shirk responsibility the following day, only to be outwitted into an exhaustive training session, prompting Kushina to exclaim how clever the third Hokage was to have such a foolish son. Minato, too, expressed astonishment at Mu Yue's teaching methods, noting her ability to engage even the most reluctant students in their training. Not content to merely recount her experiences, Mu Yue also inquired about Minato and Kushina, fostering a harmonious atmosphere. She believed that by nurturing their friendship over time, she could subtly convey her interest in sealing techniques. You've arrived, he said. I have, she replied. You shouldn't be here, he insisted. Yet, I am, she countered. Get out already. You barged into my home, and now you invade the bathroom. Guy, what are you up to? The normally stoic Kakashi could no longer maintain his composure, gazing exasperatedly at the intruding Guy in the bathroom. Of course. I am here for a battle filled with youth and fervor. Guy raised his arm and gave Kakashi an enthusiastic thumbs up. Kakashi, however, thought to himself that if it weren't for the soap still clinging to his body, he would have delivered a swift kick to Guy's overly cheerful face. Who bursts into the bathroom at night to challenge someone to a duel? If we're to engage in battle, it would be courteous to wait until I've finished bathing. Kakashi couldn't help but retort. As expected of my rival, Guy readily accepted the challenge, proclaiming, I'll be waiting for you outside. His beaming smile and gleaming white teeth sparkled under the light. Kakashi sighed. feeling a twinge of doubt about whether his father had made a sound judgment all those years ago, believing that Might Guy could potentially surpass him and be a worthy opponent. Nevertheless, let Guy have his fight. It would be enlightening for him to witness the disparity between them. Kakashi quickly cleaned himself and donned his clothes before stepping outside. Let us settle this, Guy declared passionately, striking a pose. Are we competing in taijutsu this time? Kakashi inquired. Since their first year, Guy had persistently challenged him, with contests ranging beyond mere combat, even including shuriken throwing at times. No, unleash your full strength and treat this as a formal battle, Guy insisted earnestly, shaking his head. Are you certain? Kakashi pressed again. If they were to engage without restraint, he believed Guy would stand no chance. After all, he had become a Chūnin 2 years prior, while Guy was still merely a student at the Ninja Academy. Absolutely certain, Guy beamed. Then be careful, Kakashi warned, and in an instant, he drew 4 shuriken and hurled them toward Guy. Guy deftly evaded the shuriken, only to suddenly find Kakashi unexpectedly close, ready to strike. Konoha Whirlwind. Guy executed a rapid spinning kick, colliding with Kakashi's fist, and both retreated a few steps. Kakashi observed Guy with a hint of surprise. He had not anticipated Guy's quick reaction and counterattack. His kick was impressively swift. Just 2 months prior, Guy had challenged him again, focusing on taijutsu, but this time, there was a notable improvement in Guy's skills. What do you think, Kakashi? I've grown much stronger. Guy laughed heartily. I hope you can still laugh after this. Kakashi's gaze hardened. He swiftly formed hand seals, producing 4 shadow clones, which in turn performed the clone technique, creating a multitude of phantoms. So many Kakashis, Guy exclaimed, momentarily stunned by the dozens of Kakashis that had suddenly appeared. As numerous Kakashis charged at him, Guy executed the Konoha Whirlwind once more, knocking down several clones. But they were all mere illusions. Meanwhile, the remaining shadow clones seized the opportunity to attack. Just as Guy struggled to cope, a hand suddenly emerged from the ground, grasping his ankle. Doton, heart-piercing technique. In an instant, Guy felt himself plummeting downward, and by the time he realized it, only his head remained above ground. The battle had come to an end. Kakashi squatted down and addressed Kai, who was outside. Kakashi, truly worthy of being my rival in pursuit, is indeed formidable, sighed Might Guy. In the battle against that student of the Hyuga clan, he managed to hold his ground, but ultimately lost due to the opponent's superior Byakugan insight. However, when facing Kakashi, aside from the initial exchange of taijutsu, he quickly found himself at a disadvantage, as Kakashi seized the opportunity to deliver a decisive blow. It was a battle that can only be described as overwhelming, noted Might Guy. If you recognize my strength, then train a bit more and return to me. At least after you graduate, Kakashi stated bluntly. All right, I shall return once I have grown stronger, Might Guy laughed heartily. Kakashi sensed that Might Guy seemed selectively deaf. Not to overlook the latter part of his statement. Disinterested in confirming whether Might Guy had truly absorbed his words, Kakashi released him and headed home. Might Guy brushed off the dust from his clothes, watching Kakashi's departing figure, clenching his fists. I must become even stronger. After this intense battle with Kakashi, Might Guy had opened his eyes to the path ahead. To become the strongest, he had much further to go. He resolved to ask teacher Mu Yue the next day if she could help him formulate a more rigorous training regimen. The following day, at the ninja school. Next, I shall discuss the essential points to focus on regarding the shadow clone technique in the ninjutsu class. After Mu Yue had finished explaining the principles of hand seals and chakra manipulation, she casually introduced the concept of the shadow clone technique. Although the ninjutsu class covered only 3 techniques, there was still a wealth of theoretical knowledge related to ninjutsu. Teacher Yu Sheng, since the primary goal of the shadow clone technique is to create illusions to confuse enemies, could I perhaps combine it with the transformation technique to create an illusion that is even more perplexing than myself? Steel Iron inquired. Mu pondered seriously and realized that this indeed had the potential for realization, and even in the original work, someone had developed an upgraded version. That would be Naruto's harem technique, which involved cloning, confusion, and transformation, perfectly aligned, as it was a form of shadow clone, thus considered an upgraded version. It's worth exploring. The reason we have so many existing ninjutsu to learn is due to the efforts of those who came before us. Mu Yue encouraged Steel Iron's idea. However, I advise against using it in practical combat until it is perfected, Mu Yue cautioned. If you truly develop the harem technique, that would be fine. But if you create something bizarre, I worry you might get beaten up. I understand, teacher, Steel Iron nodded, preparing to discuss this thoroughly with his good brothers. Shingetsu and Akat. He believed that by pooling the wisdom of the top talents from their 3 classes, they could develop astonishing ninjutsu. Class dismissed. The bell rang, and Mu Yue announced the end of the lesson. Lecture completed. Evaluation. A. Reward. Earth release. Earth wall. Finally, Earth release. Mu Yue felt a surge of delight. Although the Earth wall was not an exceptionally powerful ninjutsu, the system would accompany it with a slight change in nature. Now, Mu Yue had effectively mastered all 5 fundamental nature transformations. In the afternoon, as school concluded, Mu Yue encountered Might Guy on her way to the training grounds. Her conjecture was indeed confirmed, yet it still took her by surprise to some extent. Disciple Might Guy sets training task. Obtain a training plan that enhances strength. Reward, dependent on task completion level, observing the training task issued by Might Guy. Mu Yue felt a peculiar mix of emotions. He had anticipated that the task would involve defeating Kakashi, yet it turned out to be acquiring a training plan. Can this truly be classified as a training task? Mu Yue contemplated the underlying reasons for the task's initiation and formed several speculations. The disciple's aspirations dictated the nature of the training task. Obito believed that he could not secure first place in the upcoming Youth Ninja Tournament with his current capabilities. Hence the quest for a training plan to achieve that goal. Upon learning that the tournament was imminent, with only 2 weeks remaining, Obito concluded that only with Mu Yue's assistance could he possibly attain first place. Though Might Guy harbored the desire to surpass Kakashi, he did not feel an urgent need, nor did he believe he must rely on Mu Yue's help to achieve victory. It was likely that having known Mu Yue for only a month, and being merely a beneficiary, Might Guy felt somewhat hesitant to impose too much on him. A confluence of these factors ultimately resulted in an oddly conceived training task for Might Guy. Teacher, I'm afraid I must trouble you with the training plan. Might Guy expressed his gratitude. There's no trouble at all. Your eagerness to grow stronger brings me great joy, Mu Yue replied, affectionately patting Might Guy's head. For a teacher, witnessing a disciple's growth is the most gratifying reward. Mu Yue's expression was profoundly sincere. Hearing these words again stirred different feelings within Might Guy. Perhaps he should lean on Mu Yue a bit more. The pair proceeded to the training grounds. Obito was nearing completion of his tree climbing exercise, after which he would engage in water walking practice. Might Guy continued to enhance his physical prowess through various exercises. Meanwhile, Obito practiced illusion techniques under Mu Yue's shadow clone. Mu Yue, in his original form, focused on fulfilling Might Guy's training task, specifically crafting a new training plan. This was not a matter of hastily jotting down ideas. It required meticulous consideration. One cannot merely increase training intensity to become stronger. One must also account for the body's limits. As dusk settled, the trio completed the training assignments set by Mu Yue, and he finalized Might Guy's new training plan. Mu Yue called Might Guy aside and presented him with the training plan. Training task completed. Reward, 20 stamina potions. Chakra 150, stamina potion, effectively alleviates physical fatigue and restores the body while eliminating hidden injuries. The task concluded seamlessly, and the reward exceeded Mu Yue's expectations. After all, the task was remarkably straightforward. He had anticipated merely gaining a bit of chakra. To his surprise, receiving 20 stamina potions was indeed a delightful bonus. This revelation heightened his anticipation for what rewards Obito might receive upon completion, especially considering the greater complexity of Obito's training task compared to that of Might Guy. As Mu Yue's mind stirred, she pretended to rummage through her tool pouch, extracting a training elixir from the confines of her system space and presenting it to Might Guy. Here, this is for you. Please, partake, she smiled warmly. Among her 3 disciples, Might Guy undoubtedly required this the most, as his training intensity was exceedingly high. Thank you, master. What is this? Might Guy inquired with a hint of confusion as he accepted the elixir. It is something beneficial for you. Do not hesitate to consume it, Mu Yue elucidated. Trusting her implicitly, Might Guy consumed the elixir without a second thought. The moment he swallowed it, a wave of warmth enveloped his body, sweeping away his fatigue and revitalizing his spirit. This must be a rather expensive elixir. I assenti it? Might Guy pondered, marveling at the miraculous effects of the pill. He felt considerably lighter and more invigorated. The term elixir refers to substances with unique properties, typically crafted from specific materials through specialized techniques. A common and relatively affordable elixir is the military food pill, which restores a certain amount of chakra. The more potent and extraordinary the elixir, the higher its price. And Might Guy sensed that the one he had just ingested was certainly not inexpensive. Having consumed it, there is no need to dwell on it further. Mu Yue refrained from providing him with the answer. She, too, was unaware of its cost. as it was a gift from the system. Whether it was available for purchase in Konoha was another matter entirely. Yet, upon posing the question, he had already formed a vague understanding in his mind. You have gifted your disciple a training elixir. Due to his immense gratitude, a critical reward has been triggered, granting him the 8 gates, the first 3 gates. In an instant, a multitude of memories pertaining to the training of the 8 gates flooded Mu Yue's mind, and she sensed that she could unlock a certain limitation within her body. Although she could only unlock the first 3 gates, she was nonetheless satisfied. For with the recollection of this technique, she could eventually unlock more. However, Mu Yue had no intention of further practicing the 8 gates, as dedicating her time to other pursuits would yield greater benefits. While Might Guy possessed an ordinary talent for ninjutsu, his prowess in taijutsu was formidable. After decades of training, he managed to open the 8th gate, delivering a devastating blow to 6 Paths Madara, while Might Yue struggled to defeat even the 7 ninja swordsmen. The first 3 gates were just right for him, as they exerted minimal strain on the body, while the subsequent gates demanded significantly greater physical fortitude. Master, I will surely become the strongest, Might Guy declared, deeply moved and tearful. The lengths to which he had gone to ensure he could consume the costly elixir without burden brought him to tears. Had he not perceived it himself? Mu Yue might have even claimed it was merely a candy. Mu Yue handed a handkerchief to the emotionally overwhelmed Might Guy, her gentle smile unwavering. You will become the strongest. I believe in you. Even without her assistance, Might Guy would undoubtedly reach the pinnacle of taijutsu through his relentless efforts. Mu Yue had faith that in this world, Might Guy would only go further. He must have gained a considerable amount of trust, she mused, wondering when she might encounter a disciple at trust level 4. As she watched Might Guy's retreating figure, these thoughts lingered in her mind. Today, Mu Yue did not venture into the main city to chance upon Shui Minjio Xin Nai. Instead, he opted to remain in the southern forest. Having traversed this realm for over a month, he harbored thoughts of effortlessly mastering the spiral sphere, yet time eluded him. Recently, he immersed himself in numerous tomes concerning sealing techniques and curses, necessitating a period for absorption. During this interval, he aspired to concurrently unlock the spiral sphere. With the original text detailing the intricate process and his command over transformation, the development of the spiral sphere posed little challenge. The primary intention behind this endeavor was not to wield the spiral sphere against adversaries, but to explore its other potentialities. Mu Yue-sensei, when shall we commence our training in nature transformation? I have been perusing the manual you provided every night. I am eager to put it into practice, inquired Obito, who wandered along the riverside. The monotony of climbing trees and treading water had become unbearable. Moreover, Mu Yue's manual on nature transformation had indeed provided him with profound inspiration, igniting a newfound confidence in his fire release capabilities. Do you find the act of treading water tedious? Have you nearly mastered your training? Mu Yue queried with a smile. Yes, indeed, Obito nodded vigorously, already able to jog lightly upon the water's surface. Very well, I shall assess your skills and, in the process, make treading water more engaging, Mu Yue declared as he swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing his chakra. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. A colossal water dragon surged forth, tumultuously rolling within the river, transforming the placid surface into a roiling tempest, occasionally unleashing great waves. Ugh! Obito, caught off guard, tumbled headlong into the water, inadvertently gulping down a mouthful. Mu Yue promptly rescued him, chuckling. You see, you have yet to master your training. Mu Yue-sensei, how could I withstand such a sudden display? Obito retorted. Feeling a bit embarrassed with a classmate and a family junior present, he was quite conscious of his pride. Then do give it another try. Mu Yue encouraged with a grin. Treading water demands a ninja's adeptness at sustaining chakra output. With the water dragon bullet causing distractions, one must also evade the splashing waves. Maintaining stability and a continuous output under such circumstances would demonstrate commendable chakra control. Obito, though stubborn in his words, faltered in his performance. He succumbed to the water once more after mere minutes. These shoes are ill-fitting. They hinder my performance, he explained, spitting out river water before placing his shoes on the bank and walking barefoot upon the surface. Mu Yue merely smiled, choosing not to comment. After a while, Obito found himself submerged again. Alas, I suppose staying up late reading last night has left me rather lethargic. No wonder I have faltered so many times, he lamented. Stretching his limbs, rolling his neck, and rolling up his sleeves, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. Now, I shall focus intently. Plop. The sound of him falling into the water echoed once more. Mu Yue quickly pulled him out, yet Obito's eyes appeared vacant, his expression blank, and he remained silent. Obito, fear not. I understand you aspire to learn swimming, Shisui consoled him. Obito covered his face with his hands and replied, Shisui, you tend to your matters. I shall be fine here for a while. Do you feel that your performance has been woefully inadequate? Miyu crouched beside Obito, not gazing at him but instead looking into the distance. As the saying goes, comparison brings clarity. While Obito had yet to begin mastering his abilities, Shisui had already embarked on his training, progressing with remarkable speed. He bypassed the initial tree climbing phase and found the water walking exercise effortless, managing to maintain balance on the surface for quite some time, even with Miyu's interference, with Shisui, his junior, showcasing such prowess. Obito stubbornly insisted that he could not be inferior to Shisui, even if he acknowledged that he might not measure up entirely. In fact, last weekend, I departed in the afternoon to tutor at the Hokage's residence, Mu Yue remarked. The Hokage has a young son, whom you might know, Asuma Saratobi, who is just a year ahead of you. Obito nodded, indeed recognizing him. During the water walking training, he was also disrupted by my water dragon bullet technique, falling into the water dozens of times throughout the afternoon, but he ultimately managed to last 5 minutes in the final attempt. Obito was taken aback. He had anticipated that Asuma, the exemplary student from their ninja academy days, would struggle so much yet persevere for an entire afternoon under such circumstances. He began to regard Asuma with newfound respect, having never noticed his determination before. Teacher, I understand now. After resting, I shall commence my training, Obito declared, invigorated after a deep breath. If Asuma could endure, why couldn't he? His goal was to triumph over Kakashi in front of Rin and claim the top spot. Have a bite before you train, Mu Yue offered, handing Obito a portion of dango he had purchased earlier. Thank you, teacher, Obito exclaimed energetically, quickly finishing the dango before stepping into the river. You gifted your disciple red bean dango. Due to the disciple's profound gratitude, a critical reward was triggered, granting the skill chef. Chef, the dishes you prepare are so delectable that they induce hallucinations. Oh, a skill has unexpectedly manifested. And it's a life skill at that, Mu Yue thought, somewhat astonished. While it was not uncommon for his disciples to acquire random skills, like my guy mastering water nature transformation, he found it puzzling that Obito had obtained the chef skill. Nonetheless, Mu Yue felt a surge of joy. For from the skill's description, it appeared to be quite powerful. Being a good cook could be a significant advantage. Had he possessed the skill earlier, he could have easily feigned a malfunction in his kitchen, then cooked for the Namikaze household, showcasing his culinary talents, perhaps even prompting Kushina and Minato to befriend him. It would also swiftly enhance his disciples' fondness for him. Who wouldn't he appreciate a teacher who excels in both instruction and cooking? Once all the disciples completed their training, Mu Yue returned to the main district of Konoha early, eager to test the deliciousness of the dishes created with his new skill. He chose 2 recipes, fried rice and tempura. He had previously made fried rice, as he enjoyed dishes with eggs, but he had never attempted tempura before. The moment he picked up the egg, Mu Yue felt an enigmatic essence envelop him. Although the process was similar to before, everything fell into place perfectly. After completing the fried rice, Mu Yue gazed at the individual grains, each radiating a golden hue and faintly glimmering. He pondered how, despite not adding any fluorescent powder during cooking, the dish appeared to emit a glow. Taking a spoonful, he savored the delicate texture of the eggs, the elasticity of the rice, and the fragrant aroma of the scallions, all exploding in his mouth. Never had he experienced such delectable fried rice. In a fleeting vision, he even discerned a robust chicken running and soaring across a grassy field, embodying freedom and sheer exhilaration. It truly was a taste so exquisite that it provoked hallucinations. Shaking his head, Mu Yue quickly regained his composure. He switched to a frying pan, preparing to make tempura. First, he crafted the batter, then heated the oil, coating the prepped shrimp in the mixture before frying them. Soon, the tempura's exterior began to change color, and a distinctive aroma of frying filled the kitchen, wafting into the distance. Relying on instinct, Mu Yue retrieved the tempura and placed it on a plate, bringing it to the table. Just as he was about to sample one, a knock echoed at the door. Shuei-min, do you smell that? Kushina, preparing dinner, suddenly caught whiff of an incredibly enticing fragrance. Yes, it's a remarkably tempting aroma, Shuei-min nodded. What could possibly be cooking? Kushina inhaled deeply, her curiosity piqued. Having cooked herself, including tempura, she had never encountered such an alluring scent before. Merely catching a whiff allowed her to envision the food's golden, crispy perfection. I must go see, she declared, stepping outside. Carefully sniffing the air, she traced the delightful scent to the house next door to Shuei-min's. Isn't that Hanyu's home? Shuei-min, come out. She beckoned to Shui Min inside. If her memory served her right, that house belonged to the teacher Mu Yue from the Ninja Academy. Although they had only known each other for a few days, Mu Yue had left a profound impression on her. Similar to Shui Min, he had golden hair and blue eyes, was articulate, and a skilled instructor. Shui Min emerged and nodded towards the direction Kushina indicated, saying, "Yes, that is Hanyu's house. Let us pay our neighbor a visit." Kushina pulled Shui Min along as they knocked on Mu Yue's door. Mu Yue placed the shrimp he had just fried into a bowl, set down his chopsticks, and opened the wooden door. As soon as the door swung open, Kushina eagerly inquired, "Hanyu, are you making dinner?" "Apologies for the intrusion," Shui Min added, noticing Mu Yue still wearing his apron, looking somewhat apologetic. "Not at all. I've just finished cooking and was about to eat. Your timing is perfect," Mu Yue replied with a warm smile, inviting them inside. Following the enticing aroma, Kushina made her way to the dining table and her eyes lit up upon seeing the slightly golden tempura. "This is the flavor," she exclaimed. However, upon entering Mu Yue's home, she also detected the fragrant allure of fried rice. "Yuhuan, you truly possess the hidden talent of a master chef." The aroma of this tempura wafts through to the next room, Kushina exclaimed. "Not quite a master chef, as I often cook alone and have simply grown accustomed to it," Mu Yue replied, retrieving 2 cups from the cabinet and pouring water for both Watergate and Kushina. "You may taste it. I just prepared it. Is that permissible?" "It seems you haven't yet eaten," Kushina remarked, her gaze fixed on the enticing tempura. She was eager to experience the flavor of such fragrant tempura. "Let us begin," Mu Yue said with a smile, lifting a piece of tempura to her lips. "Thank you for your efforts, Yuhuan," Watergate expressed gratefully. "I shall dig in now," Kushina declared. Her hands pressed together in a gesture of reverence before she picked up her chopsticks and lifted a steaming piece of tempura to her mouth. As she bit through the crispy exterior, the succulent, juicy shrimp inside made Kushina's eyes widen in astonishment. In that moment, something miraculous occurred. She felt herself transported to an oceanic realm, surrounded by a mysterious, resplendent blue world, where she swam freely like a carefree fish, joyfully gliding through the waters. "Huh?" Kushina quickly came back to her senses, almost convinced she had fallen under an illusion. Upon reflection, she realized there was no one present capable of casting such a spell. "Mu Yue, how did you prepare this tempura? You haven't added any strange colored mushrooms, have you?" Kushina asked curiously. She had heard tales of ninjas who, after foraging for mushrooms in the summer woods, ended up in the Konoha hospital, claiming their bodies were overrun with branches and leaves, seeking someone to help trim them. No, it was just this and that." Mu Yue briefly described her cooking process. At that moment, Kushina noticed that Watergate had taken a bite of the fried rice but had fallen silent. She turned to him and found him lost in thought, prompting her to give him a gentle nudge. "Watergate, what's wrong?" Watergate instinctively replied, "I'm tasting wild vegetables." "Were there any wild vegetables here?" Kushina inquired, glancing at the fried rice, which contained only eggs and chopped green onions, devoid of any mushrooms, and felt perplexed. After finishing the fried rice, "I felt as though I had transformed into a wild chicken living in the mountains," Watergate explained. Kushina looked at the plate of fried rice, each grain plump and golden, seemingly radiating a golden glow. Having been preoccupied with the tempura, she finally noticed that the fried rice appeared to shimmer. "This is the most delicious fried rice I have ever tasted," Watergate declared, unable to resist scooping another couple of bites into his mouth. "Is it truly that delectable?" "You should try the tempura instead," Kushina suggested, perplexed. Then Kushina sampled the egg fried rice, while Watergate indulged in the tempura. Both of their faces once again reflected astonishment and joy. "Yuhuan, have you perhaps developed a culinary ninjutsu that renders dishes extraordinarily delicious? This is truly exquisite," Kushina jested. "If you ever contemplate opening a restaurant, please do let me know," Watergate said earnestly. He is not a person who places great importance on material pleasures. Yet the fried rice and tempura prepared by Mu Yue bestowed upon him an unparalleled experience. "If you enjoy it, feel free to visit more often." "As my place tends to be rather quiet," Mu Yue invited with a smile. "As long as you don't mind the trouble. You can also sample the culinary skills of Watergate and me, though I must admit they may not be as delectable as yours." Upon hearing Mu Yue's invitation, Kushina felt a surge of excitement. "I find myself rather looking forward to it," Mu Yue replied with a grin. After bidding farewell to the two, Mu Yue mused that her newfound skills were indeed powerful, swiftly advancing their camaraderie to the point of sharing meals. She brought down some books from the second-floor bedroom, gradually revealing her interests. Encouraged by Mu Yue and inspired by Asuma's exemplary conduct, Obito was filled with determination, swiftly nearing the completion of his control training by Saturday. Ready to embark on the study of nature transformation. As the weekend arrived, Mu Yue, the tutor, was once again summoned to her duties. "You deceiver!" Asuma exclaimed, indignantly confronting Mu Yue. Last week, in an effort to justify the exorbitant tutoring fees, he had exerted himself to the utmost, returning home utterly worn out. The intensity and agony of his training became the source of his resentment towards Mu Yue once he uncovered the truth. "Oh, what have I deceived you about?" Mu Yue inquired with a playful smile. "Your tutoring fee is clearly 2,002 per hour, yet you had the audacity to claim it was 25,000. Asuma's anger intensified as Mu Yue remained unrepentant. "What have you lost then? Did I truly charge you 25,000? Mu Yue continued to probe. "Of course I." Asuma attempted to articulate a response, but suddenly realized he had not incurred any actual loss. "See, you have not lost anything. In fact, you have profited. You thought you spent 200,000, yet you only expended 16,000, thus gaining a profit of 184,000. You ought to express gratitude to me." Mu Yue articulated swiftly. "I profited?" Asuma pondered Mu Yue's reasoning and found it to hold some merit. "Well, that settles it. Let us commence our training," Mu Yue said nonchalantly. "Not quite right. Something feels decidedly off." Asuma sensed a discrepancy. "Even if I didn't pay you, that money belongs to my family. How could it possibly be considered profit?" Asuma clarified his thoughts and countered. "You truly are quite clever," Mu Yue praised him with a smile. Although flattered, Asuma felt an inexplicable discomfort. "In any case, go resign from your position with the old man. I do not require a tutor," Asuma declared, leaning against a tree, choosing to dismiss the matter. "If you wish to avoid my teaching, simply refrain from following me or inform the third Hokage, and that should suffice," Mu Yue suggested. "Do you think me foolish? If I did that, all the responsibility would fall on me," Asuma retorted proudly, lifting his chin slightly. While he was indifferent to the third Hokage's opinion, he held a distinct fear of inciting his mother, Buwako's, anger. Mu Yue silently acknowledged his innocence. Indeed, it was rather easy to manipulate Asuma, a mere 9-year-old boy. After all, it would be far too simple to leverage his unwillingness to take responsibility against him. "Why do you resist tutoring so vehemently?" Mu Yue did not hasten to prompt Asuma to commence his training. Instead, she continued conversing with him. "You simply wouldn't comprehend." Asuma shook his head, adopting an expression that suggested one of your age would not grasp the complexities of his feelings. "Why wouldn't I understand? It is merely a matter of your discontent with your father's arrangements," Mu Yue stated plainly. Given Asuma's lineage and his intrinsic character, it is easy to deduce the roots of his rebelliousness. Asuma possesses innate talent, while not on par with those who seem to have an unfair advantage. He is indeed gifted and has not been negligent in his training. Mu Yue could discern that Asuma had a solid foundation. However, due to his identity as the child of the third Hokage, his efforts might be reduced to a mere phrase. "No wonder you are the child of the third." His diligence is taken for granted, while a lack of effort invites criticism. Under such circumstances, it is no surprise that the father-son relationship between Asuma and the third Hokage is strained. Graduating as a ninja, Asuma felt a sense of maturity, only to find that the third Hokage had still hired a tutor, which clearly made Asuma feel belittled. You can only perceive this superficiality. Asuma maintained his expression of "you wouldn't understand" until Mu Yue uttered her next words. "Is it not because your arduous training yields nothing more than the remark, 'No wonder you are the child of the third'?" Mu Yue said with a smile. Asuma's expression shifted dramatically, and he gazed at Mu Yue with a hint of terror. This was a truth he had never disclosed to anyone. And suddenly having it exposed by Mu Yue instilled in him a sense of being forcibly stripped of his facade, revealing his innermost fears. "I cannot comprehend what you are saying," Asuma insisted defiantly. Yet, his restless hands betrayed his inner turmoil. "If you wish to prove yourself, you ought to embrace tutoring. Strengthen your abilities and demonstrate your worth through your prowess," Mu Yue continued. "After all, in your current state, you cannot be deemed exceptional." Mu Yue outright dismissed Asuma's capabilities. First, his innermost thoughts were laid bare. Then he faced outright denial of his worth. Asuma was taken aback and retorted, "I was often the top of my class in ninja school. How can I not be considered exceptional?" Mu Yue chuckled softly. "Do you believe I could find any student who has just entered ninja school and you would not stand a chance against them?" Asuma, irked, replied, "If you can find such a student, then so be it. If I lose, I shall heed your every word." Asuma laid down the gauntlet. "Of course, if I win, you must resign," he added. "Then it is settled," Mu Yue smiled. Subsequently, Mu Yue dispatched a shadow clone to bring Shisui over. Asuma scrutinized Shisui for a moment. feeling convinced that Mu Yue had not lied. Indeed, he was a mere child who had just begun his journey in ninja school. This is Uchiha Shisui, a student in my class, just 6 years old and in the 1st grade. He is Sarutobi Asuma, a newly graduated Chūnin. Mu Yue introduced the two to one another. Uchiha Shisui, I shall inform you. Should you find yourself unable to continue, promptly concede to avoid injury, for I shall show no mercy, Asuma declared. I will take care. Here is Insensai, Shisui responded earnestly. Begin. Without delay, Mujutsu announced the start as the two combatants assumed their stances. No sooner had Mujutsu's words faded than Asuma dashed forward, rapidly swinging his fists toward Shisui. With an unperturbed expression, Shisui met him head-on, and thus commenced their close-quarter combat. The two exchanged blows in a relentless back-and-forth. Despite Asuma's imposing stature, he found no advantage. Asuma's expression shifted after a mere 2 exchanges, realizing Shisui was no ordinary opponent, and he had not anticipated such tenacity. Not only did he fail to gain the upper hand, but in his eagerness to assert dominance, he was caught off guard by Shisui's swift counter, resulting in a 3-meter retreat from a well-executed leaf whirlwind kick. However, Shisui refrained from pursuing, as Mujutsu had advised him to defeat Asuma comprehensively. The fact that a newly graduated genin could send a seasoned Chūnin reeling 3 meters back was a blow to Asuma's pride, even with only Mujutsu as a witness. His face flushed with embarrassment. Dismissing thoughts of why Shisui had not pressed his advantage, Asuma's mind was consumed with a singular desire to vanquish Shisui, restore his honor, and prove his worth. Fire style, grand fireball technique. Asuma swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing a torrent of flames. Fire style, fireball technique. In response, Shisui began his own incantation, gathering chakra in his mouth before unleashing a formidable blaze. The two fire techniques clashed, yet Shisui's flames, more vigorous and intense, quickly overpowered Asuma's assault and surged toward him. Stunned by the ferocity of the confrontation, Asuma stood frozen, watching the fireball approach with no means to evade. He pondered why he was being bested by a mere student of the ninja academy, and in such a humiliating manner. Overwhelmed in both physical and ninjutsu confrontations, he questioned whether his sole claim to distinction was merely being the son of the 3rd Hokage. As the fireball drew near, the heat palpable, Asuma snapped back to reality and attempted to dodge, but his speed proved insufficient to escape unscathed. At that moment, Mujutsu intervened, unleashing a surge of chakra and forming hand seals with remarkable swiftness. Water style, water barrier technique. A robust wall of water materialized before Asuma, shielding him from the impending inferno. Teacher. Protected by Mujutsu's water technique, Asuma suddenly recognized the error of his previous disdain, having misdirected his frustrations towards Mujutsu due to grievances with the 3rd Hokage. Despite Asuma's persistent resistance and poor attitude, Mujutsu had diligently endeavored to ensure he received the training he required. While the process had been somewhat aggravating, it was ultimately aimed at his betterment. Shisui, you may return now. Observing Asuma's despondent demeanor, Mujutsu understood that it was now his turn to intervene. Shisui nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate further, and turned to continue his cultivation. Mu Yue approached Asuma, dusting off his clothes and tidying the disarray. Finally, she settled down on the ground to match Asuma's height. Gazing into his eyes, their stares met, but Asuma quickly lowered his gaze and murmured, Teacher, I am sorry. What do you believe you have to apologize for? Mu Yue inquired with a smile. I shouldn't have vented my frustrations on you, nor should I have consistently opposed and refused to cooperate with you, Asuma confessed. Unable to meet her eyes. You have not wronged me. Rather, you have wronged yourself, Mu Yue remarked, her expression growing solemn. Does your lack of training affect me? She asked. Before Asuma could respond, she continued. It does not. Even if you forego training, I can endure alongside you, still earning my hourly wage of 2,000 taels. However, for you, each hour you neglect to train is an hour lost, yielding you nothing. To guide such a rebellious youth, one must convey that every action taken is in his best interest, that one stands by his side, and that he is the one making mistakes. Asuma hesitated. The more Mu Yue spoke, the deeper his regret grew, and he felt increasingly unworthy. The disdain he had previously harbored towards Mu Yue transformed into profound admiration in that moment. It was no exaggeration to say that Mu Yue, who had taught him for merely a few days, surpassed his Hokage father by leaps and bounds in terms of support. Despite his defiance towards Mu Yue's training demands, she did not rebuke him. Instead, she praised his physical strength. Had Sarutobi Hiruzen been in her place, he would have been furious, fuming, and scolding him. Before embarking on her lecture, Mu Yue had first helped him brush off the dust and straighten his clothes, even maintaining eye level with him. Remembering this, Asuma felt his eyes grow misty. Why could a tutor he had known for only a few days offer him such generous praise? While he could never receive similar accolades from his parents upon returning home, even after achieving first place, did his first place hold less value than that of others? Asuma's feelings of injustice compounded, and he recalled being bested earlier that day by a newly promoted student. All these emotions culminated, ultimately culminating in a flood of tears. Despite his efforts to maintain composure, he could not prevent the tears from streaming down his face, tilting his head to hide them from Mu Yue. Yet, how could he conceal this from Mu Yue, who had always observed him closely? Mu Yue did not act immediately. She waited patiently for Asuma to release some of his emotions through tears before gently placing a hand on his shoulder and offering him a handkerchief. "Teacher Yuxing, you are truly kind," Asuma choked out as he accepted the handkerchief to wipe his tears. "Unlike my parents, who would never do this. That is because you only remember their shortcomings and have forgotten their kindness. Reflect upon your childhood. Who was it that tirelessly lulled you to sleep? Who guided you step by step in learning to walk and run? Who, in the stillness of night, ensured that your blanket was properly tucked?" Mu Yue spoke earnestly. The third Hokage might be observing, and one cannot solely focus on cultivating personal favor. It is also essential to mend the relationship between father and son. Asuma found himself at a loss for words, yet Mu Yue's remarks invoked a semblance of memories in his mind. "You may wish to contemplate this in your leisure. However, we must now prepare to commence our training. Have you forgotten your earlier commitment?" Noticing Asuma's conflicted expression, Mu Yue shifted the conversation towards the training regimen. "Of course I haven't forgotten. From now on, whatever you instruct me to practice, I shall do," Asuma replied, wiping his face with the cloth. In Asuma's eyes, Mu Yue's image had transformed from that of a cunning and detestable adult into a genuinely benevolent and exemplary teacher. "This week, we shall continue to hone our chakra control. Next week, we will delve into ninjutsu." Mu Yue succinctly outlined the training plan. His approach to Asuma would differ significantly from that with Shisui. One reason was Asuma's sensitive identity. The third Hokage would either be watching personally or may have someone monitoring, potentially exposing Asuma's abilities, which Mu Yue was keen to keep concealed for the time being. The second reason was more practical. Asuma was merely a student, not a disciple, and thus not worthy of excessive investment of effort. As expected, Hiruzen Sarutobi, situated within the Hokage building, utilized the telescope technique to observe Mu Yue's instructional methods with Asuma. In the realm of teaching children, Mu Yue indeed excelled. Witnessing Asuma's journey from initial resistance to eventual respect, Sarutobi acknowledged Mu Yue's prowess as an educator. The fact that Mu Yue could summon Shisui did not surprise him greatly, as Shisui was a student in Mu Yue's class. If students from other classes held Mu Yue in high regard, it was only logical that his own students would do the same. However, it was remarkable that a new student possessed such potential, possibly even surpassing Kakashi. Sarutobi reminisced about his former teammate, Uchiha Kagami. Uchiha acknowledged by the second Hokage for his will of fire. It seemed that greater attention would need to be afforded to this matter. As he took a puff from his pipe, Sarutobi thought about Shisui, the grandson of Uchiha Kagami, who exhibited extraordinary talent. He had been aware of Shisui's existence for some time. He hoped that Shisui would follow in Kagami's illustrious footsteps. As Asuma began his training, Sarutobi dismissed the telescope technique and turned his focus to official duties. By evening, he employed the technique again to survey the hidden leaf village before departing the Hokage building for dinner. At the dinner table, Sarutobi cheerfully inquired, "Asuma, are you pleased with your tutor? I meticulously selected this teacher for you." Asuma paused in his eating, his mind drifting back to the events of the day. Prior to today, he would have described Mu Yue as a deceitful and incompetent teacher. "Mu Yue sensei is exceptional. He surpasses your teachings by a considerable margin," Asuma praised, simultaneously taking a subtle jab at the third Hokage. Though he had been enlightened by Mu Yue, his resentment towards the third generation could not be quelled in a mere moment. "What do you know, you child? The three sages were all taught by me," Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed, his face contorted with indignation. Asuma retorted, "It is clear that Aunt Tsunade and the others possess extraordinary talents themselves. While the three sages may be renowned, they have each forged their own paths. Sometimes, acknowledging one's own shortcomings is a manifestation of wisdom." Asuma mimicked Mu Yue's tone. Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself at a loss for words, admitting that he was indeed inferior to Mu Yue, while denial would imply a lack of wisdom. Observing his father's hesitant demeanor, Asuma felt a surge of joy, invigorated even during mealtime. "Teacher Mu Yue, how long did I manage to endure this time?" Obito wiped the moisture from his face, gazing at Mu Yue with eager anticipation. He felt as though he had spent a considerable duration in the river, perhaps even an hour. You performed splendidly this time, sustaining it for 20 minutes, Mu Yue praised generously. Ah, only 20 minutes? I thought it was at least half an hour, Obito replied, somewhat disheartened. In the river, he not only had to consistently maintain his chakra output but also remain vigilant of Mu Yue's water techniques, observing the ripples on the surface and being prepared to evade at any moment. You have completed the chakra control training. You may now commence with the nature transformation training, Mu Yue remarked with a smile. Yes, I will head down immediately, Obito responded, instinctively walking towards the riverbank, only to realize a few steps later what Mu Yue had actually said. Finally, I won't have to tread water anymore. Obito couldn't help but cheer, only quieting down when he noticed Shizen and Guy casting him glances. After these days of treading water, I've become somewhat accustomed to the taste of the river. Obito couldn't resist adding. Treading water is not the same as climbing trees. With climbing, as long as I adjust properly or Mu Yue catches me quickly, it's fine. But if I mismanage my footing while treading water, it's akin to gulping down a mouthful of it. Thankfully, there were few passers-by, and the river water was relatively clean and clear, devoid of any strange odors. Shall we practice some more? Mu Yue jested. Forget it. I've grown so weary of the river that I prefer to take a detour. Obito, wearied by the ordeal, chose not to be stubborn this time. We should start the nature transformation sooner, as there are only 14 days left until the competition. Obito felt a sense of urgency regarding the time. Besides the nature transformation, he also needed to deepen his proficiency with the Great Fireball technique. Following my plan, there will be ample time, Mu Yue reassured Obito. This is merely training for a local competition, not preparation for a battle against pain, so there is no need to exaggerate the nature transformation training. With Mu Yue's skillful guidance, and given that his Great Fireball technique had already reached proficiency, enhancing Obito's mastery of it would be quite simple. After all, the rewards for completing the training tasks were at stake, and Mu Yue had carefully devised a plan. Soon, Mu Yue's shadow clone brought over a large wooden barrel, from which Mu Yue retrieved an ice block the size of an egg, offering it to Obito. Place the ice cube upon your palm, and then utilize your chakra to induce a transformation that will melt the ice. Mu Yue articulated the initial steps of the training process for this transformation. The mastery of elemental transformation is regarded as a formidable and advanced aspect of a ninja's training, even if one possesses an ample amount of chakra. A deficiency in the requisite mastery of elemental transformation corresponding to their jutsu will inevitably limit the potency of their techniques. The practice of fire transformation is notably more perilous than that of wind, as the combustible nature of fire may inadvertently harm the practitioner. Initially, Mu Yue intended for Obito to ignite leaves. However, should Obito fail to reduce the leaves to ashes in an instant, his hands would be scorched by the burning foliage. Thus, Mu Yue conceived the idea of using ice, for its sufficiently low temperature would merely cause it to melt into water upon contact with flames, and Obito's fire would not be potent enough to scald the resulting water. How cold! Obito gasped, grasping the ice cube. It was still spring, and the morning sun had yet to warm the air significantly. Hurry and release your chakra, Mu Yue instructed, tapping Obito's forehead lightly with 2 fingers. With a wince, Obito retracted his neck and began to channel his chakra toward his palm, preparing to release it after the transformation. While performing the transformation, remain acutely aware of the characteristics of fire, combustion, and high temperature. Ignite your chakra and elevate its temperature, Mu Yue reminded him. Obito focused intently on the ice cube in his hand, nodding as he mentally repeated the words burning and high temperature. 2 minutes later, he sensed the presence of water pooling in his palm, his face lighting up with joy. Teacher, the ice is melting, he exclaimed jubilantly. Why not retrieve another ice cube and hold it for a few minutes to compare? Mu Yue suggested. Curiously, Obito discarded the melting ice and procured a similarly sized cube, holding it without employing any chakra. To his embarrassment, he soon realized that the rate of melting was only marginally slower than before. The human body also emits heat. Holding an ice cube of this size without using chakra is not as slow as one might think, Mu Yue explained, rubbing his forehead. Fortunately, the weather was not excessively warm. Had it been summer, Obito might have fancied himself a prodigy of elemental transformation. When using ninjutsu, it's all about the mouth. Employing my hands feels a bit unfamiliar, Obito scratched his head in explanation. It is imperative to constantly remember the nature of fire during the transformation, Mu Yue continued, producing a large ice cube the size of a human head and balancing it in his hand. With a sizzling sound, the moment Mu Yue finished speaking, a flash of red light erupted, and the enormous ice cube was instantaneously enveloped in billowing white smoke, transforming into vapor that ascended into the sky. High temperature, combustion. Obito incessantly murmured these two words, continuously gathering and releasing chakra in his palm. Soon, the morning had nearly slipped away, and Obito felt his hands growing numb from the cold, the skin becoming pale and wrinkled from prolonged exposure to water. Reflecting on it, he thought the taste of river water wouldn't be too bad. He regretted not agreeing to Mu Yue's suggestion to practice a little longer a few hours earlier. This training in elemental transformation was undeniably more torturous than treading water. Let's take a break from training and have a meal, Mu Yue proposed. Mu Yue halted the trio and handed each of them a lunchbox. The aroma of the meal was simply irresistible as my Kai lifted the lid. A fragrance that seemed to penetrate the very essence of his being wafted forth, accompanied by a dazzling golden glow emanating from within the box. Teacher Mu Yue, there's something peculiar about this meal. It's actually glowing. My Kai exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. It's merely sunlight reflecting off it. Fret not and enjoy your meal. Mu Yue replied with a serene smile. As my Kai scooped up a spoonful and tasted it, his eyes sparkled with delight. And he rapidly shoveled the fried rice into his mouth. Delicious. Absolutely delicious. He marveled, feeling as though he had never tasted food so exquisite before. You have gifted your disciple golden egg fried rice. The disciple is immensely grateful, receiving a critical reward, gaining 100 chakra. Mu Yue silently nodded, recognizing the potency of her culinary skills. Has Kai trained particularly hard today? Obito mused, sensing that my Kai's enthusiasm was somewhat exaggerated. Although Mu Yue was indeed a talented cook, there seemed no need for such fervor in eating. Yet, upon opening his own lunchbox, Obito's opinion shifted slightly. Instead of fried rice, he found a simple homestyle stir-fry. He first sampled a bit of the vegetables, then paired it with a mouthful of rice. Delicious. Obito's eyes widened as an unprecedented flavor erupted in his mouth. He then proceeded to devour the meal voraciously, until he accidentally bit into a chili pepper hidden within. A wave of intense spiciness surged forth, and in that moment, Obito felt as if he were standing on the brink of an erupting volcano. The surrounding air scorching and arid. He looked up at the sky, where ominous black smoke billowed from the volcano's mouth, shrouding the heavens. The ashen terrain around him made it seem as though he was trapped in a monochromatic world of black and gray. So hot, so spicy. Obito gasped, breathing heavily to soothe his tongue. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted, and an indescribable torrent of molten lava burst forth from the crater like a geyser, soaring into the sky. The searing black smoke, the flaming inferno, and the dark red magma transformed the previously dull world into a perilous tableau of vibrant danger. Almost immediately, the terrifying lava cascaded down, engulfing Obito, who quickly regained his senses. Spicy, spicy, he exclaimed. As his awareness returned, the overwhelming heat began to dissipate. Yet the fiery sensation clinging to his tongue persisted. Nevertheless, Obito continued to shovel food into his mouth. Despite the spice, the exquisite taste was utterly irresistible. The heat and the sensation of burning led him to recall the inexplicably vivid hallucination of the earth erupting, the flames consuming him, and the molten lava that threatened to engulf him. With a sudden gasp, Obito, panting and with his tongue out, inadvertently exhaled a stream of crimson flames. He shouted about the spiciness while breathing fire, flailing his hands as if performing a fire-breathing act. "ABA," he stammered, bewildered. "Cease the flow of chakra." Mu Yue calmly instructed. It was only then that Obito realized he had unconsciously tapped into his chakra and promptly cut off the supply, extinguishing the flames. Seizing the moment before the effects faded, he hurriedly resumed his training. Mu Yue retrieved a palm-sized block of ice and placed it in the hands of Obito. "Remember the sensation you just experienced, the heat and the burning," she reminded him. Observing Obito's dazed expression moments ago, Mu Yue began to piece together the implications. She was taken aback to discover that the skill of culinary manipulation could yield such effects. It seemed she would need to prepare more fiery dishes for Obito in the near future. A simple stir-fry enhanced with chili had produced this remarkable result. She mused that daily servings of mapo tofu would surely accelerate his progress. "Mu Yue-sensei, look!" Obito exclaimed excitedly, gazing at the ice block that was rapidly melting in his grasp. Mu Yue nodded slightly, noting that the originally palm-sized ice had diminished in size within a minute. "Excellent. Maintain this focus and do not forget that sensation," she affirmed, reminding him to stay grounded. "Yes." Obito quickly nodded. his attention fixated on the ice block as he continued to channel his chakra. His progress filled him with exhilaration. The monotony of training could often become unbearable, primarily due to the lack of feedback. He pondered that if each training session could yield such advancements, he might indeed transform into a fervent practitioner. Obito, you do not mind spicy food, do you? Mu Yue inquired with a smile. Spicy? If it tastes as delicious as that dish earlier, a little spice is inconsequential. He replied, licking his lips as he reminisced about the delectable meal. It was his first encounter with such exquisite stir-fry, although the chili was somewhat fiery. Its flavor was undeniably delightful. Rest assured, it will be delicious, Mu Yue said, patting Obito on the shoulder. After all, you said so yourself. Suddenly, as Obito endeavored to melt the ice, an unsettling premonition washed over him. Could it be? Despite holding the ice, he felt an involuntary chill run down his spine. Mu Yue-sensei, I actually quite enjoy fried rice, Obito attempted to amend. Chili fried rice, is it? I shall prepare it for you. Mu Yue responded with a gentle smile. Could we have chili fried rice without the chili? Obito asked, his eyes wide with hope. He recalled a rather unpleasant experience with excessively spicy food, which had introduced him to the concept of two extremes of spiciness. The thought of being subjected to Mu Yue's spicy dishes daily filled him with dread at the prospect of enduring prolonged visits to the restroom. Chili fried rice without chili? I did not realize your palate was so delicate. However, it is not impossible, Mu Yue feigned ignorance. Upon hearing her words, Obito's vision darkened and his legs weakened, nearly causing him to faint on the spot. He sought help from Shisui, who, still savoring his meal, noticed Obito's pleading gaze and feigned to look skyward, deliberately avoiding eye contact. It was not that Shisui lacked regard for his clan. Rather, he deemed the situation too complicated to involve himself. After all, Obito had indeed improved his training efficiency after eating, and perhaps spicy food could have a beneficial effect on his cultivation of fire nature transformation. Moreover, Obito himself had declared the dish delectable, even as he devoured it while exclaiming about the spice. Ultimately, the primary reason for Shisui's reluctance stemmed from his awareness that discussing this matter would lead to him sharing the experience with Obito. Although Shizumi does not mind spicy food, he does not wish to consume it daily, nor does he have an urgent desire to enhance his abilities. Obito gazes at Guy, who, noticing his stare, responds with a smile and a thumbs up. A spirited youth should indulge in spicy cuisine. Obito, feeling increasingly disillusioned, reflects on the bonds of brotherhood and the camaraderie of his mentors, lamenting their unreliability in crucial moments. With a surge of chakra, he swiftly melts the ice from his hands and adjusts his goggles. Teacher, I believe it would be far simpler if you prepared a single dish in larger quantities and divided it among us, Obito suggests, feigning concern for Mugetsu. If that is the case, then let us all suffer together. Mugetsu muses, clearly aware of Obito's intentions, but opting for a playful retort. Shizumi's previously calm demeanor falters. He is surprised to discover that this seemingly simple-minded cousin possesses such quick wit when it comes to dragging others into his plans. A fiery youth should indeed share the spice. Guy exclaims with hearty laughter, revealing his true sentiments. Obito and Shizumi silently acknowledge this revelation, contemplating the prospect of communal indulgence in spicy fare. From that day forward, the trio, Obito, Shizumi, and Guy, embarked on a life that was, quite literally, a fiery adventure. So spicy, yet so delicious. Obito exclaims, tears streaming down his face as he devours the mapo tofu from his lunchbox, unable to resist its allure. Guy, equally tearful yet moved rather than pained, joins him in feasting on the same dish. Shizumi, feeling overwhelmed by the heat, discreetly distances himself from the two. The three head to the restroom, entering upright and emerging while leaning against the wall. During their time at school, Rin observed Obito's peculiar habit of sticking his rear end out and, concerned, inquires, Obito, are you feeling unwell? Obito, wearing a melancholic expression, replies, no. It is merely a minor side effect of my rigorous training. You would not believe how much my fire style has improved. I am certain I will defeat Kakashi in the upcoming Young Ninja Tournament, Obito asserts confidently. One of his motivations for enduring such arduous training is to redeem himself by triumphing over Kakashi in front of Rin and claiming the top prize. But Kakashi likely won't participate. He has already become a Chūnin, and such competitions are generally attended by students from the Ninja Academy, Rin remarks, expressing her faith in Obito's progress while doubting Kakashi's involvement. Obito is taken aback, having assumed Kakashi would indeed compete. Frustration wells within him. Winning first place without Kakashi's presence would be meaningless. What he truly desires is to conquer Kakashi under Rin's gaze, erasing the shame of the past. Without Kakashi, even victory would not bring him joy. His obsession with securing the first place in the youth ninjutsu competition was entirely instigated by Kakashi. Back in the day, in the presence of Lin Noara, Kakashi had decisively triumphed with an overwhelming score that left Obito's aspirations of victory sounding like mere bravado. This incident had lingered in Obito's memory, yet he had previously lacked the means to claim victory. Now that he possessed the ability to conquer all, he found himself dismayed to discover that his rival had already surpassed him. No, I must ensure Kakashi participates in the competition. The more Obito pondered, the more he felt that a competition devoid of Kakashi was simply unacceptable. We could seek him out after school to inquire about his intention to compete, suggested Lin Noara. I can accompany you. It has been quite some time since we last saw Kakashi. Although the trio shared a close bond, their opportunities to meet had dwindled since Kakashi's graduation. Lin and Obito, as students, were bound to their daily school routine, while Kakashi, as a ninja, was occupied with missions. All right, Obito nodded, appreciating Lin Noara's suggestion. He took a day off from school before the end of the day, deciding to prioritize resolving the matter with Kakashi over attending his usual classes. After school, Lin Noara and Obito proceeded directly to Kakashi's residence. Kakashi's home was situated not in the bustling city center, but in the outskirts, where it lacked the vibrancy of the city, yet offered respite from its congestion. Lin and Obito had previously visited Kakashi's home, even being invited in for a meal. As they approached the sloped-roof bungalow that came into view, they knew they had arrived. Fortune favored them today. Kakashi was not on a mission and was practicing in his yard when they arrived, wielding a silver chakra blade. Kakashi swiftly severed the head and limbs of a scarecrow. Upon noticing his friends, he exhaled lightly, sheathed his blade, and inquired, "What brings you here?" "It's been so long since we've played together. We missed you, so we decided to visit." Lin Noara smiled as she replied. Obito, however, was not as courteous as Lin and bluntly asked, "Kakashi, the youth ninjutsu competition is about to commence. Are you going to sign up?" "The youth ninjutsu competition?" Kakashi mused, recalling it as a trivial local event he had participated in out of boredom during his school days. "I want to participate. I have no interest," he replied nonchalantly. To him, such competitions were merely child's play, with the first prize being a slightly more refined kunai. Even during his time at the Ninja Academy, he had only participated out of tedium, let alone now. Obito's expression fell at Kakashi's abrupt refusal. "Why not? Didn't you participate before?" Obito pressed on, genuinely eager for Kakashi to join the competition. "Back then, I was still a student at the Ninja Academy. Now I am a Chūnin." Kakashi pointed to the headband adorning his forehead. Obito sensed an implication in Kakashi's words. He too had once been a student and remained one. What difference does it make whether one is a Chūnin or not? There is no age limit, Obito continued. "Must I explicitly express my disinterest in this childish game of house?" Kakashi remarked coldly, observing Obito's persistent demeanor. Obito's cheeks flushed slightly. "What childish game?" "This is the Youth Ninja Tournament," he added, a hint of aggression in his tone. "I shall participate as well." "Kakashi, are you afraid of losing to me?" "Lose to you? Have you ever triumphed over me?" Kakashi replied, his face betraying no emotion. I. Obito frantically searched his memories, only to be astonished by the realization that he had indeed never won against Kakashi. The acknowledgement of this frustrating truth caused his face to redden further. "Kakashi, do not revel in your superiority. I am no longer the same as before," Obito declared, placing his hands on his hips to signify his growth. Kakashi scrutinized Obito, adorned in his goggles and sportswear, wearing a foolish grin, and standing with a comically defiant stance. Kakashi candidly remarked, "I fail to see any changes." "You're insufferable," Obito retorted, barely able to contain his irritation. "You all, after finally meeting again, remain as you were." Lin Noara watched this exchange with a hand over her mouth, chuckling softly. This scene had played out countless times before in her presence. Obito relished competing with Kakashi, yet he invariably found himself at a disadvantage. Taking a deep breath to compose himself, Obito recalled his teacher, Mitsuki. How would Mitsuki approach this situation? He pondered, to encourage him to train more diligently. Mitsuki had devised a method whereby each time Obito was struck, he had to solve an additional problem. Although training was arduous, the prospect of tackling more problems was even less appealing. Thus, he chose the lesser of two evils and focused on reducing the frequency of his defeats. The notion of choosing the lesser of two evils sparked an idea within Obito. "Kakashi, Did you not assert that I am incapable of defeating you? Would you dare to wager against me? Obito challenged with a playful smirk. Kakashi's expression remained unchanged as he responded coolly. What are the stakes of this wager? You believe I would fall for such a foolish provocation? Participating in a meaningless competition is far less productive than devoting time to study. Not at all. Do you not consider yourself formidable? How about we test whether your vision surpasses my speed? Obito proposed. If you win, I shall refrain from discussing the tournament and treat you to ramen 5 times. If you lose, you must simply participate in the competition. As long as Kakashi did not acquiesce, Obito would persistently press for participation in the youth ninja tournament, knowing Kakashi would likely agree to this simpler and swifter contest eventually. Kakashi hesitated before inquiring, how exactly will we compete? Obito plucked a leaf from a tree beside Kakashi's home and placed it in the palm of his hand. It is quite simple. I will swiftly alternate the leaf between my hands, and in the end, you will guess which hand holds the leaf. Is that not straightforward? Kakashi contemplated this, concluding that Obito's hand speed could not possibly exceed his own eyesight, and thus he readily agreed. He understood Obito's nature. It was likely that he would persist in his pursuit until nightfall, rather than resorting to a simple contest to unveil the disparity between them. Obito unleashed his hand speed to its utmost, his hands flailing wildly for approximately 5 minutes before he finally ceased. Kakashi directed a pointed finger at Obito's right hand, where he concealed the leaf. I truly wonder from whence you derive the audacity to compete with me in this manner, Kakashi remarked, a hint of disappointment lacing his tone. He had anticipated that Obito's hand speed would be impressive. Instead, the leaf had scarcely left his line of sight. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Obito chuckled, inquiring, Kakashi, are you certain it is this hand? Once you confirm, there can be no alterations. Seeking to deceive me? It is indeed the right hand. Now, reveal it. Kakashi, undeterred by Obito's laughter, remained steadfast in his belief that Obito was merely posturing. Very well, I shall reveal it. Obito slowly opened his right hand. As his hand fully laid bare, it was revealed to be only dust and ash, devoid of the green leaf that had previously been there. Once the wind whisked away the remnants, nothing remained. With a triumphant grin, Obito exclaimed, Kakashi, it appears you were mistaken. Kakashi narrowed his eyes and grasped Obito's left hand, which, as he had surmised, was empty. After a moment of contemplation, he pieced together the sequence of events. The transformation of fire attribute chakra, Kakashi observed, astonished by Obito's unexpected mastery of this technique, as well as the cunning strategy he had employed. While the former was somewhat extraordinary, it was the latter that truly astonished Kakashi. Ha ha ha, Kakashi, did you not foresee this? Obito's smile grew increasingly arrogant. Indeed, it is somewhat unexpected. I must admit I have grown complacent of late, Kakashi replied, his expression returning to calm. Though he recognized Obito's significant growth, he felt no inclination to offer praise, especially given Obito's haughty demeanor. What do you mean by that, you insufferable Kakashi? Obito retorted, slightly miffed. To lose to him would imply a lack of prowess, which he found intolerable. Kakashi replied nonchalantly, the literal meaning. Obito, initially inclined to challenge Kakashi further, reconsidered, realizing that having achieved his objective, it would be prudent to return to his training. He had triumphed over Kakashi this time, yet in an actual contest, there would be no room for such tricks. It would be a test of raw strength. Never mind, I'm in a good mood today, so I shan't hold it against you. Do remember to register for the competition. You wouldn't back down if you lost, would you? Obito remarked. A wager is a wager, Kakashi affirmed. Initially, he had deemed the competition trivial, but witnessing Obito's considerable progress sparked a modicum of anticipation within him. With their objectives accomplished, Lin and Obito bid farewell to Kakashi and departed. Obito, how did you manage that just now? It felt so impressive, Lin commented as they walked away, discussing the recent contest. Flattered by Lin's compliment, Obito's pride swelled, and he boisterously declared, ha ha ha, it's merely the transformation of chakra, nothing too remarkable. In his exuberance, Obito failed to notice the path ahead and collided headfirst into a utility pole beside Kakashi's home. Curse you, Kakashi. Obito believes that the issue lies with Kakashi's positioning of the electric pole. As Kakashi watches them depart, he retracts the flicker of anticipation within him. Realizing that nothing has truly changed, he is still as foolish as before. In the ninjutsu class, after Mu Yue has completed her lecture and demonstration, she allows the students to practice independently, encouraging them to approach her whenever they encounter difficulties. Mu Yue is acutely aware of the disparity between theory and practice. Often, The mind may assert comprehension, while the body protests that it has grasped nothing at all, having grown accustomed to utilizing shadow clones. The idea of splitting into different forms feels rather disconcerting. Perhaps we should inquire with teacher Yaharu about any special techniques? Suggested Kamizuki Izumo. Akamichi also nodded in agreement, stating, "It's best to consult teacher Yaharu when facing challenges." The trio is collaboratively developing a new ninjutsu, aiming to combine shadow clones with transformations, hoping to astonish the entire school during the upcoming final exams and achieve superior results. They reached a consensus and approached Mu Yue, articulating their questions. Mu Yue pondered for a moment before advising, "You might begin with simple objects to familiarize yourselves with the sensation, gradually progressing to more complex forms." Simple objects, pondered Steel Iron. Suddenly, Akamichi pointed at the chair on the podium, exclaiming, "Let's start with the chair. That should be simple enough." Steel Iron agreed, acknowledging that the chair's structure is indeed uncomplicated, merely a combination of a few pieces of wood and a plank. Thus, the trio commenced their training as per Mu Yue's guidance, and the atmosphere in the classroom began to shift. Various chairs with 3 legs, 2 legs, and even 1 leg emerged. It appears that creating chairs is not as effortless as anticipated. Kamizuki Izumo awkwardly scratched his head, admitting that the 1-legged chair was his creation. "Are you trying to make me laugh to death, Izumo?" Steel Iron immediately pointed at Izumo's 1-legged chair, bursting into laughter. The commotion attracted the attention of the entire class, eliciting chuckles from the students at the sight of the peculiar chair. "Is your 2-legged chair not strange too?" Izumo retorted, his face flushed. The crowd turned to observe Steel Iron's chair, which had 1 leg in front and 1 in the back on the same side, prompting more laughter. "You two are hopeless. You should take a look at my chair, which is second in the grade." Akamichi crossed her arms, revealing that her chair not only had 3 legs, but was also moving around her. Witnessing this bizarre scene caused the students to erupt in laughter, and as the school day drew to a close, students from other classes began to gather out of curiosity. Amidst the merriment, the dismissal bell rang, and Mu Yue announced the end of class. Lecture completed. Evaluation. A. Reward. Mastery of Celestial Techniques. A segment about the cultivation and utilization of celestial techniques entered Mu Yue's mind. Fortune favored her today, as she noted with satisfaction that her reward was indeed the mastery of celestial techniques. The art of healing palm is not merely an ordinary medical ninjutsu. It is an exceptionally advanced form of medical ninjutsu. Among the medical ninjas in Konoha, only a few possess the skill of healing palm. This technique can not only mend external injuries, but can also cure internal ailments, making it extraordinarily potent in the realm of healing. With the mastery of healing palm, Obito's training in nature transformation becomes significantly safer, allowing for immediate treatment in the event of injury. Thus, the 7 elemental attributes are now gathered, Mu Yue mused. Healing palm belongs to the yang attribute of chakra transformation. As he had not yet mastered this attribute, the system, as per its customary practice, granted him a fragment of memory regarding nature transformation training, coupled with his previous mastery of in-release illusions. He had now grasped the nature transformations of all 7 elemental attributes. After school, Mu Yue routinely engaged in training with his disciples. Upon concluding their practice, instead of returning to the main city, he opted to remain at his residence in the southern forest. Today marked the day he would report on his mission to the root organization. Given Shisui's inherently different demeanor compared to typical Uchiha, Mu Yue reported truthfully in that regard, while employing a touch of literary embellishment in other areas. For instance, during the practical examination, he depicted Hinata Hayashi's overwhelming victory over his opponent as a display of sheer genius, while portraying Obito and Might Guy's success as largely due to luck. Regarding the Asuma mission, Mu Yue stated that he had successfully gained Asuma's recognition as a teacher and inquired whether he should attempt to recruit Asuma into the root organization. As long as Danzō was not suffering from senility, Mu Yue was confident that Danzō would not provide a favorable response. The reason for this report was simply to convey to Danzō that he had completed his mission commendably and had earned Asuma's acknowledgement, while subtly expressing his loyalty to the root. The root organization's response was swift. Immediately after Mu Yue's report, a root ninja arrived silently at his residence the following morning. This was a directive from Lord Danzō. The root ninja presented 2 scrolls to Mu Yue. Nodding in acknowledgement, Mu Yue accepted the scrolls. He first unrolled the scroll pertaining to the assigned mission. As before, the root ninja offered no superfluous words and departed promptly after delivering the items. Sensing the disappearance of the root ninja's presence, Mu Yue retreated indoors to examine the contents of the scrolls. The initial portions were similar to prior communications, extolling Mu Yue's excellent performance in completing the mission, affirming that he had not disappointed the organization's training, yet urging him to strive for further improvement. Mu Yue focused intently on the latter sections. Danzō addressed Mu Yue's previous inquiry regarding whether Asuma should be inducted into the root organization, responding with a firm negation. Danzō indicated that Mu Yue need only teach Asuma normally, becoming an important mentor to him, without undertaking any additional responsibilities, and further cautioned Mu Yue to avoid any unusual behavior. This response aligned closely with Mu Yue's expectations. Recruiting Asuma into the root would be akin to Danzō waiting in the Hokage's office, anticipating Mu Yue's regret. Although the root organization possessed considerable strength, its current power was largely sustained by nourishment from the Umbu. As the true Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen could easily manage the root organization. Furthermore, it is essential to keep a vigilant eye on the Uchiha students, assessing any tendencies towards rebellion against Konoha, while remaining alert for any prodigies that might be absorbed by the root organization. As for the other scroll, it contains several rare high-grade secret medicines, serving as a reward for Mu Yue's exemplary completion of tasks. Mu Yue carefully stored the scroll containing the elixirs, incinerating the other scroll. In this world, a stable existence has become a luxury. He swept the ashes into a bin, his expression indifferent as he gazed into the courtyard. The sight of a fully armed ninja standing in his yard each morning unsettled him. Yet, Mu Yue found himself with no choice. He had contemplated whether to reveal his true strength while teaching Asuma, allowing Sarutobi to recognize his worth and subsequently switch allegiances to the third Hokage, thereby resolving the curse seal issue. However, this notion was swiftly dismissed. He could indeed transfer allegiances through Sarutobi's appreciation, but not by exposing his abilities. Sarutobi Izashi was unaware of his precise strength and jutsu. As long as he did not reveal the water disruption wave technique, he could maintain a fade. In contrast, Danzō was different. The original host had been nurtured by him, possessing far too much knowledge. Should he expose his strength to switch allegiances, it was likely that Danzō would inform the third Hokage and treat Mu Yue as a spy. Mu Yue believed there were only 3 circumstances under which he could reveal his abilities. First, if Danzō intended to use him as expendable, in which case revealing his strength might present an opportunity to escape. Second, when his power reached the level of the legendary 3 ninjas, allowing him to contribute meaningfully during wartime, ensuring he would be seen as a hero rather than a spy, regardless of how he acquired such strength. And third, if he possessed the power to overthrow Konoha, at which point the necessity of concealment would be moot. Mu Yue adjusted his expression and proceeded to the ninja academy, entering the office and classroom with a gentle smile. When one lacks sufficient strength, it is wise to embody the role of a beloved, gentle soul. On Saturday, Obito arrived early at the training ground to commence his practice. He picked up a palm-sized block of ice, placing it in his hand to focus his chakra and begin the transformation process. After approximately 10 seconds, the ice vanished, leaving only a trace of water on the ground as evidence of its existence. Nearby, Mu Yue nodded in approval. 6 days prior, Obito's melting speed had not even matched that of the ice's natural dissolution. To have achieved this level of progress in 6 days was indeed beyond expectations. After all, he had never anticipated the emergence of culinary skills, let alone their utility in chakra transformation training. The ability to advance to this stage in such a short time could be largely attributed to his efforts in preparing Mappo tofu. You have grasped the fundamentals of chakra transformation. The next step is to continually enhance your maximum output, Mu Yue declared, retrieving a block of ice the size of a human head from a barrel and placing it on the ground. Your next objective is to melt this block of ice within 10 seconds. Mu Yue announced the transition to the next phase of training. This is far too large, Obito exclaimed, scratching his head as he stared at the oversized block of ice, feeling daunted by the increased challenge. In this pursuit of the instantaneous change in nature, disregard the consumption of chakra, exert yourself to the utmost, rest when fatigued, and resume your practice once rejuvenated. This phase demands time for refinement. Unless one possesses the vitality and chakra akin to Naruto, which allows for the carefree creation of numerous shadow clones to acquire experience. While one cannot compare to Naruto's extraordinary capabilities, in contrast to ordinary individuals, Obito has made commendable progress, for he has benefited from skillful instruction and the enhancement of unique culinary states. As noon approached, Mu Yue instructed his 3 disciples to cease their training. You must be weary of the same dishes. Today, we shall indulge in hot pot, Mu Yue proclaimed with a smile. Despite the skill enhancements, one might grow weary of a singular dish. Yet Mu Yue aspired for a deeper trust, necessitating his efforts to excel further. Wonderful. Finally, we need not endure that excessively spicy tofu. Obito exclaimed, leaping with excitement. It was not that mapo tofu lacked flavor, but rather that consuming it daily led to considerable discomfort during bathroom visits. I have prepared only the broth. As for the ingredients, it will depend on what you find. Mu Yue continued. I want fish. Obito declared, hastily retrieving his kunai and sprinting toward the river to catch fish. I'll assist you. The eager Might Guy exclaimed, launching into the water with a 100-meter dash, splashing water everywhere. As Obito searched for opportunities to catch fish, he was drenched by the sudden spray. Guy. Obito's fists clenched. In the next moment, Might Guy resurfaced, holding 2 fish, looking at Obito with a puzzled expression. Did you call for me, Obito? Yes, I wanted to say, Guy. You are truly generous. You are indeed a good brother, Obito responded, his expression transforming as he admired the fresh fish in Might Guy's hands. Shisui foraged for some wild vegetables and mushrooms in the forest. Together, the 3 of them worked in concert to hunt a wild boar. Might Guy drew attention. Shisui led the assault, and Obito provided support, and together they triumphed over the boar. Meanwhile, Mu Yue prepared the broth. Processing the ingredients they brought with the assistance of several shadow clones, efficiently handling the food. The wild boar and fish posed slight challenges, while the wild vegetables and mushrooms merely required washing, cutting in half, and adding directly. There was no need for a fire. Mu Yue utilized Obito's hands as a human-shaped heater, which also served as a form of training. Thus, the 4 of them resolved their midday meal amidst the forest, sourcing everything on the spot. Though the process was not overly complicated and the ingredients were simply gathered, it was not as delectable as Mu Yue's direct cooking. Nevertheless, Shisui felt a profound joy and warmth, a feeling he seldom experienced since losing his parents at a young age. Disciple Uchiha Shisui's trust level has risen. Current trust level is 3. As Mu Yue savored the fish from the pot, a smile graced his face. On Saturday afternoon, Mu Yue returned to his residence in the main city. Given their shared meals and camaraderie, their relationship had grown more familiar, prompting Mu Yue to invite the 2 to his home before cooking. Johanna, what dish do you plan to prepare today? Kushina inquired with curiosity. During several dining experiences at Mu Yue's home, Guy and I had never encountered a repetition of dishes. The variety was not merely impressive. It was Mu Yue's culinary prowess that inspired both admiration and envy in Guy and I. Mushroom soup and stir-fried mushrooms. Mu Yue indicated towards a plastic bag brimming with mushrooms beside the sink. At noon, Shisui and the others had procured an abundance of ingredients, various fish and wild vegetables, even collaborating to catch a wild boar, which Mu Yue took home as leftovers. Not to mention, the wild mushrooms were indeed fresh, but they had to be thoroughly cooked. Otherwise, food poisoning could ensue, diarrhea would be a minor concern, but being bedridden was not out of the question. These can't be wild mushrooms foraged from the forest. Can they? Guy and I mused, observing the assorted sizes and types of mushrooms, which seemed unlikely to have been purchased. This brought to mind her initial teasing of Mu Yue during her first meal there, wondering if he had added some peculiar mushrooms that induced hallucinations. If there were indeed such mushrooms in the mix, combined with Mu Yue's culinary skills, consuming them would surely feel akin to being ensnared in an illusion. Mu Yue nodded, explaining, I had a picnic in the forest with a few students at noon, and since we had an excess of ingredients, I brought the leftovers home. You still take students on picnics? Guy and I asked, a hint of envy in her voice. Having attended the ninja academy for 6 long years, she had yet to encounter a teacher as generous as Mu Yue. Those few students have a good rapport with me, Mu Yue clarified. Do you need help, Yu Sheng? I can wash the vegetables, Watergate offered, stepping forward, feeling a bit guilty about dining for free. Watergate, could you wash the mushrooms for me? I'll handle the wild boar meat, Mu Yue responded without hesitation, assigning Watergate a task. Being overly polite could hinder the development of their friendship. Relationships thrive on reciprocity. As it was a meal for 3, in addition to the mushroom soup and stir-fried mushrooms, Mu Yue also planned to prepare braised pork. For reasons unknown, he had always felt queasy at the sight of fatty meats, yet he could accept the fat within braised pork, finding that the balance of fat and lean meat made it particularly delectable. Braised pork with preserved vegetables was a dish he held in high regard. However, since there were no preserved vegetables available, he would have to settle for plain braised pork. What about me? What should I do? Guy and I scratched her head, watching the 2 of them work together, feeling somewhat like an outsider in what seemed to be a brotherly bond. There's no more room here for you to assist. Just sit down and wait for the meal, Mu Yue replied. This was not a restaurant kitchen, and with 3 people working together, it would only lead to more chaos. 2 were just right, and there wasn't much that required assistance. Thus, feeling rather bored, Guy and settled into a chair in the living room, casually picking up a book that lay on the low table. Oh, she exclaimed, surprised to find that the book was related to sealing techniques. What is sealing technique? She inquired. Yuxing, why are you still reading such books? Just by the title, it seems. Guy and paused as she turned the page, her eyes landing on the words Vortex Looming's masterpiece. Ahem, this book is quite remarkable. Mu Yue, you should take a good look at it, Guy and said, clearing her throat and reorganizing her thoughts. Indeed, I have perused it several times. Lord Uzumaki Ashina is truly the progenitor of sealing techniques in Konoha. Even someone like me, who knows nothing about sealing arts, has gleaned considerable insights from it, Mu Yue replied while handling the pork. Of course, he is the leader of our Uzumaki clan, Guy declared with pride. However, Mu Yue, are you still interested in sealing techniques? Guy inquired curiously. I am indeed very interested. I find sealing arts to be both mysterious and powerful, Mu Yue expressed with a look of admiration, from the perspective of enhancing one's strength. Sealing arts are indeed an excellent choice, Minato nodded in agreement. The trio continued to chat about sealing techniques until their meal was prepared. Throughout the conversation, Mu Yue mostly listened, occasionally sharing some novice perspectives that gave Minato and Guy a sense of accomplishment. Guy first tried the braised pork she had never tasted before. One bite was astonishing. The tender, rich flavor compelled her to take a large mouthful of rice. This is simply exquisite. Why have I never encountered such a delightful dish before? Guy instantly fell in love with the taste of braised pork. If you wish to learn, I can teach you, Mu Yue said with a smile. It's a deal. Tomorrow evening, Minato and I will help you procure the ingredients. Guy quickly nodded in agreement. Afterward, Guy glanced at the plate of stir-fried mushrooms, only to find that more than half was already gone. As Minato had been devouring food while they discussed cooking. I haven't eaten yet. Minato, save some for me, Guy exclaimed, disregarding everything else, and began to eat fervently. The first bite also amazed Guy. It was incredibly fresh. Once they were satiated, the 3 of them took a leisurely stroll together. During their walk, conversation flowed naturally. Mu Yue shared amusing anecdotes from his teaching experiences, while Minato and Guy recounted some curious tales from their missions. As the competition loomed just 2 days away, Mu Yue commenced the final training session with Obito. To make ninjutsu appear more formidable, beyond elemental transformation and chakra volume, one can also enhance its visual impact through morphological changes, Mu Yue explained. But there are only 2 days left. Will there be enough time to practice morphological changes? Obito scratched his head, uncertain. Of course, there is not enough time, Mu Yue replied candidly, recognizing Obito's lack of innate talent in ninjutsu. However, you need not master morphological changes. You only need to grasp my modified Great Fireball technique to ensure Obito secures first place and maximizes the rewards from the training task. Mu Yue was genuinely dedicated. He had specifically altered the Great Fireball to appear larger, while its actual power remained unchanged. In essence, it was designed to be visually impressive. After all, the youth ninjutsu competition does not involve combat. Each participant merely performs a technique and is judged based on points. Teacher Mu Yue, you are truly my sage of 6 paths. Upon hearing Mu Yue's words, Obito felt that first place was all but assured. Faced with the formidable guidance of teacher Mu Yue, Kakashi stood no chance. After all, when one expresses a lifelong request, it is only fitting for a teacher to dedicate themselves wholeheartedly, Mu Yue remarked cheerfully, subtly nurturing the awareness in Obito that he should seek out his teacher when in need. Hiki, Obito responded with an embarrassed smile. Focus on your training. Mu Yue gently tapped Obito on the head. Yes. Obito immediately commenced his practice, eagerly anticipating the moment he would triumph over Kakashi in front of Rin. As evening descended upon the Uchiha clan's territory, Obito heard his grandmother's voice cautioning him. Obito, don't eat so hastily. Be careful not to choke. Slowing his pace, Obito explained, Grandma, I have plans with friends. Which friends? Is it little Rin? His grandmother inquired with a warm smile, as she was familiar with Rin due to her frequent visits. Well, there are others too, Obito replied while continuing to eat. The youth ninja competition was set to commence the following day, and he had diligently trained all day, exhausting himself in the process. Perhaps because he would again be competing against Kakashi, Rin had invited them to join her for an evening of relaxation. Given Kakashi's presence, Obito had also invited Might Guy along. "I'm full," Obito declared, wiping his mouth as he prepared to leave in a hurry. His grandmother followed him to the entrance, cheerfully encouraging, "Do your best, Obito. I want to see my great-grandson." Obito nearly stumbled, turning with a flushed face to exclaim, "Grandma, I'm still in school." Although he harbored such thoughts, he felt he was still too young for that. The group had agreed to meet on the southern streets of the main city. Upon his arrival, Obito noticed that the other three had already gathered. He was the last to arrive. "I encountered an elderly lady in need of assistance along the way," he explained for his tardiness. "You do seem to attract elderly ladies. It's always like this," Kakashi remarked, finding it somewhat absurd. "I can't just ignore someone in need, can I?" Obito felt a bit wronged, for he had genuinely helped the old woman. "All right, it's nothing serious." Perhaps Obito is simply too kind-hearted, possessing an eye for those in need, Rin interjected gently, walking between the two. With that minor incident resolved, the four of them strolled down the bustling street. "Look at all these people. Kakashi, let us race to see who can weave through the crowd faster," Might Guy suggested. Unable to resist the challenge. "I must decline," Kakashi firmly rejected, leaving no room for delusion. Such a challenge was rather foolish. "There is an event happening on this street today, which is why it's so crowded," Rin explained as she led the trio to the event site, where vendors lined the streets, and the atmosphere was vibrant with brightly lit stalls and groups of people clad in yukatas. "Look, those goldfish are so adorable." Yahira Rin stumbled upon a quaint stall for catching goldfish, cheerfully waving at the crowd. "Little lady, would you like to give it a try? For merely 10 taels, you can acquire a net," the stall owner enticed. 10 taels, you say?" Yahira Rin pondered, recognizing that while 10 taels was not an exorbitant amount, a single net might prove insufficient, as these paper nets were notoriously fragile. "I'll give it a shot." Obito stepped forward, bravely handing over the money for a net. He aimed directly at the most vibrant and lively fish, yet after 2 or 3 attempts, he failed to catch it, and the net succumbed to rips. Once more, undeterred, Obito made another attempt, only to be met with yet another failure. On the 9th try, Yahira Rin intervened, gently restraining him. "Perhaps we should move on and explore elsewhere. 80 taels could buy a bowl of ramen. But after so many attempts, I've gained a certain proficiency. Quitting now would feel like a loss." Obito hesitated. "Let me join in on the fun." Might Guy, never having participated before, rolled up his sleeves, determined to catch the fish with all his might. Alas, the stick holding the net snapped. "Allow me," Kakashi remarked nonchalantly, handing 10 taels to the owner, and with a swift motion, he captured a goldfish effortlessly. "Here you go," Kakashi said, presenting the neatly packaged fish to Yahira Rin. "Thank you, Kakashi," she replied with a bright smile, adding, "And thanks to Obito and Guy as well." Obito, who had previously worn a frown, now beamed with a silly grin. The four of them then frolicked about, throwing shuriken, discerning clones from the original. They continued their merriment until the streets grew quieter, at which point they decided to indulge in some takoyaki before returning home. "Kakashi, be ready to witness my triumph tomorrow. This time, victory will surely be mine," Obito declared, savoring a bite of takoyaki while boasting. "If you wish for the prize reserved for the winner, I can hand it over to you afterward," Kakashi retorted, exuding a sense of assertiveness. The two exchanged playful taunts, igniting a fervor in Might Guy, who thought that if there were a youth martial arts tournament, he would undoubtedly invite Kakashi for a proper contest. The following day, being a Sunday, school was not in session. The competition was set for the afternoon, and Obito dedicated the morning to final preparations. The venue for the Youth Ninja Arts competition was a bustling commercial street in the heart of Kanahagakure. Obito learned that a certain elderly ninja shopkeeper organized the event to encourage students at the Ninja Academy, and as time passed, others joined in to fund the yearly affair due to its ability to draw crowds. "Obito, which jutsu will you employ for the competition?" Yahira Rin inquired. "The Great Fireball Technique," he replied without hesitation. "Aren't you going to use the Great Dragon Fire Technique that you showcased during the practical exam?" Yahira Rin asked, a hint of confusion in her voice. Obito recalled that he had lost to Kakashi using the Fireball Technique last time, scoring only 21 points compared to Kakashi's 30. "This time will be different. My Fireball Technique has significantly improved," Obito proclaimed, confidence radiating from him, convinced that his performance would astonish the audience. "Well then, I eagerly anticipate your display," Yahira Rin smiled warmly. "Come on, Obito," said Might Guy, crossing his arms with an enigmatic expression. "As my rival, that man is not so easily defeated. Are you suggesting that I leave?" Kakashi, who had been silent until now, interjected. Why are we discussing how to overcome him in his presence? Kakashi, what jutsu do you plan to employ? Lin Yawara inquired with a smile. I haven't decided yet. I might just use something at random, perhaps the Earth-style wall, Kakashi mused. His words were not mere bravado. He possessed a considerable repertoire of jutsu, which indeed allowed for such casual selection in this competition. Obito glanced around and noticed several familiar faces from the Ninja Academy, including 2 shinobi adorned with forehead protectors. There are significantly more participants this time compared to the last, he reflected. It must be due to the increased rewards, Lin remarked. This time, the first-place winner receives not only a finely crafted silver kunai, but also a cash prize of 8,000 ryo. 8,000 ryo? Obito's eyes widened. His determination to secure first place intensifying. That sum was substantial enough to treat Lin to dinner or buy gifts without hesitation. As the competition commenced, the host announced, Please welcome our first contestant to the stage. Excellent. We express our gratitude to the first contestant for their demonstration of the shadow clone technique, earning a score of 8 points. Next, the host called for the second contestant. Why are you here to watch such a competition, Teacher Mujutsu? It seems like a waste of time. Even seasoned ninjas rarely participate in these events, Asuma remarked upon witnessing the clumsy performance of the contestants on stage. With a cheerful smile, Mujutsu replied, Asuma, have you forgotten your last battle with Shisui? Never underestimate anyone. Asuma was momentarily rendered speechless. Had Mujutsu not comforted him during that encounter with Uchiha Shisui, he might have succumbed to despair. Gaining insight into the abilities of our peers in the village is beneficial, Mujutsu casually remarked, although his primary concern was ensuring Obito did not falter, hence his presence at the event. Asuma scanned the crowd and was surprised to see Kakashi among them. He can't possibly be competing too, can he? That would be rather unfair. Before long, he spotted Kakashi and his companions. Asuma considered himself a friend of Kakashi, well aware of the latter's extraordinary talent, graduating at 5 and becoming a Chūnin at 6. An astonishingly scary aptitude. While others were still learning hand signs and practicing the 3 body techniques, Kakashi had already embarked on a journey of diverse jutsu training and nature transformation. Not only Kakashi, but Asuma also noticed the Uchiha Shisui, who had previously bested him. He was quite eager to see a showdown between Shisui and Kakashi. Let those 2 prodigies entertain themselves. Please welcome the second contestant, Gantetsu, the host enthusiastically called out. Upon hearing his name, Gantetsu promptly made his way to the stage. Go for it, Gantetsu, shouted Kamizuki Izumi, cheering for his close friend. Feeling that he had not yet sufficiently honed his skills, Gantetsu had chosen not to participate, while Akatsuki expressed interest in joining but had prior commitments preventing her from competing that day. Steel Iron contestant, may I inquire which ninjutsu you wish to perform? The host asked with a smile, bending slightly. I shall demonstrate the distracting technique that my friend and I developed together. Steel Iron replied, his face beaming with pride. In the audience, Kamizuki Izumi wore a smile of shared glory, as this ninjutsu bore his contributions as well. One must not underestimate the current generation, despite Steel Iron's youth. He has already embarked on the creation of new ninjutsu, the host praised, unable to contain his admiration. May I boldly ask, Steel Iron, which grade are you currently in at the ninja school? The host inquired. Steel Iron candidly answered, 1st grade. Remarkable, the host exclaimed, astonished. Typically, 1st graders have not studied for more than 2 months. Being able to perform the body replacement technique is already commendable. The audience, too, was left in disbelief, especially the 2nd and 3rd graders, who felt their efforts this year were in vain. Miyu had an inkling of what ninjutsu Steel Iron would exhibit, though she was curious about the level of its completion. The host stepped back a distance and announced, now, let us enjoy the distracting technique presented by Steel Iron. Steel Iron swiftly formed hand seals, channeling chakra. With a puff, white smoke enveloped the stage, revealing a chair that towered over Steel Iron himself. Silence engulfed the venue, as the audience stared in bewilderment at the oversized chair beside Steel Iron, pondering its significance. The host, who had presided over the competition for 5 years and believed he had seen it all, found himself at a loss. He stood frozen for a moment, unable to approach the stage. Ahem, Steel Iron, your ninjutsu, the host stammered, unsure how to proceed. Isn't the body replacement technique meant to confuse the enemy? My technique primarily combines the body replacement with transformation techniques to achieve a superior bewildering effect. Steel Iron articulated the essence of his creation. But why a chair? The host could not help but ask, wondering if the enemy would truly be perplexed, while teammates would undoubtedly be questioning their sanity. Because chairs are easy to transform into. I haven't yet mastered other transformations, Steel Iron replied earnestly. Laughter erupted from the audience, who had anticipated a prodigious talent, only to find a naive youth instead. This lad is indeed a talent, Asuma remarked, his mouth twitching. Just moments ago, he had underestimated the influx of geniuses, thinking perhaps this was the reincarnation of the second Hokage. Now, the tables had turned in an instant. Mu Yue, are the students at the ninja school really like this now? Asuma could not resist commenting. Mu Yue found herself somewhat speechless. I told you to start mastering transformations with chairs. How did it end up that you can only transform into a chair? In truth, considering the level of mastery, a first grader exhibiting such proficiency in the body replacement and transformation techniques was commendable. After all, as a student in her class, Mu Yue offered an objective assessment. Upon hearing Mu Yue's words, Asuma realized that Steel Iron was merely a first-grade student, not a seasoned ninja, and possessing such skills was indeed outstanding. Truly, you're remarkable, Mu Yue, for not being deceived by appearances. As Asuma observed the laughter surrounding him, an unexpected sense of superiority washed over him. After the laughter subsided, Kamizuki Izumi became silent, relieved that he had opted not to participate. The thought of such a spectacle spreading throughout the school filled him with dread. It would surely signify the end of his student life. Let us now review the judges' scores, announced the host. A total of 12 points have been awarded. The initial concept behind this ninjutsu is commendable. With further refinement, it could potentially achieve a higher score. I shall continue to strive for improvement alongside my esteemed comrades, Kamizuki Izumi and Mitakahashi Izuki. As we perfect this ninjutsu we have developed together, Steel Iron declared with a smile, deliberately mentioning their full names. It became apparent that the other two individuals were indeed Kamizuki Izumi and Mitakahashi Izuki. Their presence at the event remained uncertain. Upon hearing the comments from those nearby, Kamizuki Izumi's face turned pale. The thought of such notoriety spreading made him anxious about his prospects of finding a girlfriend. Next, the host called upon contestant number 3, Uchiha Te, to take the stage. Fire Style, Fireball Jutsu. Uchiha Te, a man of few words, swiftly unleashed his most formidable technique, conjuring a fireball taller than himself with remarkable speed. Truly, a remarkable feat for a youth of the Uchiha clan, who has already mastered such a powerful ninjutsu before graduation. The host exclaimed in astonishment. For a genin to wield such a technique is nothing short of extraordinary, remarked one of the judges as he promptly awarded a high score. The other judges nodded in agreement, bestowing high marks as well. 26 points. Uchiha Te secures the lead with an impressive score. The host proclaimed. With 5 years of experience overseeing these competitions, he knew that no excessively formidable contenders had emerged. 26 points would likely guarantee first place. Uchiha Te descended the stage with an air of indifference. Were it not for the enticing prize of 8,000 ryo, he would have had little interest in such a contest. Shisui, what did you think of my fireball jutsu? Uchiha Te inquired. It is evident that you have diligently honed your skills, Te, Shisui assessed. In truth, he had intended to rendezvous with Obito but had encountered fellow Uchiha along the way and chose to accompany them. Despite acknowledging Te's commendable fireball level, Shisui held reservations about his chances of winning, having witnessed Obito's mastery of the technique. Next, contestant number 4, Uchiha Obito, was summoned to the stage. Obito, it is your turn, reminded Noera-rin. Obito nodded, swiftly making his way to the platform. Obito, give it your all. Noera-rin encouraged, her fist clenched in support. This time, it is your opportunity to face Kakashi. Unleash the full extent of your efforts. Guy cheered for Obito. They had trained together under the guidance of Mitsuki, and Guy had witnessed Obito's dedication firsthand. Don't lose before you've even begun, Kakashi remarked coolly, offering encouragement in his own manner. Kakashi's words had a remarkable effect, prompting Obito to turn and respond. That's impossible. Just wait and see. Another Uchiha youth graced the stage, a rarity indeed. One could only wonder what captivating display he would bring forth. The host mused, noting the remarkable presence of 2 Uchiha participants in this competition. To everyone's surprise, Obito also entered the competition. His situation was somewhat unfortunate, as he found himself overshadowed by a fellow Uchiha who was performing exceptionally well, creating an awkward contrast. Asuma began to feel a sense of embarrassment for Obito. Having known him for over 3 years, Asuma was acutely aware of Obito's abilities. Though he had indeed mastered the great fireball technique, his skill level remained rather ordinary. Obito also took to the stage. Uchiha Tetsuhan frowned upon seeing him, sensing that victory was not guaranteed. However, the judges were of average competence, and perhaps they would overlook the true prowess of the Great Dragon Fire technique. Tetsuhan contemplated another aspect. While the Great Dragon Fire technique was classified as a B-rank fire release jutsu, its learning curve was steeper than that of the Great Fireball technique. Yet it lacked the dramatic visual impact. Uchiha Obito, what jutsu will you demonstrate? The host inquired, adhering to the customary protocol. I will perform the fire release, Great Fireball technique, Obito replied with confidence. Once again, it was the Great Fireball technique. Were all the Uchiha youths proficient in this jutsu? Truly, they were a prestigious clan. The audience anticipated Obito's performance as the host stepped back, recognizing the need for a safe distance from such a wide-ranging destructive technique. Could it be that he had achieved a high level of mastery in both the Great Dragon Fire and the Great Fireball? Tetsuhan found that notion a bit unrealistic. He had complete faith in Shisui's capabilities, but Obito had previously been labeled as the weakest among the Uchiha. Standing on stage, Obito gazed at the audience below, where he could see everyone clearly. Rin, with a beaming smile, cheered him on. My Guy flashed a bright grin and gave him a thumbs up. Kakashi remained focused on the stage. Shisui appeared to be offering encouragement. Asuma looked on with a hint of regret. Mu Yue, teacher Mu Yue. Upon spotting Mu Yue, Obito's expression transformed with surprise. His only disappointment today was that Mu Yue, now taking on a tutoring role, could not attend his competition. Obito felt immense gratitude towards Mu Yue, who had helped him shed the label of being the Uchiha's underperformer, enabling him to defeat Uchiha Tetsuhan and secure second place in his class. Moreover, he had finally passed the theoretical exams that had long eluded him. Standing there with confidence was largely due to Mu Yue's influence. During the intensive training over the past 20 days, he had not been the only one putting in the effort. Mu Yue had gone to great lengths to bolster his skills, even modifying jutsu to suit his needs. If Mu Yue were unable to witness his triumphant moment, Obito would consider it a profound loss. Noticing Obito's gaze, Mu Yue smiled and waved at him. I cannot disappoint those who cheer for me. Taking a deep breath, Obito entered an unprecedented state of focus. The failures of that year lingered in his memory, but this time, he was determined to win it all. Fire release, Great Fireball technique. Obito deftly formed hand seals, gathering a significant amount of chakra in his throat, transforming all the gathered chakra, and then releasing it instantaneously. Whoosh! A torrent of fierce flames erupted from Obito's mouth, swiftly coalescing into a vibrant orange fireball that rapidly expanded, ultimately reaching a staggering height of 4 meters, nearly 3 times Obito's own stature. Such a display of fire release technique was beyond what one would expect from a mere student of the Ninja Academy. One judge, witnessing the awe-inspiring fireball, appeared utterly astounded, as if he had seen a ghost. Another judge rubbed his eyes in disbelief, equally incredulous. The grand fireball conjured by Uchiha Obito exhibited an extraordinary caliber that even left the judges astonished. The host, taken aback yet eager to comment, noted that in his 5 years of commentary, he had never encountered a fireball of this magnitude, particularly from a student of the academy. Such a formidable fireball, how could it be possible? Uchiha Tetsuhira felt as though he had fallen under an illusion. He would rather believe he was ensnared in a genjutsu than accept that Obito could wield such an impressive fireball alongside his mastery of the Great Fire Release technique. With such prowess, Obito could easily defeat any opponent outright without employing any strategy. His fireball was simply that overwhelming. Asuma rubbed his eyes, grappling with the surreal nature of the spectacle before him. Teacher, please hit me. I feel as though I'm under an illusion, he implored Muketsu. Complying with Asuma's request, Muketsu gently tapped his fingers against Asuma's forehead. That hurt, Asuma exclaimed, staring agape at the colossal fireball still hovering on stage, utterly flabbergasted. Having been bested by Uchiha Shisui, he had accepted that he was up against a genius possibly more monstrous than Kakashi. Yet Obito was his old friend. He was well aware of his capabilities. This fireball, towering nearly the height of a house, was bewildering. Had Obito been concealing his strength all along? If Obito possessed such formidable power, could it be that he was, in fact, quite inferior? Asuma found himself questioning his own abilities, realizing he must exert himself to rise above. Otherwise, he would remain among the weaker ranks, even among friends. The sheer magnitude of Obito's fireball explained his earlier confidence. Kakashi, observing the display, recognized Obito's remarkable progress, a leap so significant that it left Kakashi puzzled. After all, Obito had yet to graduate. Typically, one would only experience such rapid growth post-graduation. 10, 10, 10. Uchiha Obito receives a perfect score of 30. He has secured first place ahead of time. The host exclaimed with excitement. All the judges awarded Obito full marks, a rare occurrence indeed. What trickery could have facilitated this? Hinata Hayashi, having activated his Byakugan, discerned the true nature of Obito's fireball. While it appeared impressive, it was not as extraordinary as it seemed. Having accompanied a friend, it now seemed clear that first place belonged to Obito. However, Hayashi did not believe Obito would triumph over him in the upcoming final examinations, as he intended to prevent Obito from unleashing his ninjutsu. The host has declared that first place is already secured. "Obito, you are truly remarkable," exclaimed Noera-rin as Obito stepped down from the stage. Hee. Obito couldn't help but display a foolish grin, unable to contain his delight. "Do not rejoice too soon. By the time I arrive, they may very well grant a higher score." Kakashi cautioned Obito not to celebrate prematurely. "Now, let us welcome the fifth contestant, Hatake Kakashi, to the stage." As Kakashi finished speaking, the host called out his name. In an instant, Kakashi appeared on the arena. "Kakashi, give it your all," cheered Noera-rin. Observing Kakashi's swift entrance using the body flicker technique, Obito felt that Kakashi was putting on a show. He resolved to learn the technique himself in the future. Hatake Kakashi is no ordinary contestant. He is a renowned genius from our Hidden Leaf Village. If I recall correctly, this marks your second participation in the competition. Due to Kakashi's considerable fame, the host provided a slightly more detailed introduction. Indeed, Kakashi replied nonchalantly, offering no further comments and maintaining an air of aloofness. "What jutsu will you be demonstrating this time, Kakashi?" the host inquired. "Earth style, earth wall," Kakashi replied. Once the host stepped back, Kakashi swiftly formed hand seals, his chakra surging within him. "Earth style, earth wall." As Kakashi unleashed his technique, the ground trembled, and an immensely thick wall gradually rose behind him. This caliber of earth-style jutsu, the judges gazed at the long and sturdy earth wall, momentarily lost in contemplation. Had this been earlier, they would have awarded a perfect score without hesitation. However, having already granted one perfect score, bestowing another would result in 2 first places. After deliberation, the judge ultimately raised a card emblazoned with the number 10, deciding to leave such matters to the organizers. This fellow remains as formidable as ever. Asuma was not surprised by Kakashi's prowess. To surpass Kakashi's jutsu, one must continue to strive for improvement. Might Guy recalled the day when Kakashi fought with all his might. It was a near total domination, with only the unexpected kick from the Leaf Whirlwind providing a momentary advantage, after which there was no chance for a counterattack. Seeing one judge award a perfect score, Obito felt a sense of foreboding. If Kakashi also received a perfect score, determining who would take first place would be contentious. 10, 10, 10. Hatake Kakashi's total score is 30, exclaimed the host in disbelief. Incredible! This is the second perfect score of today's competition and marks the first occurrence of dual perfect scores since the event's inception. The quality of contestants in this competition is remarkably high. The emergence of 2 perfect scores is unprecedented. A participant of Uchiha's caliber would have secured first place in the previous competition. What bad luck, Uchiha lamented, having believed he could attain first place, only to find himself relegated to third. Yet, he conceded defeat gracefully, acknowledging the strength of the jutsu demonstrated by Kakashi and Obito. If only Shisui had participated, he too would surely have received a perfect score, Uchiha remarked, confident in Shisui's abilities. Though he was 2 years older than Shisui, he considered himself no match for him. Shisui smiled quietly, choosing not to respond. He had little interest in the competition, especially with Obito so eager for victory, making his participation even less likely. "Are you satisfied now? To defeat me, you might want to train for a few more years," Kakashi remarked to Obito. "What are you so proud of? We both scored 30 points. I obtained mine earlier, so by all accounts, I should be the victor," Obito retorted defiantly. "The reason you achieved 30 points is that it was the only score you could attain. My 30 points reflect the highest possible score," Kakashi replied nonchalantly. "You." Obito found himself at a loss against Kakashi, his face tinged with embarrassment. "All right, you both are quite formidable. There's no need for further quarrel." Lin Yahara interjected with a resigned smile, standing between the two. Nearby, the sponsors were engaged in discussion. "How did we end up with 2 perfect scores? How shall we determine the rankings now? Perhaps we could hold a tiebreaker, allowing them to employ different ninjutsu?" one merchant suggested. "While that could indeed help us find a clear winner, it may not be appropriate. After all, one of them is still a student, and mastering a single fire technique is already quite impressive," another merchant countered. "Is it not possible to declare a tie for first place?" a voice unexpectedly chimed in. The merchants noticed, to their surprise, a golden-haired man wearing a forehead protector had approached them. We could promote a dual first place as a marketing angle to attract more shoppers, Mu Yue proposed with a smile. That's a splendid idea, the merchants mused. Recognizing the appeal of Mu Yue's suggestion, one of the objectives of this competition was indeed to increase foot traffic in the commercial district. And drawing more customers would be exceedingly beneficial. Any increase in sales would be advantageous, especially considering the first-place prize was only 8,000 Ryo. Esteemed ninja, do you have plans to open a shop here? One shopkeeper inquired, sensing Mu Yue's business acumen. Not at all. I am merely a passing Chūnin. Your competition is commendable, as it encourages the youth of the village to engage in their training, Mu Yue praised before taking his leave. If Obito and Kakashi were to have a tiebreaker, it was clear that Obito would not be able to best Kakashi. For Obito's victory, he had truly exerted himself, hoping that the rewards would not disappoint him. In the subsequent events, there were no more competitors achieving perfect scores like Obito and Kakashi. Even surpassing Uchiha Tetsuhan was unattainable, with the highest score among the rest being only 23 points. Once all participants had showcased their abilities, it was time to announce the rankings. Uchiha Obito first. Hatake Kakashi first, Uchiha Tetsuhan second. The host declared the top three. Mu Yue's proposal had borne fruit. Obito and Kakashi tied for first, resulting in a draw. This time, you were fortunate. Next time, I shall undoubtedly triumph over you, Obito exclaimed excitedly, a determined glint in his eye. Only when your strength matches your words will you stand a chance, Kakashi replied, his sharp tongue leaving Obito far behind. Fortunately, with the first-place prize secured, a beautifully crafted silver-plated kunai and 8,000 Ryo, Obito, despite his banter with Kakashi, felt a surge of joy at his reward. At the moment the rankings were announced, Obito's training mission also reached its conclusion. The disciple Uchiha Obito has completed his training task and received the following rewards. Chakra 800. A scroll for ninjutsu proficiency and mastery in the nature transformation of in-release chakra. Upon seeing the rewards pop up, Mu Yue's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. Such abundant rewards made his 20 days of hard work worthwhile. 800 points of chakra would require him to undertake 40 B rank evaluations if he were to grind for it. The scroll for ninjutsu proficiency is also a valuable item, capable of instantly elevating his mastered ninjutsu to an advanced level. However, the in-release chakra nature transformation was the reward Mu Yue cherished the most, even more than the 800 chakra points. The transformation of yin and yang is notoriously challenging to cultivate. At the moment he received the rewards, a wealth of memories regarding the cultivation of in-release chakra nature transformation surged into Mu Yue's mind. He then opened his panel to examine his data. Name, Yuzuki Mugetsu. Age, 18. Chakra, 8,000. Skills, teaching, fire release. Head hardship, mastering sage arts. Wind release, pressure damage, earth release. Earth flow wall, 8 gates of Duinjia. Evaluation. You have mastered 7 types of chakra transformation, excelling in fire and water release. Against an ordinary Jonin, you would prevail effortlessly, simply by augmenting your chakra. You can ascend to greatness. Compared to the data from last month's examination, the metrics have seen a significant surge. This month, owing to the training tasks, the increase in chakra is particularly pronounced. Upon his arrival, it was April. The chakra increment from April to May amounted to 1,000, rising from 4,300 to 5,300. Including the 500 chakra obtained from the early May examination. The total now stands at 5,800. From the conclusion of the early May exam to the present in early June, the growth has been substantial, escalating directly from 5,800 to 8,000, a total increase of 2,200 chakra. Once, Mugetsu envied the 7,000 chakra of the root Jonin. But within just 2 months, he has surpassed that, now possessing 1,000 more than the root Jonin. However, Mugetsu is aware that maintaining such chakra increments from June to July will be challenging. The significant leap was due to the completion of training tasks under Obito, and currently, no new training tasks have emerged, nor will there be an examination from June to July, with the final assessment scheduled for mid-July. In addition to the gratifying increase in chakra, Mugetsu has also attained mastery in water release chakra transformation, proficiency in fire release, head hardship, and adeptness in in-release chakra transformation, among a plethora of rewards. These accolades significantly bolster Mugetsu's intrinsic capabilities. Otherwise, possessing chakra without skills would be quite awkward. The mastery of various chakra transformations is the reward Mugetsu yearns for the most. With the command over water and fire transformations, Not only has the output potential of corresponding ninjutsu increased, but Mujutsu also harbors the hope that with a few more years of diligent effort, he might unlock the boiling release bloodline limit, should he master the transformation of all 7 attributes. Mujutsu dares not imagine the possibilities, perhaps even the ability to manually create the Jade of Seeking Truth. Upon reflection, he considers that it may still be beyond his reach. Mastery is not the pinnacle, and a higher level may be necessary to attain the manual creation of the Jade. Nonetheless, even if he cannot manually create the Jade, the development of various bloodline limits should still be within the realm of possibility. Obito, Kakashi, how splendid that you both achieved first place, Lin exclaimed, her sweet smile radiating joy as she congratulated her 2 dear friends. Indeed, it is thanks to your support, Lin, Obito replied, his heart brimming with excitement and his cheeks slightly flushed. It would have been even better without Kakashi's name, he silently added. Being co-first is essentially a tie, Guy remarked thoughtfully. Up until now, he had been defeated in every battle against Kakashi, leaving no victories to his name. Observing Obito's successful parody in ninjutsu with Kakashi stirred something within Guy, igniting a desire to engage in combat with Kakashi once more. Kakashi, in celebration of your first-place victory, let us engage in a battle. Might Guy brimmed with exuberance. I refuse. What manner of celebration is this? Achieving first place does not necessitate such festivities. As Kakashi declined Might Guy's invitation, he inadvertently stepped on Obito's foot. Obito, momentarily eager to engage Kakashi in a verbal duel, refrained upon noticing the arrival of Mujutsu and Asuma. Obito, have you been secretly hiding your skills during exams? You've suddenly become quite formidable, Asuma jested, jogging over to pat Obito on the shoulder. Not at all. It is all thanks to the lessons learned from you, Asuma, Obito replied. During his training to walk on water, he had persevered by recalling the example of Asuma that Mujutsu had shared. Aha, I should be learning from you. Your fire style is quite impressive. Asuma, perceiving Obito's comments as mere friendly banter, laughed as he put his arm around Obito's shoulders. Mujutsu-sensei, called out Rin, along with Obito and Might Guy, as they greeted the approaching Mujutsu. Due to frequently substituting for class 4-2, Rin had grown somewhat familiar with Mujutsu. Well done. Mujutsu encouraged with a smile, offering little more before swiftly departing with Asuma. He had previously advised his 3 disciples to conceal their relationship in the presence of others, merely portraying the typical dynamics of teacher and student. The reason remained unspoken, leaving his disciples to ponder. Nonetheless, Mujutsu felt it prudent to limit contact when others were present. Obito's reliability during this phase was notably questionable. Before leaving, Mujutsu conducted an assessment of Kakashi. Name, Hatake Kakashi, Chakra, 2500, Potential, S, Evaluation, suitable for training in lightning and earth styles, recommended for apprenticeship. Upon observing Kakashi's profile, Mujutsu felt a surge of intrigue. At merely 8 years of age, possessing 2500 chakra was no small feat. He had assessed numerous Nin instructors at the Ninja Academy, most of whom ranged between 1500 to 2500 chakra, indicating that the 8-year-old Kakashi surpassed many Nin in chakra capacity. Should he take on an apprentice, boosting the trust level, the chakra provided would undoubtedly be substantial. However, Mujutsu swiftly dismissed this tantalizing notion. Kakashi was not as easily swayed as Obito, and he was still a Nin. What merit did he have to learn from a mere Nin instructor? Kakashi's potential was merely rated S. Could it be that without the 6 paths bloodline, his potential would not exceed S? Mujutsu pondered further. Having assessed many individuals, he understood that potential did not equate to talent. Otherwise, how could Obito and Might Guy, both rated S, have such a vast disparity in abilities during their time at the Ninja Academy compared to Kakashi? In Mujutsu's perspective, potential represented the possibilities inherent in an individual. Families possessing the 6 paths bloodline exhibited greater potential, hence their elevated ratings, as exemplified by the Hyuga and Uchiha clans. He had never encountered a member of those clans with a potential rating below A. Despite such high potential, he had yet to witness an entire clan ascend to the rank of Jonin. Even the 2 guardians rated B in the narrative had advanced to special Jonin. After the departure of Mu Yue and Asuma, Obito and his companions deliberated and ultimately decided to indulge in ramen to celebrate. Due to their first-place victory, Obito generously offered to cover the expenses. However, the meal was not without its disputes, particularly between Obito and Kakashi. Have you ever ranked first in your class at the Ninja Academy? Kakashi inquired nonchalantly. When you can maintain the top position like I did before graduation, Then we can debate the outcome. Obito found himself at a loss for words. He had indeed never achieved the highest rank, not even within his own class. Might Guy paused mid-slurp, struck by Kakashi's remark, as he too had never claimed the top spot. Meanwhile, Mu Yue, who was instructing Asuma, was greeted by a system notification. Disciple Uchiha Obito's training task. Achieve first place in the ninja school's practical exam. Reward. Dependent on task completion and skill improvement during the task period. Disciple Might Guy's training task. Achieve first place in the ninja school's practical exam. Reward. Dependent on task completion and skill improvement during the task period, as Mu Yue gazed at the sudden pop-up notifications. He found himself lost in contemplation. Although the circumstances remained unclear, the outcome appeared quite favorable. With dual training tasks, coupled with the rewards from exam performance, he was confident that by the end of the semester, his chakra would undoubtedly surpass the 5-digit threshold. Regrettably, the practical exam would not allow for ties. A definitive first and second place would be established, inevitably resulting in one task reward being lesser. Would it be more advantageous if one of them encountered an unforeseen circumstance preventing their examination, thus postponing it to the next semester? Mu Yue pondered this question earnestly. He felt somewhat hesitant. While he was confident in executing this plan, he could not guarantee it was the optimal solution, as there had never been a situation where two training tasks appeared simultaneously. Mu Yue assumed that an individual could only undertake one training task at most. If one of them were to defer their task completion to the next semester's monthly exam, there would be approximately 3 months during which new training tasks could not be triggered. Extending the task duration might enhance the base rewards. Yet would completing more training tasks truly yield greater benefits? According to the training task activation mechanism, it was entirely plausible that the disciple who placed second, embittered by their performance, could immediately trigger another task aimed at attaining first place. Mu Yue resolved to remain adaptable, formulating a reinforcement plan for both Obito and Might Guy. For regardless of the outcome, the accumulation of strength would invariably result in increased rewards. This remained unchanged. On Tuesday morning, Akane hummed an unknown tune, her face alight with joy as she made her way to the ninja school. Having taken leave on Monday, and with the weekend preceding it, she had not heard Mu Yue's lectures for 3 consecutive days, nor had she spent time with her dear friends. Thus, Akane was particularly eager to return to school today. Would teacher Mu Yue think I fell ill and express concern? Did Zidi and Izumi secure the competition prize? Her anticipation for school grew with each thought. Indeed, she was Mitarashi Akane, one of the trio of prodigies. Yes, I remember her. She was the second place in the practical exam last time. Second place in practical skills, such prowess. Alas, her thought processes were rather unconventional. As Akane approached the vicinity of the school, she noticed an increasing number of students casting peculiar glances in her direction. Was it unusual for students to take leave from the ninja school? Had news of her absence spread throughout the school? Initially, she attributed the attention to her absence. Muttering to herself, she continued towards class 1 of the first year. The closer she drew to the classroom, the more she sensed the peculiar stares intensifying, leading her to feel increasingly unsettled. Upon entering the classroom, she was met with an unexpected sight. Gongzi Tai and Shingitsu Izumi were not engaged in their usual banter, but had their heads buried in their desks as if asleep. Typically, upon her arrival, the two would either be strategizing against Gongzi Tai's formidable cousin or discussing their interactions with girls. As Hong Do was about to return to her place to awaken the two companions and inquire about their circumstances, she was unexpectedly halted by a girl with whom she had a decent relationship. Hong Do, you have become quite famous at the ninja school these past few days, the girl said, stifling a laugh with her hand over her mouth. Really? I haven't even been at school lately. Surely I can't become famous just for taking a leave of absence? Hong Do scratched her head, perplexed. Isn't the chair transforming jutsu something you developed? The girl continued, barely containing her amusement. Transforming chairs? Are you referring to the confounding technique? Well, I suppose it is, as I collaborated with Z Tai and Yu Yun in its development. Hong Do replied. At this moment, the girl could no longer hold back and burst into laughter. Haha, you should ask your 2 good brothers about that. Z Tai and Yu Yun, did you not sleep well last night? A growing sense of confusion led Hong Do to rouse her 2 friends. However, one can never awaken someone feigning sleep. They appeared to be in a state of deep slumber as Hong Do called out to them several times with no response. Typically, a girl in her position might relent or poke them gently, but not Hong Do. Upon confirming they were merely pretending, she delivered a punch to each. Are you 2 hiding something from me? She inquired, suspicion etched upon her face. Knowing they could no longer maintain their charade, the two eventually opened their eyes. It's all Zitai's fault. He embarrassed himself on stage and dragged us down with him. Yu Yun betrayed his friend. Divulging the details of the weekend competition to Hongdo, he specifically said our full names loudly, which is unforgivable. Yu Yun and Hongdo stood united, indignantly denouncing Zitai. It's absurd. Taking a day off could not have caused such a commotion. It turns out it was Zitai's blunder that implicated her. Seeing Hongdo's fists clenched in anticipation, Zitai hastily revealed Yu Yun's clever scheme from the previous day. Hongdo, don't believe him. That scoundrel Yu Yun suggested that since you weren't present, we should pin everything on you, claiming you developed all the jutsu. Hongdo's gaze shifted to Yu Yun, her eyes now brimming with a fierce intensity. She had initially thought of rewarding them with dumplings for winning the competition. But now both of her so-called brothers had betrayed her trust. Neither of you are good people. You both deserve to be punished, she exclaimed as she grabbed Yu Yun with one hand and Zitai with the other. With their guilt evident, the two could only flee, and the classroom's atmosphere brightened with their playful antics. The ruckus continued until the arrival of Teacher Mu Yue, which finally brought the commotion to a halt. Teacher Mu Yue, my reputation has been tarnished. I am no longer the genius Hongdo, but rather the talentless Hongdo, she lamented gloomily. Well, if you are not called incompetent, then your abilities are still recognized. Mu Yue smiled in consolation. I still prefer being called a genius, Hongdo retorted. Then prove yourself with your abilities next time. If you perform well, will there be dumplings to enjoy? If I do well, then yes. That's splendid. Upon hearing that good performance would lead to dumplings, Hongdo's frown vanished, replaced by a beaming smile. Just then, the bell rang, signaling the start of class. May you commence today's lesson. Tirelessly elucidating the 3 fundamental ninjutsu taught at the Ninja Academy. Upon the conclusion of the lecture, he received not only the customary teaching reward, but also an unexpected accolade, the water release, water barrier technique. Under his guidance, the students of Class 1 had made significant progress in their ninjutsu skills, earning the reward of mastery-level body substitution technique. This was Mu Yue's first time triggering such a reward after teaching for over 2 months, and he found it somewhat surprising. Although it was merely the body substitution technique, it was nonetheless of mastery level, and he deemed it beneficial for practical application, even if not directly taught to his students. Reflecting on the situation, he found it quite reasonable. After all, this was a teaching system, not merely a master-apprentice relationship. As an instructor, it was only natural to receive rewards for the progress made by his students. Miyu pondered whether teaching higher-level ninjutsu might yield even greater rewards. While the thought was intriguing, he recognized the constraints imposed by the Academy's regulations, which permitted the teaching of only the body substitution technique alongside ninjutsu theory. He could comprehend the rationale behind this rule. With 40 students in a class, each possessing distinct chakra attributes, it would be unrealistic to expect a Chūnin teacher to master 5 different types of ninjutsu, particularly when considering the varying learning capabilities of the students. For Mu Yue, this posed no significant challenge, as he not only possessed a wealth of ninjutsu knowledge, but also had the advantage of teaching skills, enhancing his instructional efficacy. However, for the sake of his own safety, he knew he could not overtly display his extensive expertise. Perhaps he could consider applying to the 3rd Hokage to take over the physical training classes for Class 1. Mu Yue felt a sense of responsibility to elevate the quality of instruction beyond that offered to non-disciples. He recalled that the students in Class 1 were quite dissatisfied with their physical training instructor, often complaining about the lack of engaging instruction. If Mu Yue were to personally conduct the physical training classes, he believed the students' prowess would improve at a much faster rate. After a meal filled with thoughts on enhancing the abilities of Class 1, Mu Yue returned to his office. Inside, the scene mirrored events from the previous month. Chiguyu, wearing a broad smile, stood behind Kimura Chūnin, giving him a shoulder massage while speaking in a sycophantic tone. Chūnin, could you lend me 80,000 ryo again? I promise to repay you when I get my salary. Kimura Chūnin mused that such unsolicited flattery could only stem from ulterior motives. Indeed, this massage service was rather costly. Didn't you borrow last month? He sighed, exasperated. I repaid you when I got my salary last month, Chiguyu chuckled. And now you want to borrow again? After borrowing and repaying, will you not end up needing to borrow again next month due to your lack of funds? Kimura Chūnin questioned, realizing that he seemed to have become Chiguyu's living bank. Chiguyu faltered. It's not as you think, Chūnin. It's just that since we've only recently become acquainted, I need to make a little effort to show my sincerity. I assure you, I want to borrow next month. He attempted to justify his request. This is what you said yourself. Do not forget. Ultimately, Kimura Shōnin took out his wallet and handed 80,000 ryo to Chitagaki-yu. It was not that he was particularly distressed over this sum, after all. While Chitagaki-yu may not behave like a normal person when it comes to matters of the heart, he was generally reliable and would repay his debts. Kimura Shōnin merely felt that lending money to Chitagaki-yu was akin to harming him, ensnaring him further into a quagmire. Not lending next month? Ueda remarked pessimistically. You overestimate him. I can already foresee the excuses he will conjure up next month. She then mimicked Chitagaki-yu's tone, saying, Sujin, just lend me one last time. I feel I can confess successfully this month. I certainly won't borrow again next month. Chitagaki-yu. While it is understandable to choose a nice restaurant for a first date to leave a favorable impression, you have already been together for 2 months. If she truly cared for you, she would not refuse an invitation to ramen. Ueda sought to awaken Chitagaki-yu's dormant intellect. Furthermore, can you not choose a time yourself? Why must you always rely on teacher Mu Yue to substitute for you? Ueda remarked as she glanced at the entering Mu Yue. She says she has no time at other moments. It's either this day, or we'll have to wait for another opportunity, Chitagaki-yu replied somewhat exasperatedly. It was indeed bothersome for him to continually trouble Mu Yue, and he even contemplated substituting for her to alleviate his sense of indebtedness, but was consistently rebuffed. It's fine. I am idle anyway. Teaching more students can also hone my abilities, Mu Yue said with a smile as she approached her desk. Teacher Mu Yue is truly wonderful, but her nature makes her prone to being taken advantage of, Chitagaki-yu mused inwardly. Feeling a sense of obligation, Chitagaki-yu hastened to Mu Yue's side, pouring tea and uttering sweet words. As the time drew near, he departed from the office to change clothes and prepare for his date. If only Chitagaki-yu were a physical education teacher for Class 1, Mu Yue thought. In that case, there would be no need to change teachers. If Chitagaki-yu were to substitute more frequently, it would be no different from being her physical education teacher. It would be illogical to directly apply to the third generation to become the physical education teacher for Class 1. What normal person would be so eager to fill their schedule to the brim? This might also lead to character issues if others request your assistance and you oblige. You become the nice guy, but if you are overly proactive in taking classes, what does that signify? It is better to consider the student's dissatisfaction and the physical education teacher's own teaching capabilities. Mu Yue contemplated. The most crucial aspect of a ninja school is strength. If the students and the school's leadership were to realize that the physical education teacher's appointment could influence their strength development, it would be a different matter altogether. Mu Yue continued practicing calligraphy until it was nearly time for class. When she entered the classroom of Year 4, Class 2, the students had grown somewhat accustomed to her presence. With her steady teaching once a week, they had begun to regard Mu Yue as their regular instructor. Teacher, Obito was also habitually late, but Mu Yue said nothing and allowed him to take his seat and listen to the lesson. That insufferable Chitagaki-yu, Obito quietly murmured. Feeling that every time Yukitani-yu sent Mu Yue to substitute, it was rather ill-timed. Was it a case of needing assistance for an elderly person? Asked Noira-rin. Not today. I simply lost track of time while selecting pins at the bookstore, Obito replied candidly. Why not wait until after school to shop? Lunchtime is so brief. You didn't skip a meal, did you? Noira-rin inquired, perplexed. Missing one meal is no issue. I can eat a bit more in the evening. Besides, I've explored quite a few shops lately, and I found today's lunch spot to be the best, Obito answered. Honestly, what could be more important than eating? I have some snacks. I'll share them with you after class, Noira-rin said resignedly. Obito nodded, refraining from further idle chatter with Rin, as he was intent on attending Mu Yue's class. 40 minutes swiftly elapsed, and when the class bell rang, Mu Yue announced the end of the lesson, with Noira-rin handing Obito the snacks. Obito. How many people did you assist today? Some familiar classmates teased him. How did you know I secured first place in the youth ninjutsu competition over the weekend? Obito preemptively replied. With that, the teasing ceased, leaving the speaker feeling as though they had bitten into a lemon, having lost out on an 8,000 ryu prize. Not far away, Uchiha Itachi remained silent. Still recalling the great fireball technique Obito had utilized in the competition, he had initially believed that having learned from his previous defeat, he might be able to overcome Obito in the next competition with the great dragon fire technique. However, the youth ninjutsu competition had thoroughly undermined his confidence. Noticing the expressions of those around him, Obito's smile blossomed brilliantly. Subsequently, during each break, he would venture out, asking everyone he encountered, how did you know I came in first, thereby maximizing the benefits of his victory. Lesson completed. Evaluation. A. Reward. Water release. Hidden miss technique. Upon seeing the lesson reward, Mu Yue nodded to herself, While not a high-level technique, it was undoubtedly practical. The mist produced by this technique was not ordinary. It could obscure the vision of the Sharingan. And the hidden mist technique utilized by Terumi could even hinder Madara's Rinnegan to some extent. In a time before the appearance of overpowered ninjas, it was quite commendable. After school, Mu Yue proceeded directly to the southern wilderness forest. Upon her arrival, Shisui was still engaged in training. Following Mu Yue's advice, Shisui was currently attending school using shadow clones, while his original self trained alongside Mu Yue's clone. It wasn't long before Might Guy arrived. However, Mu Yue was somewhat surprised that Obito had not shown up even after a quarter of an hour, given that he frequently walked with Rin. Although they were in the same class, it was rare for Obito to journey here with Might Guy. Yet, it was uncommon for him to be over 15 minutes late. Mu Yue considered it necessary to impart some lessons. He shouldn't develop a habit of tardiness in training. Apologies, Teacher Mu Yue. I'm late, Obito exclaimed, sprinting towards her while holding a long box. Panting heavily, he handed the box to Mu Yue, saying, Teacher Mu Yue, I heard you enjoy calligraphy, so I thought to buy you a brush with my competition prize money. Originally, Obito intended to purchase a gift for Rin, but after some contemplation, he deemed this inappropriate. Though he occasionally adopts a stubborn demeanor, it does not imply he lacks awareness. Without the diligent guidance of Mu Yue, would he possess the capability to attain first place? Certainly not. It was not solely the victory in competitions, but also passing theoretical examinations for the first time, and redeeming himself in practical tests that contributed to his transformation. These changes were all due to Mu Yue's mentorship. Thus, after much reflection, Obito resolved to present a gift to Mu Yue. Upon receiving the elongated box, Mu Yue swallowed his instinct to lecture. He accepted the box, took a brief glance inside, nodded slightly, then closed it, holding it with his left hand while using his right to assist Obito in regaining his composure. I do indeed appreciate calligraphy. Your gift pleases me greatly. Please take a moment to rest before preparing for training, he said. As a mentor, it was imperative he provided positive reinforcement in response to a student's gesture of goodwill, rather than adhering to his usual lecturing approach. Judging by Obito's demeanor, it was likely that his tardiness to class stemmed from this very reason. After thoughtfully preparing a gift for his teacher, he would understandably feel discontent if met with a barrage of admonishments. Of course, a reversal could be employed, apologizing and expressing gratitude after training, utilizing the dynamic of mentor-student during training and friends afterward. This would initially evoke feelings of resentment, which could later transform into positive sentiments, significantly enhancing mutual affection. However, Mu was not inclined to pursue this method today, at least not on this occasion. After all, he had just received a gift from the world for the first time. As long as you like it, teacher. I know little about calligraphy. I merely chose it because I found the strokes aesthetically pleasing, Obito remarked with a sheepish grin. He then took a few deep breaths, stood, and announced, Muwa-sensei. I am ready. Let us commence today's training. Observing Obito's enthusiasm, Mu Yue nodded and gestured for Might Guy to approach. Shall we resume the training from 3 weeks ago? I trust you have not forgotten? Mu Yue inquired with a smile. Obito's memories gradually returned to the days preceding the special training for the competition. The recollection of the grueling tasks, performing additional exercises with each hit, suddenly overwhelmed him, causing beads of sweat to form on his forehead. He recalled that for the past 20 days, he had been focused solely on chakra control, leading him to forget the torturous training that had preceded. Indeed, if one was hit, an additional exercise must be performed, Might Guy reminisced. While he might struggle to recall the names of his opponents in the practical exams, the training regimen remained vivid in his mind. Obito was prohibited from employing ninjutsu in combat. A single hit necessitated one exercise. Might Guy raised his thumb in approval, echoing Obito's predicament. With tears welling in his eyes, Obito gazed at Might Guy's gleaming smile and said, Thank you. Teacher, I believe I may have overestimated my abilities. Perhaps it would be best to rest today. With a faint sense of gravity, he sank to the ground, expressing his reluctance toward the arduous task ahead. Although the pursuit of strength through training was commendable, the thought of tackling exercises felt overwhelmingly daunting. Better left for the morrow. Mu Yue chuckled lightly. Rest, of course, is essential. Since we cannot cultivate, let us dedicate ourselves to solving problems. I have an abundance of exam papers here. As she spoke, Mu Yue retrieved a stack of papers from her scroll. Then, a miraculous transformation occurred. Daitu sprang to his feet with urgency, a solemn expression gracing his face. A slight discomfort is nothing to be concerned about. Teacher Mu Yue, I believe I can endure. Let us commence our training. Mu Yue, with a gentle smile, replied. There is no need to push yourself. Rest is important. Thank you for your concern, Teacher Mu Yue, but with only a month until the final exams. I am eager to exact revenge on Hinata Hayashi. I must seize every moment to strengthen myself, Dai-Tu asserted with determination. Miyu nodded in satisfaction. Still holding her brush case, she patted Might Guy on the shoulder and said, Guy, since Dai-Tu possesses such resolve, you must assist him in enhancing his physical skills. Might Guy straightened up, beaming with a radiant smile. Rest assured, Teacher Mu Yue, I will give 120%. Upon hearing their conversation, Dai-Tu thought, it appears that either he or my mind must perish today. Guy's words were not mere rhetoric. He truly dedicated himself to the task at hand. While Dai-Tu engaged in rigorous training for the competition, Might Guy consistently honed his physical prowess. With the aid of a special medicinal formula, Miyu further increased Might Guy's training intensity. The arduous training over the past 20 days significantly enhanced Guy's physical capabilities, rendering him swifter and stronger. In contrast, the fruits of Dai-Tu's specialized training primarily lay in ninjutsu, yet the current regimen prohibited its usage. This disparity led to Dai-Tu enduring a one-sided barrage of strikes. Fortunately, Mu Yue's enhanced water-treading training had also improved his agility. Otherwise, the situation could have been far worse. Such a lopsided combat experience allowed Dai-Tu to recognize the reality of his own strength. Having secured first place in the Youth Ninja Tournament, alongside Kakashi, Dai-Tu's confidence swelled. However, after battling Might Guy, he realized that even in his current state, he could not triumph over Hinata Hayashi, though his ninjutsu had grown stronger. His physical skills were insufficient to grant him the opportunity to unleash them against Hayashi's Gentle Fist and Byakugan combination. With the advantage of Byakugan, Hinata Hayashi could exploit Dai-Tu's vulnerabilities. Once the rhythm of the battle shifted in Hayashi's favor, Dai-Tu was destined to falter. The Byakugan could discern chakra points, while the Gentle Fist could sever chakra flow. Once ensnared in Hayashi's pace, defeat was nearly inevitable. However, these questions are quite challenging. Staring at the array of problems before him, pencil in hand, Dai-Tu felt a wave of despair. He comprehended the principles, yet solving the problems proved to be an arduous task. Let us eat first. Miyu handed a lunchbox to Dai-Tu, then offered one to Shisui and Might Guy. Dai-Tu, feeling despondent, experienced a revival upon tasting the delicious meal prepared by Mu Yue, as if he had been brought back to life. You have gifted your disciple a delectable homemade dish. Your disciple expresses profound gratitude, resulting in a critical reward, 100 chakra. The heartfelt gift was met with praise. And coupled with the timing of the meal, it elicited the anticipated bonus. Due to the excessive frequency with which Obito was struck. In order to avoid impairing the effectiveness of the training, Miyu permitted Obito to complete his tasks in installments rather than all at once. The following day, in pursuit of enhancing the prowess of Class 1 and acquiring greater rewards, Mu Yue commenced his initiatives. He first utilized the time allocated for ninjutsu class to conduct a practical examination within the class, subsequently providing individual feedback and suggestions. Mu Yue adhered to the guidelines of the practical examination, allowing the students to draw lots to determine the participants, and offered critiques after each bout. The timing of the transformation technique was inappropriate, failing to achieve its intended effect. The physical techniques were lackluster, with punches delivered at a sluggish pace. How could a conspicuous clone possibly deceive an adversary? Your martial arts are not refined, your kicks lack power, your footwork is disordered, and your reactions are sluggish. How can such physical techniques prevail against an enemy? Mu Yue was unrelenting, even verging on strictness. However, his observations were not unfounded. He articulated genuine issues, and the students who were addressed by Mu Yue lowered their heads in shame. I acknowledge that your scores in the monthly assessment were commendable, excelling in both theory and practical scores compared to other classes, but this should not lead to complacency in your training. My critiques may have been somewhat harsh. I apologize for that. However, I genuinely have your best interests at heart. Both physical techniques and ninjutsu are crucial. If you neglect the practice of physical techniques now, you will regret it when facing adversaries in the future. After addressing everyone, Mu Yue sighed. Teacher Mu Yue, I truly have not been complacent. I dedicate as much time to physical techniques as I do to ninjutsu. It's just that the physical techniques teacher is not effective. He does not teach as well as you do, Hongdo expressed with a hint of grievance. Indeed, I am also earnestly studying. However, the physical techniques teacher's instructions are exceedingly difficult to comprehend, Gang Zitai chimed in. Initially, when Mu Yue was providing critiques, Gang Zitai felt somewhat disgruntled. Believing Mu Yue to be overly strict, considering they were merely first-year students. However, after hearing Mu Yue's apology, he felt a wave of guilt wash over him. How could he think Mu Yue was in the wrong when the teacher was so concerned for their welfare? The notion of a teacher apologizing to students was unprecedented for Gang Zitai, especially since Mu Yue had not done anything inappropriate. It was, after all, the teacher's duty. The sentiments expressed by Gang Zitai and Hong Do resonated with the students of Class 1, prompting them to voice similar complaints. Teacher Mu Yue, could you possibly replace the physical techniques teacher? He truly cannot teach. His classes are both tedious and incomprehensible. Indeed, with a teacher like that, I feel I could easily take on the role myself. It's merely calling people out to the playground for a run. I assent it? Anyone can do that. How can you speak so of Teacher Gu Village? He has been your teacher for 2 months. As a teacher, would he not wish for you to become stronger? Mu Yue began to defend the physical techniques teacher. Their physical techniques teacher was called Gu Village Toshihiro, and unlike the newcomer Mu Yue, Gu Village had been teaching at the Ninja Academy for 3 years. However, despite his tenure, the quality of his teaching left much to be desired. As a teacher of the class, Mu Yue had certainly interacted with Taniyuki Yoshihiro, who could only be regarded as lacking among the Chūnin instructors. Moreover, as the students of Class 1, their primary exposure was to Mu Yue, and in comparison, Taniyuki Yoshihiro was utterly overshadowed. It's not that we believe Mu Yue's teaching attitude is flawed. We simply feel that his capabilities are insufficient, explained Shinue Izumo. Indeed, students from the adjacent class often praise our ninjutsu skills, yet we have never heard anyone commend our taijutsu, someone added. Initially, they had not perceived a significant problem, merely finding the taijutsu lessons somewhat lacking and tedious. However, as the discussion unfolded, the students began to sense a troubling reality. This was no longer a trivial issue but one that concerned the very essence of a ninja's strength. In practical assessments, students would not engage in lethal combat. And should an accident arise, instructors would intervene. Yet, when faced with missions and adversaries on the battlefield, there would be no mercy shown. Mu Yue displayed an expression of difficulty, finally exhaling a sigh as he said, "Please refrain from discussing such matters in front of Teacher Taniyuki, and practice your taijutsu diligently. If you truly struggle, feel free to ask me for assistance." The students' dissatisfaction with Taniyuki Yoshihiro's teaching level resembled a pile of gunpowder, merely awaiting a spark. Observing Mu Yue still defending the taijutsu instructor, the students felt it was unjust for him, believing Mu Yue to possess an overly amiable temperament. They are colleagues. Teacher Mu Yue likely does not wish to embarrass Teacher Taniyuki, thought Shizuku, who witnessed the scene. Shizuki also regarded the taijutsu instructor's competence as severely lacking, far inferior even to the foundational instructors of the Uchiha clan, let alone in comparison to Mu Yue. After class, as they were about to leave, Mu Yue reiterated his request for the students not to openly criticize the taijutsu instructor and to show some understanding. The students nodded in agreement, and once Mu Yue departed, Akane took the lead in discussing how they might replace the taijutsu instructor. Isn't it said that a teacher will be replaced if their performance is poor? Perhaps we should deliberately perform poorly? Suggested one student. Yet, without a specific taijutsu examination, would they have to intentionally underperform in the practical assessments? Which would also adversely affect Mu Yue, who taught ninjutsu. That's not feasible, Steel Iron shook his head. That won't do. Teacher Mu Yue is so wonderful. I hope he remains until I graduate. Akane firmly rejected any proposal that might jeopardize Mu Yue. Her sentiment was met with consensus from the others. Then shall we collectively voice the truth regarding his inadequate teaching ability and compel him to leave? Quickly, another suggestion emerged among the group. That seems inappropriate. Didn't Teacher Mu Yue advise against such actions? Questioned one student. This would ultimately benefit Teacher Mu Yue. Why not pursue it? He is our homeroom teacher, and our prowess enhances his reputation. Steel Iron felt this notion had merit. Replacing the taijutsu instructor would bolster our strength, which would also be advantageous for Mu Yue. Shinue Izumo nodded in agreement. Moreover, should he refuse to leave, I have devised an excellent plan. Shinue Izumi conceived a brilliant strategy. With merely a month remaining until the final examinations, we shall exaggerate the results of our training in ninjutsu and taijutsu during the practical exam, thereby allowing the school to recognize the inadequacies of the taijutsu instructor. However, we must ensure that our overall performance remains commendable. Only then will the school take notice of us, Shinue Izumi advised. Gongzi embraced Shinue Izumi's shoulders and chuckled. It's all thanks to you, Izumi. Everyone nodded in agreement, feeling motivated to intensify their training and achieve excellent results in the final exams, in hopes of replacing the taijutsu instructor. After resolving the lunch issue, Mu Yue did not return to her office. Instead, she ventured into the adjacent office, where Takamura Toshihiro was situated. Teacher Yohana. As Mu Yue entered the office, numerous teachers greeted him. Mu Yue responded with a smile to each, then approached Takamura Toshihiro, excusing herself on the pretext of needing to discuss a matter privately, leading him to a secluded area. Mr. Takamura, I apologize, Mu Yue expressed. Is something the matter, Teacher Yohana? Why the sudden urgency? Takamura Toshihiro was somewhat bewildered, unsure of what had transpired. Earlier today, during my morning class, I conducted a practical exam. Mu Yue recounted the events of the class to Takamura Toshihiro. However, she slightly embellished the students' complaints, softening their harshness. I merely intended to motivate them to take their training more seriously. I had no foresight that such a situation would arise. I sincerely apologize, Mu Yue said, her expression filled with regret. It was my overly stringent evaluation that was at fault. I should have been more lenient with them. Mu Yue took full responsibility for the incident. Although it was indeed Takamura Toshihiro's lack of teaching proficiency that led to the students' dissatisfaction, Mu Yue merely ignited it. Yet, she wished to maintain her reputation unblemished, thus she opted to confide in Takamura Toshihiro, admitting her misstep and claiming her well-intentioned actions had backfired. In doing so, irrespective of how the situation unraveled, Mu Yue would not be deemed as having ulterior motives. After all, she had immediately informed Takamura Toshihiro of the occurrence, demonstrating her genuine concern for a colleague. Takamura Toshihiro was momentarily at a loss for words. Deep down, he acknowledged the students' grievances were valid. His teaching capabilities did indeed pale in comparison to Mu Yue's. However, no one at the ninja school could rival Mu Yue, a newly appointed instructor, renowned throughout the school within just a couple of months, earning the respect of both students and faculty, and even receiving commendation from the third Hokage. For an ordinary teacher like him to compare himself to Mu Yue was simply asking for trouble. I have instructed them to refrain from criticizing you. But they are merely children. They may outwardly agree, yet their true feelings are uncertain. Mu Yue sighed, her gaze towards Takamura Toshihiro laced with remorse. It's all right. I won't take it to heart. After all, they are just 6-year-old children, Takamura Toshihiro replied with a warm smile. Even if the students openly criticize him, Norihiro Kimura would never resign from his position as the physical education teacher for Class 1. This class boasts remarkable combat performance, not only claiming the top 2 spots in the grade's practical assessments, but also leading the first year in average scores. Although he is aware that such achievements are not directly attributable to his teaching, they represent undeniable results, alleviating any concerns about performance and promising even greater bonuses. Teacher Yohara, I understand your intentions. You surely care deeply for the students, Kimura acknowledged, recognizing Mugetsu's earnest considerations. Despite the unfortunate incident, Kimura still regarded Mugetsu as a kind-hearted colleague who promptly came forward to apologize. Originally, Kimura was scheduled to teach physical education in the morning, but due to prior commitments, he swapped with Mugetsu for the afternoon class, to which Mugetsu readily agreed. Kimura had heard of Mugetsu's willingness to substitute for other teachers, and he knew that it would be quite challenging for him to do the same. While it may be feasible once or twice, having teachers request coverage weekly would be overwhelming. With exceptional teaching skills, a class that consistently excels, praise from the third generation, coupled with good looks and a pleasant demeanor, Kimura could only conclude that the office's female teachers were not without reason in their daily discussions about Mugetsu. Knowing himself well, Kimura understood that the root cause of the matter lay in his own mediocre teaching over the years. However, he would never voluntarily relinquish his position as the physical education teacher for Class 1. After all, teaching at a ninja school was about earning a living without danger, and this was a golden opportunity to effortlessly garner significant bonuses. It's reassuring to hear you think that way, Kimura-sensei, Mugetsu replied, appearing visibly relieved and displaying a warm smile. Haha, let's go to an izakaya for drinks sometime, Kimura responded with a chuckle. Mugetsu nodded with a smile and, after engaging in some trivial conversation, made an excuse to leave. Upon returning to his office, a female teacher nearby curiously inquired, Kimura-sensei, did Yuhara-sensei come to see you about something? Nothing significant. Just minor matters among students. However, Yuhara-sensei is truly a remarkable person, Kimura replied as he took a seat. Naturally, he felt embarrassed to admit his lack of teaching prowess, but utilizing Mugetsu as a conversation starter with the female teachers proved beneficial. Once the class bell rang, Kimura proceeded to Class 1. Upon entering the classroom, he felt no different from before. As per usual, he began with some theoretical knowledge of physical education before leading the students outside for a run. After completing the run, Kimura commenced teaching the physical techniques, demonstrating once before allowing the students to practice freely. Teacher Kimura, could you please demonstrate a few more times? I didn't quite understand. Akane inquired. These are fundamental techniques. If you don't comprehend them, it simply means you need to practice more, Kimura replied. But Teacher Mujutsu always demonstrates many times and breaks it down in detail, Akane countered. Ninjutsu and physical techniques are not the same, Kimura explained. Yet, physical techniques also encompass numerous practical skills and details. Shouldn't those be elaborated upon? Asked Gongzi. Yasumura Toshihiro found himself at a loss for words. Amidst the chaos of his students, who seemed to possess an endless reservoir of practical techniques, he merely offered a perfunctory response. Subsequently, a multitude of students bombarded him with a barrage of inquiries and suggestions. Hold on. Perhaps you should practice first and save your questions for the next class, he suggested, feeling overwhelmed as dozens of voices clamored for his attention. Yasumura-sensei, why don't we all take a step back? Let's refrain from asking questions. And you need not teach us, proposed Kamizuki Izumi. Yasumura was left bewildered, pondering the audacity of students who would directly suggest that their teacher cease instruction. Yet, the subsequent remarks were even more confrontational. Yasumura-sensei, perhaps it's time for you to consider retirement. I've yet to hit the target with the shuriken techniques you've taught us. Another student chimed in. Since attending your taijutsu class, our entire grade has praised our class's proficiency in ninjutsu. Yasumura was taken aback by the students' openly hostile remarks. It was a situation he had never encountered in his 3 years of teaching. He recalled that while his previous classes hadn't been particularly fond of him, they had never expressed such blatant disdain. Grateful for the early warning from Mujutsu, he realized that without it, he would have been utterly confused by the situation. Cough. Everyone, please settle down. I will demonstrate a few more times, Yasumura said with a resigned sigh. To his surprise, he observed an intriguing phenomenon. Despite their dissatisfaction with him, the students remained committed to their training, even displaying greater diligence than before. This perplexed him. Logically, if they held such disdain for him, why would they still engage in practice so earnestly? Yasumura speculated that Mujutsu's influence had compelled the students to remain dedicated to their training, despite their grievances. He found himself both relieved and envious of Mujutsu's commanding presence over the class. Let us just get through this here, he thought. Unwilling to relinquish his position as the taijutsu instructor, hopeful he might eventually earn the respect of his students. In a typical classroom, such disrespectful remarks would have prompted him to discipline a few students, instilling in them a sense of what it meant to possess the strength of a Chūnin. However, this was Class 1, renowned for being the highest performing class in the school. The more Yasumura taught, the more the students recognized his shortcomings, solidifying their resolve to seek a new instructor. On Thursday afternoon, Yasumura approached Mujutsu. Yuhana-sensei, the students in Class 1 are utterly insufferable. Their disruptions have rendered it impossible for me to conduct a proper lesson, he lamented. He admitted that he had previously underestimated the challenges posed by Class 1. After an exhausting afternoon of lessons the day before, he could hardly wait for the school day to conclude. Although he did not have a class with them on Thursday, he was scheduled to teach them again on Friday morning. To prevent a repeat of the previous day's disheartening experience, Yasumura sought Mujutsu's assistance, hoping to leverage her influence among the students. Alas, these children had promised me they would behave, Mujutsu sighed, empathizing with Yasumura. Rest assured, Yasumura-sensei. This afternoon I will certainly speak to them, urging them not to oppose you. Upon hearing Mu Yue's words, Gusi and Yinhong let out a slight sigh of relief. Yet a trace of unease lingered as he inquired, Teacher Yujo, could you possibly drop by during my class on Friday? I fear they may not heed your words. The prospect of enduring an entire year of torment akin to Wednesday's lesson weighed heavily on him. He doubted his ability to endure until the bonus was dispensed. While dismissing the disapproval of 1 or 2 students was manageable, facing an entire class in unison was undoubtedly overwhelming. Not a problem, Miyu nodded in agreement. With your assurance, I feel reassured. Gusi and Yinhong expressed his gratitude with a smile. Having concluded their discussion, he turned and returned to his office. Miyu gazed at the receding figure of Gusi and Yinhong, contemplating how these 3 years had seemingly been in vain. He had failed to grasp the student's psychology. His attempts to coerce Mu Yue into suppressing the students would not incite their dislike towards Mu Yue, but rather amplify their disdain for Gusi and Yinhong. From the student's perspective, Mu Yue was merely aiding a struggling colleague, which could even be deemed commendable. In contrast, Gusi and Yinhong appeared oblivious to his shortcomings, attempting to exert authority as a homeroom teacher over them. After a moment of reflection, Mu considered that perhaps he had misjudged Gu Xiyu and Nianhong. This was a ninja school, a scenario quite distinct from his previous life, had it not been for Class 1's exceptional performance. Gu Xiyu and Nianhong would not have found himself in such a predicament. Shaking his head, Mu resolved to disregard these trivial matters and proceeded to his office. Since it was Gu Xiyu and Nianhong's request, what could he do but acquiesce? To refuse would only invite accusations of pettiness. No, he would certainly comply. For he was the esteemed colleague Mu Yue. Upon returning to his office, Mu resumed his practice of calligraphy. "Ah, Teacher Mu Yue, you've changed your pen," Ueda remarked, noticing the new writing instrument in his hand. "Yes, a gift from a student," Mu replied with a smile. "How wonderful. After years of teaching, I've never received a gift from my students," Ueda said enviously. Hearing her words, Chikata finally spotted an opportunity to interject. "Ueda, have you considered the level of teaching that Teacher Mu Yue embodies? His popularity among the students is unparalleled, and comparing yourself to him lacks a certain self-awareness." Ueda was momentarily speechless. Lies may wound, but the truth is a sharp blade. Observing her flustered demeanor, Chikata felt an exhilarating sense of satisfaction. Perhaps the students of Ueda-sensei are simply more reserved, wanting to give but lacking the courage, Mu suggested. "Indeed, Teacher Mu Yue, you have a way with words." Ueda beamed, appreciating the compliment even if she recognized it as mere consolation. Who does not relish kind words? Kimura Shanin observed this exchange and thought there must be a reason for Chikata's perpetual singleness. As the time for class approached, Mu exited his office and arrived at the classroom. He did not rush into the lesson, but instead prioritized resolving Gu Xiyu and Nianhong's concerns. "Did I not mention before? Do not speak ill of Teacher Gu Xiyu in front of others, and absolutely refrain from disrupting his class," Mu expressed with a pained expression. "Teacher Mu Yue, did the martial arts instructor report you?" Steel Zitty felt somewhat perplexed. It was the first time he had heard of a teacher reporting a student, and moreover, embellishing the truth. They had never disturbed him during his teaching. All discussions occurred only after he had concluded his lessons. Shinwei Izumo felt wronged by the accusations. They had not interfered with the class. Although the teaching was undeniably inadequate, no one had voiced criticism during Taniguchi Yoshihiro's lessons. Everyone was diligently paying attention and earnestly completing their training, all aiming for commendable results in the upcoming final practical assessments. "You must not disrupt Teacher Taniguchi's classes, nor speak ill of him," Mu advised, sidestepping Steel Zitty's question. The effect he sought was clear, though he did not directly state that Taniguchi Yoshihiro had complained. It was evident to all that Mu Yue's admonition stemmed from Taniguchi's influence. The students nodded in understanding, though how they would act later remained uncertain. Mu Yue smiled and proceeded with the lecture. Lecture completed. Evaluation. A. Reward. Earth release. Earth Dragon Bullet. After school. Mu Yue conducted his usual training for his disciples and returned home to the main city as evening fell. This time, it was not Mu Yue who was mooching a meal. Rather, it was his turn to visit the Namikaze household for dinner. "We've eaten at your place so many times, it feels a bit embarrassing. Today, Mu Yue, you should take a break and try our cooking," Watergate said. Leading Mu Yue to his home, together with Kushina, they prepared 2 dishes each. Watergate and Kushina encouraged Mu Yue to sample their creations first. Although Mu Yue intended to suggest they all dine together, the eager expressions on their faces made him realize how to proceed. Mu Yue took a bite of the grilled fish prepared by Watergate. To be honest, this grilled fish was unlike any he had ever known. It was not even a whole fish, merely a palm-sized fillet, marinated slightly, sprinkled with salt, and then grilled. It preserved the food's original flavor exceptionally well and was delicious. "This is splendid," Mu Yue praised. However, he did not merely offer compliments. He also pointed out some shortcomings, such as the timing during grilling. He provided similar evaluations for the 4 dishes, though some received more praise while others were noted for their deficiencies. "Hey, our cooking isn't too shabby, right?" Kushina beamed with joy. Receiving recognition from an esteemed culinary expert like Mu Yue brought her immense happiness. "Watergate and I have already been practicing making braised pork. You must come and taste it when it's done," Kushina said. Mu Yue smiled and jokingly replied that he certainly would, eager to assess the culinary progress of his 2 students. As they continued to eat and chat, Watergate informed Mu Yue that he had recently heard discussions about him among other jonin, where children were voicing complaints that his teaching was not as effective as that of the school-less jonin teachers. Upon hearing this, Kushina affirmed Mu Yue's teaching abilities. Although she had not witnessed his classes at the Ninja Academy, she had seen him instruct on culinary techniques. As the moment arrived, Mu Yue refrained from excessive modesty and instead lavished praise upon Kushina Uzumaki, asserting that should Kushina become a teacher, she would undoubtedly be a beloved one. In this uplifting atmosphere, everyone joyfully enjoyed their dinner, achieving their respective goals. On Friday morning, in the classroom of the first-year ninja school, students engaged in discussions about their upcoming physical training class. Should we conduct ourselves as we did in the last session? One student inquired. Not today. According to what teacher Mu Yue said yesterday, the physical training instructor has likely embellished our actions in class when reporting to her, deduced Kamizuki Izumo. Given teacher Mu Yue's character, she might very well come to supervise us during physical training, he continued. I can't believe the physical training instructor. I've never heard of a teacher reporting on their students before, lamented Gongzi Tai. Not only to report, but to inject personal grievances, it's utterly absurd. Let's all show teacher Mu Yue some respect today and refrain from any reprimands, Kamizuki stated. The students found merit in his words and resolved to treat the physical training class as if it were under Mu Yue's guidance. This physical training instructor is truly vexing. Saida Kane, expressing her discontent as her inability to teach effectively had led to criticism from Mu Yue, while also being subjected to the instructor's disparaging reports. The students of Class 1 nodded in agreement, finding their regard for Toshiro Taniguchi had plummeted due to his actions. As the class bell rang, Taniguchi entered the classroom. Noticing the students seated in silence, he felt a sense of relief. However, he remained vigilant, recalling that during the previous session, the students had not initially displayed such aggression. Let's head to the playground and run 3 laps to warm up, he announced with a slight cough. The students complied, descending to the playground without any discussions about Taniguchi. After their run, Taniguchi began to teach the physical training routines. After demonstrating twice, he allowed the students to practice freely. Throughout this time, no student criticized Taniguchi, creating a calm atmosphere that made him feel as if this class was markedly different from the previous one. I truly owe teacher Yaharu a drink, he thought gratefully. Recognizing that the shift in the students' demeanor was undoubtedly due to Mu Yue's intervention, otherwise, their behavior would not have varied so greatly. At that moment, Mu Yue passed by the playground as per Taniguchi's request. She exchanged greetings with him and lingered for a short while. As class concluded, Kamizuki proudly declared, I told you so, teacher Mu Yue would definitely come. So, does that mean we won't take any action moving forward? A student protested. The more Mu Yue assisted Taniguchi, the more they grew to resent him. Of course not. Teacher Mu Yue isn't always so available. We can resume our plans in the next class, Kamizuki reassured them. In Class 4, second year, Lin Yahara observed her classmate Obito, who was intensely focused on his studies, and expressed her concern. Obito, what has been troubling you lately? You seem so diligent, always studying whenever you have a moment. While it is commendable to be so dedicated to your studies, your sudden enthusiasm for theory has me somewhat worried. Upon hearing Lin's words, Obito's pen halted, and an overwhelming urge to weep surged within him. Was this truly his fervor for learning? No, it was merely the consequence of his inadequate practice in physical training. Spacing out his assignments came at a price. For instance, what should have been 10 problems might swell to 11 when divided. This meant that although he didn't need to tackle numerous problems in one day, he was compelled to engage with them daily. Worse still, with training sessions every day. He was constantly accumulating new assignments, leading to an incessant cycle of division. Yet, he found himself unable to complete them all in one breath, which was excruciating and detrimental to his training. Everyone's grades are improving. I cannot afford to lag behind. Obito managed to force a stiff smile. He would never admit that his shameful reason for being punished with extra assignments stemmed from his failures in physical training. Such thoughts are wonderful. It seems you've matured significantly, Lin said with a contented smile. Since the beginning of the school year, Lin had taken care of Obito as if he were her younger brother. Seeing him now excel in practical skills and begin to pass theoretical assessments filled her with immense joy. Is that so? Obito responded, his previously rigid smile blossoming like a parched plant revived by rain, soon returning to its natural state. With Lin's encouraging praise, Obito found his pace in completing assignments quickening, even feeling as though he might finish tomorrow's work ahead of schedule. Another holiday is approaching. What are your plans for the weekend, Obito? Lin inquired. Wait, is today already Friday? Obito's forehead broke out in a cold sweat as he realized that he had lost all sense of time amidst the rigorous physical training and relentless assignments. Yes, once class is over, we'll be on break. Aren't you excited? Lin asked, smiling. Upon receiving her affirmative answer, Obito felt a wave of darkness wash over him. From Monday to Friday, they merely needed to train from the end of school until sunset. However, weekends were entirely different. They required training from dawn until dusk. The extensive training hours equated to more bouts with Might Guy, which translated to an avalanche of assignments. Obito envisioned an onslaught of problems and tests bearing down on him, threatening to engulf him completely. "Obito, what's wrong? You look rather pale. Do you want me to take you to the infirmary?" Lin asked, noticing his distressed expression. "No. I'm just overly excited about the holiday." Obito forced a smile. "Indeed, I am very pleased. A long holiday for training will significantly enhance my strength. And I shall claim the top spot in the entire school," earning Lin's admiring gaze. Obito began to mentally reassure himself. "Promise me, Lin, that you will diligently practice your physical training." He couldn't help but exclaim. "Indeed, I am aware that physical prowess is of great significance." Lin Yara nodded, failing to grasp the anguish embedded in Obito's words. After school, Obito made his way to the training grounds in the southern forest, where Might Guy had already arrived ahead of him, diligently honing his skills. The two exchanged a glance, and in each other's eyes, they recognized an intense yearning for victory. They both understood the weight of the weekend ahead. This was no trivial matter. A moment's carelessness could lead to an overwhelming avalanche of assignments. If only he possessed the Sharingan, success would be assured. For the first time, Obito yearned to awaken the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit. The Sharingan bestowed formidable dynamic vision, effortlessly unraveling the movements of foes. He had a foreboding sense that the assignments awaiting them could potentially extend all the way to the end of the term. Such a fate must not be allowed to unfold. With a fierce determination, Obito struck the wooden training dummy with a powerful punch. Meanwhile, Might Guy silently performed squats while lifting a colossal boulder, training his thigh muscles. He was not only intent on avoiding the burden of excessive assignments, but also aspired to seize the top position in his grade. Observing the fervent dedication of the two, Mu Yue wore a satisfied smile. If they maintained this level of intensity in their training, in a month's time, Hinata Hayashi would prove no match for them. Shisui wiped the sweat from his brow, leaning against a large tree to catch his breath. Having completed their workouts, Might Guy and Obito were now poised to engage in a contest wagering the number of assignments. It was time to unleash their youthful vigor. With a serious expression and muscles taut, Might Guy readied himself for action. In truth, the pressure on him was greater than on Obito, as he bore the burden of 50 assignments from the outset, necessitating repeated strikes against Obito to alleviate this weight. He could not allow the count to exceed 30, otherwise, he would be left with no time the following evening. Obito took a deep breath, his gaze reflecting both a fervent desire for victory and a palpable fear of the assignments. He also wished to spend the weekend evening with Lin Yara, determined not to accumulate an overwhelming number of tasks. "Begin," Mu Yue declared. No sooner had Mu Yue's voice faded than Might Guy surged forward, unleashing a rapid whirlwind kick toward Obito. In response, Obito swiftly distanced himself, striving to minimize the chances of being struck. After standing for a moment, Shisui seated himself, observing the earnestness of Obito and Might Guy in their duel, and he couldn't help but reflect how wonderful it is to share joyful moments and to strive together with unwavering commitment. Shisui cherished the beauty of friendship. Hearing these words, Obito nearly stumbled, realizing that without full exertion, he would indeed be left to race alone down the arduous path of assignments. Were he not at a disadvantage, Obito would have eagerly requested Mu Yue to allow Shisui to join in such training. Though he did not fall, Obito nonetheless found himself successfully struck by Might Guy, adding to his assignment count. After this encounter, Obito momentarily overcame his tendency to be distracted, focusing entirely on countering Might Guy's advances. 5 minutes later, Mu Yue announced the outcome of the battle. Obito had accrued 35 assignments, while Guy had gathered 15. 35 questions. Obito's face was etched with a frown. 5 more than his limit. Completing such an overwhelming number of problems could leave one dazed, diminishing his chances of enjoying time with Rin Noera. Might Guy also displayed discomfort. Enduring daily beatings, Obito had made significant progress, and he could no longer limit his workload to merely 10 questions. "Never mind, if you can't finish today. You can spread it over a week. Just tackle 5 questions a day, and let's consider 4 as interest," Mu Yue suggested with a smile. Tackling too many questions in a single day might overwhelm Obito's mind, rendering the effort futile. Obito was hesitant about spreading out the work, as what began as 35 questions would balloon to 39. However, if he opted not to extend the timeline, the short-term completion would be exhausting, leaving him without the energy to play with Rin. "Let us break it down over 7 days," Obito replied wearily. Although the total would increase with this plan, He found it significantly more manageable. Mu Yue nodded, noting down Obito's latest segmented tasks. Today's work should be completed today. Guy was resolved not to extend his tasks. He aimed to finish them all in one go. Mu Yue concurred, recognizing that the act of problem-solving itself served as motivation while simultaneously enhancing their theoretical knowledge. She believed this method was beneficial, allowing them to expand their understanding beyond the confines of shinobi school knowledge through practice. After a brief rest, Shisui resumed his training, focusing primarily on body flicker technique and genjutsu. These two arts were new to him, but he was mastering them at an impressive pace, even quicker than he had learned fire release initially. Disciple Uchiha Shisui, under your guidance, diligently practices and sees a notable increase in strength. Earning the reward, shave proficient level, Mu Yue was momentarily taken aback upon seeing this reward. He did not recall a technique named shave from Naruto, though it was familiar from the adjacent world of pirates. As a flood of memories regarding the technique surged in his mind, he immediately grasped the situation. This was indeed one of the 6 powers known as shave, albeit adapted to fit the Naruto universe, categorized as a physical technique that required chakra. Satisfied, Mu Yue nodded inwardly. Had it been the pirate version of shave, his slight frame might have struggled to execute it, given the remarkable physiques of those pirates. Comparing his proficiency in body flicker technique with shave, he resolved to adopt shave going forward, feeling that the basic body flicker technique paled in comparison. Shisui, I have noticed your recent diligence. Compared to 2 months ago, your strength has significantly improved. Keep training, and in due time, I shall teach you a more powerful body flicker technique, Mu Yue praised with a smile. The mine of opportunities has yielded yet another treasure. And Mu Yue felt quite pleased. A more robust body flicker technique? Shisui's eyes sparkled with interest. He found this type of ninjutsu particularly suited to him. Indeed, you should focus on strengthening your physique. The body flicker technique is a physical technique, and if your body isn't strong enough, it will place considerable strain on your legs, Mu Yue advised, nodding in affirmation. After all, it is a world of pirates where physical transformation is paramount. Although chakra is employed, a certain degree of physical strength is essential. Not to mention Shisui, even Mu Yue himself must enhance his physical training. His ninjutsu configuration in the early stages is already quite lavish, and the arrival of body flicker technique will significantly augment his mobility. Teacher Mu Yue, I feel I've made considerable progress. Could you possibly teach me as well? Obito inquired with a playful scratch of his head and a grin. He was eager to learn the body flicker technique, not for combat, but because he found it incredibly cool. If he had mastered it during the Young Ninja tournament, he wouldn't have had to walk on stage. He could have appeared with a swift whoosh like Kakashi. Of course, Mu Yue nodded in agreement. Wonderful. Teacher Mu Yue, you are the best teacher in the ninja world. Obito exclaimed joyfully at Mu Yue's immediate consent. Actually, I've made significant progress too, Guy chimed in, expressing his desire to learn new physical techniques. Learning is certainly possible, Mu Yue replied with a warm smile. As long as you secure first place in the final exams, you may study the body flicker technique with me. But both Kai and I are in the 4th grade. Doesn't that mean one of us can't learn? Obito asked, puzzled. Then aim for first place in the next exam, or complete the physical challenges I set. Accomplishing either will grant you the opportunity to learn. Mu Yue responded. Are the challenges difficult? Obito questioned tentatively. At your current level, you might struggle to keep up, Mu Yue stated bluntly. Obito fell silent, realizing that he would indeed need to attain first place to learn. This only added to his motivation for excelling in the finals. He glanced at Guy, who beamed back at him with a thumbs up. Surely you want to concede the first place easily? Perfect. Practical exams don't prohibit the use of ninjutsu. Obito felt a surge of determination. First, he would tackle Guy, then defeat Kakashi, and soon he would be known as the prodigious Uchiha Obito. This is the task for you. Remember to do it well. Mu Yue handed the test paper to Obito. The flames of enthusiasm within him extinguished instantly as he gazed upon the numerous questions awaiting his attention, leaving him feeling overwhelmed. And here is yours, Kai. Mu Yue smiled as he passed Guy's copy. As he looked at the blank pages of the exam, Guy's smile gradually faded, and his previously upright thumb drooped. Even a steadfast man like him could not endure such hardship. Shall we head back together? Shisui asked Obito, who was busy sorting through the test papers. Are you heading back early today, Shisui? Obito queried, somewhat perplexed. Both he and Shisui belonged to the Uchiha clan, residing not far apart, yet they seldom returned home together, as Shisui often stayed later than they did. Obito was not unwilling to train further. He was merely concerned that returning too late would worry his grandmother. Yes, Teacher Mu Yue advised returning early today to rest well for tomorrow's training, Shisui nodded. His reason for returning late each day was that there was no one at home. It was the same wherever he was. Then you must truly rest well, Shisui. Tomorrow's training will undoubtedly be exhausting. Obito gazed at Shisui with a hint of compassion in his eyes. After all, with the way Mujutsu had spoken, Shisui was certainly facing a formidable training regimen the following day. Given the intensity of the training, Mujutsu hadn't even advised him to rest properly. I suspect it will likely involve an emphasis on physical conditioning, Shisui remarked. Since Mujutsu had already indicated that the new body flicker technique would impose greater strain on his legs, enhancing his physical strength was undoubtedly imperative. Perhaps he might even join your battles. At that time, I shall give my utmost effort, Shisui jested. Let us hope it does not come to that. Obito silently prayed to the Sage of Six Paths, his hands clasped together. He had observed Shisui practice the body flicker technique during his studies. The speed was astonishing. And in combat, it would be nearly impossible to react in time. If the opponent were Shisui, the number of problems he would need to solve in a single encounter would likely double. Surely not. If that were the case, Mujutsu-sensei would have forewarned us. Amused by Obito's earnest demeanor, Shisui couldn't help but chuckle. To speak a somewhat hurtful truth, neither Obito nor Guy could pose any challenge to him at present, which is why Mujutsu wouldn't arrange for them to train together. Unless, of course, Mujutsu's intention was to apply pressure on Obito and the others. As they walked along, Obito suddenly halted, prompting Shisui to glance back in curiosity. Shisui, hold on a moment. It appears that elderly lady over there might need assistance. Obito pointed to an elderly woman hunched over with a heavy bundle on her back. Shisui followed Obito's gaze and indeed spotted an elderly woman struggling along the street. Is Obito's observational prowess truly that keen? Shisui pondered, somewhat astonished, having missed it just moments before. After inquiring about the woman's difficulties, Obito immediately offered to help carry her belongings to her destination. Oh dear, I'm perfectly fine. Don't be fooled by my age. I'll be a ninja next year and possess great strength, Obito proclaimed, patting his chest with a grin. Following his declaration, he performed a series of martial arts moves, which genuinely astonished the elderly woman, ultimately leading her to entrust her belongings to him. As Obito walked ahead, the elderly woman followed closely behind, while Shisui trailed at the back, wearing a contemplative expression. After assisting the woman, the two resumed their journey home. However, after a short while, Obito stopped once more to help another elderly lady who was using a cane. Shisui began to understand why Obito was regarded as an anomaly. The children of the Uchiha clan learned early on that respect for teachers and elders was secondary to the principle of might. The power of ninjutsu reigned supreme. Strength was paramount. As long as one possessed sufficient power, nothing else mattered. Though Shisui was still young, his innate talent and strength commanded respect, even from those older than him. In contrast, Obito displayed little enthusiasm for training that would enhance his strength. Rather, he was genuinely interested in acts of kindness, such as assisting the elderly. Shisui mused that this may be the very reason Obito noticed those in need of help. Upon entering the Uchiha clan's territory, one would gradually encounter familiar peers of the same age. Uchiha Tetsuhan greeted Shisui upon seeing him, but he felt a twinge of confusion when he noticed Obito standing beside him. Tetsuhan, Shisui acknowledged in return. Well, I shall take my leave now, Obito remarked, eager to return home to visit his grandmother, bidding farewell to Shisui while foregoing any greeting to Tetsuhan, as they were hardly acquaintances. Shisui nodded in response. Shisui, how is it that you are with him? Uchiha Tetsuhan inquired with curiosity. Prior to this examination, Obito had always struck Tetsuhan as an oddity within the Uchiha. His academic performance lacking and seemingly devoid of ambition, appearing rather foolish, his demeanor not at all reflective of a typical Uchiha. Following the examination, many of those labels faded. Yet Tetsuhan still regarded Obito as an eccentric member of their clan. Is there something amiss? Shisui questioned. Well, it's just that I'm rather surprised, after all. He is that Uchiha Obito, Tetsuhan pondered aloud. However, once you get to know him, you'll find Obito to be quite a commendable individual, Shisui remarked. He did not elaborate further, and after a brief conversation, he returned home. Could it be that Obito's prowess had improved due to some training secrets imparted by Shisui? Tetsuhan mused as he watched Shisui's retreating figure. The notion of being bested by Obito left him somewhat disgruntled. He had been diligently training of late, solely to regain his dignity during the final examination. In the morning, Shisui and Obito rose early to journey to the training grounds in the southern forest. As Shisui anticipated, Mitsuki had arranged an extensive regimen of physical conditioning for him. Basic exercises such as push-ups and squats were merely the foundation, augmented by swimming and running laps around Konoha. The training volume far exceeding Shisui's expectations. Is it excessive for someone my age to undergo such training? Shisui couldn't help but inquire. Though it is often said that a ninja's body possesses limitless potential, in reality, excessive training can leave lingering injuries. Upon hearing Shisui's concern, Obito curiously glanced over and was momentarily taken aback, realizing that his own training seemed comparatively effortless. Normally, such a training load would be impossible. But I possess a special elixir that alleviates post-training fatigue and heals the body, Mitsuki explained. Unbeknownst to Shisui, this was indeed a reward Mitsuki had promised him. Given that the system provided a limited supply of elixirs, Mitsuki intended to reserve 2 for future research, using 1 less with each application. Among Mitsuki's 3 disciples, only Might Guy was exclusively committed to the path of physical arts, and Mitsuki had originally intended to reserve all the elixirs for him. However, witnessing Shisui's remarkable performance, he resolved to allocate 2 for Shisui's enhanced training. Shisui's potential was the highest among his disciples, and Mitsuki hoped for him to swiftly enter a period of explosive growth, which would result in a considerable increase in chakra provided by his master. An elixir? Shisui expressed surprise. If it possessed unique effects, then it would indeed be justifiable. Based on Mitsuki's usual training regimen, he was not the type to irrationally compound training loads. Teacher Mu Yue, how much does this secret medicine cost? My family left me quite a sum, Shisui inquired. Although his grandparents and parents had passed away, their assets remained with him. Do not concern yourself with that. Your earnest dedication to your training is the greatest reward you could provide me, Mu Yue replied with a warm smile. Seeing the sincerity etched on Mu Yue's face, Shisui felt immensely touched, sensing that her words were spoken from the depths of her heart. Truth be told, the warmth Mu Yue offered him surpassed even that of his uncle. The physical training was far more arduous than Shisui had anticipated. Previously, he had only engaged in running as a means of exercise, seldom pushing himself to the brink of exhaustion. However, today was different. Shisui endeavored to work every muscle group in his body. After completing 800 push-ups, he felt as though his arms were no longer his own. Following 800 squats, his legs felt as heavy as lead, and after 800 sit-ups, his abdomen throbbed with pain. Upon finishing these basic exercises, Shisui leaned against a tree, feeling utterly bereft of control over his own body. While observing Might Guy training vigorously, Shisui had felt little in the way of empathy, but now, having experienced it himself, he understood the profound difficulty involved. In the latter stages, he relied solely on sheer willpower to persevere, his bodily sensations growing increasingly vague, executing the repetitive motions mechanically. Shisui nearly succumbed to the temptation of employing chakra to ease his exertion, as he was utterly fatigued. Imagine unrelenting sweat blurring your vision, the salt stinging your eyes, each movement of your heavy limbs testing your will and strength, yet you cannot relent, for the training target remains unachieved. For 112, for 113. Observing Might Guy in the distance still engaged in frog jumps, Shisui felt a surge of admiration. They had both commenced their training together. Might Guy's movements were even more challenging than his own. While Shisui performed push-ups unencumbered, Might Guy added the weight of a stone upon his back. Nevertheless, within the same time frame, Might Guy completed a greater number of repetitions, and even after Shisui was utterly spent, Might Guy continued to train with vigor. In terms of pure martial prowess, Shisui believed he could rival Might Guy, perhaps even surpass him, yet in the realm of physical endurance, he was significantly outmatched. During a moment of rest, Shisui could not help but inquire, Akai, you must have trained frequently before to manage such a demanding regimen. Might Guy nodded in affirmation, responding, I began long before entering the ninja academy. It was my father who trained alongside me. Hearing Might Guy's words, Shisui felt a pang of melancholy and envy, for at that age, he had already lost his parents. He believed that had his parents been alive, they too would have imparted the knowledge of ninjutsu to him. Shisui, do you find it overwhelming and feel unable to continue? I possess a training secret that you might find beneficial, Might Guy offered, resolved to share the training methods passed down from his father. Without the familial bond similar to that shared by Obito and Shisui, his interactions with Shisui were limited. However, their frequent training sessions and shared meals led Might Guy to regard Shisui as a trustworthy companion. What is your secret? Shisui inquired, intrigued. Might Guy explained his self-imposed constraints. Treating completed training as a challenge, should he fail to meet it, he he would impose penalties upon himself, such as performing an additional 500 push-ups if he did not complete 3,000 on time. Forcing oneself through self-imposed shackles is indeed an excellent training method, Shisui mused. He found a certain parallel between Might Guy's approach and Mujutsu's combat problem-solving techniques. It surprised Shisui that someone as seemingly rough around the edges as Might Guy could devise such a method to motivate himself. Isn't it remarkable? This is a lesson my father imparted to me. Whenever I face a daunting challenge, I must practice self-discipline. Might Guy chuckled, scratching his head. Your father must be quite an impressive Chūnin, Shisui praised, believing that any parent capable of raising someone like Might Guy could not be lacking in skill. Huh. He is merely a Chūnin, yet I hold him in high regard. Might Guy laughed heartily. Despite being just a lowly Chūnin, Might Guy's unwavering faith in his father's abilities remained intact. A Chūnin? Shisui expressed surprise, growing more curious about Might Guy's father. Considering Might Guy's age, his father must be at least in his late 20s or early 30s, making it unusual for someone of that age to still hold the rank of Chūnin. I have a technique regarding chakra application in taijutsu. Shall we discuss it? Shisui offered in kind. In the classroom of Class 1 at the Ninja Academy, the first session of ninjutsu theory concluded. With 2 weeks remaining before the final examination, it was time to diligently prepare for the upcoming assessments, Mujutsu announced. Initially, the lesson was intended to conclude a week prior, but Mujutsu's brisk pace allowed for an additional 2 weeks of review. Mujutsu-sensei, do not forget my dumplings, Akane chimed in. As long as you perform well on the exam, the dumplings shall be yours, Mujutsu smiled warmly. Mujutsu-sensei, I wish for snacks. Gentetsu raised his hand. Focus on preparing for the exam, and there will be rewards in due course, Mujutsu replied, organizing her lesson plan. Ding, 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 the bell signaling the end of class rang. Accompanied by a notification from the system, lecture completed, evaluation, A, reward, fire style, phoenix flower jutsu. Mujutsu picked up her lesson plan, nodding to herself. Ah, this jutsu was indeed quite practical. 2 weeks of review sounds exhausting, Gentetsu complained. Then don't review. You've been listening in class all this time, Shingetsu suggested. Due to Gentetsu's unreliability, Shingetsu felt compelled to take matters into his own hands regarding finding a girlfriend. He had already inquired about a girl from a neighboring household. Discovering she too attended the Ninja Academy, specifically in Class 6, he is determined to secure the top position in the theoretical examination, intending to approach it with the confidence of being number 1. Although Gang Zetian scored slightly lower than him in the last exam, his recent mock tests have shown that he is now nearly on par. Shinwei Izumi perceives Gang Zetian as a formidable rival for the top spot, prompting him to dissuade Gang Zetian from the idea of studying. The notion of not studying sounds appealing. I have heard from my older cousin that sometimes approaching an exam without preparation can yield better results. Gang Zetian nodded in agreement. In truth, Gang Zetian's initial sarcasm was merely a pretext for this statement. He wishes for Shinwei Izumi to abandon his study plans, allowing him to seize first place. He had already boasted to Mei Wei that he would achieve the highest score in theory, and Shinwei Izumi stands as his primary competitor. Is that really the case? Hondo felt a twinge of temptation, as the thought of 2 weeks of studying seemed exhausting. Both Gang Zetian and Shinwei Izumi nodded in affirmation. Jishui, do you usually study for exams? Hondo inquired, turning to Jishui. Jishui shook his head, asserting that he remembers everything from class. Upon hearing this from Jishui, who had attained the top score in the last theoretical exam, Hondo's eyes lit up with the realization that perhaps studying wasn't necessary after all. Then let's go out and have fun this weekend, Hondo proposed to her 2 friends. No, I have matters to attend to at home this weekend, Gang Zetian declined, preferring to focus on studying and securing first place. What about you, Izumi? Hondo turned to Shinwei Izumi. Shinwei Izumi also shook his head, stating, there are many things happening at home, so I can't go either. Having successfully convinced them not to study, he was determined to spend the weekend diligently reviewing at home. I see. Then I will find someone else to hang out with, Hondo said, not doubting their words. The true examination had already commenced outside, while Hondo had unwittingly eliminated herself from contention. Finally, it is complete. After more than 10 days of relentless effort, Obito could not contain his joy upon finishing the installment questions. From this day forward, he would no longer need to tackle problems daily. What do you mean it's complete? Uchiha Obito, stop shouting and get up to answer the question. Shigakuyu, startled by Obito's outburst, retorted. To his surprise, Obito answered correctly. leaving Shigakuyu with no choice but to nod in approval and allow him to sit down and pay attention in class. Lin, let's go out tonight, Obito said with a grin as he took his seat. Tonight? Tomorrow is Saturday. How about we go out then? Noara Lin suggested. Huh? Is it the weekend already? Obito exclaimed, eyes wide with shock. He had just completed the installment questions, and yet it was already time for the weekend to collect new ones. Obito, have you been muddled by your studies lately? Today is already Friday, Noara Lin teased. She had noticed his recent diligence, which was indeed a marked change from before. As the weekend approached, the class hours seemed to drag on, while the weekends vanished in the blink of an eye. Indeed, those long semester breaks feel shorter than a mere 5 days of school. Obito, the sorrows and joys of humanity are not interconnected. He merely perceives their clamor. He feels as though his weekdays have been pilfered, as every time he regains consciousness, it is already nearing the end of the week, followed by an excruciatingly lengthy weekend. Rin, let us indulge this evening. Tomorrow I must train during the day and may lack the energy at night, he said with a sigh. As the end-of-term examinations approached, the weekend training became increasingly arduous. Previously, while battling Might Guy, he could leverage the forest terrain, but now, assigned to a vast plain, he found himself relying solely on speed and agility. Thus, Obito resolved to spend the night with Noara Rin, as Friday's training was relatively light. Very well, then it shall be tonight. After school, I shall find you once we finish dinner, and together we will seek out Kakashi, Noara Rin replied with a nod. Obito was curious as to why Kakashi was necessary, but opened his mouth and ultimately refrained from asking. Perhaps it was because Kakashi was lonely and needed companionship. He mused inwardly. After school, Obito arrived at the training ground as usual, still the last to arrive. As before, he commenced with various physical exercises, push-ups, pull-ups, squats, and the like. After a designated period of training, it was time for combat. Today, I shall alter the rules of engagement. Mu Yue called Obito and Might Guy together. For each hit landed on your opponent, they will receive 2 additional questions, while you will subtract 1 from your own total with a combat duration of 7 minutes. Each hit adds 2 questions, and yet it remains 7 minutes. Obito envisioned a deluge of questions surging toward him. Previously, landing a single hit only resulted in 1 additional question, and the combat lasted merely 5 minutes. This was a significant escalation. The sole advantage was that hitting the opponent could reduce 1 question, so if he could land enough hits, he might evade answering entirely. The dilemma was that he had consistently found himself at a disadvantage in prior battles. He was grateful for his foresight in inviting Noara Rin out tonight. Given the intensity of this training, the weekend would undoubtedly be exhausting, requiring several days to recuperate. Sharingan, Sharingan, Obito muttered repeatedly, yearning to awaken the Uchiha's bloodline limit. Mu Yue sensei, what about the 50 questions I start with in battle? Might Guy inquired eagerly. It will be reduced to 40, Mu Yue replied, for the sake of balance. We cannot eliminate them entirely, as Might Guy's taijutsu significantly surpasses Obito's. Although they were not entirely waived, a reduction of 10 questions still brought Might Guy considerable joy. Moreover, one could offset questions through exercise. Up to 60% could be negated, with 300 push-ups equating to 1 question eliminated, and other exercises also applicable, Mu Yue added. The increase in question count due to hits would necessitate utilizing exercises to counterbalance the inflated total. Ultimately, the purpose of these questions was to enhance their learning and knowledge acquisition rather than serve as a mere punitive measure. All questions were intended for discussion, not simply to be completed. 60% reduction. Upon hearing these words, Obito's eyes brightened. Yet the mention of 300 push-ups for a single question filled him with immense pressure. 300 for 1 question? Ha ha ha. Might Guy burst into laughter. Surely he would be able to max out at 60%. Observing the boisterous Might Guy, Obito, inspired by the thought of the daunting mountain of exam questions awaiting him, composed himself and calmly remarked, Teacher Mu Yue, this approach seems flawed. The intention behind exercise and questions should be to facilitate our improvement, right? It ought to be tailored to each individual's training pace. How can we fixate on a specific number? He had no desire to tackle a plethora of questions alone. You make a compelling point, Obito. Then let it be 1,000 push-ups for 1 question, Might Guy proposed, and Mu Yue pondered this suggestion, finding it agreeable. Might Guy looked at Obito with a puzzled expression, his smile faltering. Obito, I know you seek more challenging questions, right? No need to thank me. Obito smiled and gave Might Guy a thumbs up. Indeed, Obito, you must also yearn for a fierce battle. Might Guy began to stretch, readying himself to engage earnestly in combat. 7 minutes later, the confrontation concluded, with Obito having tackled 100 questions and Guy 20. Mu Yue announced the outcome. Obito, I know you desire more questions to study. Right? No need to thank me. Guy flashed a brilliant smile and gave a thumbs up. Obito suddenly wished to slap himself for what he had said 7 minutes prior. What was he thinking? Now, they were both left exhausted. The sheer number of questions was overwhelming, rendering it impossible to complete them all in one day. He could only offset part of the training with some questions to be dealt with later. As Linyahara suggested they invite Kakashi to join them. Obito casually asked Guy if he would like to come along. After all, it was no longer just a date between him and Linyahara. And Guy had a good rapport with Kakashi as well. To Obito's surprise, Guy declined, stating he had arranged to go night running with Shisui for exercise. However, they did meet later that evening. While they were out, they encountered Shisui and Guy, who were in the midst of their run. Shisui, trust me. You should try this tight-fitting outfit next time. It's perfect for workouts. Guy attempted to promote his green bodysuit. Shisui glanced at Guy striking a pose and quickly shook his head in refusal, imagining himself in the garb. It was simply too odd. Who is that beside you, Kai? Kakashi inquired, eyeing the unfamiliar figure next to Guy. He is a genius from the Uchiha clan, even more talented than you, Obito retorted playfully. Oh, and what does that make you? The Uchiha underachiever? Kakashi replied coolly. I'm not the Uchiha underachiever. Last time, I ranked third in the practical exam, Obito exclaimed. Realizing Kakashi's impression of him was still based on his pre-Mu Yue training, he boldly disclosed his previous exam results. If third place is considered underachieving, then there are only 2 people in the entire grade who are not underachievers. Besides, I was careless last time. Next time, I will definitely secure first place. Obito insisted defiantly. Kakashi paused momentarily. Placing third in his grade certainly did not equate to being at the bottom. Reflecting on Obito's performance in the Young Ninja tournament, he deemed that a third-place finish was quite reasonable. However, Kakashi could not tolerate Obito's arrogance, so he remarked, I truly do not know whether third place is considered the bottom, for I have always secured first, and thus am unfamiliar with the sensations of being third. Obito opened his mouth to respond but found himself at a loss for words, as this was an undeniable truth. Kakashi had wielded absolute dominance in school, consistently ranking first. By the way, did you place third in the theoretical exam? I, too, was first, Kakashi added with a sharp retort. Obito felt as if he had been struck in the heart. Theory was his everlasting agony. Not to mention, he had only barely passed thanks to extra tutoring from Rin. Although his theoretical performance was indeed lacking, Obito would not concede this to Kakashi. Thus he stubbornly insisted, I didn't sleep well the night before the last theoretical exam. My score was merely slightly lower than my practical results, but this time will surely be different. Slightly lower? Just how much is that? You didn't even manage to pass. Did you? Kakashi teased knowingly. As anticipated, Obito soon divulged the truth. I barely passed, he retorted, this being the first time he had achieved a passing mark. Barely passing is still slightly worse than third, and there is quite a gap in that slight difference, Kakashi replied, unable to suppress a smirk. Obito fell silent. If he were to become Hokage, he would undoubtedly enact a decree to abolish theoretical examinations at the Ninja Academy. They were too torturous. Obito has been working hard lately. I see him studying every day. His grades in the final exams might soar, Rin defended Obito. The previously downcast Obito instantly regained his spirits, feeling as though the world had become wonderfully bright. He gazed at the receding figures of Guy and Shizun, finding them suddenly more endearing. Wait, Guy and Shizun are training while I am here bickering with Kakashi and wasting time? Obito suddenly pondered. In this comparative scenario, Guy would undoubtedly surpass him, leading to an increased workload for Obito and less time to spend with Rin. The more time he spent with Rin, the more problems he would face. And the more problems he faced, the less time he would have to enjoy her company. This peculiar chain of reasoning formed in Obito's mind. He was perplexed as to why Guy and Shizun trained together at night. One was his clansman, and the other was his classmate. He felt like an outsider. Upon reflection, he recalled that they had indeed called for him, but he had declined in favor of spending time with Rin. At this moment, Obito was deeply conflicted, contemplating how to resolve this dilemma, when an idea struck him upon seeing Kakashi. No matter how much he denied it, or how stubbornly he held on, Obito had to acknowledge in his heart that Kakashi was undeniably formidable, graduating at 5 and becoming a Nin at 6. While they were still in the second grade at the Ninja Academy, Kakashi had already ascended to the rank of Nin, on par with their teachers. If he could glean even a modicum of knowledge from Kakashi, perhaps he might gain an advantage in his battle against Might Guy. Kakashi, how would you respond if your opponent outpaces you and possesses greater strength? Obito inquired of Kakashi. Create distance and employ ninjutsu, Kakashi replied. What if it's solely a matter of taijutsu? Obito added a condition. If I possess ninjutsu, why wouldn't I use it? Kakashi retorted, refusing to elaborate further. Obito scratched his head, internally seething at the infuriating Kakashi. Because at that moment, my chakra would be nearly depleted, rendering me unable to use ninjutsu, Obito contemplated aloud. Then engage him head-on, he proposed. Why? In terms of strength and speed, I'm at a disadvantage. How could I possibly prevail in a direct confrontation? Obito questioned, perplexed. This way, I can die a glorious death. Do you think taijutsu is devoid of chakra? Kakashi replied without restraint. Obito felt increasingly exasperated. This insufferable Kakashi was entirely unpredictable. Sensing that he had toyed enough, Kakashi finally stated, since your physical strength and speed are inferior to your opponents, you must focus on evasion and technique. Combat fundamentally revolves around how I strike my enemy and how to elude their attacks. Evasion can help you avoid injuries, while superior technique can compensate for a lack of strength during an offensive. Obito perceived the wisdom in Kakashi's words, yet it seemed as though he had said nothing substantial. Upon reflection, he realized he had heard similar sentiments from Mu Yue before. Are you participating in a competition that permits only taijutsu, where someone surpasses you? Kakashi speculated. It's not a competition, it's a practical exam, and both of my formidable rivals excel in taijutsu. Obito refrained from disclosing the complete truth to Kakashi. He feared that if Kakashi were to learn that it was a punitive examination involving combat scenarios, he might refuse to assist him and instead revel in his predicament. If you genuinely wish to enhance your taijutsu, I wouldn't mind offering my assistance, though I worry you may not be able to withstand the rigors, Kakashi remarked. Uchiha Obito, fear nothing more than hardship, he retorted with a smile upon hearing Kakashi's words. What pain could possibly eclipse the agony of a battle while solving 100 questions? My suffering surpasses yours, Kakashi. Subsequently, Kakashi led them to a nearby training ground. From now on, I will engage you without utilizing ninjutsu, but I will not hold back. Are you certain you wish for my guidance? Kakashi inquired at last. Feel free to unleash your full strength, Obito replied nonchalantly, eager to test Kakashi's prowess. Undoubtedly, Kakashi excelled in ninjutsu. Thus Obito surmised that the disparity in a pure taijutsu duel would not be insurmountable. Very well, I shall begin, Kakashi decided to indulge Obito's wish. In the next instant, he utilized the body flicker technique to appear directly before Obito, delivering a swift kick that sent the unprepared Obito flying. Still reeling from his conversation with Noira Rin, Obito dazedly brushed off the dust from his attire, muttering, I let my guard down and failed to evade. Let's continue. A minute later, Obito was covered in dust, sporting several shoe prints on his body. As Lin Yahara observed nearby, even after falling several times within a minute, Obito managed to feign nonchalance. Rising again to call for continuity, Lin Yahara watched the two, now fully immersed in their endeavor, feeling somewhat superfluous in the moment. After concluding the disciples' training on Sunday afternoon, Mu Yue proceeded to the main city, opting not to return home but rather to visit Minato's residence directly. The previous evening, during dinner at Mu Yue's place, Kushina and Minato had informed her that they had nearly perfected their braised pork practice and were prepared to officially commence the cooking the following afternoon, inviting Mu Yue to come and observe if she was available. Upon her arrival, the couple had just finished boiling the pork belly and were ready to apply soy sauce for coloring. As Mu Yue approached to offer assistance, she was halted by Kushina. Mu Yue, just watch. If there is any step that seems amiss, you may point it out, but there's no need for you to help, Kushina stated. Having often dined at Mu Yue's home, she felt somewhat embarrassed to ask for her aid. Minato presented a fruit platter to Mu Yue and poured her a glass of water, smiling gently. Mu Yue, today you need not assist. You may play the role of the supervising teacher. Both Minato and Kushina believed it was essential for them to handle this task independently. Then I shall take the opportunity to be lazy, Mu Yue replied with a smile. You can pierce small holes in the skin of the meat with a skewer before pouring in the soy sauce. This will enhance the flavor and ensure that it fries more evenly later, Mu Yue advised. It was then that Kushina and Minato realized they had overlooked this minor yet crucial detail. With Mu Yue's guidance, they methodically completed each step, frying, slicing, preparing the sauce, and steaming. By the time they finished, night had already fallen. This braised pork, while delicious, is indeed quite troublesome to prepare. You must be rather hungry now. Mu Yue, Kushina inquired. Compared to the simple home-cooked dishes she usually made, braised pork involved a far more complex process, requiring boiling, frying, and steaming. Fortunately, I was merely an observer, Mu Yue replied. While they conversed, Minato presented the finished dish of braised pork. Now, it's time for you, teacher Mu Yue. To evaluate our efforts, Minato jested. After working so hard, why not sample your own labor first? Mu Yue chose not to hastily taste it herself, but instead encouraged Minato and Kushina to indulge first. Then let us feast together. Having grown quite hungry, Kushina decided to forego any formalities. The three swiftly served their rice, and, uttering a collective "let's eat," began their meal. Indeed, this is the sensation of richness without greasiness. As Kushina savored a slice of meat followed by a mouthful of rice, her face illuminated with excitement. Filled with a profound sense of accomplishment, she felt her time had been well spent, successfully mastering a delectable dish. Although she believed Mu Yue's cooking was superior, Kushina rationalized that it was perfectly normal for no one to surpass Mu Yue's culinary skills. When Jiraiya-sensei returns, I must prepare this for him to taste, Minato remarked as he enjoyed the dish, equally satisfied and eager to share it with Jiraiya. The completion level is remarkably high, with few notable flaws. After tasting the dish, Mu Yue offered commendations. It was not merely an attempt to curry favor. Rather, this dish, being a simple home-cooked meal, benefited from his guidance, ensuring a commendable outcome. However, an awkward situation soon arose as the braised pork was quickly devoured, leaving the three of them staring at one another in silence. Apologies, I forgot to prepare other dishes. Upon noticing the empty plates, Watergate came to a realization. He had been so focused that he completely overlooked it. Kushina displayed an embarrassed smile. Allow me to stir-fry a couple of dishes, Mu Yue suggested as she stood up. That might not be appropriate. You are a guest, and it is unbecoming to have a guest cook. Kushina felt tempted but thought it improper. Should I return home to prepare something and then bring it over? Mu Yue inquired with a smile. I'll wash the vegetables. Watergate silently rose. Kushina contemplated the flavors of Mu Yue's previous dishes and ultimately found herself nodding uncontrollably. Mu Yue, aren't you interested in sealing techniques? Have you been studying any recently? I could teach you some techniques. Sitting idly at the dining table, Kushina couldn't help but ask. Feeling somewhat guilty for dining at Mu Yue's home, she wished to reciprocate his kindness. Currently, I'm still perusing various theoretical texts. Do you have any recommended sealing techniques, preferably ones available in the library? Mu Yue pondered before responding. If you haven't begun studying yet, how about I teach you an introductory sealing technique from our Uzumaki clan? It could also serve as a test for your sealing aptitude. If you master it within a day, you are a sealing genius. A week indicates talent, but if it takes over a month, it may be unwise to invest further time in sealing techniques, Kushina advised. So, Kushina, how long did it take you to learn it initially? Mu Yue asked while heating oil in the pan. A day, Kushina replied proudly, having anticipated Mu Yue's inquiry. Then you must truly be a genius at sealing techniques. Mu Yue praised. It's rather ordinary. I merely learned most of the sealing techniques of our Uzumaki clan, though she claimed it was ordinary. The smile at the corner of her mouth betrayed her delight. After the meal, Kushina handed Mu Yue a scroll before proceeding to wash the dishes. While Watergate began to explain its contents to Mu Yue, he listened with unprecedented attentiveness. This sealing technique is called one-finger rapid seal, which swiftly creates a seal to block chakra. However, its binding power is limited and can be easily broken, rendering it of little practical use. Primarily serving as an introductory training method, Watergate elucidated. It was uncertain whether Watergate's proficiency in sealing techniques made the lesson engaging or if Mu Yue possessed an innate talent for sealing. But he found the one-finger seal to be rather straightforward. Mu Yue did not display this inclination. Instead, he occasionally posed questions. On Monday, Gongzi Tai arrived early at the ninja school, pleased to see that Shinwei Izumi had yet to arrive. He placed a novel on the desk and began reading. Once he sensed that Shinwei Izumi was nearing, Gongzi Tai put away his textbooks, leaving only the novel on the table. Zit. Did you not say that there was no need to review? Why are you here so early to read? Shingitsu Izumi asked in astonishment. Having studied until 1 a.m, Gangzit raised the novel in his hand and replied, What review? This is a newly released ninja novel, and it is quite captivating. Upon seeing the cover and title, Shingitsu Izumi felt relieved and smiled, saying, Indeed, reading novels is a splendid way to unwind. It dawned on him that Zid enjoyed novels, and he resolved to buy him a best-selling book tomorrow, allowing him to indulge in it for 2 weeks. He felt increasingly confident in his position. Izumi, you appear rather fatigued. You haven't been staying up late studying, have you? That's detrimental to your health and not conducive to your exams, Gangzit inquired with concern. No. I simply lost track of time playing games with my cousins last night and went to bed quite late, Shingitsu Izumi replied nonchalantly. Ah, playing games to relax. That's not bad, Gangzit smiled, feeling reassured about his standing. It's great to enjoy games. I'll make it a point to explore various games after school, ensuring that Shingitsu Izumi plays different ones every day for the next 2 weeks. What novels and games? Akkad, who had just entered the classroom, expressed interest. On a Monday afternoon, deep within the South Realm forest, Mu Yue was practicing the sealing technique taught to him by Kushina, the one-finger seal. Since it was intended to seal chakra, Mu Yue employed his shadow clone for experimentation. I cannot condense my chakra. It succeeded, the shadow clone reported. However, it feels as though I could break through with full strength, it added. Mu Yue nodded. No wonder Minato said this sealing technique lacked practical value. Although he had only just learned it, the fact that his shadow clone, which possessed only half of his chakra, could break through so easily indicated its weakness. Nevertheless, he had still mastered it. Did he possess a talent for sealing techniques? Mu Yue pondered. Kushina had given him the sealing technique just last night, and he had managed to grasp it today. According to her, he was quite the prodigy in this field. Technically, he had practiced for less than half a day, sometime last night and a brief session this afternoon. A multitude of speculations raced through Mu Yue's mind, the original's innate talent, his own abilities, or perhaps a combination of both. The reason was inconsequential, for it was undoubtedly good news. Even if he did not aspire to learn more formidable sealing techniques in the future, this discovery illuminated a path to unraveling the root curse seal. After studying books on sealing techniques and related seals, and learning another sealing technique, Mu Yue came to understand that seals are merely a subset of sealing techniques. The curse seal of tongue destruction is essentially a specific form of sealing technique. Sealing techniques can generally be resolved through 2 means. The first is to break through with overwhelming chakra, and the second is to utilize the corresponding unsealing technique to the seal. Relying on chakra to forcibly break through the seal, Mu Yue found this method rather dubious. For the level of the tongue calamity sealing technique was quite high. If he could indeed break through it with sheer force, it would likely be no challenge for him to vanquish Danzō. Therefore, Mu Yue resolved to delve deeper into various sealing techniques, ultimately aiming to research and develop a technique to unseal the tongue calamity. He had deliberately kept a scroll of ninjutsu proficiency and used, intending to dedicate it to sealing arts. The system rewarded him with knowledge of corresponding nature transformations for chakra techniques he had yet to master, leading Mu Yue to speculate that if he elevated a particular sealing technique to proficiency, he might also acquire some knowledge of sealing arts. Mu Yue did not intend to apply the proficiency scroll to the one-finger seal, as he felt this technique was akin to the 3 bodies technique within the realm of sealing arts, making its use on this particular technique seem rather wasteful. Concluding the disciples' training, Mu Yue made his way directly to the main city. Having been treated to a meal by Kushina and Minato the previous day, it was only fitting that he invited them over for dinner. Today, Mu Yue prepared spicy fried eggs, tempura, and braised potatoes with meat. His personal favorite was the spicy fried eggs, a dish his mother frequently made in his past life. Mu Yue had an immense fondness for eggs, whether steamed, boiled, or fried. He was particularly partial to spicy flavors, which meant that his home rarely featured chive fried eggs, but rather, spicy fried eggs. He began by cracking eggs into a bowl, swiftly whisking them with chopsticks before adding the chopped chili and mixing it together, then pouring the mixture into the pan. Despite his culinary skills being enhanced, every time he prepared this dish, memories of his previous life would resurface. Mu Yue, what's wrong? Are you afraid of your own spicy dish? Kushina teased as she noticed he had yet to take a bite of the spicy fried eggs he had picked up. How remarkable! Frying chili and eggs together can yield such deliciousness, Minato praised, admitting that he would never have thought to combine these ingredients in such a bold manner. Indeed, spicy fried eggs are delightful, Mu Yue replied, shaking off his memories and displaying a gentle smile as he finally took a bite. Delicious. As the trio enjoyed their meal, their conversation turned to the sealing techniques Mu Yue was studying. Mu Yue, can you perform the one-finger seal now? Kushina inquired. Mu Yue shook his head, responding, every time I rehearse it in my mind, it goes smoothly, yet I find it challenging to execute it successfully. It feels like something is missing. He chose not to disclose that he had grasped the technique in merely half a day, as that would seem rather extraordinary, especially since Kushina had claimed to master it in a single day. With Kushina around, the ever-watchful Umbu were not far behind, and he did not wish to appear overly exceptional. He decided to feign that he had taken 7 days to master it, which would neither paint him as a prodigy nor dismiss his evident talent for sealing arts. That's quite normal. Few can master it in a day. Your progress is entirely reasonable, Minato reassured him, concerned that Kushina's earlier comment might unduly influence Mu Yue's mindset. Indeed, as long as one can master it within a month, there is no issue, Chūnin added. Should there be anything unclear, feel free to inquire. Do not hesitate, she continued while enjoying her meal. Minato nodded in agreement, indicating that all was well. As long as you do not find it troublesome, Mu Yue said with a smile. On Thursday afternoon, in the southern forest of Konoha, the results of the afternoon battle were announced. Dato faced 85 questions, while Might Guy faced 30. Only 85. Dato could not suppress his excitement. He felt that the beatings he endured from Kakashi were not in vain. This was the least number of questions he had encountered since the change in battle rules. Indicating his progress, he was hit less and struck more. Dato planned to offset 40% of the training through his efforts, completing 10% that day. In the remaining 50% he intended to distribute over installments. After the distribution, he even felt that the number of questions was manageable. 30 questions, astonishing. Might Guy exclaimed in disbelief. This was the highest number of questions he had faced since the rules changed. Even if he maximized the training offset, he would still have to tackle 12 questions. Well done, you have both made significant progress. If you choose to handle the questions in installments today, you can waive the interest, Mu Yue said with a smile. Dato's eyes brightened instantly, feeling he could take on more installments. Might Guy pondered the idea of interest-free installments. Was this not a gift? He too requested to partake in the installments. After training concluded, Might Guy approached Shisui, hoping he could assist him with some intensive training. Dato's advancement instilled a strong sense of urgency in him. Although he still held a considerable advantage, during battles, Dato was prohibited from using ninjutsu, rendering him only half as powerful. Might Guy recalled Mu Yue's earlier words. Battles were a vital component in enhancing strength, not merely training like Dato, but engaging in genuine, all-out combat. All your strength? Shisui inquired. Might Guy nodded in affirmation. Then I shall make my move, Shisui warned in advance. Might Guy tensed his muscles, ready to unleash his martial prowess. Yet, in the very next moment after Shisui spoke, a great tree erupted from the ground, ensnaring Might Guy. As he pondered the nature of Shisui's jutsu, the tree that bound him suddenly vanished, and Shisui had already drawn a kunai to his neck, signaling the end of the confrontation. Might Guy comprehended what had just transpired. He had fallen victim to Shisui's jinjutsu. The path to becoming the strongest is still long. He mused after being defeated in a single blow. Please, once more. Though the journey was arduous, Might Guy would not concede. Dato, have you recently experienced something delightful? You seem particularly cheerful today, Rinyawara inquired, noticing Dato's unusually buoyant demeanor. It is because good days are on the horizon, Dato replied with a grin. Despite the apparent increase in questions following the change in battle rules, the offset through training and installment arrangements meant that the actual number of questions he faced daily remained largely unchanged. Now he is gradually growing stronger, and the number of problems is decreasing. With offsets and installments, it seems that good days are approaching. Obito, you finally remembered the date. Shall we go out to play tomorrow? Lin Noera invited, mistakenly thinking that the good days Obito mentioned referred to the weekend. Date? Going out to play tomorrow? Obito's expression showed confusion, and then a terrifying possibility dawned on him. Is today Friday again? He asked Lin Noera. Yes. Didn't you mean the good days are on the weekend? She nodded and inquired. Obito fell silent, feeling as though yesterday was Sunday. How could today be Friday again? In a daze, he recalled having experienced this scenario several times. Am I trapped in a world where it's only Friday and the weekend? He thought, clutching his head in disbelief. Obito, what's wrong? You look quite troubled, Lin Noera remarked, puzzled. How could a student display such distress at the arrival of the weekend? Isn't a break supposed to be enjoyable? It's just that I love school and learning so much that the thought of not being able to attend makes me quite upset. Obito forced an explanation. Wouldn't he confess to Lin Noera the embarrassment of accumulating a pile of problems over the weekend and being unable to finish them? So Obito, you really love studying that much? Lin Noera said, surprised, sensing it might relate to Obito's progress this semester. So, are we still going to play tomorrow? Lin Noera asked. Tonight for sure. Obito responded. After the rules changed, weekends had become too exhausting for leisure. He spent almost the entire day training and solving problems, and by nightfall, he felt utterly drained. Every time he thought about how Might Guy could train on top of everything else, Obito felt his scalp tingle. wondering what kind of body and willpower that required. Does Guy never get tired? Obito pondered, looking at Guy, who was deeply engrossed in his work. He silently prayed to the kind-hearted Moonlight Sage for interest-free installments over the weekend. After school, Obito went to the training ground as usual, being the last to arrive. Moonlight gathered the three together and assigned tasks. Guy, give that tree your all. Moonlight casually pointed to a lush tree. Guy nodded, approached the tree, and unleashed a rapid spinning kick fueled by chakra. Crash! The tree fell, snapped by Guy's kick. My strength can break a big tree now, Guy marveled. He had found it impressive when he saw Moonlight swiftly kick down a tree and was surprised he could do it so quickly himself. Then, Moonlight used ninjutsu to create a large pit and filled it with water using water release, instructing Obito, use your fireball technique with all your might to attack the water pit. Following Moonlight's instructions, Obito began weaving hand signs and expelled a massive fireball that instantly evaporated all the water in the pit, leaving only scorched earth behind. This is the power of my fire release, Obito exclaimed, eyes widening at the sight of the several-meter-wide pit. 3 months ago, even a half-meter pit would have been beyond the capacity of his small fireball. Subsequently, Mu Yue guided them through a series of training activities, including tree climbing and water stepping. Dai-Tu suddenly realized that he had indeed become significantly stronger. The water stepping exercises that once left him in utter disarray now seemed effortless. He could run freely atop the water without being toppled by the splashes. He could leisurely ascend even the tallest trees, and he melted 2 massive ice blocks with ease, effortlessly summoning both the Great Fireball and the Great Dragon Fire techniques. At last, Mu Yue administered a mock examination for Dai-Tu and Guy. 60 points. Was this truly my score? Dai-Tu's expression was one of astonishment, surpassing even his shock at witnessing fire release evaporate a water puddle. Scoring 30 points in the last exam had been a first for him. But this 60 marked an unprecedented high. 54 points. Guy, clutching his test paper, was moved to tears. He shared Dai-Tu's sentiment. The score felt almost surreal in its elevation. Unable to contain himself, Dai-Tu inquired, Teacher Mu Yue, could it be that you are indeed the Sage of Six Paths? The arduous efforts had not been in vain. All endeavors bore fruit. With transformations in nature, ninjutsu, taijutsu, chakra control, and even theoretical knowledge, Dai-Tu felt a profound enhancement in his abilities, a remarkable transformation indeed. At that moment, he found that the daily practice and all-day training on weekends mattered little, for the rewards were bountiful. If this continued, perhaps he could indeed aspire to become the Hokage of Konoha. Such flattering words. Are you hoping for a waiver today as well? Mu Yue asked with a smile. Perhaps tomorrow too, Dai-Tu chuckled. Although it felt less burdensome to engage in practice now, he still preferred to minimize his workload whenever possible. What a beautiful thought. Special privileges were limited to yesterday. Mu Yue gently tapped Dai-Tu's head with his fingers. The reason for this sudden training summary was to help the disciples recognize their progress, thus fostering greater motivation for their cultivation. Timely positive feedback is crucial, and Mu Yue planned to conduct such training summaries periodically. With their spirits lifted, Mu Yue seized the moment to present his calligraphy to the 3 disciples. You have gifted disciple Uchiha Dai-Tu with your calligraphy, due to his immense gratitude. He has received a critical reward, gaining the ninjutsu Earth Release, Earth Spear, proficient level. A wealth of experience regarding the Earth Release, Earth Spear flooded Mu Yue's mind, and he instantly grasped the various applications of this ninjutsu in combat. Mu Yue nodded inwardly, pleased with the reward. This was a remarkably practical Earth Release technique, capable of hardening any part of the body, effectively integrating offense and defense with exceptional utility. Whether defending against close-range attacks or hardening offensive limbs during an assault, it proved exceedingly useful. Stay true to your initial intentions? Dai-Tu pondered for a moment but ultimately found no particular meaning, choosing to dismiss the thought. Heaven rewards diligence. Guy scratched his head, vaguely sensing the implication, and smiled. Even without considering this training summary, he remained filled with motivation. Those who attain wisdom receive much assistance, while those who stray receive little. Shizuka found himself perplexed by the message Mu Yue's calligraphy sought to convey. What exactly did it mean to be an enlightened one versus a misguided one? On a Sunday evening, as Mu Yue was preparing dinner, he casually mentioned that he had mastered the one-finger sealing technique. Already mastered it? Let me count, exactly 7 days. Kushina tallied on her fingers, realizing Mu Yue had learned it in just a week. Mastering it in 7 days means you have remarkable talent for sealing techniques, Kushina said with a smile. Genuinely pleased for him. With such aptitude, advancing to special Jonin through sealing arts wouldn't be difficult at all. I believe the credit goes to you and Minato-sensei for teaching me so well, Mu replied, setting the dishes on the table with a grin. It was a playful exchange. Earlier, Minato and Kushina had jokingly referred to him as Mu Yue-sensei. Of course, I personally taught Minato every bit of his sealing techniques, Kushina declared proudly. After growing closer to Minato, she had often trained with him, determined to make him stronger. Under her meticulous guidance, Minato had become a master of sealing arts, proficient in many advanced techniques. Perhaps I'm cut out to be a teacher, Kushina mused, considering her apparent talent for instruction. She had only ever taught 2 people, Minato and Mu Yue, and both had excelled. Kushina-sensei, enough talk, let us eat, Minato teased as he served her rice. Student Minato. How dare you speak to your teacher like that? Punishment. You must serve me dishes, Kushina retorted, mimicking their old academy instructor-esque tone. Fine, fine. Minato sighed in mock resignation, obliging her with an amused smile. Beside them, Mu Yue felt an odd sense of displacement. Though it was his own home, he suddenly had the urge to take his bowl and eat outside. If you keep this up, I'll finish all the food myself, Mu Yue declared. Shifting into full eating mode, he swiftly shoveled food into his mouth, barely pausing between bites. Hey, Kushina protested as the dishes rapidly emptied, the playful roleplay forgotten. She and Minato joined the race against Mu Yue's voracious appetite. Soon, the table was cleared, and Kushina and Minato took over dishwashing duties. Their frequent visits meant they often helped with chores, whether washing vegetables or dishes, just as Mu Yue did when dining at their place. After cleaning up, Kushina advised Mu Yue to further familiarize himself with the one-finger sealing technique and the scrollless knowledge. In a few days, I'll teach you the 3-finger seal, she said. It's an advanced version of the one-finger seal. With your talent, you'll likely master it in a month. Is there a 4-finger seal after that? Or a 5-finger seal? Mu Yue asked, finding the naming convention rather simplistic. No 4-finger seal, just the 5-finger seal, Kushina clarified. Seriously? Mastering the 5-finger seal means you'll grasp most sealing techniques effortlessly. Plus, it's actually a component of an advanced sealing art, she explained. Xian articulated her thoughts, and Mu Yue grasped the significance of the sealing techniques such as 1-finger and 3-finger seals. What would you like to eat tomorrow? I will prepare the ingredients in advance, Mu Yue proposed. Despite their familiarity with one another, Mu Yue felt compelled to express his gratitude for Xian and Minato's teachings on sealing techniques. Braised pork, Xian promptly replied. Stir-fried mushrooms. Minato responded after a moment's reflection. Mu Yue anticipated Xian's answer, while he felt the need to remind Minato to ensure that the mushrooms were thoroughly cooked and to leave a flying thunder god mark at the Konoha hospital. On Monday, Gang Zitai arrived at school early. He adeptly arranged his novels on the desk and began reading. As this was the final week before the end-of-term examinations the following Monday, which would conclude in 3 days, leading directly into the holiday. As Shinyu approached, Gang Zitai set aside his book and opened his novel. Good morning, Zitai, Shinyu greeted him with a smile. Still engrossed in your novels? Upon confirming the title of the book in front of Gang Zitai, she felt relieved. Indeed, with only a week until exams, studying seems futile. It only breeds anxiety. It's better to unwind, Gang Zitai replied with a smile. By the way, Zhiyun, I recently discovered an excellent game. Take a look and see if you like it, Gang Zitai said, retrieving a square iron box from his bag. This was the highly popular game, backgammon. Rumored to be incredibly addictive, compelling players to continue after just one round. Knowing that Shinyu enjoyed gaming, he thought such a remarkable game would captivate her for a week. Backgammon? I played it once at a relative's house. It was delightful. You were truly a good friend. Zitai, Shinyu expressed, touched by his thoughtfulness. Unbeknownst to her, Gang Zitai had remembered her previous pretense to mask her studies, which instilled a sense of guilt within her. I recently acquired several captivating ninja novels that I cannot possibly finish. Allow me to gift you 3. Shinyu said with a smile, presenting the novels to Gang Zitai. Although he cherished their brotherly bond, his heart longed for the affections of a neighbor's sister. Since he enjoyed reading, he decided to immerse himself in novels for a week. As Gang Zitai had mentioned a desire to relax. These are all recent bestsellers, Zhiyun remarked, observing the novels she had handed him, which moved Gang Zitai deeply. His usual fade had been taken seriously by Shinyu, who had even gone so far as to offer him gifts under this clumsy pretext. No novel is ever truly unfinishable. The more engaging a story, the more one finds it insufficient. Concerned that one game of backgammon might not suffice, Gang Zitai handed Shin Yujin a piece of paper listing a dozen games, both indoor and outdoor, emphasizing their completeness. Forgive me for this ruse, Ji-yun. Gang Zitai silently apologized to himself. Shisui, would you like to take a novel to relax a bit? I see you study hard every day. And with so many books, I can't finish them all at once, Gang Zitai inquired of Shisui. I can share some games from my side too, added Shinwei Izumi hastily. However, to their disappointment, Shisui shook his head and declined. Are you two still not good brothers? You're asking Shisui, not me, right? Hongdo glared at the two with her hands on her hips. Gang Zitai and Shinwei Izumi exchanged glances, apprehensive that Hongdo might continue, as their scores had not improved since the last time. Hongdo, perhaps you should consider reviewing, Gang Zitai remarked, unable to contain himself. Hongdo posed no threat to him. Rather, he was more concerned that she might perform poorly on the exam. Review? Isn't it said that not reviewing is better? Have you reviewed? Hongdo questioned, puzzled. Naturally. Gang Zitai dared not admit to it and simply shook his head. And you, Izumi, have you reviewed? Hongdo pressed further. No, Shinwei Izumi also shook his head. Then that settles it, Hongdo nodded contentedly. Shinwei Izumi and Gang Zitai exchanged glances and, ultimately, as Hongdo wished, shared novels and games with her. That's how good brothers should be, Hongdo said, beaming as she patted their shoulders. Next, they would have to complete 25 problems daily for 10 consecutive days to clear all their installments. On the way to the southern wilderness, Obito was calculating the burdens of problems he carried. I won't finish this even by the time break comes. Obito raked his fingers through his hair, feeling the pressure mounting. Not only did he have a significant amount of old debts, but new ones also accumulated daily, which was quite overwhelming. Obito felt as if he would be destined to solve problems every single day of his life if this continued. Upon arrival, Miyu gathered Might Guy and Obito together and said, next week is the final exam. I will be adjusting the training plan. Adjusting the training plan? There's only a week left. Isn't that unnecessary? Obito replied, somewhat anxious. The last modification had turned a 30-question battle into over 100 questions. And Obito was genuinely a bit frightened. We will temporarily cancel physical combat and train individually. Miyu outlined the specifics, then smiled at Obito. Are you sure it's unnecessary to change? I believe it's quite necessary, Obito replied with a serious expression. Combat may not be crucial, nor were the problems, but for him. The absence of combat meant no new problems to tackle, which was significantly important. Teacher Mu Yue, this decision is nothing short of magnificent, a stroke of genius. An extraordinary and unparalleled strategy. Obito lavished praise, using all he had learned to flatter, losing track of his thoughts as he continued. Your flattery is rather excessive. Miyu tapped Obito on the head. One more thing. Although we want to be engaging in battles now, the previous installment problems must be completed on time. Obito covered the spot that had just been tapped, grinning. I guarantee I will accomplish the task. If a tap could lessen the number of problems, he would prefer to be hit repeatedly rather than endure such a lengthy workload. Akai, what are your thoughts? Mu Yue inquired, with a sense of trepidation. Obito cast a nervous glance at Might Guy, fearful that an unfortunate remark might escape his lips. I think it's wonderful. Might Guy swiftly responded, anxious that Mu Yue might misconstrue his meaning. Observing that Obito had already spoken, Might Guy chose to remain silent, pondering who among good-hearted individuals would relish the task of solving problems. Obito sighed in relief, flashing a smile and giving Might Guy a thumbs up. Might Guy nodded in agreement, his radiant smile mirroring Obito's gesture. They had reached a mutual understanding. Let us all strive diligently in our training. This week, I shall not interfere. You may train according to your own inclinations, whenever and however you wish, Mu Yue declared with a smile. How splendid. Obito felt as though Mu Yue's very being was aglow with positivity. Shisui, come here for a moment, Mu Yue called over to Shisui, who was engrossed in his training. Shisui paused and approached Mu Yue. After a month of intensive training, your physique has improved significantly. You are now ready to undertake the preliminary training of the new body flicker technique, Mu Yue informed him. During this month, Shisui had temporarily set aside other forms of training to focus solely on enhancing his physical strength. The remarkable results of his rigorous training were evident. His body had strengthened considerably. With the assistance of a secret restorative elixir that alleviated hidden injuries, Mu Yue had been pushing Shisui to challenge his limits daily. Moreover, given Shishui's innate talent for the body flicker technique, Mu Yue felt confident in passing it on to him. Upon hearing that it was the body flicker technique previously mentioned by Mu Yue, both Obito and Might Guy couldn't help but direct their attention toward her. Wasn't it said that one must be the top of the class in practical combat? Obito inquired. Shisui received this as a reward. And do you truly believe he would fail to secure the top position? Mu Yue replied with a smile. Obito contemplated this and realized that even placed in the first year, he would dominate the competition, let alone Shisui, who was even stronger. With Shisui in the fray, the results of the first-year practical examination were already a foregone conclusion, devoid of any suspense. Mu Yue grasped Shisui's hand and executed a body flicker, appearing several meters away in an instant. Obito watched in awe, his expression betraying a yearning desire. If only he could master such a technique, how dazzling it would be in everyday life. He envisioned entering the classroom, only to instantly appear at his seat, or vanishing from one spot to reappear at the teacher's podium, startling the instructor. He could expedite the pace for elderly individuals, allowing them to experience the sensation of the wind. I must secure first place in practical combat to demonstrate my strength to Rin and to ensure that the insufferable Kakashi no longer underestimates me, Obito vowed silently. He had endured far too many humiliating taunts from Kakashi, and this time he was determined to prove himself. Such speed. If I can master this body flicker technique, perhaps I might stand a chance against Kakashi. Might Guy contemplated, watching as Mu Yue vanished and then reappeared in the distance. Though his speed was impressive to Obito, it might still fall short against Kakashi. Might Guy believed that mastering this body flicker technique would enable him to catch Kakashi off guard with his speed. Even if he could not defeat Kakashi, he was determined not to be as humiliated as he had been previously. To conquer Kakashi, it was imperative to acquire this technique and secure the top position in the upcoming practical examination. Might Guy was already brimming with enthusiasm, wishing to leap over the weak, bypass the theoretical assessment, and plunge directly into the practical test. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Obito nodding in approval of his fervor. This was precisely the effect he sought to instill. Sometimes, setting a fixed training regimen pales in comparison to allowing disciples to exercise their initiative. With the allure of the body flicker technique as bait, motivation was hardly a concern. Furthermore, with Might Guy, an exceptionally diligent training enthusiast, there was no fear that Obito would slack off without supervision. Observing his classmate and rival train with such vigor, could Obito afford to relax? This body flicker technique, known as shave, primarily posed the challenge of rapidly and repeatedly channeling chakra to enhance one's physical form for high-speed movement. Mu Yue began to earnestly instruct Shisui in the body flicker technique. In One Piece, shave relies on a momentary series of rapid footfalls against the ground, generating a counterforce for swift movement. When Mu Yue first encountered this concept in the anime, he found it rather implausible. However, upon reflection, given the physical prowess in the world of pirates, it was indeed feasible. The ninja world version of shave, reimagined by the system, felt distinctly ninja-like to Mu Yue, akin to local martial arts. The ninja variant of shave does not depend on the counterforce from stepping on the ground, but instead employs a special chakra technique to enhance the legs multiple times in quick succession, resulting in extraordinary speed. It was evident that the crux of the ninja version of shave lay in that unique chakra technique, which was quintessentially ninja. Multiple enhancements in a short period? Shisui expressed surprise. It was the first time he had encountered such a technique. No wonder Mu Yue insisted he train his body for a month. The previously learned body flicker technique only allowed for a single enhancement, and overuse would lead to fatigue. This shave, upon first impression, seemed significantly more advanced than the prior technique. He was eagerly anticipating the forthcoming training. If he could master this body flicker technique, his speed would undoubtedly increase substantially. On Monday, with the examination day having arrived, Jizai did not rush to the Ninja Academy. He had already reviewed for 2 weeks and saw no need to scramble for those extra 10 to 20 minutes in the morning. On his way, Jizai encountered Kamizuki Izumi, who was also heading to school. "Good morning, Izumi." Jizai greeted with a radiant smile. "Good morning, Jizai." Kamizuki Izumi responded cheerfully upon seeing his good friend. "How was your weekend? Did you spend both days reviewing?" Jizai inquired warmly. "Review? Not a chance." Kamizuki Izumi laughed heartily. He then asked, "Did you review?" "I don't review," Jizai replied, shaking his head. "What serious person studies before an exam? The grades from last-minute cramming can hardly be considered true ability." Kamizuki Izumi nodded in agreement. The two exchanged knowing glances and then burst into laughter. "Xuanlu chess is incredibly fun. You must try it after the exam." Shingetsuki Izumi, appearing as a fervent gaming enthusiast, mused inwardly that victory was assured. It seemed that Gangzidi had indeed neglected his studies, leaving only Shisui as his rival. "I shall test this theory when time permits. The recent novels I have perused are quite captivating, and Izumi, you might want to take a look at them." Gangzadi, with a smile, recommended these novels to Shingitsuki, as if he had genuinely immersed himself in their pages. It is indeed settled. Izumi has not reviewed, but has instead indulged in gaming, which means that in this examination, my only opponent is Shisui, Gangzadi thought to himself. Haha, I will definitely read them when I have the chance, Shingitsuki replied cheerfully, his spirits high. What are you two so gleeful about? Hondo inquired, appearing from behind and patting their shoulders. We're discussing our plans for the weekend, Gangzadi explained with a grin. Plans? Have you both not studied at all? Hondo asked, her brows furrowing. Of course not. Have you spent these past 2 days studying, Hondo? Shingitsuki queried, feigning astonishment. Not at all, just studied for a day yesterday, Hondo replied after a moment's thought. In truth, she had only glanced at her books for half an hour on Sunday evening, but when pressed by Shingitsuki, she felt embarrassed to admit such brevity and thus exaggerated to a full day. Oh, a day of study? That's commendable, Gangzadi remarked with a chuckle. However, he dismissed the notion that this could pose any threat to his preparation, having studied for a fortnight. Indeed, he felt that Hondo should have dedicated the last 2 days to her studies instead. Don't forget, brothers, good results will earn you rewards at home. Shingitsuki jested with a smile. Well, considering your games and novels, I might be persuaded, Hondo replied, her mood brightening. The trio soon strolled together, exchanging laughter as they made their way to the ninja school, entering their classroom to await the commencement of the examination. Shortly thereafter, Mu Yue and Aya entered Class 1, with Mu Yue assigned to supervise the exam. Teacher Mu Yue. The students greeted her in unison, to which Mu Yue responded with a warm smile. Is it you monitoring us this time, Teacher Mu Yue? Gangzadi inquired. Mu Yue nodded affirmatively. Teacher Mu Yue. May we ask you questions if we encounter difficulties during the exam? Hondo asked, feigning ignorance. Tap. Mu Yue lightly struck Hondo's head with her fingers, saying, You may inquire, but only this will be your answer. Ouch. Hondo exclaimed, covering the spot that had been tapped, immediately quieting down. Everyone, please ensure you have your examination materials ready. The exam will commence in 10 minutes, Mu Yue reminded them. Some cautious students began to check their belongings upon hearing her reminder. Teacher Mu Yue, you are quite popular among the students, Aya remarked, astonished. She had observed that nearly all the students had greeted Mu Yue. Such a phenomenon is rare, considering the class of 40. There are always some who are shy or reticent. Furthermore, some may think that if so many are greeting her, their own greetings would go unnoticed and unacknowledged. After all, I am their homeroom teacher, Mu Yue replied. 10 minutes later, Mu Yue announced the commencement of the theoretical examination, distributing the test papers alongside Aya. The students of Class 1 Year 1 honored Mu Yue with their silence, diligently working through the questions without a whisper. Mu Yue and Aya took turns to oversee the examination. During their rounds, Aya curiously glanced at a few students engrossed in their work. Such a tranquil atmosphere was indeed a rarity, especially in a ninja school where students were typically quite boisterous. After observing them, Aya was taken aback, as she casually glanced at several individuals and noticed that their answers seemed to be correct at first glance. Mu Yue, it appears that your class's average score will once again lead the entire grade, she softly conveyed her observation to Mu Yue. It's premature to speculate on the results before they're released. Perhaps the other classes performed admirably as well, Mu Yue replied quietly. While it was true that their performance was commendable, she felt it prudent to remain modest. Once the examination concluded and the papers were collected, the atmosphere in Class 1 Year 1 transformed. Finally, it's over, Gangzadi exclaimed, his smile radiating a sense of liberation. After diligently studying each day and attempting to prevent Shinyu from studying, he felt quite fatigued. Indeed, once we finish the practical exam, we will have an extended break. Shinyu responded, also sporting a relaxed smile. With the theoretical exam behind him, he no longer needed to feign strategies to distract Gangzadi from his revisions. How do you both feel about the exam? Hondo inquired as she approached. It was average. I found this exam quite challenging, Gangzadi sighed. Yes. There were numerous questions that left me perplexed. I simply guessed on many and am uncertain of my score. Shinyu's face reflected his distress. Oh, was it really difficult? I thought it was rather straightforward. Could yesterday's review have made a difference? Hondo scratched her head, feeling an odd sense of déjà vu about the scene. Shisui, how did you find the exam? Hondo asked as she spotted Shisui preparing to leave. It was average. Shisui paused to respond, feeling it was akin to his previous examination, with little else to say. Why do I have such a simplistic perspective? Could it be that I performed exceptionally well? Hondo felt the reward of dumplings drawing ever closer to her. Tomorrow is the practical exam. Let us all put forth our utmost effort and showcase our ninjutsu skills to that female invigilator. Hong Do recalled their former physical training instructor's discouragement plan. Absolutely. We must ensure that the school brings in a more competent physical training instructor this time around. Gang Zitai nodded in agreement. Actually, I believe it would be splendid if Mu Yue were to teach, but that would be quite taxing for her with so many classes to conduct, Xinyu lamented. Other students echoed his sentiments, vowing to exert 120% effort in their performance the following day. The next day, the practical exam commenced at the training grounds, just as before. After all the students completed the draw, Mu Yue declared the practical examination officially underway. Please welcome candidate number 1, Gang Zitai, and candidate number 2, Feng Xingzi, to the examination arena. Gang Zitai understood that as the first candidate, he would undoubtedly be the first to take the exam, so he had already engaged in some warm-up exercises. Allow me to take the lead. Do remember to cheer for me, he said to his 2 close friends before stepping into the examination arena. Zitai, don't falter in the first match. Kamizuki Izumi encouraged him enthusiastically. Alongside Gang Zitai, Feng Xingzi entered the field. The 2 exchanged minimal words, sealing their resolve before the battle commenced at Mu Yue's signal. Although the objective was to outmaneuver the physical arts instructor, it was imperative that their actual capabilities were displayed, allowing the proctor to discern the disparity in their ninjutsu and physical prowess. As the skirmish began, both participants engaged in a contest of physical techniques, cautiously probing each other's defenses. In the initial bout of probing attacks, Gang Zitai temporarily overpowered Feng Xingzi with his superior strength. Subsequently, Feng Xingzi adopted a tactical approach, utilizing the body replacement technique to create distance and conjuring 2 shadow clones to obscure his movements while seeking an opportune moment to strike. While Feng Xingzi's mastery of the 3-body technique was commendable, Gang Zitai displayed a more intricate strategy. He first created a clone resembling a chair, followed by 2 standard clones. Utilizing the ordinary clone to distract Feng Xingzi, he seized the opportunity to dismiss the chair clone and manifest a regular clone, ultimately transforming himself into a chair. Naturally, Feng Xingzi, unperturbed by an animated chair, fell victim to Gang Zitai's cunning ambush and was swiftly defeated. Isn't that the renowned Gang Zitai, one of the top 3 ninjutsu talents circulating in the school? I never anticipated such ingenious application of the deceptive technique. Yutani Aya marveled at Gang Zitai's combat acumen. Moreover, his proficiency in both the clone and transformation techniques surpasses even that of my students, she continued, expressing her admiration. Teaching a second-year ninjutsu class, she noted that none of her top-performing students could rival Gang Zitai's abilities. In terms of cloning technique alone, she believed Gang Zitai had reached a level sufficient for graduation, exemplifying a truly standard execution of the technique. Feng Xingzi also performed admirably, capable of outperforming the majority of students in her class. As Yutani praised him, she assigned scores, granting Gang Zitai a perfect 10 for his ninjutsu performance. To not award full marks for such proficiency in a first-year student would be quite unjust, she remarked. However, in the physical category, she awarded him a score of 7.1, indicating he had merely surpassed the passing threshold. As for Feng Xingzi's physical performance, he received a paltry 5 points. In terms of shuriken throwing, both participants exhibited average skills, earning a score of 5 each from Yutani. Nevertheless, their proficiency in hand seals was commendable, with Gang Zitai receiving 8 points and Feng Xingzi 7.5. Finally, upon calculating the total scores, Gang Zitai achieved an impressive 31 points. This score was indeed remarkable. As the grading for practical examinations in the ninja school was notably stringent, scores exceeding 20 indicated a commendable level of skill, while those surpassing 30 were considered exceptional. He has been diligently applying himself in his studies, Mu Yue remarked, nodding in agreement. Although it remains uncertain whether Gang Zitai has been honing his skills at home, it is undeniable that he has been diligently studying. When he casually glanced at his exam paper, he immediately discerned that his score would be commendable. As the second examination was about to commence, candidates number 3, Kamizuki Izumi, and number 4, Koizumi Yuki, prepared to begin. After grading the previous exam, Mu Yue called out, "Now, let us see what I can do." Kamizuki Izumi exchanged a high five and a smile with the approaching Gang Zitai. "Izumi, you've got this." A red bean raised a small fist in support of his dear friend. Kamizuki Izumi displayed a steadier approach in battle compared to Gang Zitai. Rather than resorting to disguising himself as a chair, he seized the moment to employ a deceptive technique, conjuring a towering 3-meter-tall green-faced monster with fangs. which startled Koizumi Yuki and led to a decisive victory. Kamizuki Izumi, one of the three great talents in ninjutsu, indeed a prodigy, Ueda I amused. Feeling that both Gongzi Tai and Kamizuki Izumi were genuinely remarkable individuals. Kamizuki Izumi's proficiency in ninjutsu was equally impressive, earning him a perfect score of 35, slightly higher than Gongzi Tai's. Initially, Ueda Aya believed that the quality of students had peaked in the first 2 rounds. However, as she continued grading into the 5th round, she realized her misjudgment, as none of the students received scores below 8 for their ninjutsu. All the candidates displayed exemplary techniques in the 3-body technique. Candidates number 11, Mitarashi Azuki, and number 12, Shima Keiji, prepared for their examination. Watch closely, for I shall demonstrate what true deception looks like, Azuki declared, suggesting that Gongzi Tai and Kamizuki Izumi's techniques were inadequate. What is wrong with being a chair? Winning is what truly matters, Gongzi Tai retorted defiantly. Can anything be more fearsome than my illusions? Kamizuki Izumi also believed his approach to be the superior one. Azuki refrained from responding to the two, knowing that practical application is the best demonstration. Shima Keiji's physical techniques paled in comparison to Azuki's, as he was swiftly overwhelmed from the very beginning. Seizing the advantage, Azuki rapidly formed 7 or 8 clones resembling Shima Keiji, while simultaneously using a transformation technique to become a mirror image of him. In an instant, the examination room was filled with clones of Shima Keiji, and Azuki's presence vanished entirely. Teacher Mu Yue, your student is indeed a talent, Ueda Aya exclaimed, astonished. Having been an instructor for several years, she had overseen countless examinations, yet this was the first time she witnessed such a remarkable scenario. Her perspective is truly unique, Mu Yue remarked thoughtfully. Shima Keiji, bewildered by the countless versions of himself darting around, found it impossible to defend against Azuki's sudden strike. Naturally, Azuki earned a perfect score of 10 for her ninjutsu, and Ueda Aya could assert that Azuki's score reflected the highest possible achievement. Her ninjutsu skills surpassed those of Gongzi Tai and Kamizuki Izumi. Ultimately, Azuki achieved a stellar score of 36. With perfect scores in all categories except for physical techniques and shuriken throwing, Ueda Aya felt as though she were supervising students in their 3rd or 4th year, rather than first-year candidates. The level of ninjutsu proficiency displayed by these students was astonishing, far exceeding her expectations. During her previous supervision of a first-year class, while the students were indeed exceptional, their abilities did not reach this extraordinary level. At that time, she remarked that the proficiency level of Class 1 was almost on par with her 2nd-grade students, but now she feels her class does not measure up. Teacher Mu Yue, the level of ninjutsu in your class is truly remarkable. All the instructors in the entire Ninja Academy should learn from you how to teach ninjutsu, praised Ueda Ai. The exceptional performance of 1 or 2 students could perhaps be attributed to their innate talent, but the outstanding ninjutsu scores of the entire class undeniably reflect the quality of the teacher's instruction. There cannot be that many prodigies. It's all due to the students' hard work. I merely strive to teach to the best of my ability, Mu Yue humbly replied. With mastery over the advanced body flicker technique and teaching skills, it is safe to say that no teacher in Konoha could surpass him in imparting knowledge of these 3 ninjutsu techniques. Contestant 38, Uchiha Shisui, prepared for his examination. Upon hearing Shisui's name, Ueda Ai perked up. He was the student she had been most eagerly anticipating, having previously demonstrated prowess rivaling that of his contemporaneous Kakashi. Contestants 37, Okazaki Yu, and 38, Uchiha Shisui, please enter the examination arena. Upon realizing his opponent was Shisui, Okazaki Yu momentarily froze in place. Undoubtedly, Shisui was the most formidable adversary any student from Class 1 wished to avoid. The reason was simple. Shisui was exceptionally powerful. In the last examination, he had decisively claimed first place in both the class and the grade, leaving even the 2nd-ranked Akane utterly overwhelmed in his presence. The scores for the practical exam were determined by performance during combat. If one was swiftly defeated, the proctor would not witness their capabilities, resulting in a lower score. However, having drawn Shisui as his opponent, Okazaki Yu could only resign himself to his misfortune and step into the arena. Once Mu Yue announced the commencement of the examination, Okazaki Yu disregarded everything else and showcased his mastery of the body flicker technique, demonstrating his proficiency. This student has a commendable understanding of the scoring criteria, Ueda Ai nodded, finding no fault in his approach. Shisui quietly observed Okazaki Yu's display, and sensing it was sufficient, he swiftly launched 2 shuriken to eliminate the shadow clones. then dashed forward to deliver 2 punches that brought Okazaki Yu down. The disparity in their strengths was glaring. Ueda AI could not discern any noticeable changes in Shisui's strength compared to his previous performance. The gap between Okazaki Yu and Shisui's capabilities was so vast that no comparison could be made. After the contest between the 39th and 40th students concluded, Ueda AI completed her first round of scoring. A casual glance revealed that none of the 40 students scored below an 8 in ninjutsu, with the average score being exceptionally impressive. It seems, Mu Yue, that you are likely to receive another commendation from the 3rd Hokage. I suspect I might even be summoned for inquiries about these scores, Ueda AI joked. In that case, we might both be summoned for questioning, Mu Yue replied, revealing that his scores were quite similar to hers. Although they were his own students, outstanding performance deserved recognition, and he felt no need to lower scores out of concern for favoritism. As battles continued, students inevitably encountered their friends in combat. Kamizuki Izumi tearfully eliminated Kaneko Tetsu, while Akane, with tears in her eyes, eliminated Kamizuki Izumi. Ha ha ha, Ziddy, your bewildering techniques are utterly ineffectual. The victorious Shinwei Izumi masked his sorrow with a smile, comforting his dear brother. Yang Ziddy vowed to rigorously train every day during the holiday, determined to defeat Shinwei Izumi next semester and regain his pride. Ha ha ha, Izumi. How could you and Ziddy, both masters of ninjutsu, possibly rival my genius, Hongdo? With hands on hips, Hongdo stood with an air of superiority. Having entered the class's practical finals, the two exchanged glances, resolving to strike back at Hongdo with all their might when the theoretical results were announced. Candidates Yashirashi Hongdo and Uchiha Shisui, please enter the examination arena. The class's practical examination had reached its final stage. Ueda Aya observed the battle intently. Hongdo had secured 2nd place in the previous exam, ranking just below Shisui in first-year prowess, and should provide Shisui an opportunity to showcase more of his abilities. Aware of Shisui's formidable skills, Hongdo initiated the battle with his bewildering techniques right from the start. However, he made some alterations this time. First, creating 7 clones of Shisui to distract him, while he transformed into Shisui's likeness using a transformation technique, subsequently producing a clone resembling his true self. Yet, Shisui was not easily deceived by the antics of an ordinary student. Despite the multitude of illusions obstructing his vision, he maintained focus on the real Hongdo. With a swift body technique, he approached Hongdo and decisively defeated him. Such body techniques, perhaps he should be placed in the 4th-year practical assessments to reveal his true potential. Ueda Aya mused inwardly. The combat between Shisui and Hongdo was decidedly one-sided, albeit Shisui exhibited a touch more flair, with Shisui claiming 1st place in the class practicals. The examinations concluded the following day. As Mu Yue and Ueda Aya returned to the office, they encountered the boisterous Uchiha Yu. What on earth is the reason behind Might Guy and Uchiha Obito's extraordinary strength? He pondered, utterly perplexed, having not observed their prowess during class. This time, he had been assigned as the examiner for his own class, and after a day of watching Might Guy and Uchiha Obito's performances, he felt that even Hinata Hayashi might struggle to defeat them. Uchiha Yu found it baffling how 2 notoriously underperforming individuals had proven so formidable under his supervision. Perhaps they were hidden teaching prodigies? Though he entertained this thought for a moment, he quickly dismissed it, aware that he had a 3rd-year class whose overall level could only be described as average. Upon seeing Mu Yue and Ueda Aya, he shared his thoughts with them. Could it be that they have finally unlocked their potential? Ueda Aya speculated uncertainly. Regardless, isn't it a good thing for students to possess strength? Mu Yue replied with a smile. Uchiha Yu found merit in Mu Yue's reasoning. It mattered little why they had become so impressive this semester, as the school's rewards were certainly not illusory. On the 3rd day, the grade-level practical examinations commenced. The grading instructors for the practicals were randomly selected from among the Year S supervising teachers, and Ueda Aya was chosen, while Mu Yue was not. Nevertheless, being a 1st-year teacher, Mu Yue decided to observe for a while. After a round of evaluations, Ueda Aya realized that some of the top contenders from other classes paled in comparison to the ninjutsu talents from the Mu Yue class. She contemplated the need to revise the 2-person limit per class. Without such a restriction, at least 6 from Class 1 would undoubtedly rank among the top 8. Ueda Aya felt that this rule was somewhat unjust towards a class as outstanding as Class 1, which, despite possessing considerable strength, was barred from participating in the grade's practical combat competition. Having completed the 1st round, Mu Yue departed for the 4th grade practical examination venue. It was a foregone conclusion that Shisui would secure the 1st place, while he was more concerned about the situation in the 4th grade. Both Guy and Obito carried the mission to attain first place. After 2 months of rigorous training, Mu Yue anticipated that the rewards from the mission's conclusion would be exceptionally gratifying. Upon Mu Yue's arrival, the 4th grade was just finishing its first round and proceeding to the quarterfinals. Examinee number 1, Hinata Hayashi, and examinee number 4, Guy, please enter the examination arena. As the proctor's voice resonated, the surrounding students began to murmur quietly, judging by the results of the previous examination. This battle was undeniably the focal point of the grade's practical competition, as it featured the 1st and 2nd place contenders from the last exam. Do you remember me? Guy? Your abilities are commendable, yet meeting me here means your journey ends now, Hinata Hayashi remarked with a hint of regret as he formed the hand seals. Although Guy held 2nd place, facing the 1st meant he would falter in the 2nd round. Who are you? Guy scratched his head, struggling to recall his opponent, but found himself at a loss. Are you Hinata Hayashi? He vaguely remembered the proctor's announcement. That's right, my fists have become stronger. Hinata Hayashi felt a sense of humiliation at Guy's confusion. I am the Hinata Hayashi who defeated you in the last exam. It's Hayashi, not Demon, he corrected, determined to make an impression during their battle. Understood, Guy replied, forming the hand seals and nodding. Let the exam commence. As soon as the proctor's words fell, Hinata Hayashi activated his Byakugan, the chakra pathways around his eyes visibly swelling, giving his face a somewhat fierce appearance. With the Byakugan's enhancement, Hinata Hayashi could perceive everything about Guy, effortlessly discerning his chakra points and the flowing chakra within him. Without hesitation, Hinata Hayashi chose to concentrate chakra in his palm and launched an offensive. Armed with the gentle fist and Byakugan, he felt no peer within the ninja academy could surpass his close combat prowess. The Byakugan allowed him to anticipate his opponent's moves, while the gentle fist enabled him to disrupt the chakra flow within his adversary's body. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded as Hinata Hayashi's punch aimed at Guy was swiftly caught. His other hand, directed towards Guy's chakra points, met the same fate. Hinata Hayashi swiftly commenced his assault with his legs. However, it is precisely kicking techniques that are the forte of Guy. Consequently, Guy released his grip on Hinata Hayashi and unleashed a rapid whirlwind kick, sending Hinata staggering back 3 meters. How could this be? I clearly anticipated his movements. Yet my body, Hinata's hands trembled as he gazed in disbelief at Guy. He had managed to discern Guy's actions, but found himself unable to react in time. This was the first instance he encountered such a situation. Hinata Hayashi was actually at a disadvantage in a physical confrontation. The onlooking students were utterly astonished. Ever since Kakashi graduated, their cohort had been under the dominion of Hinata Hayashi, with every contender who dared to challenge him in physical prowess ultimately facing a painful lesson. Is Guy truly this formidable? He previously ranked 2nd in the year. Could he possibly ascend to the top this time? Guy's fierce performance garnered widespread astonishment. Go, Guy! Uchiha cheered. Witnessing Guy successfully suppress the previous exam's top student, Hinata Hayashi, he could almost envision the substantial reward beckoning him. Chigusa-sensei, you are the proctor for this examination. Please be mindful, a fellow proctor quietly reminded him, noticing Uchiha's enthusiastic encouragement. Uchiha promptly acknowledged and closed his mouth, though he could not suppress the smile on his face. While Guy held the upper hand, the final outcome remained uncertain. A single strike from Gentle Fist could dismantle the rhythm of his assault. A teacher remarked, and several others nodded in agreement. Although Hinata's misstep would only result in temporary discomfort, should Guy fall victim to the Gentle Fist, the consequences could be dire, as chakra infiltrating the body is no trifling matter. In other words, Hinata had numerous opportunities for error. While Guy faced the risk of defeat with just a single miscalculation, Uchiha glanced over and recognized the speaker as Hinata Hayashi's homeroom teacher. He refrained from rebuttal, as Hinata had claimed first place numerous times, leaving Uchiha feeling somewhat uncertain. What transpired next exceeded the expectations of many. Hinata Hayashi energetically launched several attacks against Guy, yet he failed to land a single hit. Instead, during his offensive, Guy seized the opportunity and landed a kick of his own. Goodness, cover your eyes. One might mistakenly believe Guy possessed the Byakugan. The students were captivated by Guy's prowess. Previously, it had been Hinata Hayashi who effortlessly evaded his opponent's attacks, but this time, the roles had entirely reversed. You only see the elegance of a guy's movement now, yet you are unaware of the tribulations he has endured. Obito reflected upon the students' discussions, recalling his own grim experiences with Guy. A single strike meant 2 additional problems to solve, and the battle commenced with a prelude of dozens of tasks. Only through enduring such grueling training could Might Guy achieve his current agility. Obito still had a few questions left from the previous assessment. Darn it, what is happening? Having long been at a disadvantage, Hinata Hireman found himself increasingly anxious. He could not comprehend how the situation had devolved to this point. After all, in their previous encounter, Might Guy had not exhibited such formidable strength. How could it be that, within the span of 2 months, his power had escalated so dramatically? In his desperation to reverse the tide, Hinata Hireman revealed even more vulnerabilities. Might Guy concentrated his chakra in his legs and unleashed a powerful kick, executing the technique he mastered most proficiently, the Leaf Village Great Whirlwind. With a resounding impact, his chakra-enhanced, rapidly spinning leg struck Hinata Hireman forcefully, incapacitating him and rendering him unable to continue the fight. Candidate number 4, Might Guy, is victorious, announced the proctor. All the evaluating instructors awarded Might Guy a perfect score of 10 for his martial prowess. In stark contrast, Hinata Hireman's score was a mere 9. 9, however. The instructors recognized that the gap between the two was far greater than a mere 1/10 of a point. Indeed, it was no easy feat to land a hit on Hinata Hireman, but fortunately, he had never been struck by the gentle fist technique, or the outcome would have been dire. Chikagyu chuckled, already sensing the sweet aroma of a reward. Hinata Hireman's homeroom teacher opened his mouth to speak but ultimately refrained. It appeared the first place was destined for Might Guy, having even bested Hinata Hireman. The onlooking students felt that the frontrunner for this year's practical examination had already been established. Not necessarily, rebutted Uchiha Obito. Uchiha's fire release techniques are formidable. No matter how strong Might Guy's martial arts are, can he withstand fire release techniques at this stage? Uchiha Tetsuharu, who had just lost to Obito in this class's combat exercise, hoped for Obito to seize the first position. Soon enough, Obito proved Tetsuharu's words were not mere bravado, easily overcoming Nara Shinkai from Class 6. With his potent fire release and commendable martial arts, Obito replaced the already defeated Hinata Hireman as the leading contender. Had it not been for the proctor's scoring duties, Chikagyu would have eagerly invited Mitsuki for drinks at an izakaya, confident that with these two students in contention, their rewards would surely be substantial. Candidates Might Guy and Uchiha Obito, please enter the examination arena and prepare for the test. As anticipated, the ultimate contest for the top position in the practical examination was to be between Might Guy and Obito. Might Guy had triumphed over the previous examination's champion, Hinata Hireman, while Obito had demonstrated his formidable strength against other competitors. Obito, you can do it, cheered Noera Rin from the sidelines, her small fist clenched in encouragement. Rin, just wait and see. Victory shall be mine, Obito replied, flashing a confident smile and waving at her. This time, he was resolute in his pursuit of first place. To enhance his strength, he had endured considerable hardship at the hands of that insufferable Kakashi. A month of transforming his nature and honing his ninjutsu, coupled with another month of rigorous martial arts training, had transformed Obito into a version of himself far removed from the one who had previously struggled to utilize ninjutsu under duress. Mitsuki-sensei, prepare to witness my progress, Obito declared. Having noticed that Mitsuki had also arrived at the examination site. I shall claim first place, Might Guy beamed, his brilliant smile showcasing his gleaming white teeth under the sun's radiant glow. In contemplating the essence of confidence, one realizes that it is precisely this quality that will prevent him from succumbing to the likes of Obito. Even in the face of failure during the entrance examination for the Ninja Academy, he steadfastly believed in his potential to become the strongest. Moreover, with teacher Mu Yue observing, the stakes were even higher. In his heart, Might Guy cherished the kindness Mu Yue had shown him. He had not forgotten her words that the enhancement of his abilities would be the finest reward for her. He aspired to showcase his utmost strength to Mu Yue. Let us see how this unfolds, he thought, for the practical examination was distinctly different from prior training where ninjutsu was prohibited. Obito, forming the necessary hand seals, declared, let us compete to see whose youth burns brighter. Might Guy mirrored the gesture, sealing their resolve. As the two prepared, Mu Yue engaged in a mental simulation of the impending contest. Their abilities were closely matched. While Obito's taijutsu was inferior to Might Guy's, he possessed two fire-style techniques, whereas Might Guy only knew the body replacement technique. Nevertheless, Mu Yue felt that Might Guy had a slightly higher probability of victory. Although he often appeared somewhat naive, he exhibited remarkable composure in combat, while Obito tended to be more erratic, making him easily distracted during battle. Thus, despite their comparable skill levels, Mu Yue leaned toward Might Guy as the favored contender. The examination commenced. Shortly after the two completed their hand seals, the proctor announced the beginning of the duel. Canola Hurricane. As the words left the proctor's lips, Might Guy dashed forward, executing his most proficient taijutsu with lightning speed aimed at Obito. Having been struck by this kick countless times, Obito was well prepared and swiftly dodged to the side. As he retreated, Obito rapidly launched several shuriken toward Might Guy. Although Might Guy sensed Obito's strategy, the precision of Obito's shuriken throwing forced him to evade backwards. Fire style, grand fireball technique. Once he had created distance, Obito wasted no time and immediately performed his signature fire jutsu. A roaring inferno erupted from his mouth, culminating in a massive fireball towering over them, hurtling toward Might Guy. Such prowess from a clan ninja. Even before graduation, he has mastered such formidable techniques, a student remarked, gazing enviously at the terrifying fireball. As a fourth-year student himself, he had only grasped the body replacement technique taught at the academy. Ninjutsu is not easily learned. Possessing the scroll does not guarantee mastery, countered a nearby second-generation ninja, whose own parents were ninjas, yet he too had only mastered the body replacement technique. This level of fire jutsu is beyond what one would expect from a mere student, or even a genin, exclaimed a genin instructor, unable to conceal his admiration. His own fire techniques barely matched the standard. Indeed, one cannot deny the remarkable lineage of the Uchiha clan, another teacher concurred. As the fireball continued its relentless descent toward Might Guy, he deftly evaded its trajectory, retreating swiftly to escape the reach of the blazing attack. In a swift motion, Obito unleashed a flurry of shurikens to thwart Might Guy's movements, knowing that the great fireball technique could not veer off course. However, to his astonishment, Might Guy skillfully deflected all the shurikens with a kunai, successfully retreating before the great fireball detonated. Fortunately for Obito, his shuriken throwing skills were somewhat inferior to Shisui's, otherwise he might have sustained injuries. Might Guy, taking deep breaths, felt a sense of relief. During his battle with Shisui, the latter's shuriken throwing had posed a significant challenge. Having experienced the pressure from Shisui, he now found himself well-equipped to handle Obito. The great fireball technique proved too challenging to land a hit, in hindsight. He regretted not opting for the great dragon fire technique. Obito harbored a twinge of regret, believing the great dragon fire would have been a superior choice. However, he had previously secured first place in the youth ninja tournament using the great fireball, and he felt that achieving the top rank in practical combat with the same technique would hold greater significance. Yet, there was no time for further reflection as Might Guy seized the opportunity, channeling chakra into his legs and charging forward. Canola Hurricane. Might Guy executed his signature kick once more, aka, your speed cannot match Kakashi's body flicker technique, Obito thought, a smug smile revealing itself as he dodged Might Guy's assault. He perceived that Might Guy's physical prowess wasn't as daunting as anticipated. However, as Obito engaged in a physical confrontation, he soon realized he had overestimated his own capabilities. Inferior in strength and speed, he found himself rapidly retreating under Might Guy's relentless onslaught, relying solely on his exceptional agility to evade strikes. Though Uchiha Obito excelled in fire release techniques, Might Guy's martial arts were equally formidable. If this continued, it would lead to Obito's defeat. A teacher observed Obito's shortcomings. Without effectively utilizing his strengths in a physical contest against Might Guy, victory would be elusive. Shigakuyu smiled, but chose not to voice his thoughts. After all, both were his students, and the outcome mattered little to him. The reward would remain regardless of the victor. As he witnessed the battle unfold as he had anticipated, Mugetsu felt little emotional turbulence. In truth, the victor mattered less to him than the curious rewards that awaited them both, given their ongoing training tasks. Canola Great Whirlwind. Might Guy unleashed his most powerful kick to date, surpassing any previous display of skill. The sudden burst of speed caught Obito off guard, and he failed to evade this attack, being sent flying several meters. As the fourth-grade practical examination concluded, Might Guy emerged as the victor. The supervising teacher announced the finality of the exam. At that moment, Mugetsu's system also chimed in with an announcement, indicating that the training tasks were ready for assessment. The disciple Might Guy has completed his training task and received rewards. Chakra 1000, mastery level of rock breathing. The disciple Obito Uchiha has completed his training task and received rewards. Chakra 700, proficient level of great fire extinguishing. The system panel rapidly displayed several messages. It seems that the overall completion rate significantly influences the rewards. Observing the disparity in rewards between the two, Mu Yue began to comprehend the reward mechanism for training tasks. The rewards for training tasks consist of two components: the enhancement of strength during the training period and the achievement of the task objectives. During the task, Obito's physical prowess was comparable to that of Might Guy, yet he failed to accomplish the primary objective, resulting in a considerably lesser reward. Mu Yue's attention shifted to the reward of rock breathing, which he immediately recognized as not being a jutsu from the Naruto world, as he had encountered it in a certain annihilation. Drawing from his previous experience of acquiring the technique shave, Mu Yue understood that the system could also grant items from other worlds and subsequently adapt them to the Naruto universe. Upon recalling the suddenly acquired decades worth of memories regarding the training of rock breathing, Mu Yue mused that it had indeed been localized. After reviewing the memories, he felt that the Naruto version of rock breathing could be classified as a forbidden technique. Mastering rock breathing allows one to unleash terrifying power through concentrated breathing at critical moments. When proficient in rock breathing, one can maintain a state of complete concentration for 24 hours, effectively enhancing physical strength and overall prowess. Upon achieving mastery, one can utilize an even more potent breathing technique, enabling the entire chakra to surge and amplify oneself into a patterned state, resulting in a substantial enhancement of strength. However, entering the patterned state consumes an immense amount of chakra and exerts significant stress on the body. Mu Yue silently nodded, contemplating that this was more suitable than the 8 gates. As long as he did not actively enter the patterned state, rock breathing would be undeniably beneficial, allowing for better physical training and the potential for formidable power in combat. Upon further reflection, Mu Yue realized that the combination of the 8 gates and rock breathing would be a perfect match. The 8 gates could open the body's gates, causing a surge of chakra, yet the resulting chaos would render ninjutsu unfeasible. However, the patterned state of rock breathing does not require meticulous chakra manipulation. The vast excess of chakra from the 8 gates could effectively sustain the chakra required for the patterned state, leaving only the consideration of whether his body could withstand it. This is where the brilliance of the breathing method comes into play, as it can enhance physical strength. Mu Yue believed that the combination of the 8 gates and the breathing method was a commendable pairing. Utilizing the 7th gate along with the patterned state was far safer than directly opening the death gate. Mu Yue felt that this was indeed a remarkable stroke of fortune. The proficient level of great fire extinguishing that Obito unlocked was commendable, yet it paled in comparison to the Naruto version of rock breathing. Mu Yue then accessed his personal panel. Name: Yuzuki Mitsuki. Age: 18. Chakra: 11,300. Skills: Chef, 3-finger seal, Fire Release, Great Fire Extinguishing, Shave, Earth Release, Earth Spear. Breath of Rock. Evaluation: you have mastered numerous ninjutsu, including many high-level techniques and fearsome forbidden arts. You can unleash astonishing power whenever you desire, and your strength is considered elite among the many jonin. Observing the successful breakthrough to a 5-digit chakra count, Mitsuki felt a wave of joy. From an initial 4,300 upon his arrival to a remarkable 11,300 in just a single semester, he had made significant strides. The Ninja Academy has 3 semesters each year. If he could maintain this growth each term, excluding the holiday increases, he could potentially gain an additional 21,000 chakra annually. His current chakra level could be considered approximately 4-5 little Kakashi units, he mused. In his previous life, many often used Kakashi as a unit of measurement for chakra, albeit referencing his childhood self, thus he deemed it little Kakashi. As the first student completed the exam, the proceedings came to a close, and both teachers and students began to disperse. "Are you all right, Obito?" Rin hurriedly asked as she approached him. What could possibly be wrong? Just a minor injury. Obito's words trailed off as he inadvertently twisted the very spot recently kicked by Might Guy, causing him to gasp in pain. "Don't be stubborn. Allow me to assist you," Rin responded with a sigh, placing her hand on her forehead. "No, I assure you, I'm fine. Just a careless loss." "It's nothing to worry about," Obito insisted, gritting his teeth in defiance. His defeat weighed heavily on him, especially under the gaze of Mitsuki and Rin, as he would now be subject to Kakashi's taunts about never having placed first. "Teacher Mitsuki," Obito said, his eyes darting as he noticed Mitsuki approaching. "How are you feeling? Do you need me to take you to the infirmary?" Mitsuki asked with genuine concern. It was essential to comfort students who had faced defeat. "There's no need. I'm actually okay," Obito replied honestly, feeling that apart from some pain, he was fine. He had previously declined the proctor's offer to visit the infirmary. "Let us take a look," Just in case there's an injury, Mitsuki urged gently. Teacher Mitsuki is right. We should visit the infirmary, Rin agreed. Rin, you should head back. I'll go with Teacher Mitsuki. Obito found it difficult to refuse their simultaneous suggestions. I'll go with you, Rin said, still concerned for Obito's well-being. That won't be necessary. Teacher Mitsuki is with me, Obito replied, wishing to spare Rin any unnecessary trouble. I'll accompany Obito, Might Guy interjected. His commitment to giving his all in battle did not diminish his regard for Obito as a companion. See, I have 2 people with me now, Rin. You should head home, Obito stated. After a moment's consideration, Rin deemed Mitsuki a reliable teacher, and with Obito's earnest encouragement, she ultimately decided to return home alone. Once in the infirmary, Mitsuki found a reason to dismiss Might Guy and began to engage Obito in conversation. Do not let the outcome of a single examination sway your spirit. There are 2 assessments each semester and 6 throughout the year. If this time does not yield success, strive harder for the next opportunity, Muryu advised earnestly. Do not harbor notions of disappointment for not securing first place. For that would imply that either you or Akai must bear such regret, and that would occur twice each semester, she added with a playful tone. Obito chuckled at her words, reflecting on their wisdom. Examinations are not limited to a singular occasion. The forthcoming semester presents another chance for perseverance. As long as you dedicate yourself to honing your skills and enhancing your abilities, there is no question of disappointing me, Muryu gently remarked, patting Obito's head. Teacher Muryu. Gazing at her sincere and earnest expression, Obito felt profoundly moved, resolving to attain first place in the next semester to demonstrate that he is not inferior to Might Guy, thus deserving of Muryu's guidance. Disciple Uchiha Obito's training task. Achieve first place in the ninja school practical examination. As the system notification appeared, Muryu's face brightened with a gratifying smile. After comforting her defeated disciple, she did not forget to reward the victorious one, leading Might Guy out of the infirmary. Akai, congratulations on securing first place in your grade, Muryu said with a beaming smile. Under the warm and gentle sun-like smile of Muryu, Might Guy felt momentarily disoriented. He had always been a person brimming with confidence, believing that through relentless effort, he would become the strongest. Despite not yet graduating from the ninja school, he had faced numerous failures and setbacks, failing the entrance exam, only gaining admission through a supplementary process, being labeled as the bottom of his class, and being swiftly defeated by Kakashi in his first challenge. Most of the time, he would laugh it off and persist in his endeavors, occasionally harboring doubts but quickly reaffirming his goals. Nevertheless, he never anticipated such a rapid transformation. Last semester, he could not even place in the top 20 of his class, yet this time, his lowest score was second in the grade. And he ultimately achieved first place in the practical exam, becoming the strongest in the 4th grade. He was acutely aware of who was responsible for this change, Muryu. She taught him physical techniques and provided rare elixirs, enabling his remarkable growth in such a brief span of time. I owe this all to your guidance, Teacher Muryu, Might Guy exclaimed, clenching his right fist, tears of gratitude welling in his eyes. Do not diminish your own efforts, while my teachings are indeed effective. It is your diligent practice that is the true key to your success. Continue this path of hard work, and you will undoubtedly realize your dreams, Muryu encouraged. Inspired by her words, Might Guy felt a surge of fervor, envisioning the day he would become the strongest in physical techniques. Almost compelled to drop and begin doing push-ups on the spot. Here's the training method and experience from Toby. Take the scroll and review it tomorrow morning during training. I will guide you on how to practice, Muryu said with a warm smile as she handed the scroll to Might Guy. You presented your disciple with a training scroll for the technique shave, and the disciple was immensely grateful, triggering a massive reward, mastery of the Konoha regimen. Under the overwhelming surge of emotions, Mitsuki was bestowed with an advanced taijutsu at the mastery level, flooding his mind with extensive training memories of the Konoha regimen. So, this is the technique. Mitsuki recalled details from the original work. In the series, this taijutsu was developed by a skilled shinobi known as Master Chin. According to the timeline, even Master Chin's own disciples hadn't mastered it yet. If someone else were to use it now, it would seem rather implausible. Even without concerns over originality, Mitsuki had no intention of teaching this technique to his students. The Konoha regimen demanded exceptional physical conditioning and chakra control, far beyond their current capabilities. I understand, Mitsuki-sensei. I'll study it carefully when I return home, Might Guy responded earnestly, his face brimming with gratitude. Ever since witnessing Mitsuki teach Shisui the high-speed movement technique shave, Guy had yearned to learn it. Thus, when Mitsuki handed him the training scroll, Guy treated it as a priceless treasure, carefully securing it. You don't need to come for training today. Take some time to relax and do whatever you wish, Mitsuki suggested, subtly laying the groundwork for Guy's next training mission. Obito had already been comforted and motivated, reigniting his goal of securing first place in the year. However, Guy had yet to unlock a new training objective. Undoubtedly, these missions were crucial for obtaining substantial rewards, whether in chakra reserves or advanced techniques. Thus, 2 weeks before the final exams, Mitsuki began contemplating how to trigger new training missions after the first round of evaluations concluded. For disciples who failed to claim the top rank, encouragement and renewed determination would suffice to reignite their ambition. As for those who succeeded, their personalities, aspirations, and dreams would guide the next challenge. In Guy's case, Mitsuki believed a mission to defeat Kakashi would be ideal, simple to trigger and fitting for his rivalrous spirit. Hence, Mitsuki encouraged Guy to pursue his own desires. With such a significant power boost and achieving first place, surely he'd seek out his eternal rival for a challenge. Once Guy inevitably lost to Kakashi, it would be the perfect moment to inspire a new training mission. Though a similar attempt had failed before, only yielding a generic training task, Mitsuki refused to attribute it to flawed reasoning. Rather, it was a matter of insufficient trust at the time. Guy hadn't yet fully grasped Mitsuki's capabilities. After all, a mission had been triggered, just not the one he envisioned. Guy nodded, already resolved to seek out Kakashi later. Since beginning his intensive training, he hadn't once challenged his rival, and the itch for battle had grown unbearable. Meanwhile, after tending to Obito's recovery, Mitsuki returned to his own studies, practicing sealing techniques and reviewing the knowledge Kushina had imparted to him. 10 days had passed since she taught him the three-finger seal. In truth, he had grasped its fundamentals by the 6th day, dedicating the remaining time to refinement and deeper study of ninjutsu. As Mu Yue delved deeper into the art of sealing, he gained a more profound understanding of its intricate mechanisms. He discovered that under equivalent chakra conditions, the lesser the impact of the sealing technique, the more robust and difficult to break the seal became. Taking the one-finger seal as an example, its effect is to seal the chakra of the entire body, which can be easily shattered. However, if the effect of the one-finger seal were refined to seal the chakra of a specific limb, its strength would increase exponentially. Without altering the sealing effect, the greater and more potent the chakra, the more formidable the sealing technique one could execute. The ability to seal Kagaya Otsutsuki with the 6 paths, Heavenly Star technique undoubtedly qualifies as the most powerful sealing technique in the Naruto universe, yet its limitations are considerable, requiring the power of Yin-Yang from the 6 paths to activate. Mu Yue began to understand why the Uzumaki clan possessed an innate talent for sealing techniques. It was due to their naturally abundant chakra. Chakra is indeed the essence of all. He felt deeply the significance of chakra quantity. Fortunately, he mused, he had the advantage of traversing worlds. Otherwise, even with his knowledge of the plot, it would be challenging to establish himself in the shinobi realm. With the onset of the summer vacation, the increase in chakra might slow down a bit, he contemplated. As summer break commenced, aside from the rewards from the upcoming exam in 2 days, Mu Yue found himself unable to accumulate chakra and ninjutsu through the Ninja Academy for the time being. Attending classes was a substantial source of chakra income. If he devoted an entire month to merely accumulating chakra without practicing ninjutsu, he could amass approximately 800 chakra. The benefit of not attending classes meant that Guy and Obito could spend more time training with him, accelerating the growth of his students. And when the time came for them to return to their masters, their chakra should see an enhancement. Later that evening, after purchasing fish, Mu Yue returned home to the main city, where he planned to prepare a delectable and visually appealing new dish for Kushina and Minato. Squirrel fish? Can a dish made with a squirrel and fish be delicious? Kushina expressed her skepticism. It shouldn't be a dish made with both squirrel and fish. Perhaps it's just that the finished dish resembles a squirrel, Minato remarked after washing the vegetables. Since he had not washed a squirrel, there should not be any in the dish. Minato was correct. There were indeed no squirrels in this recipe. Mu Yue clarified as he cleaned the fish, removing its scales and innards. Squirrel fish is a classic dish from Sioux cuisine, renowned for its color, aroma, and flavor. Mu Yue had watched numerous videos of this dish in his previous life, and had even attempted to make it once, but due to his inadequate knife skills, the final product bore little resemblance to the original. However, with his newfound culinary skills, Mu Yue felt confident as he prepared to handle the fish. Having already envisioned the process in his mind, though he had yet to begin, he first used a knife to remove the fish bones from its back, leaving about 1 centimeter of the spine at the tail. Then, he spread the fish skin side down and made diagonal cuts into the flesh. penetrating to about 4/5 of its thickness. This step was crucial. Any misstep could compromise the aesthetic appeal of the final dish. Under the divine influence of culinary skills, Mu Yue flawlessly recreated the squirrel fish from her memories. The golden, crispy fish, resembling a squirrel, was generously adorned with a sweet and sour sauce. Not only visually appealing, but also exuding a delightful aroma. Huh? How did the fish transform while I was merely chatting with Minato? Kushina gazed in astonishment at the squirrel fish on the table. It is no exaggeration to say that she had never encountered such a beautifully presented dish. In her mind, food served two primary purposes: to satiate hunger and to tantalize the palate. Minato stood up and approached the table to observe the freshly prepared squirrel fish closely, equally astonished by its exquisite appearance. "This is the first time I've found a dish to be so visually appealing," he remarked, praising Mu Yue for her impressive creation. "Don't just admire it. Do taste it," Mu Yue encouraged with a smile. Without hesitation, both Kushina and Minato picked up their chopsticks and savored a piece of fish. The moment the fish touched Minato's palate, he was first greeted by the sweet and sour flavor, followed by the delightful contrast of crispy exterior and tender interior, culminating in the rich infusion of the sauce. After a brief moment of blissful distraction, he swiftly served himself a bowl of rice, eager to indulge further. This sweet and sour dish was undeniably appetizing. "No way, one of us must master this dish," Kushina declared earnestly after finishing her meal. Although she still favored braised pork, the visual appeal of the squirrel fish was undeniable. "Not a problem. I shall teach you," Mu Yue replied with a smile. "However, this dish is significantly more challenging than braised pork, so be prepared," she cautioned. Unlike braised pork, which need not be aesthetically pleasing, if executed properly, the final product would still be commendable. Squirrel fish was different. Its appearance was the soul of the dish, and any flaw in presentation would equate to failure. "I refuse to believe this dish is more difficult than those advanced sealing techniques." Kushina expressed her confidence in herself and Minato. "Mu Yue, to what extent have you mastered the three-finger sealing technique? Have you encountered any difficulties?" Minato inquired about Mu Yue's progress in sealing arts. "It feels significantly more challenging than the one-finger technique. After 10 days of practice, I still feel lost," Mu Yue sighed. Though she had mastered it in 6 days, she estimated that it should take Kushina a month, planning to announce her success after 27 days. Subsequently, Mu Yue shared the challenges she faced on her first day. Appearing as a keen learner, Kushina and Minato eagerly provided her with answers. Mu Yue seized this opportunity, asking not only about her fabrication of progress, but also some sealing arts knowledge she genuinely did not comprehend. With the expertise of Minato and Kushina to illuminate her doubts, Mu Yue garnered valuable insights, feeling that her culinary skill had arrived at an opportune moment. Without it, her social endeavors would have progressed at a much slower pace. 2 days after the final examinations, Gonzi, Tai, and Shingetsu Izumo, along with Akadama, arranged to meet and check their results. Upon arriving at the designated location, the three set off together towards the school. "In the heat of competition, I have secured second place once again. If only my theoretical scores were a tad better. I could have requested more rewards from Teacher Mu Yue. Today, Hongdo is in remarkably high spirits. Didn't you find the questions quite simple after your last exam? Your score must be outstanding," Steel Iron remarked with a grin. "Indeed, we are the unfortunate ones. Many questions eluded us," Shinyu Izumo replied, a frown adorning her face. "Never mind. Once the results are out, I shall treat you both to breakfast," Hongdo declared with a confident air. "Is that truly the case?" Steel Iron inquired eagerly. "When have I ever deceived you?" Hongdo countered, hands on her hips. Steel Iron and Shinyu Izumo exchanged glances, shaking their heads, pondering who could possibly be fooled by Hongdo. As they approached the school, a thought struck Hongdo. She glanced at the two with suspicion, asking, "You both performed so well last time. You wouldn't be deceiving me into thinking I did poorly, would you?" "Not at all. Last time was merely a stroke of luck," Steel Iron denied vehemently. "Yes, this time we likely shan't be so fortunate," Shinyu Izumo sighed. The final exam results could be viewed at the notice board or directly in the classroom upon distribution of the papers. The trio returned to class, where Mu Yue had already placed the exam papers on the respective desks. After exchanging greetings with Mu Yue, they settled down to review their papers. "What? Only 78 points? That is 2 points lower than last time," Hongdo exclaimed, scratching her head in disbelief. 87 would have been more acceptable. "What about you two?" she asked, her expression troubled, pondering how she could possibly ask Teacher Mu Yue for rewards now. This time, Luck seems to have favored us a bit more. My score is just slightly higher than yours, Steel Iron said, placing his paper face down on the desk with a smile. Same here. Just a tad higher than Hongdo. Shinyu Izumo beamed upon seeing her score. A tad higher? Hongdo erupted, swiftly snatching their papers. You dare call 100 higher than 78? She exclaimed, gritting her teeth at their scores. Is it true that both of you scored 100? Steel Iron and Shinyu Izumo stared, astonished. They had claimed that without studying, they wouldn't perform well, yet here were perfect scores. Shinyu, did you deceive me 2 weeks prior? Were you not actually gaming, but diligently studying? Steel Iron could not help but ask. And you, Steel Iron, you were reading novels. You must have been studying every day. Shinyu Izumo retorted. You too. Hongdo stared at them in disbelief. Realizing these two rascals had been secretly studying while claiming otherwise. Unable to contain herself, Hongdo chased after the two, exclaiming, You two rascals have led me to ruin. Breakfast? First, I'll serve you a punch. Observing the lively trio, Miyu smiled, glancing at the rewards that popped up on her system. Feeling quite pleased with the outcomes of this term's endeavors. The disciple Uchiha Shisui diligently trained and achieved perfect scores in the academic assessments, receiving rewards, Chakra 300. Ninjutsu Proficiency Scroll. The disciple Might Guy also put forth great effort and attained commendable results, earning a reward of Chakra 250. The disciple Uchiha Obito worked hard as well, achieving satisfactory scores and receiving Chakra 200 as a reward. Following the conclusion of the final examinations, the total chakra of Mujutsu experienced a modest increase. Name, Yuhang Mujutsu Chakra, 12050. It seems that only by securing first place in both categories can one obtain the coveted proficiency scroll reward. Mujutsu mused as he reflected on the 3 reward notifications from the system. Aside from Shisui, who dominated the top rank, both Might Guy and Obito received slightly higher rewards than their previous scores. Previously, their rewards were merely 150 chakra. This time, Guy received an additional 100 chakra, while Obito gained an extra 50 chakra. Indeed, both Guy and Obito demonstrated considerable progress, not only in practical combat but also in theoretical assessments, having achieved scores exceeding 50. Though the Ninjutsu Proficiency Scroll is a prized possession, Mujutsu did not intend to allow Guy and Obito to invest excessive time in theoretical studies to achieve perfect scores, as their learning efficiency was disappointingly low. Despite his frequent tutoring sessions, they only managed to score in the low 50s, while Akamami could effortlessly achieve full marks. To enable Guy and Obito to attain perfection would require Mujutsu to halt his own training and dedicate himself to teaching, ensuring they studied diligently each day. However, such an endeavor seemed unworthy. It would be far more beneficial to continue training and enhance his strength, thereby securing greater rewards for himself. Hey, Teacher Mujutsu. About the rewards we discussed earlier. Akamami approached Mujutsu, somewhat bashful after having reprimanded the two underperformers. You still dare to ask for rewards despite your regression? Mujutsu playfully tapped her forehead with 2 fingers. Not at all. I still placed second in the practical exam. Shisui's skills are just too formidable to contend with. Akamami attempted to deflect the issue. I meant your theoretical score, which has decreased by 2 points since last time, Mujutsu pointed out, as he recalled the scores of every student in the class with clarity. Oh dear, it's all because of Ziti and Shuyan. Akamami lamented, wishing she could deliver a punch to each of the two for misleading her into believing she could skip her revision. Here, take this to eat. If you regress again next time, there will be no more rewards. Mujutsu ultimately presented Akamami with the dumplings she needed most. He had purchased them on his way to school, ensuring each student received their share. Teacher Mujutsu is the best, Akamami exclaimed as she accepted the dumplings, immediately beginning to extol Mujutsu's greatness. The atmosphere in Class 1 was quite pleasant. After receiving their scores and test papers, the students lingered to chat until noon before departing. At noon, Mujutsu attended a meeting in the lecture hall with other teachers. Even teachers at the Ninja Academy are required to attend meetings, though they are infrequent. This particular gathering primarily served to summarize the teaching efforts of the semester and announce the list of outstanding educators. For Mu Yue, this meeting held little significance. Unlike the ordinary instructors at the Ninja Academy, he harbored no interest in accolades or bonuses for exceptional teaching. However, to his astonishment, the third Hokage made an appearance at the gathering. According to Chikaga Yu and Ueda Aya, such meetings are typically convened by the class representatives of the teaching staff. Lord Third, Mu Yue greeted with utmost respect. The third Hokage smiled and nodded in acknowledgement, as he was not particularly busy of late. He took a glance at the academic performance of Mu Yue's first-year class, and the results were startling. The previous scores had already been unparalleled at the Ninja Academy. Yet this time, the first-year class had surpassed those achievements. The average theoretical score reached an astonishing 81, a mark that signified excellence among other classes, indicating that every student in the first-year class was performing exceptionally well. The practical exam's average score was 24, an equally remarkable feat, as the typical classes averaged around 16. Upon closer inspection, the third Hokage noted that the ninjutsu scores in the first-year class were exceptionally high, with no student scoring below 8. The secondary scores came from ninjutsu practice, given Mu Yue's ability to cultivate such an outstanding class. Coupled with the fact that the Hokage had not attended a school meeting in quite some time, the third felt compelled to be present. Perhaps owing to the third Hokage's presence, the meeting progressed swiftly without any interruptions. The list of this semester's outstanding teachers was announced. Mu Yue. His name was prominently placed at the top. Teacher Mu Yue, you truly deserve this, Ueda Aya whispered in congratulations. Though Mu Yue remained emotionally unruffled, he responded with a warm smile to his colleagues' accolades. I am also an outstanding teacher, Chikage exclaimed with surprise. His students had swept the top 2 positions in their grade, so he had speculated that he might receive the honor. Yet the reality of it still caught him off guard. This was a prestigious title. Only 4 were awarded each semester, and despite years of teaching, he had never received it before. Damn it, why didn't my students suddenly excel? Kimura Shinran lamented with envy. He felt no jealousy towards Mu Yue for receiving the title, as he believed it would have been peculiar if Mu Yue had not been recognized as an outstanding teacher. However, he was still unaware of Chikagu's true capabilities. Obtaining such an accolade was solely due to the influence of Guy and Uchiha Obito. How ironic that you previously complained about Guy and Uchiha Obito being the underperformers. This outstanding teacher title is entirely thanks to them, Ueda Aya remarked, also filled with envy. When Chikagu had taken over class 2 to 4, the others had consoled him, yet a remarkable turnaround had occurred by the end of the term. I failed to recognize true talent, Chikagu admitted, acknowledging that he had underestimated Guy and Obito. When the bonuses come through, I'll treat you all to drinks. Teacher Mu Yue, you must attend. You played a significant role in this achievement, Chikagu cheerfully stated, grateful for Mu Yue's extensive assistance in teaching. If time permits, Mi replied with a smile and a nod. I must take a moment to commend Teacher Hain. The remarkable achievements of the first-year class are a testament to his guidance. Sarutobi Hiruzen began to speak. As Sarutobi Hiruzen recited the various achievements of the esteemed Teacher Mu Yue, he urged everyone to learn diligently from such an exemplary educator to nurture the next generation of Konoha. After receiving commendation from the third Hokage, Mu Yue felt the gaze of all the teachers upon him. Perhaps due to his amiable demeanor, he encountered no malicious envy. Instead, the atmosphere was filled with warmth and camaraderie. Mu Yue, you are doing remarkably well. Keep it up, Hiruzen encouraged, gently patting Mu Yue on the shoulder as the meeting concluded. Lord Third, I shall endeavor to impart knowledge to my students to the best of my abilities. Mu Yue reiterated his earlier sentiments from the principal's office. Upon hearing this, the third Hokage chuckled heartily, clearly in good spirits. The conclusion of the meeting also heralded the commencement of the holiday for Mu Yue and his fellow educators. Despite being recognized as an outstanding teacher and receiving accolades from the third Hokage, Mu Yue remained unaffected internally. He felt a hint of perplexity regarding Guy's lack of training missions in recent days. Upon subtly probing, he discovered that Guy had yet to engage in battle with Kakashi, which alleviated his concerns. It seemed Kakashi was occupied with missions, leaving Guy without a partner for training. With the holiday officially underway, Mu Yue shared his specialized training plan with his disciples. Holiday special training? It has finally arrived. Obito inhaled deeply, as though he could foresee a month and a half of arduous trials ahead. During school, there was at least a 5-day buffer, but now with an extended break, every day felt like a weekend. Obito merely hoped that the battle training would revert to its previous form. Otherwise, facing an additional 200 questions a day would render his life over by the end of the holiday. Upon hearing about the special training, Guy's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. However, the prospect of the additional tasks loomed heavily over him. Shisui, maintaining his usual composure, differed from Obito and Guy. Having already mastered the shadow clone technique, he had long sent his clones to school. Outside of exam days, Shisui primarily devoted his time to training under Mu Yue's guidance. Thus, Even if Mu Yue stated that holiday training would resemble weekend practices, it hardly differed from his usual regimen. On Thursdays and Sundays, you may rest. At all other times, come to train with me in the mornings and afternoons. You are welcome to return home for lunch, or I shall prepare a meal. Mu Yue explained. Although he had been attending training daily, the time spent training under Mu Yue from Monday to Friday was relatively minimal. Therefore, during the holiday, even with a 5-day practice and 2 days of rest, the actual training hours would surpass those of the regular school period. 2 days off each week. Obito exclaimed in delight. After some calculations, he realized this arrangement seemed even more manageable than during school. While attending classes from Monday to Friday and practicing with Mu Yue on weekends, the additional training during the break felt less burdensome. Additionally, we shall pause battle training. Obito. You will continue practicing the transformation of fire-release chakra nature, while Shisui and Guy will learn the body flicker technique from me. Mu Yue delineated the new training plan for the holiday. During the time spent preparing for the Young Ninja Tournament, Obito had only scratched the surface of chakra nature transformation, and it was imperative that he continued to hone this skill. Obito lacks the extraordinary vitality and chakra akin to Naruto, rendering him unable to employ the multiple shadow clone training method. He can only progress through a cyclic approach. There is no need for battle practice. If the 2-day holiday surprised Obito, then the cessation of combat training has thoroughly endeared him to extended breaks. Without the rigors of battle training, he is spared from an abundance of problems. While the practice of nature transformation is exhausting, he would rather engage in that than tackle numerous questions. Once the training tasks were assigned, the disciples embarked on their individual training regimens. Obito, alone, exerted chakra upon a large block of ice, while Shisui, Guy, and Mujutsu practiced the body flicker technique. Observing Mujutsu darting around with Shisui and Guy, Obito felt the icy sensation of the block seeping through his veins to his heart. Mujutsu-sensei, what was that taijutsu challenge you mentioned before? I wish to learn the body flicker technique. Obito could not restrain his curiosity. He recalled Mujutsu stating that in addition to attaining the top rank of his class, completing the designated taijutsu challenge would also grant him the opportunity to learn the technique. However, Mujutsu had directly asserted that Obito would be unable to complete it. So he refrained from inquiring further about the specifics of the challenge. Yet, a month had passed, and his strength had significantly improved. Perhaps he could now rise to the challenge Mujutsu had spoken of. The taijutsu challenge is quite difficult. Are you certain you wish to attempt it? Mujutsu sent a shadow clone to converse with Obito. But everyone is learning that body flicker technique. If I do not join in, I will fall behind, Obito replied. Very well, I will set up the training ground today, and you may attempt the challenge tomorrow, Mujutsu nodded. Obito's decision was anticipated. The reason he had not directly taught the body flicker technique to all his disciples but instead imposed conditions was to enhance the training of those who had faltered. Rather than compel training, he believed it would be more effective to inspire the disciples' enthusiasm. He would establish mechanisms that could only be accomplished with sufficient speed and strength, compelling Obito to diligently train his physique in pursuit of mastering the body flicker technique. Once he completed the challenge, his body would grow stronger, and the training would become more accessible. Furthermore, rewards attained through personal effort would motivate Obito to study more earnestly, as such achievements are precious. Mujutsu had meticulously considered various aspects to bolster his disciples' strength, including their psychological state. After training, Mujutsu proceeded to his residence in the central district as usual. Today, he prepared sushi and tempura. However, during their meal, a minor interruption occurred. As the three engaged in pleasant conversation, a sudden cry of an eagle pierced the air. Why now? Kushina grumbled, having just finished a piece of sushi. Let us go. This abruptness suggests something significant has transpired. Minato stood up and declared. Apologies, Mujutsu. We must excuse ourselves for the moment. An emergency Hokage meeting has been convened. Whenever a major event occurred in Konoha, a ninja beast was dispatched to alert the Chūnin. And this was not Minato's first experience. Mujutsu, please save us some food. Such meetings do not typically last long, and with Minato's speed, we shall return shortly. Kushina reminded Mujutsu as they departed, I cannot possibly consume all of this alone. Mu Yue smiled and nodded, pondering the significant event that might have transpired. Deducing from the timeline, he speculated that it was likely related to the Third Shinobi World War. Was a full-scale war about to erupt? Mu Yue mused. Kushina and Minato did not keep him waiting long. They returned in less than half an hour. He had anticipated something grave, only to learn that the third Kazekage of Sunagakure had vanished. Upon entering the room, Kushina remarked, to convene a high-level ninja meeting so urgently. One might think the third Hokage of Konoha had gone missing. Hearing Kushina's words, Mu Yue quietly concluded that a war was indeed imminent. Humogakure, having amassed its strength, was poised for action, and the disappearance of the third Kazekage presented an irresistible opportunity. The absence of any of the Kage would significantly impact the dynamics of the ninja world, and the sudden disappearance of the third Kazekage could likely trigger a war. Unlike Kushina, Minato wore a grave expression. Indeed, Sunagakure was in for a rough time. Kushina nodded, taking a large bite of sushi. Listening to their conversation, Mu Yue felt a mix of emotions. Little did anyone expect that the Third Shinobi World War, ignited by the disappearance of the third Kazekage, would see Konoha suffer the most, even though they ultimately emerged victorious. With war on the horizon, Mu Yue felt increasingly insecure. He was grateful to be an operative of the route. Even if Danzō had a moment of folly and decided to send his subordinates into the fray, he would be among the last to go. Mu Yue held no illusions about Danzō. His only hope was to elevate his strength to the level of a Kage before the flames of war encroached upon Konoha. Power was the most crucial asset in this perilous world. Without it, all discussions were but empty words. The physical challenge comprised 2 stages. The first was a sprint through a forest, where I had set numerous traps and mechanisms. Each time one encountered a trap or was struck by a mechanism, a point would be deducted. Upon losing 3 points, the challenge would be deemed a failure. There were 3 opportunities to succeed. Obito felt that the challenge Mu Yue described was not overly difficult. Setting traps was part of a ninja's training, and he was no stranger to it. Moreover, I would dispatch a shadow clone, slightly slower than him, to pursue from behind. If he were too slow and got caught by the clone, that would also count as a failure, Mu Yue added. It would be easy to avoid traps by moving cautiously, but having someone chase from behind complicated matters. And your shadow clone will be chasing me, Mu Yue-sensei? Obito realized that it was no longer a simple affair. As long as you can maintain your speed, the shadow clone won't catch up to you, Mu Yue replied with a smile. Then, Mu Yue-sensei, take me to challenge this once. Obito expressed his eagerness to try it out first. All right, I will provide you with the challenge fee first. Mu Yue produced 3 test papers, stating, there are roughly 100 questions here. Consider this the fee to initiate the challenge. Huh. Obito stared at the test papers Mu Yue handed over, dumbfounded. It was a paid challenge, but why was Mu Yue the one paying him? Teacher Mu Yue, I believe this arrangement is rather misguided. It is uncommon for a proprietor to grant money to patrons. Instead, allow me to offer you 3 examination papers as a challenge fee. Upon seeing the 3 papers, Daitu felt a wave of dizziness and began to ramble incoherently. With a swift motion, Mu Yue tapped his dazed head with her fingers and remarked with a smile, do you think I can prepare the venue without time? If I do not impose some cost, should you fail to pass on your first attempt? You would incessantly pester me for a challenge, and I would be exhaustively setting traps. The gentle tap jolted Daitu back to clarity, revealing an embarrassed grin as he acknowledged the validity of Mu Yue's words. Thank you for your hard work, Teacher Mu Yue, he said, stepping atop a stone to massage her shoulders. However, I find the numbers 103 rather unfavorable. The number 2, on the other hand, is quite appealing. How about we negotiate and only tackle 2 questions? I assure you, I shall not trouble you excessively. Apply some pressure, Mu Yue suggested. What about the questions? Daitu inquired, his expression brightening. Well, if you truly favor the number 2, let us adjust it to 250 questions. Mu Yue replied with a benevolent smile. Actually, I quite like 3 and 100 as well, Daitu swiftly countered, his expression shifting dramatically. Cease your prattling. I shall escort you to the challenge site, Mu Yue declared, seizing Daitu and swiftly transporting him to their destination. Daitu surveyed his surroundings, but found nothing distinguishable from the rest of the forest, save for the slightly sturdier trees. You need only proceed eastward to reach the endpoint. My shadow clone will commence its actions 3 seconds after your departure, Mu Yue instructed, pointing in a direction. Upon hearing her words, Daitu nodded, inhaled deeply, and sprinted forth, casting a worried glance back at the shadow clone. However, neglecting to watch his path, while running led to dire consequences. He inadvertently stepped into a snare trap set by Mu Yue and found himself dangling from a tree. 1 point deduction, Mu Yue's warm voice reached his ears. Furthermore, if you do not extricate yourself swiftly, the shadow clone will commence its journey. In that instant, Daitu recalled the cost of his 100-question ticket. He could not afford to falter at the threshold, for that amounted to 3 entire papers. Summoning strength from his core, he executed a handstand crunch, grasped the rope, and severed it with a flame before dashing eastward. Having learned from his previous misstep, Daitu remained vigilant of the ground. refusing to tread upon any area that appeared even slightly unnatural. It seemed that diligence would render this challenge manageable. After a minute of running without triggering any traps, a smile spread across his face. Yet, in the next moment, the smile faded. Without having touched anything, several thick logs suddenly descended upon him, swinging back and forth like a pendulum. Dai too finally comprehended why Mu Yue had previously asserted that he would be unable to complete the task. Having grown accustomed to Kakashi's teleportation technique, he had improved his reaction speed. Had he faced this scenario a month prior, he would have been struck and sent flying by the logs. Although Obito managed to evade the trap's assaults, his speed diminished, leading to his capture by the pursuing shadow clone, resulting in a failed challenge. He lamented that it might have been better to simply take a hit, as that would only cost him a point. Obito felt somewhat frustrated. He could have been swifter. Why couldn't he enhance his speed and reflexes to navigate through the trap-laden area more efficiently? Mu Yue reminded him that this challenge was not merely about enduring hits. The objective of the challenge was to refine Obito's adaptive abilities, preparing him to master the technique more effectively. If only I could master the body flicker technique, I would effortlessly bypass all the traps, Obito mused, arriving at a conclusion. I must diligently train. Mu Yue acknowledged his thoughts, but advised him not to dwell on them any longer. As it was Saturday, Mu Yue visited Asuma's home in the afternoon, intending to commence this week's training with him. To Mu Yue's surprise, he discovered Sarutobi Hiruzen at home and greeted him. Upon Mu Yue's arrival, Hiruzen was seated in the living room, enveloped in a cloud of smoke, seemingly deep in contemplation. You've come to train Asuma. He asked, waiting for you in the backyard. Hiruzen replied with a smile, putting down his pipe. Suddenly, recalling Mu Yue's remarkable performance from the previous day, he inquired, Mu Yue, if a great war were to erupt in the ninja world and Konoha became embroiled, what would you do? Mu Yue pondered for a moment before responding with a smile. As a teacher, I would conduct special training for my students to enhance their abilities, doing my utmost to strengthen the village. As a Konoha ninja, I would willingly fight for my village. Given the news of the third Kazekage's disappearance combined with his own displayed capabilities, Mu Yue vaguely surmised Hiruzen's thoughts. Not only did Mu Yue not mind Hiruzen's perspective, but he also worried that he might be overthinking, subtly guiding Hiruzen towards the narrative he wished to encourage. Hiruzen nodded in approval, clearly pleased with Mu Yue's answer. He then informed Mu Yue about the imminent conflict following the third Kazekage's disappearance. I believe we could assemble the graduating fourth-year students for intensive summer training to enhance their strength, and we could include outstanding students from other grades as well, Mu Yue suggested. This would allow Obito and others to engage in more rigorous training while continuing to earn classroom rewards. Special training for the graduating students and the exemplary ones. Hiruzen contemplated before saying, I think you underestimate your own capabilities, Mu Yue. How about this? On the foundation of your training plan, we promote it to this year's graduated genin, allowing those interested to join your special training program. With a smile, Hiruzen looked at Mu Yue and asked, what do you think? Since you, Lord Third, have such confidence in my abilities, I shall endeavor to give it my all. Mu Yue respectfully replied. He welcomed the idea of having more students, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to teach hundreds in a single day. According to Mu Yue's deduction, the number of students attending a class also influences the rewards associated with it. Therefore, he receives rewards for his classes at the Ninja Academy. Conversely, when teaching Obito and his peers, the number of students did not meet the required standard, resulting in no rewards. If all the fourth-grade students were gathered, along with outstanding students from other classes and some graduated genin, assembling a group of over 300 would pose no challenge. Mu Yue was curious whether offering rewards for a class of more than 200 students would yield better results. If you manage to excel in this special training and enhance the abilities of both students and genin, you won't have to wait until the end of the year. Upon completion, you could be promoted to Special Jonin, Sarutobi Hizashi remarked with a smile. If you could consistently replicate the impressive results of the first-year class, it would not only merit the title of Special Jonin, but even the leadership of the teacher's class could be transferred to him. However, when that time arrives, he would need to have a serious conversation with his old friend Danzō regarding Mu Yue's identity. While teachers at the Ninja Academy can be members of Root, the head of the teacher's class cannot be affiliated with them. I will inform the Ninja Academy to collaborate with your efforts. This matter will be conducted under your leadership, Sarutobi Hizashi stated. Mu Yue expressed his heartfelt gratitude and then proceeded to the backyard to take Asuma away for this weekend's training. Mu Yue-sensei, are you really organizing special training? Asuma inquired curiously, having just overheard their conversation. Since the third Hokage has such faith in me, I cannot disappoint him. Mu Yue replied with a beaming smile. I see the old man just wants you to do the heavy lifting. Teaching such a large group, including both first-year students and graduated Chūnin, must be exhausting, Asuma lamented on Mu Yue's behalf. Furthermore, he hadn't mentioned how the pay would be calculated during the special training. If it were the same as during regular periods, Mu Yue would be at a significant disadvantage. Upon hearing Asuma's words, Mu Yue pondered that if Asuma were also his disciple, his level of trust would likely be quite high, as he was already defending Mu Yue against Sarutobi Hizashi. I am not teaching for monetary gain. My sole wish is for my students to excel, Mu Yue replied with a smile. If another teacher had said such a thing, Asuma might have dismissed it as mere posturing. However, when Mu Yue expressed this sentiment, Asuma found it entirely reasonable. If it were merely about money, Mu Yue could easily engage in conflict with him, without needing to devise elaborate methods to ensure his training. Since you are genuinely organizing this special training, I must bring my teammates along to support you, Asuma declared, eager to attend with his comrades, as he was a freshly graduated Chūnin this year. To be fair, Asuma believed that Mu Yue might not possess the strength of a Chūnin, yet his teaching ability far surpassed that of his Chūnin instructor. Each weekend spent training with Mu Yue left Asuma feeling significantly enriched. Spending a month learning from Mu Yue would undoubtedly yield greater benefits than their usual training. Kakashi, let us engage in a contest brimming with youth and fervor, exclaimed Might Guy. I understand the reasoning, but could you refrain from barging in while I'm bathing next time? Kakashi replied, lying in the bathtub, utterly perplexed by Guy's sudden appearance. He was quite exasperated. Why did Might Guy appear at such an inopportune moment? It was because he had been training during the day, hence his arrival at this hour, as he explained. Could you perhaps step outside first? Kakashi remarked, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by Might Guy's stationary explanation. It seemed that among his few friends, only Rin Noara was a semblance of normalcy. Eventually, Might Guy stepped outside, glancing back curiously at the door, which prompted Kakashi to throw a bottle at him in frustration. Next time, I shall definitely set a trap at the bathroom door, Kakashi warned, fresh from his bath. Ignoring Kakashi's words, Might Guy clenched his fists enthusiastically and exclaimed, Kakashi, let us engage in another fervent battle with all our might. This time, my strength is unlike before, and carelessness will lead to defeat. Let us head to the courtyard. I hope your strength is as formidable as your boasts. Kakashi replied nonchalantly. This time, I have earned the top rank in the Ninja Academy. Do not underestimate me. Might Guy declared with a thumbs up and a hearty laugh. Isn't that just a matter of participation to secure first place? Kakashi responded with an air of indifference, having never tasted defeat in the Academy's exams. As they reached the courtyard, their eyes met, and with a mutual nod, the battle commenced. Leaf Great Whirlwind. Might Guy, aware of Kakashi's formidable prowess, initiated the combat with a swift kick, employing the newly learned chakra burst technique. Although he had yet to master the body flicker technique, he was able to utilize its principles to enhance his speed. Such speed. Kakashi was taken aback by Might Guy's astonishing velocity. Unable to evade in time, he raised his arm to absorb the impact of the kick, staggering back a few steps. Unrelenting, Might Guy charged forward again, aiming to maintain an aggressive rhythm to prevent Kakashi from executing any ninjutsu. However, Kakashi was no Obito. Might Guy was astonished to find that he was not gaining the upper hand in their physical confrontation and was gradually falling behind. Leaf Whirlwind. Kakashi, regaining his footing, countered with a whirlwind kick that sent Might Guy flying. In an instant, he utilized a body flicker technique to position a kunai at Might Guy's throat. Kakashi, your Leaf Whirlwind seems somewhat amiss, Might Guy remarked candidly. Winning the battle is all that matters, Kakashi replied, putting away the kunai. Having only observed Guy's technique a few times, how could he possibly replicate it flawlessly? Kakashi merely sought to avenge the intrusion into the bathroom, intending to vex Might Guy a bit. However, he soon discovered that Might Guy showed no signs of distress at being bested in a technique he excelled in. As expected of my rival in pursuit, you are truly formidable, Might Guy proclaimed with pride. In this match, Kakashi had hardly utilized any ninjutsu to secure his victory. Observing Might Guy's expression, Kakashi was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure if one might think Might Guy had won the encounter. Next time I challenge you, I shall be even stronger. With that, Might Guy, ignited by the spirit of competition, bid Kakashi farewell and dashed off to continue his training. Recently, Kai's strength has been growing at an astonishing pace. Kakashi observed the receding figure of Might Guy, pondering the day's events. Guy's performance had genuinely astonished him. That initial kick had left him momentarily bewildered, a feat previously deemed impossible. "Akai, you appear to be in excellent form today," he remarked. On a Sunday morning, Mu Yue arrived at their usual training location, discovering that Guy was already present, diligently squatting with a large boulder. "I believe what you said previously, Teacher Mu Yue, holds great merit. Engaging in earnest combat with formidable opponents truly facilitates the transformation of training results into personal strength. Therefore, last night, Guy recounted his defeat at the hands of Kakashi to Mu Yue. It pleases me greatly that you are taking my words to heart," Mu Yue smiled. "As long as you continue to exert yourself in the time ahead, I am confident that you will surpass your dear friend and ascend to the pinnacle of strength. For you are a diligent genius." The term diligent genius invigorated Guy, as he felt it aptly described him. "With your guidance, Teacher Mu Yue, I am filled with confidence on my path to becoming the strongest," he exclaimed, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Each time he reflected on the changes within himself, he grew increasingly aware of Mu Yue's significance. In truth, after being Mu Yue's disciple for a while, even someone as oblivious as Guy, along with Obito, began to sense something amiss. The power Mu Yue exhibited before them was far beyond what a mere Chūnin instructor ought to possess. Yet, Guy was unconcerned. He felt Mu Yue genuinely cared for his well-being. Whenever the disciples demonstrated significant improvement in their abilities, he sensed that Mu Yue felt even greater joy than they did. He had only observed such enthusiasm in his father. With Teacher Mu Yue's guidance, Guy was certain he would eventually triumph over Kakashi. He held immense confidence in both himself and Mu Yue. Disciple Guy's training task, defeat Kakashi, reward, dependent on task completion and strength growth during the task period, as he beheld the long-awaited training task materialize. Mu Yue nodded inwardly, affirming that his reasoning was indeed correct. He had essentially grasped the triggering mechanism for training tasks. It had been over 2 months since the initial activation of a training task, and through continued exploration, Mu Yue had discerned certain conditions surrounding them. Training tasks primarily hinge on the subjective will of the disciples. Situations like that of Guy and Obito were relatively easy to activate, whereas Shisui posed a challenge. Shisui was too formidable among his peers, facing no pressure and lacking a target to surpass, being the best by default. Mu Yue had once attempted to elicit a training task from Shisui, but had found no success despite extensive efforts. Mu Yue speculated that training tasks might not be able to trigger for long-term, ambitious goals. Otherwise, given Shisui's character, it would not be beyond the realm of possibility to generate a task aimed at altering the Uchiha's plight. It could also be that the trust level was insufficient. Perhaps training tasks could only be activated at a trust level of 3, with new developments emerging at level 4. Although the training tasks could not be completed at present, Mu Yue still placed great importance on Shisui. Perhaps due to Shishui's superior talent and extensive training, his chakra was rapidly increasing. Currently, the chakra he received from his master was the highest, surpassing even that of Obito and Guy combined. Furthermore, Shisui was the only disciple to have triggered a strength growth reward thus far. Mu Yue estimated that Obito and Guy would require more time before they could achieve the same. Not long after, Shisui arrived, ready to begin his training. Seeing that both had gathered, Mu Yue called them together to commence the lesson on the technique of shave. Obito was the last to arrive, and upon witnessing Guy and Shisui engaged in learning the technique, he couldn't suppress his envy. However, the thought of the ticket fee and the difficulty of the physical challenge made him feel a headache. He needed to dodge swiftly while maintaining his speed. As he practiced the transformation of chakra nature, he contemplated how to resolve this dilemma. If he did not address the issues he had encountered previously, even if he attempted the challenge again, he would merely end up with 3 additional test papers. Perhaps he should run in the evenings to enhance his training. It might prove beneficial. Obito believed that strengthening his legs would be advantageous. Stronger legs would not only allow for swifter running, but would also make him less prone to fatigue when utilizing chakra. With the esteemed Sarutobi Hiruzen, the 3rd Hokage, overseeing matters, the summer training camp was swiftly organized. For the 4th grade students, barring exceptional circumstances, all were to return to school for special training, while outstanding students from other grades could decline the invitation. The primary focus of this training was not on the graduating genin of this year or the excellent students from other grades, but on the 4th grade students who were soon to graduate. The ninja school dispatched teachers to inform parents directly. Mu Yue believed that, in this harsh ninja world, it was unlikely for any parent to wish for their child to be less powerful, regardless of how gloriously ninjas were portrayed in the textbooks of Konohagakure. The profession was ultimately fraught with peril. The news of the disappearance of the 3rd Kazekage had already spread throughout Konoha. and anyone with even a modicum of understanding of the current ninja world situation recognized that a great conflict was inevitable. Given the previous tensions between Kumo and Konoha, it was highly probable that Konoha could not remain uninvolved. The selection of outstanding students from each grade was determined by Mu Yue, who chose 8 students per year, instructing the teachers to select based on practical combat scores. Due to the dominance of his first-year class, 4 students were chosen from Mu Yue's class: Shisui, Hongdo, Gang Zitai, and Xinyu Chuyun. As for Hongdo, she was bewildered when the teacher informed her that she would need to undergo another month of summer training. She had barely enjoyed a week of vacation before being told to return to school. Fortunately, this summer training focused solely on practical combat, without theoretical classes, and was taught by her favorite teacher, Mu Yue. The outstanding students generally did not refuse. Conversely, very few of the graduating genin applied for the training, with only a handful expressing interest. Mu Yue understood their hesitance compared to the genin teachers at the ninja school. Most would naturally place more trust in their instructors from after graduation. Having a suspicious superior can be quite a predicament. Due to this summer training program, Mu Yue had even conducted a special report to recount the events surrounding the training to Danzō. After all, this was no trivial matter. It marked the first summer training session held by the Ninja Academy, with notifications sent out even to this year's graduating genin. Danzō seemed to believe that Mu Yue had accomplished his tasks admirably, and in his response, he bestowed upon Mu Yue a rare medicinal elixir for training as a reward. In his correspondence, Danzō urged Mu Yue to strive for excellence, hoping that the third Hokage would directly promote him to special jonin, alongside some rather insipid motivational platitudes. Mu Yue could only surmise that the original owner of this body might have felt a pang of inspiration, but he himself would only grow to despise Danzō further. He was even reluctant to use the medicinal elixir, for it was a gift from Danzō. What could it possibly feel like to teach over 300 students? Under the scrutiny of more than 200 gazes, each filled with curiosity, expectation, and doubt, Mu Yue had reason to believe that an introverted individual might find it exceedingly difficult to speak under such intense observation. However, Mu Yue was no ordinary person. The greater the number of students, the more exhilarated and delighted he became. Hello, everyone. I am Mu Yue, the instructor responsible for this summer training program. Mu Yue revealed a gentle smile as he introduced himself. Though he was somewhat well known within the academy and had even taught some of the classes represented in the room, he did not assume that everyone was familiar with his visage, hence the necessity of his introduction. Mu Yue-sensei. A few students who were more acquainted with him greeted him enthusiastically. Mu Yue responded with a smile and continued. I understand that many of you may have questions in your minds, such as why we are conducting a summer training program after the school break and what its purpose is. I can state unequivocally that this training has but one objective: to enhance the abilities of the participating students so that they may become more competent ninjas in the future. He refrained from uttering harsher realities, such as the potential crises of war that might arise. After all, a great war had yet to formally erupt. Even the most crisis-aware ninjas of Konoha would likely not anticipate that the village would gradually transform into the epicenter of conflict, besieged by the 4 great ninja villages. What form will this training take? Surely, we cannot engage in the same exercises as the elite ninjas. The abilities of formal ninjas and students are not on the same level, inquired Inuzuka Rado, who had been brought over by Asuma. Rado felt somewhat deceived. How could a Chūnin instructor possibly be as formidable as Asuma claimed? I have made arrangements for that, but do not underestimate the students of the Ninja Academy. Mu Yue did not answer Rado's question directly. Instead, he called forth Shisui. This is Uchiha Shisui, one of the students in my class, currently a first year. You may engage in a sparring match with him to assess the capabilities of our academy students, Mu Yue said with a smile, having anticipated such inquiries long before. The lower-ranked ninjas, having encountered a wider array of shinobi and received guidance from higher-ranking ones, approached the students of the Ninja Academy and their Chūnin instructors with a different mindset. In the ninja world, the strong are revered, hence. Mu Yue's solution was rather brutal. If one deems the academy's students inadequate, then let them engage in combat to see if they can prevail. Observing Shisui emerge with an air of composure, Asuma felt an uncontrollable twitch in his eyelids, recalling the scene from 2 months prior where he had been thoroughly defeated. That moment, when he, a mere graduate of the lower ranks, had been bested by a first-year student, was indelibly etched in his memory. How could I possibly endure this? It's just a first-year student, Asuma muttered quietly to the budding ninja, Ling Tong. He was eager to witness the incredulous expression on Ling Tong's face upon his inevitable defeat. Such agony should not be borne alone. Isn't this a bit excessive? After all, it is merely a first-year student, Yuhi Kurinai remarked softly, sensing the moral ambiguity in the situation. Then I shall observe as a senior graduate to ascertain whether the level of the academy's students has declined, Ling Tong declared as he stepped forward. Mu Yue had summoned a fourth-year student, which was acceptable, but to pit him against a first-year felt like an affront. Fueled by Asuma's provocations, Ling Tong could no longer restrain himself. The other students quickly retreated, clearing ample space for the two to engage in combat. If you find it unbearable, simply concede. If you inadvertently sustain an injury, do not blame me, Ling Tong warned as he retrieved some kunai from his ninja tool pouch. Thank you for the warning, senior. I shall not overexert myself, Shisui replied with polite gratitude. Observing Shishui's respectful demeanor towards his seniors, Ling Tong resolved to make the defeat appear somewhat gracious, avoiding excessive humiliation. Obito covered his face, unable to bear the impending brutality of the confrontation. He knew Ling Tong well and understood the disparity in their abilities. Indeed, Ling Tong could likely best even Obito himself, making it implausible for him to be a match for Shisui. This battle was destined to be a one-sided affair. Yet the one to be humiliated would not be the first-year Shisui, but rather the already graduated Ling Tong. Shisui, give it your all and defeat that arrogant individual who looks down upon students. Akane cheered as she positioned herself at the forefront to support Shisui. Steel and Kamizuki Izumi joined her, rallying behind Shisui as well. Uchiha Shisui, wasn't he the prodigious first-year student known for achieving perfect scores across the board? The fourth-year students had indeed heard of Shishui's remarkable reputation. Regardless of his talent, it was simply inconceivable for a first-year to triumph over a certified lower-ranked ninja. While the students wished for Shishui's victory, the majority held reservations about his chances, as it was exceedingly rare for a first-year to conquer a formal lower-ranked ninja. Begin. Mu Yue, acting as the temporary referee, announced once the two were prepared. It's time, Ling Tong warned as he dashed towards Shisui wielding his kunai. Shisui, unfazed, retrieved his own kunai from his pouch, initiating a direct clash. The sounds of clashing kunai echoed, as Shisui calmly parried Ling Tong's fervent assaults with poise. The sensation of being outmatched felt rather unsettling. Was this power, this speed, this reaction truly that of a first-year student? With determination, he swiftly distanced himself, forming hand seals to execute the clone technique, creating 5 shadow clones in an attempt to disrupt Shisui. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Calmly, Shisui performed his own hand seals and unleashed a towering fireball that soared 3 meters high. Who among us is the true student of the Ninja Academy? As the enormous fireball hurtled towards him, he glanced at his intangible clones and felt his mind momentarily falter. Fortunately, the fireball wasn't traveling at great speed, and after regaining his composure, he sprinted with all his might, narrowly escaping the blast radius. Just as he relished his fortunate escape, a kunai unexpectedly emerged from behind, pressing against his neck. Feeling the chilling edge of the kunai, he realized that Shisui had stealthily appeared beside him. I concede. I should not have underestimated the students of the Ninja Academy. Acknowledging his defeat, he recognized that had Shisui been his enemy, he would have met his demise. Senpai. I yield, Shisui humbly stated as he sheathed the kunai. He possessed the capability to eliminate him instantaneously, yet given the performance of his opponent, Shisui had opted to show leniency, not wishing to embarrass him further. He still held back. That fireball was less formidable than the one he used against me. Asuma mused internally. Senpai, do you harbor a grudge against him? You seem quite pleased, Gongzi remarked, noticing someone nearby who appeared particularly joyful. Initially believing it to be shared camaraderie among fellow Ninja Academy students, he was taken aback to discover the individual bore a forehead protector, leaving him perplexed. No, I merely recalled something amusing, Asuma replied, feigning ignorance. Feeling dejected, the young ninja returned to his team, not so much resentful of his loss. For he recognized Shisui's undeniable strength, he simply felt stifled by the manner of his defeat, having been bested so decisively by a mere first-year student. The prowess of Uchiha Shisui was formidable, having vanquished even a formally recognized genin. Even a peer of Kakashi's age might not have fared better. Yet, there lingered the possibility that his opponent was exceptional. Overhearing the discussions among the Ninja Academy students regarding him intensified his embarrassment. Upon returning, he immediately noticed the uncontainable smile on Asuma's face. Asuma, do you know something? He inquired suspiciously. Upon reflection, he sensed that something was amiss. Earlier, Asuma had mentioned that Mu Yue was his tutor, leading him to suspect that Asuma was aware of a prodigy named Uchiha Shisui in Mu Yue's class. What do you mean by know something? Asuma feigned ignorance. How was I to know that first-year student would be so formidable, dispatching you in just a few moves? Hearing Asuma's words felt like another arrow had struck him. The embarrassment of having been bested by a first-year student was palpable. Everyone, please quiet down. Mu Yue pressed his palm downwards, signaling the crowd to cease their discussions. Here, we have students from the 1st to the 4th grade, as well as graduated lower ninjas. All of you are comrades from the same village, and I hope you can coexist harmoniously. Shortly, I will conduct a strength assessment followed by group training, which will consist of 3 groups, A, B, and C, each receiving distinct specialized training. Mu Yue addressed the previously raised questions, acknowledging the diverse range of students, including graduates, which necessitated a segmented teaching approach. Since they were all in the same training ground, he could easily transition between groups, utilizing shadow clones to effectively teach as though he had 3 students. The strength assessment was quite straightforward. Students were to showcase their fundamental ninja skills, including ninjutsu, taijutsu, and shuriken throwing, after which the instructors would assign scores. Mu Yue called over several teachers, and within a single class period, he managed to evaluate over 300 students and categorize them accordingly. Group A was designated for those at the level of lower ninjas, comprising graduates and outstanding students from the Ninja Academy, focusing on specialized training in chakra control, physical fitness, and taijutsu, as well as body flicker technique. Group B was composed of the Academy's exemplary students, with training concentrated on body replacement technique, chakra control, and physical fitness. Group C, representing the average students, had a training regimen similar to Group B, albeit at a more elementary level and with a reduced training volume. Mu Yue glanced at the list for Group A and immediately recognized many familiar names: Obito, Shizun, Guy, and others such as Asuma, Kurinai Yuhi, and Hinata Hyuga. Those qualifying for Group A, aside from Shizun, were predominantly either lower ninjas or 4th grade students ranked accordingly. In Group B, he recognized only 3 acquaintances: Ebisu, Tsukikich, and Lin Noera. Ebisu felt somewhat out of place. Despite his commendable skills compared to others in Group B, he fell slightly short of those in Group A. Tsukikich was just beginning his 3rd year. In contrast, the trio of Akihiko, Tetsu, and Shinkai found themselves assigned to Group C, as the definition of outstanding average was judged according to 4th grade standards. Although they could harness lightning in their 1st year, they were deemed ordinary by 4th grade metrics. Mu Yue first approached the area designated for Group A, stating, "Those who have completed both water walking and tree climbing training, stand to the right. Those who have only completed tree climbing, stand to the left. Those who have not completed either, stand in the middle." Most students gravitated towards the left. A few stood on the right, and only a handful occupied the middle ground. He then instructed those on the left to attempt tree climbing while those on the right practiced water walking. Observing the training students, Mu Yue gained a clearer understanding of Group A's chakra control levels. Obito, Asuma, Shizun, and Guy no longer needed to practice water walking, whereas the others still required further training. "You have not completed the training. You have merely grasped a fraction of it," Mu Yue remarked to a student struggling with tree climbing. He then called upon Obito to demonstrate what truly constituted the completion of the tree climbing and water walking training. Obito dashed directly toward the towering tree, his feet firmly gripping the branches, executing a flawless 360-degree spin several times, his saw steadfastly adhering to the bark. Following this, he showcased his remarkable prowess by performing the water dragon bullet technique, gallivanting freely across the surface of the water amidst the chaotic conditions. Only upon reaching such a level could one claim to have completed their training, Mu Yue remarked, pointing at Obito. "At present, only Asuma, Shizun, and a few others among you can achieve this degree of mastery." Renzo, ever skeptical, decided to challenge himself, but after merely 3 minutes, he found himself gasping for water. Can Asuma really do it? Renzo pondered, feeling that Mu Yue might have overestimated Asuma's capabilities. "Don't underestimate me, Renzo. My chakra control is exceptionally strong," Asuma retorted, sensing his friend's disbelief. Upon witnessing this, Renzo couldn't shake the feeling that Asuma had secretly grown stronger. "Asuma, you seem to have improved significantly," Yuhi Kurinai remarked candidly. "Haha, it's nothing extraordinary, just basic skills," Asuma replied, his lips curling into a smile at the compliment from Kurinai. He felt that the water he had consumed during Mu Yue's training was not in vain. Chakra control is an essential skill for ninjas. I hope that in 2 weeks, All of you will be able to stand on the right side, Mu Yue instructed after demonstrating several times for Group A. Next, Mu Yue turned to Group B and posed the same question. However, the situation was markedly different. Only Ebisu stood on the right side, while most were positioned in the middle and a few on the left. Mu Yue requested them to demonstrate their chakra control levels, which paled in comparison to Group A. Aside from Ebisu, Mu Yue assigned climbing exercises to the rest, while Ebisu continued practicing water treading. As for Group C, Mu Yue did not pose any questions, but instead commenced teaching them physical techniques. The training regimen for Group C consisted of physical conditioning and practice in the morning, followed by the training of the three-body technique in the afternoon. Once these two areas reached a sufficient level, they could then proceed to chakra control exercises. Mu Yue left a shadow clone with each group, while his main body moved between the three, correcting any missteps in training with demonstrations. Before long, the morning session concluded, and Mu Yue announced the end of class, signaling the start of the lunch break. Concluding a major class, processing results. Evaluation, B. Reward, Chakra 4-0. Completion of the large class for the first time. Reward, strengthening scroll for appraisal technique. Mu Yue was not particularly surprised by the B rating. It was his first experience teaching such a large group, and his inexperience resulted in several shortcomings. The time spent on testing and group formation detracted from the actual teaching. However, he was quite pleased with the rewards from the large class. Notably, the rewards for a large class are double that of regular teaching for the same rating. A B rating in regular teaching yields only 20 points of chakra. At first glance, teaching 40 students seems equivalent to 20 points, while 300 would only yield 40 points, which appears somewhat disadvantageous. Nevertheless, Mu Yue understood that he could not conduct two regular classes simultaneously, thus making the large class an enhancement of his potential, while the rewards from the large class merely satisfied him. The achievement reward for completing it for the first time brought him genuine delight. He had long felt that the appraisal technique was lacking, as it revealed too little. He pondered what heights it could reach after enhancement. After using the strengthening scroll, Mu Yue hurried to Lin's side and performed an appraisal on Obito. Name: Uchiha Obito, Chakra 750, Potential S, Basic Talent 6 Paths, Bloodline, Space-Time Ability, Skills: Fireball Technique, Beginner 100-500, Great Fireball Technique, Beginner 35-500. Fire Release, Chakra Nature Transformation, Beginner 25-500. Evaluation: a somewhat capable but not particularly astute genin. The information became significantly clearer. Mu Yue nodded to himself as he observed Obito's panel through the enhanced appraisal technique. The upgraded appraisal was vastly superior to the previous version. It not only detailed the components of potential but also displayed all skills and their proficiency levels, providing him a more intuitive view of his disciple's growth. Mu Yue even considered that the enhanced appraisal might play a substantial role in combat, as intelligence is crucial in a ninja's battle. Subsequently, Mu Yue applied the appraisal technique on Guy and Shisui. Name: Uchiha Shisui, Chakra 800, Skills: Fireball Technique, Beginner 230-500, Great Fireball Technique, Beginner 140-500. Fire Release, Chakra Nature Transformation, Beginner 7500, Body Flicker Technique, Not Yet Mastered 60-100. Potential SS, Basic Talent 6 Paths, Bloodline. Name: Guy, Chakra 680, Skills: Leaf Whirlwind, Beginner 300-500, Leaf Great Whirlwind, Beginner 260-500. Body Flicker Technique, Not Yet Mastered 36-100. Potential S, Basic Talent Willpower. The ability to see proficiency levels and skills still under learning was particularly gratifying for Mu Yue. After thoroughly examining the appraisals, he was now able to ascertain the mechanics of potential evaluation. The innate talents refer to the fundamental abilities of a ninja, such as physical prowess and illusion techniques. The extraordinary can enhance the evaluation of potential, while special talents like space-time manipulation can also elevate this assessment, alongside the advantages bestowed by the 6 Paths bloodline. Mu Yue finds the skill proficiency display quite intriguing. Although the starting data is merely 500 points, the difficulty of enhancing proficiency varies with the complexity of the ninjutsu. For instance, the relatively simple Leaf Whirlwind technique sees rapid growth and proficiency, whereas the advanced Fire Release, Great Fireball, is much more challenging to master. And the more complex Nature Transformation training proves to be even more arduous. After observing his students, Mu Yue opened his own panel, curious about the details of his skills. Name: Mu Yue. Skills: Fire Release Chakra Nature Transformation. Proficiency, 7,545 15,000. Water Release Chakra Nature Transformation. Proficiency, 7,500 15,000. Fire Release. Head Hardening. Proficiency, 0 15,000. Leaf Dragon God. Proficiency, 0 15,000. Mu Yue was somewhat astonished. All the rewards were proficiency level grants from the system, yet the disparity in proficiency was considerable. The nature transformation of chakra appeared to be somewhat unique, starting with half the proficiency at that level. He had practiced the fire release chakra nature transformation while teaching his students, which accounted for a slight increase. Otherwise, it too would have been at 7,005. As for head hardening and leaf dragon god, Mu Yue had yet to utilize them, so he was not surprised. After a 1-hour lunch break, training resumed at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Thanks to the groundwork laid in the morning, the afternoon's instruction proceeded much more smoothly. Whether guiding students in chakra control or teaching the body flicker technique, Mu Yue possessed commendable experience. His successes in teaching chakra control were drawn from his work with Obito and Asuma, while his mastery of the body flicker technique came from a proficiency-level understanding and teaching skills. It was no wonder that despite his brief tenure at the school, he had garnered such popularity. He indeed possessed significant capability. As Mu Yue explained the intricacies of transformation techniques, Ugetsu Shien reflected on the contrast between her class's ninjutsu instructor and Mu Yue, feeling that her teacher paled in comparison. Mu Yue's explanations were far more detailed and comprehensible, creating a delightful classroom atmosphere. His interactions with the students were not only fluid but also exuded a refreshing comfort. If one were to liken teaching to cooking, an average Chūnin instructor would merely inform the students of the main ingredients and demonstrate a quick stir-fry. In contrast, Mu Yue shared the main dish, supplementary ingredients, and various seasonings, all while cooking and advising the students on how to enhance the flavors and identify potential pitfalls in their preparations. Mu Yue endeavored to attend to the majority of students in the class, hardly pausing throughout the afternoon. Even when no one approached him with questions, he proactively identified and corrected students' mistakes. By the end of the day, Mu Yue could only be thankful for his robust abilities as a ninja. A regular person attempting such an endeavor would likely be exhausted and hoarse from the strain. As the clock struck 5:30 in the afternoon, Mu Yue announced the dismissal of the students. With a sense of satisfaction, he observed the system's rewards, Chakra 40. Although he felt fatigued, it was akin to a double experience boost in a game, making the effort worthwhile. Supported by the summer training program, even though it was a holiday, the actual benefits surpassed those of regular classes. He informed the students that the training would resume at 7:30 the following morning in the same training ground. His special training plan involved sessions starting at 7:30 and concluding at 12, with a half-hour break in between. The afternoon session would run from 1 o'clock to 5:30, also featuring a half-hour rest. "Teacher Mu Yue, are we still going to the forest?" After others had left, Obito inquired. "We can go home for dinner first," Mu Yue replied. With a larger group for special training, there were certain aspects he found challenging to teach, thus allowing them to exercise normally. I thought that after special training, I wouldn't have to practice with you anymore," Obito remarked, slightly confused. "What do you mean? Do you not want to learn through challenges?" Mu Yue lightly tapped Obito's head with his finger. "I don't want to learn, but I'm just feeling a bit tired," Obito admitted honestly. Unlike Shisui and Guy, he rarely practiced all day, except on weekends, so he was unaccustomed to this rigorous training pace. "If you feel exhausted, you can take a break. Just focus on learning the material I teach," Mu Yue explained with a smile. While he had to consider various factors when training all his students, he felt less constrained when it came to his disciples. "I will definitely study hard. Goodbye, Teacher Mu Yue." Obito chuckled and waved farewell, heading home for dinner. Even without Mu Yue's explanation, he would have gone to train afterward, as he was quite perceptive of those who treated him well. After bidding farewell to his students, Mu Yue returned to his home in the main city. Each evening, he diligently studied the sealing techniques provided by Kushina, attempting to solve issues independently, only consulting Minato or Kushina when he encountered truly perplexing problems. In recent days, he had refrained from discussing sealing techniques with them, accumulating a few questions to address during dinner. After finishing his meal, Mu Yue smoothly transitioned the conversation to his studies in sealing techniques, posing his inquiries. Naturally, the novice questions posed by Mu Yue posed no challenge to Minato and Kushina, who quickly provided him with the answers he sought. "By the way, Mu Yue, if you have time, could you demonstrate that squirrel sweetfish dish again? When we tried it, it turned out completely different from yours. It was so difficult." Kushina seized the opportunity to ask. "That will have to wait until 4 days from now." I'm currently assisting my students with their summer training, and I want to be available from Monday to Friday, Mu Yue explained. Today being Tuesday. With the day nearly over, there were still 3 days until Saturday. That's fine. Just teach us when you have time on Saturday, Kushina expressed her understanding. Summer training? Has the ninja school ceased to have summer vacations? Minato's focus lies elsewhere. Not quite. It is due to my previous visit to the third Hokage's residence. Mu Yue recounted the sequence of events to Minato and Kushina. This matter is not particularly confidential, and sharing it is indeed preferable. Conducting specialized training for graduating students is, without a doubt, an excellent method to enhance the abilities of newly minted genin. Minato nodded in agreement. Given the current chaotic state of the ninja world, although warfare may not necessitate freshly graduated genin on the battlefield, it is undoubtedly beneficial for them to be stronger and to expedite their transformation into qualified ninjas. This also indicates that the third Hokage holds you in high esteem, entrusting you with such an important responsibility, Minato remarked with a gentle smile. It seems that in a month's time, we shall be addressing you as Jonin, Mu Yue, joked Kushina. Previously, she had contemplated that if Mu Yue diligently practiced sealing techniques, he might achieve the rank of special Jonin through that skill. However, Mu Yue has proven to be even more exceptional than she anticipated, capable of attaining the rank of special Jonin through his teaching prowess. I must produce results satisfactory to the third Hokage to earn that promotion. I cannot guarantee success. Even if I do succeed, I would not compare to the likes of Minato and Kushina, who are formally recognized Jonin, Mu Yue humbly stated. As for the position of special Jonin, it must be noted that while some may possess practical abilities akin to those of Jonin, most special Jonin are merely relatively strong Chūnin with unique abilities. For instance, should Mu Yue become a special Jonin following his specialized training, his profile would undoubtedly indicate his talent in education. However, the requirements for Jonin in Konoha are stringent. Even special Jonin are considered to occupy a mid-high tier within the village, granting them eligibility to participate in Jonin meetings. Regardless of the title, Jonin are certainly superior to Chūnin, and should one meet the criteria, further advancement remains a possibility. Kushina's words, though blunt, hold truth. After addressing the sealing techniques, Mu Yue engaged in casual conversation with Minato and Kushina before heading to the southern forest. Upon his arrival, Shisui and Guy were already present, engaged in training. Come over, let me explain to you both the chakra explosion techniques related to body flicker. Mu Yue beckoned to them. For the time being, he would focus on teaching this physical technique until they grasped it before moving on to other ninjutsu and taijutsu. Shisui could learn some additional fire release techniques to enhance his offensive capabilities, while Mu Yue intended to teach Guy the breath of the stone. Firstly, the breath of the stone is of considerable difficulty. Within the original work of Demon Slayer, it stands as the most challenging of the foundational breathing techniques. And the earlier one begins to learn and practice, the better. Secondly, breathing techniques offer substantial physical conditioning benefits, allowing Guy to improve his physique significantly. Both Guy and Shisui promptly halted their training and swiftly approached Mu Yue. After 10 minutes of instruction, Obito arrived. Observing Guy and Shisui practicing body flicker with a hint of envy, he began training under Mu Yue's shadow clone, focusing on nature transformation. During the day, he had primarily concentrated on enhancing his physical prowess, surpassing his previous training volume. A rigorous week of training, and then I shall challenge the taijutsu test once more. Obito contemplated. He hesitated to take on the challenge recklessly, for a defeat would mean losing 3 precious papers. The following day, in pursuit of completing the physical challenge, Obito and Guy donned weighted gear and began to fervently run laps around the training field, resting only when utterly fatigued, before resuming their vigorous exercises. Was Obito always this dedicated to his training? Observing Obito's relentless efforts while he himself rested, Asuma found it increasingly difficult to remain idle. Given his status as a frontrunner, Asuma had adopted a more relaxed approach. Ninjutsu had set the expectation for them to master water walking and tree climbing within 2 weeks. Yet he had already accomplished these tasks prior to the special training. Even if he were to do nothing for the next fortnight, he would still meet the requirements. However, witnessing Obito's industriousness, Asuma felt a surge of unease. He glanced over at Shisui, who was diligently practicing fire release techniques, and realized that if Team A were to undergo a practical examination, not only would he fail to secure the first position, but he might even struggle to maintain second place. The tenacity of his peers in training was astonishing. It seemed as if taking a moment's rest would incur a grave loss. Ultimately, Asuma stood up, dusted himself off, and resumed his own fire release training. With a prodigious talent like Shisui among them, It was understandable that first place was out of reach, but he could not afford to be outperformed by Obito. Falling behind Shisui, and then Obito would lead to further humiliation among his fellow students. He couldn't bear the thought of losing face. During a break, Gongzi Tai voiced his sentiments, expressing that their technique appeared to be no more advanced than a standard clone technique. Indeed, whether transforming into a monster or impersonating another, there seemed to be little distinction when facing a skilled opponent, as Kamizuki Izumi concurred. They had observed 2 battles between Akane and Shisui, from class-level skirmishes to those across grades. From their perspective, Akane had performed admirably, successfully creating a clone that mimicked Shisui before attempting to employ a deceptive technique. Despite this, Akane had ultimately failed to deceive Shisui, who easily triumphed. I believe we must adhere to my strategy, instantaneously creating enough attention-grabbing clones to seize the opportunity to strike. Kamizuki Izumi asserted, confident that his approach was valid, though he acknowledged that the transformed creatures lacked a fearsome presence. But Izumi, you couldn't even defeat Akane, Gongzi Tai countered. Yet I managed to defeat you, Izumi retorted, reminding him of their previous encounter. If you can best Shisui, I shall concede your strategy is sound, Gongzi Tai suggested, attempting to shift the conversation back to Shisui. However, Izumi saw through Tai's intentions and smirked. As long as I have bested you, that suffices. You were thoroughly outmatched by Akane, and I triumphed over you. Gongzi Tai felt his composure falter, recalling that final examination as a significant failure in his life. You two truly grasp nothing, remarked Ebisu, who happened to overhear their exchange, adjusting his sunglasses with a look of disdain. To squander such a brilliant idea on mere transformations is utterly wasteful. And you are. Gongzi Tai scratched his head in confusion. He appears to be a senior from Group B, Shingetsu Izumi remarked softly. Due to Ebisu's sunglasses, Shingetsu Izumi retained a certain impression of Ebisu. Senior. Since you are aware that we lack understanding, would you kindly enlighten us? Gongzi Tai suggested, believing that collective brainstorming would be beneficial. As he spoke, Gongzi Tai produced a packet of chips and handed them to Ebisu. After glancing around and ensuring there were no individuals in close proximity, Ebisu accepted the chips. He took a seat and gestured for Shingetsu Izumi and Gongzi Tai to draw nearer. Your thought process is commendable. The essence of the shadow clone technique lies in distracting the enemy, yet you should not aspire to transform into a monster, Ebisu advised Shingetsu Izumi. Rather than morphing into a beast, it would be more effective to create. Ebisu's voice trailed off to a whisper, causing Shingetsu Izumi and Gongzi Tai's eyes to widen in astonishment. Senior, are you perhaps a genius? Gongzi Tai exclaimed, genuinely impressed. He envisioned the seductive technique Ebisu described and felt certain he would succumb to such a lure. What man could resist? I believe this technique holds immense potential. Shingetsu Izumi stated eagerly, longing to develop the concept proposed by Ebisu. Ahem, if you do implement it, please do not attribute it to my ideas, Ebisu cautioned. Casting furtive glances around, Gongzi Tai nodded in acknowledgement and then inquired, Senior, what is your name? I am Gongzi Tai. I am Shingetsu Izumi. Came the introduction from Shingetsu Izumi. Ebisu, replied Ebisu, standing and departing without looking back. Gongzi Tai and Shingetsu Izumi silently noted the names, their gazes reflecting respect. This was a profound impartation of knowledge. Today, Ebisu had indeed opened a portal to a new world for them. As afternoon dismissal approached, Mu Yue halted the training and gathered everyone together. Starting this week, there will be a strength assessment every week and a practical test every 2 weeks. Those who perform exceptionally will advance to higher groups for training, Mu Yue announced regarding the upcoming special training examinations. Ultimately, Mu Yue could not resist the temptation to test whether the system could be exploited. Exceptional performance in student assessments would yield rewards. Although he held little authority at the ninja school and could not influence the frequency of tests, he was fully responsible for this summer training and could design the assessments as he saw fit. Despite having previously doubted the feasibility of this approach, he felt compelled to give it a try, as there were no repercussions for failure, but a substantial gain if successful. Is there a distinction between the two? Akadama inquired. The strength assessment does not necessitate combat. Rather, it evaluates your mastery of ninjutsu, taijutsu, and other skills through examination. Conversely, the practical test involves group members engaging in combat based on the ninja school's practical examination format, Mu Yue clarified. With this explanation, Akadama grasped the difference. The strength assessment resembled the grouping test from yesterday, while the practical test entailed actual fighting. Once Mu Yue concluded the arrangements, class time had expired. He wasted no time and promptly announced dismissal. In the days that followed, Mu Yue continued his routine, dining in the central city before proceeding to the southern forest to instruct his disciples. However, once his students departed, he chose not to return to the central city, but instead delved deeper into his own cultivation. As he gazed at the softly glowing chakra orb in his palm, alongside the skill bar indicating his initiation into the spiral sphere, a sense of satisfaction washed over him. Although he was aware of the training process for the spiral sphere and the advanced chakra transformations required, he had devoted insufficient time to its practice, which explained his delayed progress. Balancing his responsibilities of teaching and attending classes, along with his studies in sealing techniques, and recently incorporating a breathing method for physical enhancement, he had only begun to explore the spiral sphere after fulfilling all his obligations. The reason for his lack of emphasis on the spiral sphere was primarily due to its limited contribution to his current strength. The spiral sphere, though appearing as a mere palm-sized chakra orb, demanded an extensive amount of chakra as it was highly compressed. For him at this stage, the benefits of utilizing the spiral sphere paled in comparison to other advanced ninjutsu. His primary motivation for developing the spiral sphere was to assist his friend Minato in its future creation, thereby incurring a debt of gratitude. The spiral sphere drew inspiration from the tailed beast ball, and it was improbable that Kushina would employ the tailed beast ball against Minato. Considering the temporal factors, it was likely that Minato would only gain inspiration during the Third Shinobi World War upon encountering a tailed beast on the battlefield. Thus, as of now, it was reasonable to assume that Minato had yet to complete the development of the spiral sphere. Before achieving invincible strength, Mu Yue aspired for his circle of friends to expand. Furthermore, while the spiral sphere may seem irrelevant at present, it did not imply it would lack utility in the future. As his chakra reserves grew and he mastered Sage Mode, he would be capable of producing spiral shuriken, exploring various nature transformations of the spiral sphere, or even utilizing it to reward his students. The chakra required for tree climbing was exceptionally nuanced. By discovering a fixed sensation and maintaining it, one could remain adhered to the tree. Water, being fluid, demanded a distinct approach. The experience of climbing trees should not be applied to walking on water. It was imperative to attune to the fluctuations of the water to sustain chakra output. Repetitive practice of hand seals was crucial, as the speed of forming seals could provide a decisive advantage in employing ninjutsu. Throughout the training ground, Mu Yue moved fluidly, offering guidance to various groups. It was now Friday afternoon, and after several days of extensive classes, he had grown accustomed to the rhythm of teaching, becoming increasingly adept at attending to all his students. Mu Yue encouraged his students to engage in dialogue with one another, as sometimes sharing thoughts could spark inspiration that solitary contemplation could not. The summer training format was relatively flexible, contrasting with the rigid structure of theoretical classes where one was confined to their seat. The students gradually adapted to this style of training. Initially, Akane had struggled with the all-day training regimen, but after a few days, she found it manageable. The schedule dictated 2 major classes in the morning and afternoon, with a half-hour break in between. Yet, if one was genuinely fatigued, Mu Yue would not intervene in their need for rest. On Monday afternoon, the inaugural strength test is imminent, and I yearn to ascend to Group B. Shisui has already secured a position in Group A, while I, the second strongest in my grade, languish in Group C. Such a predicament is quite embarrassing. During the break, Hongdo confided her aspirations to her 2 close friends. It is not that her friends lack support, but Steele's candid remark struck a chord. Hongdo, you currently lack the prowess to join Group B. He continued. Having observed the training performance of Brother Ebisu, it is clear he excels by a significant margin. Shinjutsu Izumi nodded in agreement. Many fourth-year students still reside in Group C, and it is indeed fanciful for Hongdo to expect a transition to Group B after merely a few days of intensive training. Who is Ebisu? Hongdo scratched her head, puzzled by the sudden mention of an unfamiliar senior. He is a fourth-year student currently in Group B, immensely talented and a true prodigy, Steele replied. Humph, underestimate me if you will. I shall train rigorously this weekend and show you all my promotion, Hongdo declared, hands on her hips. Steele and Shinjutsu exchanged worried glances. While they jested, they hoped she would not genuinely overexert herself. Just kidding, Hongdo. You are the strongest female student in our first year. This strength test will be a walk in the park for you, they hurriedly reassured her, concerned that if she truly excelled and entered Group B first, it would be more disheartening than failing their own tests. Upon completion of a major class, the evaluation yielded an A grade, along with rewards of Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall and Water Release, Water Prison Technique. Indeed, Double rewards, Mu Yue mused. When he noted that the chakra rewards for B level were doubled, he speculated that A level rewards would yield 2 ninjutsu. In truth, Mu Yue desired the system to grant him 2 identical ninjutsu, thereby accelerating his proficiency in various techniques. Nonetheless, receiving 2 distinct techniques was acceptable. A full day of A evaluations could potentially yield 4 ninjutsu, making the learning process exceptionally efficient. Students would never need to fret about a lack of techniques to study. After class, Mu Yue returned to the main city and confirmed plans with Guy for a detailed lesson on squirrel fish for Saturday. He then returned to the southern forest to continue instructing his disciples. Guy and Shisui were still diligently practicing the body flicker technique. Both had made preliminary progress in its execution, but they had yet to grasp the identification skill. Their proficiency, however, had notably improved. Mu Yue understood that mere usage did not constitute mastery. True understanding was required. For instance, if one could perform the great fireball technique but only produce a fire spark the size of a fist, this clearly did not meet the threshold for mastery. Nonetheless, even without full mastery, the progress made with the body flicker technique brought great joy to Guy. Utilizing the unique chakra manipulation of the technique, he was able to gather chakra in his legs and burst forth, appearing several meters away in the blink of an eye, simultaneously executing a swift kick that severed a large tree. His speed had improved dramatically. He pondered whether Kakashi could even react to such a kick. Guy was exhilarated. Yet he was aware that Kakashi was also adept in the body flicker technique, which spurred him to train with even greater fervor. Under your guidance, disciple Guy diligently honed his abilities, resulting in a notable enhancement and earning the reward of the Spear of Fingers at the proficiency level. Akai also triggered his reward. Only Obito remained. Mu Yue cast a glance at Obito, who was engrossed in training his chakra nature transformation, perhaps stimulated by Guy and Shisui, who were currently learning the body flicker technique. Obito had been particularly dedicated to his training in recent days, consistently running with weights during the intensive training sessions. It was likely that he would soon qualify for an enhancement reward as well. Mu Yue settled his mind and began to recall the knowledge of the Spear of Fingers stored within his memory. This reward was also one of the 6 styles, much like the body flicker technique, and had been localized by the system into a form of physical combat. He found a large stone and, drawing upon his recollections of the training experience for the Spear of Fingers, concentrated a substantial amount of chakra into his index finger, effortlessly leaving several indentations on the stone. It bore a striking resemblance to the third Raikage Hellstab, and he surmised that incorporating lightning attribute chakra into it could significantly amplify its power. After conducting his experiment, Mu Yue arrived at a conclusion. He pondered what reward Obito might trigger. If Obito's reward were also one of the 6 styles, he hoped it would be the Moon Step. In the realm of ninjas, the means to fly are exceedingly rare, and the ability to soar is a tremendous advantage. Although the Moon Step does not constitute true flight, its remarkable height is impressive. After completing his chakra nature transformation training, Obito did not return home to rest. Instead, he inquired if Shisui and Guy wished to join him for a nighttime run. The two readily agreed, and thus the trio embarked on their evening jog. Aha! Obito, have you finally realized that youth lies in exercise? Guy praised, giving Obito a thumbs up, his dazzling white teeth gleaming brightly in the night. What youth are you talking about? I merely wish to learn the body flicker technique through physical training, Obito replied, a vein throbbing on his forehead as he stared at Guy. Each time he observed the two practicing the body flicker technique together while he toiled alone on chakra nature transformation, he felt a profound sense of discomfort. It was akin to sharing a dormitory where your roommates had completed their assignments and were engaged in gaming, while you remained solitary, still grappling with your work. Keep it up, Teacher Mu Yue must be eager for you to complete the challenge, Shisui encouraged. He sensed that Mu Yue was not unwilling to teach Obito. Rather, he was laying the groundwork for teaching him the body flicker technique. Yes, I shall attempt the challenge again on Sunday. Upon hearing Shisui's words, Obito felt even more invigorated. Isn't it just 100 questions? It cannot possibly hinder the progress of Uchiha Obito. On Saturday morning, having arranged a detailed teaching session on squirrel fish with Minato and Kushina, Mu Yue dispatched a shadow clone to guide his disciples while he himself was at home in the main district of Konoha, teaching Minato and Kushina the art of cooking. The reason for this arrangement was that the shadow clone lacked the culinary skills necessary for cooking instruction, while the shadow clone could utilize all the ninjutsu Mu Yue mastered. It did not receive any enhancement for skills such as cooking or teaching. Mu Yue placed a fish on the cutting board for Minato and Kushina to observe, explaining as he cut, to prepare the fish, First, make a diagonal cut behind the gills to sever the backbone. Mu Yue severed the fish head and then advised. After cutting off the fish head, make sure to trim the gill cover slightly. This will help it maintain its shape during frying, enhancing its presentation when served. With the experience from her first attempt, Guy made considerable progress, managing to cut through the fish skin after 3 attempts. At this juncture, Mu Yue presented 2 pre-prepared fish for Guy and Minato to practice on. It's no trouble at all, after all. You frequently assist me in resolving my queries regarding sealing techniques, Mu Yue replied with a smile, indicating that they need not be overly concerned. Fortunately, Mu Yue was well prepared, handing another fish to Guy for her to try again. Is it still the water dragon bullet? Obito inquired. Mu Yue-sensei, I am ready. This time, I will definitely succeed. Previously, he had also explained why the reward was not triggered, discussing the reasons behind the absence of teaching rewards when instructing his disciples. The outcome of this lesson was somewhat unexpected for Mu Yue. The reward was rather abstract, manifesting as a recipe, which, if his memory served him correctly, belonged to the culinary show Chinese cooking master. The following morning, Mu Yue cheerfully asked Obito, "Are you prepared?" as he gradually retrieved 3 examination papers from his scroll. Upon seeing the 3 papers in Mu Yue's hands, Obito's expression fell. He simply did not wish to tackle any questions. There is already some clarity. Mu Yue articulated the insights he had gleaned from his first 3 days of training. 1 point deducted. Mu Yue's voice echoed in Obito's ears once more. Minato performed reasonably well. Perhaps fearing to slice through the fish flesh, he made shallower cuts, while Guy managed to pierce through the fish skin directly. The teaching continued, with Mu Yue meticulously elucidating each step, immediately allowing the two to put their learning into practice afterward. 1 point deducted. Mu Yue, you still say we are troublesome. It's no bother, just a simple task. Guy laughed heartily. In the realm of cooking, Guy would readily declare Mu Yue as the strongest, yet when it came to sealing techniques, she believed it would be challenging to find anyone in the ninja world more proficient than herself. However, as Obito glanced over at Guy and Shisui practicing their techniques nearby, recalling their conversation from the previous day sparked his determination. Regarding why the cooking lesson did not yield a reward, Mu Yue surmised that perhaps the timing and depth of instruction were inadequate. Is teaching cooking considered teaching? Can instructing just 2 individuals qualify for a teaching reward? 2 queries instantly sprang to Mu Yue's mind. As Obito completed some warm-up exercises, Mu Yue led him to the challenge area he had set up. After some careful reflection, Mu Yue formed a few hypotheses. Speaking of sealing techniques, how is your 3-finger seal practice coming along? Guy inquired. Obito had arrived quite early, even before Shisui, at the training ground. Yet, he had barely stood for 3 seconds when, before long, he fell directly into the pit Mu Yue had dug. Having surpassed the site of his previous failure, Obito felt a wave of relief wash over him, his face lighting up with a radiant smile. Just as Mu Yue was about to utter something, a notification suddenly appeared on the system. At this moment, the sense of fulfillment within Obito was overflowing. There was no greater satisfaction than overcoming challenges through his arduous training and extraordinary caution, a feeling of accomplishment that was utterly gratifying. The warm voice of Mu Yue reached Obito's ears. "Hala, hooray." Obito could not help but leap up in jubilant cheer, laughing heartily without the worry of losing points or facing 100 questions. After a moment of contemplation, he unearthed a related memory from a distant corner of his mind. Indeed, there was such a matter. I'll return and jot down some insights from my previous practice in sealing techniques, and I'll share them with you once completed. Kushina suggested thoughtfully. Isn't this just treading water? For him now, it seems overly simplistic. Mu Yue nodded in agreement. It is indeed the water dragon bullet. Although the quantity is slightly excessive, the criteria for teaching may not solely depend on the number of students. The abilities of the learners also bear significant weight. Despite having instructed only Minato and Kushina, their prowess was considerable. After all, we are novices. With more practice, our appearance should improve, Minato remarked. As long as I approach it earnestly, this challenge is quite manageable. The second round is called River Surface Sprint. You need to dash from the riverbank to the opposite shore within a designated time without falling into the water, Mu Yue clarified. Having learned from the previous lesson, Obito refrained from glancing back at his shadow clone and remained vigilant for any traps or mechanisms in his vicinity. The cost of carelessness was too steep. Not only would he have to restart the challenge, but he would also face an additional 100 questions. While the former was unpleasant, it was tolerable. The latter was rather daunting. However, during mealtime, Mu Yue's squirrel fish was the first to be devoured. although his own dish was commendable. Mu Yue's was irresistibly fragrant. Obito nodded and surged forward with all his might in the direction indicated by Mu Yue. He promptly evaded traps, no longer daring to laugh, fearing that laughter would cost him the last point, resulting in 3 test papers. Despite following step by step, the final outcome still felt disproportionately distant. Kushina sensed a considerable gap between their creations and Mu Yue's. Haha, this fish is too tender. It cuts so easily. Mu Yue, do you have any firmer fish? Kushina attempted to find a reason in the fish's texture. He immediately added this dish to the menu upon Jiraiya's return. After meticulously inspecting his surroundings, Obito crossed the finish line. If the meat is too tough, would you still eat it? Mu Yue smiled helplessly, cautiously running for quite some time. Obito spotted a shuriken embedded in a wooden stake, adorned with a flag that proclaimed the finish line. He quickly leaped out of the pit and cautiously sprinted forward, no longer daring to be careless. Minato was quite satisfied. He had successfully completed what appeared to be a rather complicated dish. Mu Yue, you've really gone through a lot this time, spending most of the day teaching us how to cook, Minato said with a gentle smile. She was a person who understood the value of gratitude, and having received such earnest and meticulous instruction from Mu Yue, Kushina reciprocated with appreciation. Kushina and Minato each savored a bite of their homemade squirrel fish, both revealing satisfied smiles. Although the appearance was somewhat unrefined, the flavor was undeniably delightful. In the evening, Obito informed Mu Yue that he intended to apply for another taijutsu challenge on Sunday. However, just as he approached the kanai, he was unexpectedly hoisted into the air. He had not anticipated a trap lurking near the finish line. Accustomed to running with weights, Obito felt remarkably light without them, and his speed surged instantly. With a cautious demeanor, he navigated through the traps and arrived at the large pendulum obstacle where Thick Tree swung back and forth menacingly. Reward: magical Mapo tofu. This could be troublesome, Mu Yue thought with satisfaction. Who told you that you could learn the body flicker technique right now? Mu Yue inquired with a hint of confusion. I will create disturbances on the river surface using ninjutsu once we begin, Mu Yue replied with a smile. It counts as completed, though the appearance differs greatly. Since his devastating defeat the previous Saturday, Obito had diligently trained for a week, placing his faith in his hard-won results. Observing Obito's confidence, Mu Yue handed him the entry fee and began preparing the venue. This is the finish line. There are still 2 points to deduct. My cautiousness proves quite effective, Obito declared as he strode towards the kanai with determination. No wonder my attempt looked poor. I had missed this step, Kushina remarked, her expression one of realization. While preparing the fish, Mu Yue cautioned them to control their strength, advising that they should slice through 4/5 of the fish without breaking the skin, or else it would be deemed a failure in presentation. If culinary skills had levels, Minato felt this dish of squirrel fish would be at least a B grade. Yes, you completed the taijutsu challenge, but you have only finished the first stage, the forest sprint. The second stage remains uncompleted, Mu Yue clarified. It was not until around 2 in the afternoon that Mu Yue guided them to create their respective squirrel fish dishes. But didn't you say that after completing the taijutsu challenge, I could learn? Obito asked, puzzled. At last, I can learn the body flicker technique like Shisui and Guy. Without hesitation, Obito dashed forward, effortlessly passing through unharmed due to his incredible speed. That progress is acceptable. The time spent on training should align with my estimates. Kushina nodded in affirmation upon hearing this. However, the teaching pace was slow. By midday, Mu Yue had yet to help Kushina and Minato produce a complete squirrel fish dish, having only nearly finished the breakdown of the technique. Just like before, keep heading east, and you will see the finish line, Mu Yue reminded them. At this moment, Mu Yue revealed himself, stating, though only 1 point remains, it is still a success. Is it really that simple? Obito exclaimed with joy. Evaluation, B, from now on. Let Minato handle the fish slicing step. Kushina spoke with solemn gravity, deciding not to waste Mu Yue's time by continuing her struggle with the fish for now. Obito's face once again broke into a radiant smile. Having received Mu Yue's approval, his expression relaxed. After all, mastering the water dragon bullet technique while walking on water was training he had long completed. Teacher Mu Yue, I'm ready to begin the second challenge, Obito declared, eager to swiftly overcome this trial and commence his training in the shave technique. Since I don't have any drafts saved, these 5 chapters were written through sleepless nights. If there are any lapses in coherence, feel free to leave comments. I'll review them. By the way, Teacher Mu Yue, the second challenge isn't going to require another entry fee, is it? Obito suddenly recalled a crucial matter. The first time you clear the first stage, you get 1 free attempt at the second. Under normal circumstances, the fee is the same as the first stage, Mu Yue explained. First try is free? That is perfect. Obito rejoiced, realizing this was equivalent to sparing himself 3 extra assignments. Teacher Mu Yue, let us begin right away. Obito could hardly contain his excitement. Mu Yue then led Obito to the riverside and elaborated. This river is only 15 meters wide. You must cross it within 10 seconds without falling into the water. I've been training diligently, Obito chuckled. His mind raced as he strategized how to conquer this second trial. Yet, he felt as though he had already failed the moment he began. If you wish to retry, the entry fee will be 100 questions. Are you certain you want to attempt it now? Mu Yue regarded him with an amused smile. Obito pondered the 3 assignments he had just received the previous day and ultimately relented. Had it not been for the river's proximity, where water-based techniques were far easier to execute than in arid terrain, his current chakra reserves would have made such a feat nearly impossible. He reasoned that even someone as stubborn as Obito, after suffering 3 consecutive setbacks, would pause to reconsider. But having already committed to the challenge in front of Mu Yue, retreat was no longer an option. Anko Mitarashi, Mu Yue called next. Though she surpassed them in skill, the gap was marginal, likely insufficient to propel her directly into the B group. At most, her score might be slightly higher. Ebisu might forsake fame, but we cannot forsake gratitude. If we achieve a resounding victory, we must ensure his brilliance is recognized alongside ours. Izumo Kamizuki declared, emphasizing the importance of repaying kindness. Teacher Mu Yue, you are my sage of 6 paths. Obito exclaimed, reinvigorated by Mu Yue's words, as hope flared anew. Yet the challenge Mu Yue envisioned was not one that could be surmounted through mere luck. This time, instead of seeking assistance from the academy instructors, he summoned 2 shadow clones, assigning 1 to each group for evaluation. It's a shame Ebisu is so indifferent to recognition. Hiwun-T even let us reveal that this ingenious idea originated from him. Kotetsu Hagain lamented. Then train harder, Mu Yue said, rapping Obito lightly on the head with his knuckles. Regrettably, the challenge has ended in failure, Mu Yue announced, halting the technique and swiftly retrieving Obito from the water. Though his earlier water walking drills had involved evading water dragon bullets while traversing the river's surface, the sheer volume of projectiles in this second trial was incomparable to those initial exercises. Before long, more than 10 disciples of Mu Yue formed seals in unison, and soon, the surface of the water was teeming with a multitude of formidable water projectiles, swiftly crashing back and forth along the river's course. Mu Yue-sensei, allow me to challenge this once more, said Dai-Tu, realizing his earlier recklessness as he was taken aback by the sheer number of water projectiles. Neglecting to observe their intricate patterns. You have ample time, 10 full seconds. Why not pause to analyze the movements of the water projectiles before proceeding? Mu Yue advised. After addressing Dai-Tu, Mu Yue summoned over 10 shadow clones to stand by the riverbank, ready to execute ninjutsu. Indeed, with the brilliant strategy of our esteemed brother Ebisu, we shall surely triumph over Group C, declared Xin Yuzhong, nodding in agreement. However, upon witnessing Mu Yue's numerous shadow clones, Dai-Tu felt a surge of anxiety. Plagued by a foreboding thought, this challenge posed such a daunting task that the river's surface was entirely obstructed by water projectiles, leaving little room to maneuver. Begin, Mu Yue exclaimed, simultaneously employing ninjutsu. Mu Yue-sensei, this challenge is exceedingly difficult. How am I to navigate through such an abundance of water projectiles? Dai-Tu lamented. Upon hearing Mu Yue call out Hong Do's name, Xin Yuzhong and Gang Zitai felt a twinge of nervousness, only relaxing after observing Hong Do's performance. Thank you, Mu Yue-sensei, said Gang Zitai, nodding in satisfaction at the praise. Despite Mu Yue's guidance, the daunting nature of the task remained, making success seem elusive. Xin Yuzhong swiftly stepped forward to showcase his prowess. Gang Zitai rapidly formed seals, executing transformation, shadow clone, and substitution techniques in succession, followed by a series of taijutsu moves, culminating in the launch of shurikens at a target 30 meters away. Initially, when Dai-Tu learned he had a full 10 seconds, he felt exhilarated. After all, it was merely a distance of 15 meters. I'm ready. Let us begin, Dai-Tu declared with resolve. At 3:30 on Monday afternoon, Mu Yue commenced the first strength assessment. After grading the performances, Mu Yue noted that Xin Yuzhong and Gang Zitai had made comparable advancements over the week. Zhang, next week's practical test will surely be a resounding success, Gang Zitai thought, beaming at the near perfection of his distraction technique. Let us commence training today. I shall teach you a special chakra technique to enhance your speed. If mastered, it may enable you to sprint across the river's surface, Mu Yue stated. Failure to succeed meant confronting 100 exam questions, a prospect Dai-Tu wished to avoid. Upon hearing his name, Gang Zitai stepped forward eagerly. Dai-Tu, still holding on to a sliver of hope, thought perhaps he could charge forward with his eyes closed, considering the distance was only 15 meters. As Mu Yue announced the start, Dai-Tu plunged into the river, now filled with water projectiles. Hearing Mu Yue's voice, Hongdo jogged forward, first greeting Mu Yue with a radiant smile before demonstrating her ninjutsu prowess. Dai-Tu, are you prepared? Once you are ready, I will start the timer, Mu Yue inquired. During the water training exercise, there was but a single water dragon on the river, and one had to be cautious not to be toppled by the waves it created. Some progress has been made, so let us persevere. After the assessment, Mu Yue remarked. Dai-Tu stared, astonished, at the water dragon that nearly filled the river's surface. Was this what they termed a degree of interference? With so many water dragons colliding back and forth, he felt there was scarcely any space for him to traverse. Steel and iron. Shadow clones. Mu Yue produced a form and began calling students forth for their evaluations. Dai-Tu did not contemplate his actions. Rather, he acted impulsively. Subsequently, Mu Yue commenced explaining some of the techniques of the shave to Dai-Tu's Daishinyu. Out of the clouds, Mu Yue continued to call. Perhaps this was the bond of the door gods, necessitating that their training progress remain aligned. Dai-Tu had scarcely advanced 3 meters when he was struck by a swiftly approaching water dragon, plunging him into the river, where he gulped down a mouthful of river water. Out of the clouds, it must be you, else I shall err, Steel and Iron remarked, patting Shinyu on the shoulder, and the two shared a smile, resonating in harmony. Mu Yue called forth the next student for examination. Bingzu Leitong swiftly approached the designated area, employing an earth-style ninjutsu before unsheathing a kunai and executing a series of remarkably fierce physical techniques. He hurled 3 shurikens at a target 50 meters away, though not all struck the bullseye. Each found its mark. Following this, Bingzu Leitong dashed toward a large tree, moving with ease as his chakra remained stable, allowing him to withstand the waves generated by the water dragon without falling into the river. Mu Yue contemplated and awarded Bingzu Leitong a score of 7 for ninjutsu, 7.5 for technique, 8.7 for physical prowess, 6 for shuriken throwing, and 7.8 for chakra control. While Bingzu Leitong possessed a solid foundation and excelled in physical techniques, other areas fell somewhat short. For Group A, Mu Yue employed a higher tier of scoring standards, diverging from those used during the initial grouping. Uchiha Dai-Tu, Mu Yue continued, announcing the next name. Beside him, Shinyu and Steel and Iron remained silent upon hearing Hongdo's words, as they had yet to surpass 20 points. As anticipated, Shisui's performance in every examination was nothing short of flawless, effortlessly surpassing all who had come before him. Saratobi Asuma. Shinyu and Steel and Iron shared the same thought, both revealing expressions of eager anticipation. In an instant, Asuma felt that Might Guy might perform even more vigorously than previously displayed. When called forth, Might Guy adhered to the sequence, employing ninjutsu. However, he had only mastered the 3-body technique. Upon glancing at the promotion list, he indeed did not see her name. Asuma had lost interest in Shisui, knowing without need for observation that he would undoubtedly be the strongest, as he was capable of easily defeating him. Would there be rewards? Mu Yue mused while ranking the students, contemplating a future where daily minor assessments and tri-daily major evaluations could be instituted. This week demanded even greater diligence in training. A sense of urgency surged within Asuma. Great fireball technique. In a decisive display of prowess, Obito unleashed his most adept fire-style ninjutsu, conjuring a formidable fireball that soared to a height of 4 meters, evoking a sense of dread. After contending with Mu Yue in a physical combat challenge, Obito regarded the examination tasks with an overwhelming sense of simplicity, lamenting that Rin could not witness his remarkable performance. Despite his reservations about facing Might Guy in pure taijutsu, Asuma, after a brief internal struggle, resolved to participate. Since Mu Yue had assisted him in refining the fireball technique previously, Obito had taken to wielding this more imposing version, albeit at the cost of greater chakra consumption. Regrettably, Rin was in Group B. Had she been in Group A, the circumstances would have been different. After greeting Mu Yue, Obito reflected on the fact that, rather than a lack of her presence, it was disheartening that only Ebisu had advanced among the more than 300 participants from Group B to Group A. Indeed, Uchiha Shisui stood out singularly, a notion that evoked envy. Kamizuki Izanami nodded in agreement, while Steel Iron expressed his fervent ambition, declaring that once they perfected their techniques this week, they would emerge as the next Ebisu the following week. But our total score is only 24, Azuki lamented, scratching her head in dissatisfaction. Might Guy's fireball appeared even more formidable than Shisui's from the last competition. It seemed that the Uchiha clan produced nothing but monsters. Asuma could still offer some commentary on the fire-style techniques, but he was left speechless by Obito's performance, which excelled across all categories without any apparent weaknesses. Mu Yue fixed the finalized rankings and scores to a pre-prepared board and promptly announced the conclusion of the class, accepting defeat with grace. He was relieved that his earlier bravado had not been widely recognized. Ebisu truly is a genius, Steel Iron marveled upon seeing that only Ebisu had advanced. During their time at the Ninja Academy, her scores were consistently above 35. Asuma squeezed in to glance at the rankings for Group A. Feeling fortunate to find himself in third place, trailing only behind Shisui and Obito. The students had learned of Uchiha Shisui's prowess after he had vanquished Inuzuka Reiku on the very first day of summer training. Good grief. Is the level of students in the Ninja Academy this high now? Inuzuka Reiku mused, astonished by Obito's astonishing fire-style capabilities. They soon became engrossed in the advancement list displayed below. The students lingered at the training ground, congregating around the bulletin board to scrutinize their scores. If he were to take the exam now, he would undoubtedly be compared to Shisui, and such a comparison would not bode well for him. The antics of Zeit and Izanami became increasingly perplexing. Observing the two in their jovial state, Azuki felt a twinge of confusion, noticing a few students around him remaining calm. As though accustomed to the spectacle, Asuma approached to inquire. He possessed unwavering confidence in his perfected deceptive techniques, even if his score was modest. He was determined to dominate in the practical assessments. The speed of the leg movements was astonishing, seemingly swifter than that of his counterpart. Asuma experienced a slight headache. Having believed he had finally encountered a normal student, only to discover that he was, in fact, an exceptional specialist in a singular field, it felt as if his prowess surpassed even Asuma's fire techniques. It is refreshing to see a fellow student employing the body flicker technique, albeit not with great proficiency, remarked Kurinai, both she and Asuma wearing smiles. However, their expressions froze the moment Might Guy showcased his taijutsu. After inquiring further, Asuma learned that Might Guy was the top of his 4th grade class, having defeated Obito in competition. At the most inopportune moment, Asuma heard his own name mentioned. His primary focus was to exploit the system's benefits as much as possible. Once class concluded, Mu Yue had just finished organizing everything. The Great Fireball technique, with its slow flight speed and inability to alter direction, was typically used for feints, Asuma explained. He deemed his fire techniques aesthetically pleasing yet ineffective, as they failed to strike true. Seeing that Kurinai doubted his capabilities, Asuma quickly interjected. When Mu called out the name of Shisui, an immediate hush fell over the room as students turned their attention towards the advancing figure of Shisui. As the class neared its end, Mu completed grading all students, awaiting the final rankings to announce their performances to everyone. Although Might Guy's test scores were not particularly high, his combat prowess was formidable. After all, he had recently triumphed over Obito in the final exam, and his teammates were similarly skilled in practical combat. Asuma aimed to secure a 3rd-place finish in practical tests, while securing 1st place was not currently on his agenda. After the results were announced, 20 minutes passed without any system notifications, leading Mu Yue to grasp the preliminary outcomes of the initial assessments. The examination format he had devised proved ineffective, particularly due to the short intervals between tests. Regrettably, Mu Yue had to abandon the plan of daily minor tests and major tests every 3 days. If the examinations could not yield rewards, then such efforts would be futile, merely leading the students to feel overwhelmed. During evening training, Shisui suddenly appeared before Mu Yue, his face alight with excitement. Teacher Mu Yue, I believe I've grasped the basics of body flicker technique, he exclaimed, demonstrating it before Mu Yue twice more. Then let us prepare for a competition, Mu Yue replied, a gentle smile returning to his face. Internally, Mu Yue began timing the two, gaining a clearer understanding of their speeds. He then suggested, in that case, let us see who can surpass their own maximum speed first. Clearly, both Obito and Might Guy were aware that the one who reached the finish line first would enjoy the greatest comfort. Certainly, Obito replied, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Mu Yue gathered Obito and Might Guy, cheerfully asking, even in problem-solving, we must not disappoint Teacher Mu Yue. Upon hearing Mu Yue's words, though puzzled, both students complied, unleashing their utmost potential to display their maximum speeds. Teacher Mu Yue, I must say, I believe our efficiency is quite commendable already, Obito remarked, wiping the cold sweat from his brow in an attempt to redeem himself. Mu Yue first devised a running route and a final destination for the two, ensuring they could clearly hear each other. He planned to teach Shisui some fire-style ninjutsu to enhance his offensive capabilities. You have completed the training for this technique. Now you just need to familiarize yourself with it before moving on to other techniques, Mu Yue affirmed, nodding as he closed the panel. However, Obito's eyes lit up at the thought. Since Mu Yue inquired, it surely meant there was a method to enhance their learning efficiency. Obito promptly responded. My guy has nearly mastered the body flicker technique, while I have yet to embark on learning the true essence of it. If the distance is the same, there's no need for me to compete. I could simply solve problems effortlessly. Shishui's speed of learning ninjutsu was impressively swift, allowing Mu Yue to confidently let him acquire more skills. After observing, Mu Yue was certain of Shishui's progress but still conducted an assessment, confirming that Shisui had indeed reached the basics of the body flicker technique. Youth is indeed the time for rigorous training and practice. My guy, unable to bear seeing Mu Yue's sorrowful expression, quickly rephrased his words. Yet, contemplating the days to come, tears streamed down his face once more. He longed for a swift learning method to master acceleration techniques and conquer challenges, particularly the body flicker technique. However, given the circumstances, Obito felt helpless. Since the competition was inevitable, the only course of action was to minimize his losses during the contest. Every half-second of surpassing his limits could reduce 5 questions. Which sounded promising, yet breaking through limits was no simple feat. Obito felt a pang of discomfort in his heart, recalling similar experiences, ideas born out of camaraderie swiftly dismissed. Currently, they were indeed practicing the same technique, honing the body flicker technique. However, Obito had yet to fully master it. Essentially, they were refining their spatial movement to enhance their speed. Mu Yue glanced at Might Guy, who assessed his own proficiency, revealing he still lacked 30 points to reach the basics. At that time, they were all focused on physical training, primarily aiming to strike at Hinata's fire gate, which they were unable to hit. Well, I had thought you would prefer a training method that combines theory with practice, Mu Yue expressed his disappointment, his demeanor tinged with sadness. Obito was taken aback, never expecting Mu Yue's accelerated learning method would involve such terrifying training that could provoke nightmares. Why do you always interject? If you hadn't interrupted Mu Yue-sensei at the outset regarding training efficiency, we wouldn't be in this predicament, Obito muttered inwardly. Upon reflection, Mu Yue-sensei's idea was indeed commendable, as it not only enhanced speed but also expanded theoretical knowledge. To console Mu Yue, Obito, while shedding tears within, remarked. Their aspirations for victory were intertwined with the fear of the challenges ahead. Very well, why don't you both run a lap to showcase your utmost speed? Mu Yue said with a gentle smile. As for Obito, Mu Yue was not inclined to let him learn new fire-style ninjutsu just yet, for the time being. One great fireball and one great dragon fire technique would suffice, as too many choices during battle could lead to decision paralysis. Seeing Mu Yue once again reveal her radiant smile reminiscent of the past, Dai too felt a wave of relief wash over him, followed by an urge to chastise himself with a couple of slaps. I have meticulously prepared the theoretical knowledge you will study next semester, but it can only be utilized when the new term begins. Due to the disparity in your speeds, Akai, your journey will be slightly longer. The two exchanged glances, each perceiving boundless determination reflected in the other's eyes. Indeed, Teacher Mu Yue, your technique for enhancing speed is exceedingly challenging. Do you possess any rapid learning methods? Conversely, reaching the finish line first could allow one to eliminate 30 problems in one go, significantly alleviating the burden without necessarily needing to push one's limits. Might Guy shook his head, feeling it was quite normal. Thus, to master this, one would require approximately another week. Mu Yue pondered as she closed the panel. Have you noticed that our current learning efficiency seems a tad sluggish? There is, indeed, but it depends on whether you desire it. Mu Yue nodded affirmatively. For every half-second slower than one's limit, 5 additional problems must be tackled. Conversely, for every half-second faster, 5 can be deducted. The first to reach the finish line will be exempted from 30 problems, starting with 40 for each participant. After a moment of contemplation, Mu Yue articulated the rules of the competition. Might Guy also displayed an expression of agreement, stating, I feel the same. Having barely escaped a month of relentless practice, Might Guy was reluctant to return to a daily regimen of problem-solving. During their previous training sessions, both he and Dai Tu had witnessed rapid improvements in their agility. Mu Yue glanced at Might Guy, then at Dai Tu, who was diligently practicing the speed-enhancing technique, and a brilliant idea sparked in her mind. If I could swiftly master the body flicker technique, I would desire it as well. Might Guy, unable to resist the allure of quickly mastering it, felt transported back to the intense preparations for their final combat training. The familiar penalties and the familiar burdens of starting anew loomed over them, and with a swift advance, they were on the brink of the installment phase. Ready, set, go? Mu Yue called out emphatically. At the instant Mu Yue shouted go, Dai-Tu surged forward with explosive speed, not daring to look back, pouring every ounce of strength he possessed into the endeavor. Reaching that destination would mean fewer problems to tackle. As he sprinted with fervor, his eyes, fixated on the finish line, began to glisten with fervent determination. He had never yearned so desperately to arrive at a location. If someone were to inquire where Dai-Tu most wished to go, he would unhesitatingly declare it to be the finish line of the competition. Might Guy's journey was longer than Dai-Tu's, rendering him temporarily invisible to Dai-Tu's sight. However, Dai-Tu quickly sensed the sound of Might Guy's rapid approach, realizing that his speed was closing in on him. Aware that he could not match Might Guy's velocity, Dai-Tu understood that if he were overtaken, the outcome would be inevitable, defeat. On Tuesday, Mu Yue conducted class as usual. Moreover, teacher Mu Yue's strengths extended beyond mere fundamentals. She could teach exceptionally well anything she had mastered herself. Gritting his teeth, Dai-Tu repeatedly recalled the chakra technique Mu Yue had imparted to him for enhancing speed, concentrating more chakra in his legs in a bid to accelerate further. As Jiu Xi and Nai began to voice her grievances, Mu Yue swiftly deduced the situation at hand. How do you know? Was a question that initially left Dazue somewhat perplexed. Hearing that he wouldn't have to solve a problem, Might Guy beamed with delight and celebrated with a triumphant fist pump. The rewards were substantial: wind release, vacuum sphere, and earth release, earth flow river. The prospect of preparing a little extra food to garner goodwill was indeed splendid. Akai reached the finish line with a 1-second lead this time. Without the need to tackle any questions, Mu Yue announced the results of the competition. Let us take a moment to hydrate and rest. She helped Obito to his feet, brushing the dust from his clothes, and produced 2 bottles of water, offering one to Might Guy and uncapping the other for Obito. That recent match had yielded excellent results, with both participants surpassing their previous records for full-speed running. Mu Yue stood with her hands behind her back, reflecting that her disciples should embody such determination. As they both exerted themselves, racing closer to the finish line, Obito felt as though they were nearly running in tandem. Time seemed to fly by, and soon the class was over. No worries, let us both strive to secure 2 spots within the top 3, Asuma quickly remarked, filled with determination. He was frustrated. Obito managed to shave off half a second, leaving 35 questions remaining. Remembering this, Dazue playfully punched Asuma's chest, exclaiming, I almost forgot he is still your tutor. If you keep this up, Obito, you will achieve a breakthrough in the river sprint by the end of this week, Mu Yue encouraged. I'll prepare a larger portion of vegetables for you all, and you can help yourselves when the time comes. Understanding the meaning behind Minato's gaze, she smiled gently. Life has its share of struggles, and Mu Yue cherished the opportunity to offer more poetry and distant horizons to those who felt disheartened. Akai, today you have triumphed. But do not celebrate too soon. I shall certainly cross the finish line first tomorrow. Obito wished for Might Guy to share in the torment of tackling questions. Just as he did, Mu Yue felt a tinge of regret that Shizen was currently unable to join such a harmonious and amiable training session. If Dazue were to be likened to an ordinary player, then Asuma would undoubtedly be the premium player. At this moment, he had fully grasped the rhythm of attending higher-level classes, enabling him to control the assessment of courses, determining whether to acquire chakra or ninjutsu. You have done something commendable this time. Teacher Mu Yue excels in foundational teaching far beyond that of guiding Chūnin, Dazue observed. Watching the students in Group B as they adeptly mastered tree climbing and water walking under Mu Yue's guidance, those unregistered genin would likely regret their decisions upon realizing this. Dazue felt a pang of envy towards those students. Had he had such an instructive teacher during his school days, his abilities would surely surpass what they are now. Mu Yue decided to visit later, as she had a shadow clone stationed there, ensuring that the basic training would not be disrupted. Haha, your spirit is commendable. But rest assured, the first to reach the finish line will be none other than me, Might Guy, he declared, giving Obito a thumbs up. Furthermore, Shizen had also mastered the shadow clone technique, enabling her to assist directly with the questions. She was unaware of others' feelings. Yet she felt a twinge of shame from being overshadowed by her peers. Upon returning to the city center, Mu Yue unexpectedly encountered Watergate and Kushina, who were about to head out. Suddenly, the figure of Might Guy vanished from her side, only to reappear at the finish line. Asuma chuckled, understanding a similar sentiment. Yet if the tutor were not Mu Yue, he would have long since dismissed the competition. What, do you think I lack the capability to contend with you? He raised an eyebrow and remarked, "When have I ever let you down? Trust me." Asuma patted the shoulder of his companion. Miyu cast a glance at Might Guy using her identification technique, discovering that the recent match had directly enhanced his proficiency by 3 points. Surpass him, surpass everyone, and become the strongest. Might Guy felt an intense fire within him, propelling him forward at breakneck speed, striving to close the distance with Obito. At that moment, his focus was solely on the finish line and the figure of Obito not far ahead. Asuma wished fervently for Shizen to appear and swiftly kick away the bothersome light bulb. Unable to comprehend the atmosphere, though one might not excel in mathematics when pressured, they could indeed learn ninjutsu more swiftly under duress. Miyu inwardly nodded in agreement. When Obito reached the finish line, he collapsed to the ground, overwhelmed with regret. However, Shizen did not arrive. Instead, Miyu came to offer guidance to the trio. Part of it stemmed from their skill levels, while another aspect was Shizen's strong theoretical foundation, showing no fear of tackling problems. During lunch meetings, it was undoubtedly significant. Obito could not help but pound the ground in frustration. Having just received 100 problems yesterday, he was now faced with dozens more. Fearing he might revert to a life of piecemeal studying, Obito accepted the bottled water Mu Yue offered, downing half the bottle in one go, instantly revitalized. Although Mu Yue was an excellent teacher, the intense pressure of the special training, compounded by being overshadowed by a group of students, was genuinely disheartening. Yugao's delicate face displayed a frown. Both ninjutsu techniques were quite commendable, and Mu Yue was pleased with the day's achievements. Those brutes from the land of lightning truly deserved their fate, seizing the opportunity to launch a surprise attack on Sunagakure while it was leaderless. Watergate and Kushina returned earlier than Mu Yue had anticipated. Just as she prepared to commence training her disciples, they knocked on the door. Watergate looked at Mu Yue with a hint of exasperation, intending to suggest that she need not prepare their meals today. "Mu Yue, we are heading to a meeting. Remember to save us some food," Kushina called to her. In the morning, Miyu chose to focus on refining her chakra. In the afternoon, she decided to hone her ninjutsu. The gears of the Third Great Ninja War had officially begun to turn. From Mu Yue's perspective, the Third Great Ninja War was one of unparalleled chaos, with everyone engaged in mutual attacks, collectively besieging Konoha. The Hidden Cloud launched assaults on both Sunagakure and Konoha, while the Hidden Stone attacked Konoha, simultaneously sneaking up on the Hidden Cloud. Sunagakure, having repelled the Hidden Cloud, joined the fray against Konoha. Seeing that everyone else was targeting it, the seldom participating Mist Ninja, upon witnessing the lively atmosphere of the Ninja World War, felt compelled to join the fray, lest he appear aloof. With the Wind Shadow absent, the decision was made to target Konohagakure. The atrocious actions of the Cloud Ninja left no room for doubt, thus, the focus turned to attacking the Leaf Village. Ultimately, it mattered little whom they fought, as long as it was against Konoha. Today, once again, Might Guy emerged victorious, albeit by a narrow margin, with neither combatant transcending their limits. The superiority of the Phoenix Flower Jutsu over the Phoenix Fire Jutsu lies in the incorporation of shurikens. What outwardly appears to be a tragedy wrought by war is, in truth, a sinister plot orchestrated by human hands. Had the student been Obito, Mu Yue would have first instructed him in the Phoenix Fire technique before progressing to the enhanced version of the Phoenix Flower Jutsu, following the original storyline. It would lead to Rin's tragic demise at Kakashi's Raikiri, Obito's descent into madness, and Might Guy's father sacrificing himself while attempting to protect his son by opening the 8th gate. Reflecting on the significant events of the Third Great Ninja War, Mu Yue couldn't help but lament the perils that beset the shinobi world. As anticipated, Shisui displayed remarkable learning aptitude, swiftly mastering the Phoenix Flower Jutsu under Mu Yue's tutelage. The Iwagakure forces encircled the Third Reikage, while Yahiko faced the combined might of Hanzo and Danzō, leading Nagato down a dark path. Uchiha Madara's machinations drove Obito into darkness, and Might Guy, opening the 8th gate, decimated the 7 ninja swordsmen. Perhaps due to it being his first practice, Shisui struggled to ignite all his shurikens with flames. Fire release, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. Mu Yue glanced at Shisui's proficiency panel, noting that he had reached level 32 in the technique, indicating that mastery was within reach with further practice. The situation with Obito was indeed complex, and time was of the essence. He first dedicated some time to teaching Might Guy the body flicker technique before overseeing the race between Obito and Guy. The events of the Third Great Ninja War bore a striking resemblance to this scenario, were it not for the unexpected arrival of the formidable Minato Namikaze. The outcome of the war might have been drastically different. Fire release, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. Kushina's voice roused Mu Yue from his reverie. Given that Shisui activated his Sharingan during the Third Great Ninja War, Mu Yue surmised that events transpired which Shisui would rather not witness. The combination of sharp shurikens and the searing flames of the fire release inflicted considerable damage, making it exceedingly difficult to evade in close quarters. A direct hit would yield devastating consequences. Mu Yue led Shisui to an open area, nodding inwardly as he prepared to demonstrate a technique. This ninjutsu, known as fire release, Phoenix Flower Jutsu, is classified as a B-rank technique, possessing significant lethality at mid-range. Mu Yue elaborated on the technique he was about to teach. With an optimistic mindset, one might view his adversaries merely as a frail old man reliant on life support in a pool of dark sludge. To alter the course of Obito's descent into darkness, his true opponents were not the Iwagakure or Kirigakure ninjas, but rather the hidden threats posed by Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu. Although the exact timing of the incident involving Might Guy remains unclear, it likely occurred amidst the fervor of battle, with little discrepancy in timing. However, the subject of instruction is Shizuki, whose capacity for learning is remarkably strong. Thus, Mujetsu need not worry about Shizuki's pace of comprehension. If one harbors a pessimistic mindset, his adversaries include the reincarnation of Indra's chakra, the only living wielder of the Rinnegan in the ninja world, Uchiha Madara, as well as the third son of Kagaya Otsutsuki, the progenitor of chakra. Meanwhile, he, Yohana Mujetsu, is merely a Chūnin instructor at the Ninja Academy. In ordinary circumstances, the reputation of the foremost ninja village in the world can instill fear in petty criminals. However, once a great war erupts, the esteemed title of Konoha may render it a prime target for ambitious ninja villages seeking to establish their renown. Merely proclaiming the strength of one's ninja village garners little belief, yet if one were to decisively defeat the first ninja village, such strength would indeed be acknowledged. Nonetheless, this training regimen proves quite effective, as evidenced by Might Guy's enhanced proficiency. Kakashi and Obito are of the same age, yet Obito is currently only 8 years old, indicating that if he wishes to alter the course of events, he has but 4 years left for development. Mujetsu, what is it that occupies your thoughts? Yohana's concerns are not unfounded. Once war commences, anything may transpire, Watergate solemnly remarked. The Fire Dragon Flame Bullet is a B-rank fire release technique, which in Mujetsu's recollection belongs to the third Hokage. It possesses a wide attack range and fierce flames, categorizing it as a formidable fire technique. According to Mujetsu's stipulation, as long as one surpasses their limits, the new achievement becomes the benchmark for the next competition rather than the original limit. Mujetsu recalls that shortly before Obito's descent into darkness, Kakashi had just been promoted to Jonin, becoming a Jonin at the tender age of 12. Shuriken pierced through the flames, merging with them, transforming into numerous small fireballs that struck the wooden figure. After Mujetsu demonstrated the technique several times, he encouraged Shizuki to attempt it on his own. You have imparted to your disciple the fire release, Phoenix fire technique, and due to Shizuki's profound gratitude, he received a critical reward, attaining proficiency in the fire release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. The incident concerning Might Guy is not particularly alarming, after all. He merely encountered the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen by unfortunate chance. With 3 to 4 years of development, he should be able to cope. Mujetsu formed hand seals, exhaling a great plume of fire while simultaneously hurling a multitude of shuriken towards the wooden figure. With a sigh, Mujetsu explained, I was just pondering whether the war would extend its reach to us in Konoha. Konoha is by no means a soft target like Sunigakure. Engaging in battle with Konoha necessitates careful consideration of the consequences. Kushina harbors confidence in Konoha's strength. Mujetsu instructed Shizuki, who was engrossed in training, to pause his practice momentarily, stating, Today, I shall teach you a new fire technique. It is inherently challenging to achieve breakthroughs daily, and Mujetsu does not feel disheartened. The sharp shuriken severed the wooden figure's arm, embedding themselves within, as the flames engulfed the figure, reducing it to ashes. Shizuki replicated Mujetsu's actions, exhaling flames and launching shuriken, now ablaze, towards the wooden figure. His thoughts were even more pessimistic than Mujetsu's, while Mujetsu contemplated whether the war would affect Konoha. Watergate was certain that the conflict would inevitably spread to their village. Only Shisui seemed to have suffered no losses during the Third Great Ninja War, and he even earned the title of Shisui of the body flicker technique. After Minato and Kushina finished their meal, Mujetsu departed the main city to instruct his disciples. 2 days later, Obito believed he had acquired the strength to complete the challenge and once more sought Mujetsu for a rematch. Teacher, I wish to challenge the surface sprint, Obito announced, revealing his desire to fight again. It had been precisely 4 days since his previous defeat. During this time, he had absorbed Mujutsu's unique training techniques to enhance his speed and had pushed his limits in a match against Guy. Obito felt he had finally gained the prowess to triumph over the challenge. Primarily, he believed his failures in speed competitions stemmed from his inability to master the body flicker technique. Additionally, with an upcoming week of rigorous training involving practical testing, Obito aimed to grasp this technique within the week, ensuring that he would not be at a disadvantage in the forthcoming tests. He aimed to overcome Guy at least once. After observing for 2 seconds, Obito uncovered the secret. Begin. His smile faltered as he realized something was amiss. He had forgotten the examination papers. This was the one thing he hoped Mujutsu would forget. In an instant, everything clicked for Obito. The prospect of being exempt from interest made him elated. This meant fewer questions to tackle. All right, follow me. Mujutsu nodded, leading Obito to the riverbank. With a smile, Mujutsu replied, "No, you successfully completed the Taijutsu challenge." Standing on the water's surface, Obito's gaze fixated on the fearsome water dragons. Not daring to slacken his focus, he could not afford any mistakes, for the margin for error in the second stage was significantly smaller than in the first. You have gifted your disciple the scroll for mastering the body flicker technique. Your disciple is immensely grateful for this rewarding bonus, gaining proficiency in fire release, great fireball technique. Obito felt a twinge of annoyance every time he fell short by a fraction. After his last failure, Mujutsu had hinted that the numerous water dragon projectiles were not merely haphazardly colliding but moved in a discernible pattern. There's nothing entertaining about this. We are currently preparing for next week's practical tests, Gongzi Tai explained. This is the training method and insights for the body flicker technique. Remember to study it diligently. Mujutsu handed Obito a scroll. The river's surface was home to 12 water dragons, grouped in sets of 3, with each set exhibiting similar patterns of movement. This meant that the 12 dragons could be perceived as 4 larger water dragons. Although they were good friends, there was no mistaking the gender of Akane. Let us see what tricks you come up with on Monday, Akane huffed, her cheeks puffed out. Obito focused intently on the water dragon projectiles, striving to discern the hidden patterns within. Teacher Mujutsu, you truly are the best teacher in the world. Obito realized Mujutsu's thoughtful intentions and felt deeply moved. Is there something fun you haven't shared with me? The forthright Akane confronted Gongzi Tai and Kamizuki Izumi directly. The second stage differed from the first. As there was no need to set traps in advance, the challenge could commence directly. Teacher Mu Yue, the time shouldn't have exceeded, right? Obito asked with some unease. On the surface, it appeared to be a 10-second clearing time, but in reality, the time available for action might not even be half a second. This challenge tests one's observational skills and instantaneous reaction speed. I must pay close attention and memorize the content thoroughly. With excitement, Obito unrolled the scroll. Discovering its contents were somewhat familiar. Upon reflection, he realized that some of the material was indeed the chakra techniques Mu Yue had previously taught him to enhance his speed. Understanding this, Obito dashed out instantly. There was no time for further observation. If it were merely a standard 15-meter water run, he could sprint across in an instant. But with the interference of water dragon bullets, a reckless approach would evidently be futile, as it could easily lead to injury. How did you prepare for the battle? Akatsuki inquired. The rewards for the disciples' return today exceeded Mu Yue's expectations, resulting in a significant windfall, which included a mastery-level ninjutsu, the powerful Great Fireball. Really? Akatsuki looked at Steel with a face full of skepticism. It wasn't that Mu Yue was unwilling to teach him the technique. In fact, since Obito had challenged Mu Yue to a physical technique duel, Mu Yue had already begun planning to teach him. Finally being able to practice the impressive body flicker technique, coupled with the arduous journey to obtain it, made Obito train with utmost seriousness. He resolved that if they encountered each other during the practical test on Monday, he would strike fiercely and decisively against the Riddler. Almost forgot. Here's your ticket fee. I initially forgot to give it to you. Mu Yue smiled as she handed Obito 3 scrolls. That's wonderful. So, can I start learning the technique now? Obito exclaimed joyfully, bouncing up and down while watching Guy and Shisui dart around, which left him quite envious. Do not insult our honest character with your doubtful gaze, Kamizuki Izumi asserted, clarifying that they were indeed preparing for the practical test. Between the 4 great water dragons, there was a pattern, approximately every 1.5 seconds. A brief safe zone would appear between 2 of the dragons, lasting only an instant before vanishing. The first phase, the forest sprint, tested his physical prowess, while the second phase introduced him to part of the technique. Mu Yue dispatched numerous shadow clones, unleashing a barrage of water dragon bullets onto the river's surface. If my guy mastered the technique while Obito had not, Obito felt his chances of success in this practical test would be significantly diminished. Upon grasping the pattern, the challenge became considerably easier. Obito would pause after navigating through 4 water dragons, waiting for that fleeting moment. Subsequently, Mu Yue guided Obito in practicing the technique. As the practical test approached, everyone was busy preparing for the examination. Success. Upon crossing the final 4 water dragons to the shore, Obito couldn't contain his joy. Observing Obito in such a state, Mu Yue thought that if he could maintain this calm and cautious demeanor, his combat effectiveness would undoubtedly rival that of acquiring an advanced ninjutsu. Teacher Mu Yue, I am ready. Obito took a deep breath, gathering his chakra in preparation for the sprint. Since we've forgotten, let it pass. As Obito gazed upon the examination paper, his mind became clouded. Hondo sensed that her 2 brothers had been acting rather oddly lately, often huddled together, sharing secretive laughter. Thus far, in his formal confrontations with Might Guy, Obito had never emerged victorious, each match slipping through his fingers by a mere whisker. Mu Yue lightly tapped Obito with her fingers, remarking, "Your thoughts are rather fanciful. While you cannot evade it entirely, I can offer you a one-time interest-free installment." Steel and Kamizuki Izumi exchanged glances for a moment before responding. The contents of this preparation are not suitable for your ears. Some individuals aspired to ascend to higher-ranking teams through exemplary performances, while others sought to showcase themselves for someone special. On a Saturday afternoon, Asuma requested Mu Yue to increase his training regimen. Teacher Mu Yue, I believe I can endure greater pressure. Please grant me additional training. Asuma earnestly implored her. With the first practical test looming in just 2 days, he felt he could push himself a bit further. This time, it was not merely a secret battle with Mu Yue present. The Crimson Sunset would also witness it. Even if he were to lose, he wished to do so with dignity. What has prompted this sudden desire for additional training? Is it for the practical test? Mu Yue inquired with a smile, finding Asuma's youthful intentions all too predictable. Indeed, you have guessed correctly, teacher, Asuma admitted, a bashful smile gracing his face. He could hardly stabilize after merely 2 attempts, let alone 3. As his disciple, Uchiha Obito diligently honed his abilities under your guidance. He experienced a notable enhancement in strength, earning the reward of flame-breathing proficiency level. A glance at Obito's proficiency revealed he had already attained over 40 points. His sudden display of prowess was not merely to assist Asuma but rather to present himself favorably before the 3rd Hokage. After Mu Yue's transfer to the 3rd side, as long as he did not exhibit any abnormal strength, his subsequent progress would be attributed to the 3rd's discovery and nurturing of his latent talent. Engage in combat with my shadow clone. As long as you possess the strength to stand, continue fighting. Even in just 2 days, you will see a significant enhancement in your abilities. What should I do? Asuma asked, placing his hopes in the ever-capable Mu Yue. As the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Kushina was naturally under constant surveillance by the Umbu. It truly cannot be more genuine, Asuma replied. One must suffer in silence if they wish to shine in public. Based on his recent performance, he was at best a slightly skilled Chūnin with a smattering of ninjutsu, though Asuma's weakness clouded his judgment. There were indeed methods at his disposal, though the journey would be arduous. At that moment, Might Guy and Shisui had both fully grasped the fundamentals, leaving only Obito to learn alongside them. Words flowed easily from Mu Yue's lips, and while the actions seemed simple in his mind, the reality of implementation revealed the illusion of ease. It was far more challenging than he had anticipated. Sarutobi Hiruzen was well aware of his capabilities. As long as Mu Yue did not exhibit anything excessively outrageous, from the perspective of the 3rd Hokage, it was merely a manifestation of Mu Yue's innate talent. If he were to remain a humble Chūnin instructor, would he have had the opportunity for this summer training? He would likely be summoned by Danzō to perform menial tasks at the roots during the holidays. In my view, the old man is simply losing his touch. A ninja of Mu Yue's caliber should undoubtedly be promoted to Jonin. By the end of the training, Obito still struggled to achieve the triple enhancement. Yet he managed to stabilize a double enhancement, marking a commendable improvement. One Sunday morning, Mu Yue was instructing Obito in the art of shaving. Unless one possesses an extraordinary capacity for learning, acquiring a new jutsu each day is impractical. 2 jutsus in 2 days would indeed be beneficial. But Asuma clearly lacks such aptitude. Do you truly wish to enhance your strength? Mu Yue inquired. To achieve a rapid improvement within 2 days, combat was the only viable option, he pondered aloud. Shaving is quite simple. You merely need to execute the technique you have previously learned 3 times in succession. Mu Yue demonstrated while elucidating the process. Since he had already imparted part of the technique to Obito, the practical teaching proceeded smoothly. For instance, he wished to reform the curriculum at the Ninja Academy by introducing shared classes for several grades. If he were merely an ordinary teacher, no one would heed his suggestions. Even if the third Hokage did not oversee matters directly, the Umbu would observe and report back to him. Mu Yue's intentions were straightforward, to lay the groundwork. If he were to be extracted from the roots, it would allow him to further showcase his abilities without concern for issues arising from that organization. Just practice more. Even Shisui and the others did not master their skills in just a few days, Mu Yue advised. He aspired for stable growth. Yet he would not remain a Chūnin instructor indefinitely, as this title inherently restricted his potential for advancement. It was precisely this consideration that led Mu Yue to feign a talent for sealing techniques. Otherwise, his cautious nature would have compelled him to masquerade as someone who could master them in 10 days. Mu Yue adeptly showcased his value when he was unseen by the roots, but visible to the third Hokage. During the subsequent period, Asuma found himself consistently outmatched by Mu Yue's shadow clones. Previously, Mu Yue had laid the groundwork for this, supported by witnesses, such as Kushina, who attested to his talent for sealing techniques. The higher one's status, the greater the displayed strength, which in turn expands the scope for earning rewards. My legs are giving out. This is so difficult, Obito lamented, attempting once more under Mu Yue's guidance but failing to succeed again. Asuma, merely hearing Mu Yue's teachings, anticipated the impending challenges, yet for the sake of Kurenai, he could only grit his teeth and nod in agreement. Temporary training cannot enhance strength. Mu Yue dismissed Asuma's notion. At this moment, I am indeed unqualified for promotion to Jonin, Mu Yue concluded. In practical combat, merely practicing for the final 2 days proves ineffectual, as such an endeavor does little to manifest any substantial improvement in one's physical capabilities. The essence of real combat serves as an evaluative measure. Asuma's extensive engagement in battles resembles the rigorous review of theoretical examinations, rendering it far more reliable than a mere 2-day training boost. As Asuma, utterly fatigued, leaned against a grand tree to rest, he lamented. With only 2 days to prepare, Mu Yue's only conceivable strategy was to immerse themselves in a multitude of battles, which essentially amounted to enduring a significant amount of punishment. However, if this summer training session were executed proficiently, achieving the rank of special Jonin, Mu Yue believed her suggestions would be taken into earnest consideration. Even the shadow clones that Mu Yue deliberately restrained in power were beyond Asuma's current capacity to defeat. Sarutobi Hiruzen, are you watching? Mu Yue thought to herself, maintaining her composure. When it comes to theoretical assessments, cramming can yield some benefits. If one encounters material they have previously reviewed during the examination, it could result in a few extra points. Possessing a natural talent for sealing techniques, coupled with considerable aptitude in teaching and commendable ninja prowess, this young individual merits saving. During their recent clash, Mu Yue utilized a total of 8 ninjutsu techniques, including both fire and water release, reflecting a well-rounded arsenal of offensive and defensive capabilities. To her surprise, Mu Yue discovered another form of breathing technique. Upon examining the newly acquired memories of the flame breathing technique within her mind, she was astounded by the fire shadow version of this technique. Though both are classified under breathing techniques, their effects diverge significantly. It could be regarded as a secret art. Remarkably, the flame breathing technique enhances the potency of fire release. The fire shadow variant also boosts physical attributes, yet this is not its primary function. Its main purpose is to fortify fire release techniques. The introductory stage of flame breathing allows for the application of total concentration breathing, which instantaneously accelerates the speed of chakra nature transformation, thereby amplifying the strength of flames. Once one has mastered this technique, they can enter a state of sustained concentration, allowing the dual effects of accelerated nature transformation and increased flame potency to become habitual, accompanied by an augmented explosive force. The advanced pattern of mastery is exceptionally formidable, enabling one to effortlessly convert all chakra into flames instantaneously. Thus, all fire release techniques can be executed without hand seals, significantly enhancing the fire's ferocity. Following systematic modifications, flame breathing has evolved to bear little resemblance to its original form in Demon Slayer. It no longer requires a blade and can be aptly described as a fire release chakra mode. Within the realm of Naruto, various chakra modes exist, among which Sage mode is notably prevalent and practical. If one were a Jinchuriki, there lies an opportunity to cultivate a tailed beast chakra mode, alongside the lightning release chakra mode unique to the hidden cloud village. Certain chakra modes can even be combined, You could scarcely fathom the power of fire release if Sage Mode were to be synergized with the flame breathing pattern. After their meal, Kushina and Minato returned home, bringing their insights from training as they re-entered Mu Yue's dwelling. If they could sever the connection between the tongue curse and its caster, Danzō, the threat posed by the tongue curse would be significantly mitigated. During the previous cooking session with Kushina and Minato, a fantastical mapo tofu was created, which, if memory serves correctly, was based on a recipe from the esteemed little chef, promising a delightful flavor. Despite the complexity of the inquiry, Kushina expressed with unwavering confidence that these culinary arts were second nature to her. Although Minato's sealing techniques were entirely taught by Kushina, each individual harbors unique interpretations during their learning journey, and he believed his insights could also assist Mujetsu. Thank you, esteemed Kushina-sensei and Minato-sensei, Mujetsu expressed gratefully. Mujetsu speculated that the existence of the five-finger seal might indeed be to simplify the complexities of mastering the five-element seals. However, your ability to complete this ahead of my expectations indicates that your talent in sealing arts is truly remarkable, Kushina praised. Mujetsu had long pondered whether the tongue curse severance seal could possess an active activation feature. Given Danzō's cautious nature, it was certainly plausible. Then make sure to prepare some delectable dishes for Minato and me, Kushina chuckled heartily. No problem, Mujetsu. Feel free to cook away, she replied. Mujetsu found the contract seal intriguing, as it could sever the bond between the practitioner and their summoned beast, rendering the practitioner devoid of control over summoning techniques. Can you handle spicy food? Mujetsu inquired thoughtfully. 27 days is quite similar to a month. I cannot foresee the future, so perfection is unattainable. Kushina waved her hand dismissively. Once both sealing techniques reached an advanced level, they would be able to provide her with further insights into sealing arts. Although she felt her efforts were not particularly strenuous, Mujetsu's acknowledgement urged her not to squander this valuable opportunity. Is it true that when a dish reaches culinary perfection, it truly radiates light? Minato pondered earnestly. The localized breath of fire was notably powerful, enhancing not only his own abilities but also proving advantageous for his disciples' training. After Kushina and Minato departed, Mujetsu ascended to the second floor with the scroll of sealing techniques to commence his studies. He recalled when Kushina had introduced him to the three-finger seal and, after calculating the days, realized that Mujetsu's training pace surpassed Kushina's earlier expectations by several days. Fortunately, this is still manageable, Minato mused. It all sounds quite challenging. I may need to frequently seek your guidance, Mujetsu remarked with a smile, placing the scroll securely. Both Shisui and Obito primarily utilized fire release for their attacks, making them particularly suited for the breath of fire. You've successfully trained, and a month has passed rather swiftly, Kushina reflected while savoring a bite of her dish. While the reward was not the anticipated moonstep, Mujetsu felt quite satisfied. During dinner, Mujetsu shared the news of his successful mastery of the three-finger seal with Kushina. I have recently completed my insights on sealing techniques. After dinner, I shall share my reflections along with the techniques you are about to practice. Since the conditions for activating the tongue curse severance seal involved uttering Danzō's and the root secrets, as long as he refrained from speaking them, it would never trigger. It is not a month, it is 27 days, Minato corrected. Upon unsealing the scroll of sealing techniques, Mu Yue discovered that the advanced ninjutsu corresponding to the five-finger seal was, in fact, the five-element seal. He resolved to first master the five-finger seal, followed by the five-element seal and the contract seal, aiming to complete this endeavor within a month. He mused that they wondered how spicy a dish could truly be, reasoning that if it became too intense, one could simply avoid the added chilies. I have also penned some reflections from my own practice of sealing techniques, Minato remarked. Though perhaps not as proficient as Kushina, I believe it may still prove beneficial to you. Since it is possible to sever contract relationships, could we not also modify it to sever other connections? Mu Yue contemplated, even considering that Susanoo might be regarded as a form of chakra mode, specifically a kaleidoscope-limited chakra mode. The two handed the scroll to Mu Yue, who graciously accepted it with another expression of gratitude. He recalled that the fried rice he had previously prepared seemed to emit a faint glow. He possessed two proficiency scrolls which could elevate introductory ninjutsu to an advanced level, intending to apply them to the five-element seal and the contract seal. This scroll of sealing techniques contains a total of 3 seals. Aside from the five-finger seal and its corresponding advanced technique, there is also a contract seal. That should suffice for a year's worth of training, Kushina stated. Having studied sealing techniques for some time, he understood that the five-element seal represented a high level of sealing technique, one that even adept Chūnin might struggle to master. On a Monday afternoon, Mu Yue commenced practical testing. Mu Yue thought to himself that Kushina truly possessed remarkable generosity and faith in his talent, directly entrusting him with such an advanced sealing technique as the 5-element seal. That settles it then. Tomorrow evening, I shall prepare a dish so delectable that it glows. Mu Yue smiled as he declared. I can only suspect that something peculiar is added to make a dish glow, Kushina retorted. At that moment, the students in the summer training program had been studying for 2 weeks, each making some progress. The rules for the practical test were fundamentally consistent with those of the ninja school's practical examinations, involving random selection of opponents. The first match features Gongzi Tai against Shingitsu Izumi, Mu Yue announced, calling out the names of the first combatants. Upon hearing that they would face each other in the initial round, Shingitsu Izumi and Gongzi Tai could not help but lament their misfortune, realizing they were destined to clash against one another. Gongzi, I had thought today would be a day for both of us to shine. Yet it appears that fate is envious of our talents, Shingitsu Izumi sighed. Indeed, Gongzi Tai nodded sorrowfully. Had they not encountered one another with their perfected misdirection techniques, they might have faced each other in an epic showdown that would become the stuff of legends. I propose we refrain from utilizing those techniques, for the power of our perfected misdirection would render our brotherly duel unworthy, Gongzi Tai suggested. In my first life, I confessed my feelings to my childhood sweetheart, only to be rejected. She claimed to see me merely as a brother. In the second life, I saved a wealthy and beautiful senior, believing it would lead to a sweet romance. However, little did I know that this enchanting senior would cast a shadow over my entire existence. As Sunset Red took a deep breath to calm her emotions, she strode purposefully towards the open ground, her gaze resolute. The battle commenced. With both combatants possessing similar skills and having trained under the same mentor for an extended period, the clash became a fierce stalemate, evenly matched and hard-fought. It's all right. After all, Raito lost to him as well. This fellow is exceptionally talented, Asuma provided timely reassurance. Nonetheless, Sunset Red's true prowess lay in Jinjutsu, and the Jinjutsu of the Hokage was somewhat lacking. Absent the Manjiki Sharingan abilities, there were few techniques capable of striking effectively. The clear-headed steel iron quickly distanced himself, running while forming hand seals to unleash ninjutsu. It would be absurd not to utilize the hard-earned techniques, and his agreement with steel iron was merely a ruse to disarm him. Title: in this life, even a love-struck fool would not engage. Unfortunately for Kamizuki Izumi, his enjoyment was short-lived, as his second opponent was Yuzuki Yugao. The 17th, Uchiha Obito, faced the 18th, Might Guy. Although she had only known Shisui for a mere few days, he had already left a profound impression on her. Within their squad, the seniors were effortlessly defeated, allowing her to claim the top spot in the strength assessment as a first-year student. Let the battle commence, Murakumo announced as he observed both fighters ready themselves. After a moment of contemplation, Kamizuki Izumi smiled and nodded. That sounds splendid. These two fools, how could such a clone technique possibly be effective? They appeared utterly weak. Akato sensed that steel iron and Kamizuki Izumi were merely improvising. The reason for his previous defeat lay in underestimating Shisui's speed. Regardless, Hebisu had gained considerable fame in Group C. Izumi, this power does not belong to you. It is the strength of Brother Hebisu. Steel Iron felt that he did not lose due to strength, but rather due to his own lack of resolve. He hesitated because of his sense of guilt. This ninjutsu could be perfected, and indeed, Brother Hebisu had laid the groundwork. But victory is victory. I shall carry your will forward, Steel Iron, and continue to win, Kamizuki Izumi declared with pride. Seizing the moment while Steel Iron was momentarily distracted, Izumi delivered a flying kick, toppling him. Meanwhile, the students gathered on the sidelines began to discuss the exchange. Be cautious of his speed. He is swift, Murakumo warned. Uchiha Shisui emerges victorious, he announced, declaring the outcome of the battle. He had assessed Sunset Red's potential with his ability, deeming it quite commendable, rated at an A. Ignoring Akato, who was oblivious to the importance of ritual, the two approached the battleground, assuming their stances in preparation for combat. When faced with Shisui in earnest, Sunset Red realized that Raito's defeat was well-deserved. Steel Iron swung his right fist, and so did Kamizuki Izumi. Steel Iron struck with an elbow, and Izumi mirrored the action. For 2 minutes, they engaged in a back-and-forth brawl without a decisive victor. Ultimately, Sunset Red could not withstand Shisui's relentless onslaught and soon succumbed to defeat. Even though he had performed this ninjutsu countless times, Steel Iron instinctively slowed his hand seal formation, his gaze drifting to the magnificent and grandiose mountain ranges. Do your best, Red, Asuma consoled. In the first battle, it was indeed him. Sunset Red momentarily paused upon hearing her name. After Mu Yue initiated the confrontation, both rushed towards each other, engaging in close combat. Nearby, someone who had been inadvertently caught in the crossfire shot a displeased glance at Asuma, as if to say that comforting someone by stabbing their heart was quite the approach. The skirmish on the open ground was intense, and the spectators were thoroughly entertained. Ultimately, Shingitsu Izumi emerged victorious, slightly surpassing his opponent in the first match. In the previous strength assessment, Ebisu had single-handedly advanced to Class A, thus gaining considerable recognition within Group C. "That's him. I know him. He is in my class, from Class 6, Year 4, remarked one of Ebisu's classmates. "Zatetsu, I apologize. I am a ninja," Shingitsu Izumi said with a smile as he swiftly formed hand seals, preparing to employ his deception technique. "Curse be it. I almost forgot there were female students." Shingitsu Izumi realized that his deception technique had its shortcomings. Uchiha Shisui faced off against Sunset Red. "Though we are brothers, the world of ninjas is unforgiving. I shall inherit your will and continue to triumph." Steel Zatetsu prepared to unleash his deception technique with a heavy heart. Not only Steel, but many onlooking students were also captivated by the magnificent mountains in the distance. The shadow clone, Yuzuki Uyuki, created by Shingitsu Izumi, ignored the surroundings and relentlessly pursued Shingitsu Izumi, who soon fell to defeat. To be fair, this technique might indeed hold practical utility. Could he be a genius? One student pondered seriously. "Izumi, this is the fate of betraying your brother." Steel Zatetsu laughed loudly. Mu Yue was momentarily stunned, contemplating whether this was not the seduction technique developed by Naruto, which seemed to have surfaced prematurely. This butterfly's breeze felt rather inappropriate. Ebisu. Could it be that the only one who advanced last week is leading the development of such ninjutsu? Another student expressed disbelief. Steel Zatetsu, upon being struck, quickly regained his composure, realizing the terrifying effectiveness of this ninjutsu, which had even ensnared someone as resolute as himself. Konoha foul language. Steel Zatetsu immediately retracted his feelings of guilt, recognizing that Shingitsu Izumi was even more devious than he, with both physical and ninjutsu skills being thoroughly suppressed. He found himself unable to retaliate, merely struggling to defend against the onslaught. It was about time, Steel thought to himself, as Shingitsu Izumi completed his hand seals. For additional figures resembling him, clad in revealing attire, suddenly appeared on the field. "Stop pretending to be ancient sages and hurry into the combat arena. Do not waste time," Red Bean remarked, exasperated. With Steel Zatetsu's ninjutsu unleashed, for more distinct yet similarly dressed figures emerged. Another day gone by, seeking monthly votes and subscriptions. Additionally, I wish to recommend a friend's book, as the sudden appearance of the elder sisters caused Shingitsu Izumi's pursuit to slow, providing Steel Zatetsu the opportunity to counterattack. Group A was also undergoing practical combat assessments. "In this third life, I have awakened. In this life, I shall not entertain the notion of romance." Woof, woof. The two of them, unexpectedly, encountered each other in the very first round. The fourth-grade students observing felt a sense of regret. Guy and Obito were the top contenders in their grade, possessing the strength to advance to the top 4 even within the strongest Group A. However, with such an early clash, it was inevitable that one would face elimination. Regardless of who emerged victorious, one formidable opponent would be eliminated from the competition. Asuma, watching the initial confrontation between Guy and Obito, pondered to himself. He was not as familiar with Guy as he was with Obito and was unsure of Guy's precise combat abilities. Nevertheless, since Guy had defeated Obito in the practical examination, his prowess could not be underestimated. Contemplating this, Asuma wore a serious expression, preparing to gather intelligence on both fighters through this battle. Guy launched a swift tornado kick at Obito. Fire style, great fireball technique. Obito, enduring the pain in his legs, swiftly formed hand signs and unleashed a towering fireball measuring 3 meters. So fast, the surrounding students were astonished by Guy's speed. Obito had recently executed multiple body flicker techniques, placing immense strain on his legs, making his current predicament quite understandable. Konoha Hurricane. "Obito, are you alright?" Guy rushed over to check on him. The two quickly moved to the designated area to commence their battle. Fire style, great dragon fire technique. Thus, Obito could only admit to being at a slight disadvantage, rather than being wholly incapable of fighting back. Had he utilized the fireball to obstruct visibility and employed the shadow clone technique? After a moment of thought, Guy discerned Obito's strategy. "Begin." Upon seeing the two adopt their stances, Mu Yue swiftly announced the start of the match. Having faced numerous great fireballs before, Guy was aware of their formidable power but knew they were relatively easy to evade. What required more attention were the forthcoming attacks during that interval. However, to Guy's surprise, Obito did not seize this opportunity to strike. When Obito re-entered Guy's line of sight, he discovered that Obito had multiplied into 5 clones. At last, he had managed to defeat Guy in an actual battle, even turning the tide from a disadvantageous position. Although he too possessed the body flicker technique, his speed was not only inferior to Guy's, but also required hand signs to execute. Water style, water barrier. The first match was against Aki. Obito displayed a troubled expression. He first executed a rapid triple body flicker to gain momentum, then unleashed his most powerful kick. Obito expelled a fire dragon, half a person's height, racing towards Guy. Finding himself on the back foot from the outset, Obito's mind raced. He realized that if he fell into Guy's rhythm of attack, his defeat was certain. Thus, he decisively used the body flicker technique twice to create a significant distance between them. Yet, before Guy could utter a word, Obito collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Just as Guy thought the battle had concluded, his expression suddenly changed dramatically. Seeing that his first opponent was Obito ignited a spark within Guy. As the moonlit figure appeared in the clearing, she seized Obito and remarked, "It seems he has exhausted his chakra and is utterly fatigued. I shall escort him to the Konoha hospital." Victory was declared in Guy's heart, in stark contrast to Guy's intentions to engage in close combat. Obito sought to maintain distance and unleash ninjutsu. Yet, Guy remained unperturbed. Instead, he focused on his surroundings, vigilantly guarding against potential attacks from various directions. AKA, "This time I have triumphed," Obito proclaimed with a triumphant laugh upon hearing the outcome of the battle. Guy had mastered the body flicker technique, whereas Obito had yet to achieve the same level of proficiency, struggling to combine it 3 times in succession. Considering their initial clash, Obito executed the body flicker technique 3 times within a minute, a feat that Guy, with his superior physique, would not dare attempt. Following this, Obito found himself too fatigued to continue using the body flicker technique, let alone run swiftly. As the fire dragon surged toward Guy, a wall of water rose to intercept it. Such remarkable speed in the body flicker technique. Asuma exclaimed, utterly astonished. The blazing fireball surged ominously toward Guy. "I found you." Guy concentrated chakra in his legs, employing the body flicker technique to dash toward the slightly slower Obito, aiming to catch him off guard and eliminate him. However, due to Obito's marginally slower pace, he was struck by Guy's heel. Though he blocked the blow with his arm, the force left his limb trembling uncontrollably. Guy quickly pursued, yet Obito managed to create some distance, having only executed the body flicker technique once. It appeared that Obito had not anticipated Guy's swift discovery of his position, and due to Guy's remarkable speed, he had no time to prepare a defensive stance. At the moment Guy's kick connected, the Obito he targeted vanished. Just then, Guy spotted an Obito that seemed to be moving at a slightly slower pace, his face occasionally betraying an unusual expression. It was a shadow clone. Guy quickly turned to search for the real Obito. To their astonishment, it seemed as though Guy had teleported, his figure disappearing in an instant. Guy's spirited voice echoed throughout Team A. His opponent was Obito, with whom he had trained daily, and their profound understanding of each other left no room for tentative attacks. He launched himself into the fray with all his might. Konoha Great Whirlwind. As the words left her lips, Guy's form vanished from sight. Meanwhile, the real Obito had already completed the fire release technique, not far from Guy. Nevertheless, Obito did not feel devoid of hope for victory. Their current abilities were insufficient to sustain repeated usage of the body flicker technique in a short span, placing immense strain on their leg muscles. In close proximity, Guy quickly sensed the heat of the fire dragon, forcing him to endure the pain in his leg muscles and execute the body flicker technique only twice to evade the impending ninjutsu. However, the fire dragon differed from the fireball. It could change direction. As Guy's figure vanished, Obito swiftly redirected the fire dragon to chase after him once more. The moonlit figure was poised to intervene. It is uncertain whether the results of his previous training have begun to manifest, or if Obito's inability to thrive in adverse conditions played a role. In past encounters that were evenly matched, victory eluded him. However, this time, when Mu Yue believed that Guy had a significantly greater chance of triumph, Obito still emerged victorious. 5 Obitos swiftly distanced themselves from one another, leaving Guy momentarily perplexed as to which was the true self and which were mere illusions. although it was expected that Obito would command the fire dragon to halt before Might Guy. Mu Yue harbored concerns that Obito's deteriorating condition might lead to a loss of control over his jutsu, prompting him to preemptively intercept the dragon. Uchiha Obito is the victor, Mu Yue proclaimed decisively. He left behind a shadow clone to continue overseeing the practical assessment while his true self escorted Obito to the hospital. If all goes as planned, today shall also mark the 5th watch of the night.